I live in a world where monsters and warriors coexist. The warrior assessment will be held in 10 days, but my strength is far from enough. Su Wan'er, whom I have a crush on, has reached the primary warrior level and was recommended to the Feng Martial Arts Hall, but my highest strength is barely 300 kilograms per punch, and the minimum standard for the warrior assessment is 500 kilograms. I thought I was done with it, but by chance, after I crushed an ant, I suddenly heard a sound in my ear, ding dong, kill an ant, get 0.1 unit of feeding value. I thought it was an illusion, until I killed a mosquito again and heard the prompt of getting feeding value again. I realized that this might be my cheat code. To verify, I frantically searched for small insects under the tree. Every time I killed one, I could gain feeding value. When the feeding value reached 1 point, I raised an ant, and it instantly grew larger. I also gained the talents of the first level and king and ant. I chose to merge the talent of 100 times strength, and my body instantly underwent a wonderful change. My strength increased greatly, and my height also increased from 1.72 meters to 1.8 meters. Can I really become a warrior? Brother Fong, the warrior assessment will be held in 10 days. I heard from the grapevine that your crush Su Wan'er will be admitted to Feng Martial Arts School. In the future, he will be a warrior respected by everyone. Compared with us, there is a huge gap between us. Why is there such a huge gap between people? It's so uncomfortable. In a bright classroom, Fong Fan heard the fat man's words and silently turned his head to look out the window. Do you know what the most uncomfortable thing in this world is? You know all this clearly, and there is a fat man next to you who repeats it to you. Killing people must also destroy their hearts. Brother Fong, are you really not going to confess your feelings? This is your last chance. You won't be able to see me again in the future. The fat man was muttering to himself. It hurts my heart, my friend. Can you please shut your mouth? No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Fong Fan's mood, which had improved a little, fell into deep thought again after being attacked by the fat man. He smiled bitterly. It is easy to say that a warrior is easy, but it is very difficult to achieve it. He spent 18 years and still failed. 18 years ago, he traveled to this world, which was completely different from Earth. There are monsters and warriors. 100 years ago, a world of monsters called Blood Moon suddenly merged with this world, giving birth to many space cracks, from which countless monsters emerged. The monsters are bloody and brutal, and feed on human flesh and blood. At first, humans wanted to use strategic-level weapons to destroy the space channel, but due to the fusion of the two worlds, a mysterious substance from the Blood Moon world also infiltrated in. Any electronic equipment will fail near the space rift. After losing this advantage, humans were defeated and suffered heavy casualties in the face of these inhumane and extremely powerful monsters. This year is called the Year of Disaster. It was also from this year that warriors began to appear among humans, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, nourishing themselves, and creating powerful combat power. The physique, strength, speed, and abilities are comparable to those of monsters. In the first 50 years, humans were in a defensive state. As long as the army of monsters left the coverage of the mysterious substance in the space crack, humans would use thermal weapons to start counterattacking. However, as time went by, the monsters that appeared became more and more powerful, and thermal weapons were no longer effective. At this time, warriors among humans emerged as a new force, and under the leadership of a powerful human, they began the first counterattack in history, also known as the Battle of Hope. After this battle, mankind officially entered the era of counterattack. 50 years have passed, and 5 of the 10 major space cracks have been suppressed. Even if they are suppressed, they are still full of dangers and require powerful warriors and troops to garrison. The remaining 5 were still in the midst of fighting and there was no peace for a moment. He, Fong Fan, traveled through time and thought he was the destined protagonist. He saved humanity, suppressed monsters, counterattacked the Blood Moon, and became an almighty being. However, 18 years had passed, and he hadn't even reached the level of a basic warrior. The most hateful thing is that he doesn't even deserve love. Others travel through time to enjoy life, but he travels through time to suffer the hardships of life. Classmates, I have good news for you. Su Wan'er from our class has surpassed 500 kilograms in strength and reached the level of a primary warrior. She has been recommended to the Feng Martial Arts School. Let us congratulate her. As for other students, if you feel that you have no hope of passing the warrior assessment, you can consider looking for a job. After all, society still needs some civilian jobs. The head teacher happily announced the news on the stage that a future warrior master had emerged in his class, and he would be more powerful in the school in the future. Fong Fan looked to the side and saw Su Wan'er, who had a graceful figure and a pure and charming face, surrounded by classmates, with many words of praise around her. Congratulations. Fong Fan murmured that his strength was far from that of a warrior. The minimum standard for the current warrior assessment was a punch force of 500 kilograms, but his strongest punch could only barely reach 300 kilograms, only half of that. Today, the world has changed drastically, and the general physical fitness of human beings has also improved a lot. He has been working very hard to train his body, but the increase in strength is very slow. There has been no progress in recent times. In each test, the strength is maintained at around 300 pounds, which is undoubtedly speaking for myself. You can't. Fong Fan stood up and his attention was attracted by an ant on the table, as if that ant was himself. Confused, helpless, and powerless about things. No matter how a mayfly-like creature with ant-like power can shake the world, in the end it is still like the ant, with no control over its own fate and at the mercy of others. Fong Fan stretched out his finger and crushed the ant to death, letting his martial arts dream disappear along with the ant. Ding dong, kill an ant and gain 0.1 unit of feeding value. What sound? A strange voice suddenly sounded in Fong Fan's ears. He was immediately horrified and looked around in surprise. Now that demons have come to the world, life is full of all kinds of unimaginable dangers. However, after searching for a while, nothing was found. That voice, could it be? As a time traveler from Earth, he knew about the existence of the Golden Finger. Fong Fan couldn't believe it. If it was really a system, then his predicament would most likely be improved. System. System Big Brother. Master System. Next, no matter how Fong Fan called out, there was no response. He suddenly felt extremely disappointed. It seemed that he had heard it wrong just now. How could there be a system? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A mosquito was flying around Fong Fan's ear, making him feel upset. Bang. Fong Fan took action, and his moves were smooth and flowing, killing the flying mosquito with a slap. Ding dong, kill a mosquito and gain 0.1 unit of feeding value. It's true. Fong Fan's body trembled. Of course it's true that he was recommended to Fenghua Martial Arts School. How could it be false? Do you suddenly feel that you are not worthy of her? It's okay, Brother Fong. You still have me. Even though you don't deserve me, Fatty will always support you. There's an old saying that goes, a toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat is not a good toad. No, I was wrong. Brother Fong, you are not a toad. No, what I meant is, Brother Fong, you are a good toad. This is not the case either. The fat man explained, but Fong Fan was no longer in the mood to listen. His mind was all on the two unfamiliar voices. Then, in the fat man's surprised eyes, Fong Fan ran out of the classroom like crazy. There were many surprised looks, among which Su Wan'er also looked at Fong Fan with some surprise as he ran out. Could it be that Fong Fan was provoked by her? Everyone, please stop watching. People have urgent needs. My brother Fong is holding his urine and wants to go to the toilet, is that not okay? The fat man explained, but he murmured in his heart. Brother Fong, I know you feel bad, but you have to face the reality. Su Wan'er is not someone that people like us can touch. Fong Fan ran out of the classroom and came to a corner of the campus, surrounded by a few scattered trees. He would come here to relax when he was bored. System. Fong Fan looked at the body of the mosquito in his palm. At this moment, he could be absolutely sure that he indeed possessed the system. But why did the system come so late, making him wait for 18 years? But soon, Fong Fan's doubts were overshadowed by surprise. The arrival of the system means that you have the hope to change your fate and no longer be like an ant without control over your own destiny. You can become a warrior, or even as powerful as a martial artist. At the very least, you can use the system to earn star coins and improve your family. Feeding value. What is that? Can you gain feeding value by killing creatures? Fong Fan calmed down and began to think about the function of the system. Based on the only prompt sound, he thought of the leveling and monster-killing games in his previous life, where he could gain experience by killing monsters. Just now he slapped an ant and a mosquito to death and gained a feeding value of 0.2. So this is a monster, and the experience value is the feeding value. Since killing small insects can gain 0.1 feeding value, will killing chickens, ducks, and fish gain more? What about more powerful monsters? For a moment, Fong Fan thought of a lot of things, but there was one problem that had to be solved. What is the use of this feeding value? Can it help me improve my martial arts level? These questions lingered in Fong Fan's mind. Since the feeding value was too low, it was impossible to test its effect. Ding dong, kill a ladybug and gain 0.1 unit of feeding value. Ding dong, kill an ant and gain 0.1 unit of feeding value. Ding dong, kill a mosquito and gain 0.1 unit of feeding value. Fong Fan bent over and stuck out his butt to look for small insects like ants under the tree. Every time he found one, he would get so excited that he would squeeze it to death. So in the eyes of some passers-by, this young man seemed a little perverted. Fong Fan didn't care about all these trivial things. He focused all his attention on collecting feeding points. Ding dong, kill a caterpillar and gain 0.6 units of feeding value. 0.6. This was the first time Fong Fan heard of getting so many feeding points. It seemed that the larger the creature you killed, the more feeding points you would get. Fong Fan suddenly felt a pain in his calf. He looked down and found that it was an ant coming to seek revenge. He stretched out his hand and prepared to crush the ant on his calf to death, but suddenly, he heard the system's voice again, but this time, the system's voice was different. Ding dong, the host's feeding value has reached 1 point. I found an ant. Should I keep it as a pet? This time, you don't gain feeding value by killing the ant, but the system prompts you whether to feed the ant in front of you. Fong Fan was confused. What was so good about raising this ant? Would it listen to him? Even if you listen, what can you do? It's just an ant. You can get stepped on to death if you're not careful. It is strange to say that now that humans have begun to evolve, some insects and animals are still in the same state as before the disaster year, without any change. Ding dong, the host's feeding value has reached 1 point. An ant was found. Do you want to feed it? The system's voice sounded again, but Fong Fan didn't care. It was just a little feeding value, which could be collected quickly. He also wanted to see what this feeding was all about, so he spoke. Feeding. Following Fong Fan's command, the ant on his fingertips suddenly stopped moving. Just when Fong Fan thought that the ant was killed by him, he saw with his naked eyes that the ant began to move slowly and its body began to grow slowly. Although this growth is insignificant to Fong Fan, for the ant, its body has at least increased by 2 times. Moreover, Fong Fan actually felt a force at his fingertips. That was the force of the ant struggling in his hand. Although Fong Fan could easily crush it to death, he was still frightened. Oh my god, this feeding is awesome. Strength, hardness, and body have undergone tremendous changes. Ding dong, breeding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level Ant King. Ding dong, a first level Ant King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding value is insufficient, unable to feed. Type, black ant. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 1, ordinary people have 100. Ding dong, I found the talent of the ant, 100 times the strength, exoskeleton reinforcement, strong double jaws, do you want to extract it? This. Fong Fan was stunned. The system prompt sound completely froze Fong Fan's mind. He had to slow down. Although these words seemed simple, the information they contained was incredibly unimaginable. Fong Fan didn't dare to think about it. If this was true, then his time would soon come. He spends 1 feeding point to raise an ant with a combat power of 1 and a loyalty of 100%. So can I command this ant? Moreover, he only raised it once. What if he raised it a second, third, or fourth time? So what will be the fighting power of this ant? What kind of horrific scene would that be if he raised tens of thousands of 4th and 5th stage and kings? And most importantly, he can raise more than just ants. This sudden surprise made Fong Fan subconsciously not notice the last sentence of the system. Etc. Extract ant talents. Fong Fan shouted excitedly, because he knew what the most amazing talent of these ants was. Huge force, unparalleled strength. Ants are strong men who can lift more than 400 times their own weight. If I could possess this kind of talent, how powerful would I be? System, extract. Fong Fan shouted excitedly. Ding, extraction successful. Due to the host's limited strength, the body can currently only withstand 3 types of external talents. Please choose carefully. 100 times the strength, exoskeleton reinforcement, powerful jaws. The 3 talents appeared in front of Fong Fan like balls of light, and no one else could see them at all. There are only 3 kinds of talents that I can integrate now, so I must be cautious. He took a fancy to the ant's talent of 100 times strength, and Fong Fan did not intend to integrate the other 2. After all, it is obvious that exoskeleton and double jaws are not something that humans can possess. He believes that there will be talents that are more suitable for him. System, I choose to fuse 100 times the power. Fong Fan's body was shaking slightly. This was due to excitement, although his talent did not reach 400 times the strength, but this already made him very surprised. He might become a warrior, no, he might even become a martial artist. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Fan felt a warm current flowing from the ant on his fingertips into his body. Miraculous changes begin to occur in the body. Click. There were crackling sounds coming from inside the body. The originally normal body began to become strong, covered with perfect muscles, and every muscle contained explosive power. Not only did his height increase from 1.72 meters to 1.8 meters, but his body frame also became larger, as if he was adapting to this 100-fold talent. After a series of changes, Fong Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in them, he opened his mouth and exhaled, which actually blew the leaves on the tree. Is this powerful force really me? Fong Fan couldn't believe it. The power contained in his body was something he had never dared to imagine before. Looking at all the changes and touching the hard muscles, he knew it was real. Fortunately, no one else discovered this, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Host, Fong Fan. Fusion talent. 100 times the power, current progress is 6%, the next stage is 1,000 times the power. Feeding value, 0. While increasing his strength, his body also seemed to become harder, and Fong Fan quickly figured out the reason. Since he has such powerful strength in his body, he must not be weak. 100 times strength does not mean that your strength is increased 100 times, but it achieves an effect based on your weight. For example, if your weight is 140 kilograms, then after integrating the 100 times strength, your strength will reach a terrifying 14,000 kilograms. 500 gene is for a beginner warrior, 1500 gene is for a mid-level warrior, and 5000 gene is for a high-level warrior. And if one's strength reaches 10,000 gene, he is a martial artist. Doesn't that mean that after integrating 6% of my talent, my current strength is 840 kilograms? Is he already a warrior? The chasm that had trapped him for 18 years was crossed so easily, and it was a crossing that seemed to have no end in sight. For a moment, Fong Fan had a sense of unreality. But soon, Fong Fan saw ants circling around his fingertips and knew that this was not a dream. He had finally waited for this day. He wants to prove to the world that he, Fong Fan, also deserves to have a sweet love. The warrior assessment will be held in 10 days, and Fong Fan is here. Fong Fan finally calmed down and looked at the data displayed on the attribute panel. So far, only 6% of the 100 times strength had been developed, but he had already integrated this talent, and it was only a matter of time before it was fully developed. This means that as long as he slowly integrates this talent, he will definitely become a powerful martial artist. He is a powerful martial artist, and he is the focus of everyone's attention wherever he goes. The most important point is that Fong Fan learned from the system that this talent is not just 100 times. As he raises the ant more and more, this talent will become stronger and stronger. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times. By then, smashing a mountain with one punch and destroying a river with one kick will no longer be a luxury. Climb on top of me. Fong Fan spoke to the ant in his finger, and it immediately followed his fingertips to Fong Fan's shoulder. Fong Fan seemed to sense it in his heart, and a weak life responded to it. From now on, your name will be Wangxi. Wangxi didn't know that his owner had already given him a dog's name. After he knew the meaning of the name, he would beg Fong Fan to change his name with a helpless look on his face. Hello, classmate. This machine is a bit heavy. Can you help me carry it to the gymnasium? A teacher saw Fong Fan walking on the side of the road and called him over. What appeared in front of Fong Fan was a brand new strength tester. It seemed that the school had bought a new one. After all, the old one was almost unusable. Fong Fan did not refuse. 4 people carried one side of the machine and brought it to the gymnasium. This machine weighs at least several tons, but with the combined efforts of 4 people, it was easily lifted up. Why is it so much lighter? The 3 people originally put in 12 points of their strength, but as soon as they lifted it, they felt that 5 points of their strength were not used. They couldn't help but wonder, 3 people couldn't lift it at first, but 4 people could do it easily. Could it be that having one more person would have such a significant effect? It seems that the 2 of them didn't use enough effort before. All 3 of them thought so, and none of them considered that it was because of Fong Fan. In their eyes, how much power can a student have? Even if they are lucky and find a student warrior with good talent, the power will be at most over 500, and it will never exceed 600. Moreover, there are only a few student warriors like that in the entire school, and they all know each other, so it is impossible for another one to suddenly appear. Fong Fan didn't care what the 3 teachers thought. After moving the machine to the gymnasium, he looked at the machine with a hint of excitement while the 3 teachers were away. I was thinking of testing my strength. It's just right that we don't need to bother. Come on. It must weigh more than 500 kilograms. Fong Fan roared in his heart. Although the system had already prompted his talent development progress, he was still nervous until he actually saw the value on the strength meter. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and punched out hard as if the strength measuring instrument in front of him had turned into a hateful enemy. Bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the square. The strength tester was shaking, and the part that had sustained the punch was dented, and a string of bright red numbers began to light up. 200 gene, 300 gene. You must pass. Fong Fan watched nervously, roaring in his heart. This time the value did not stop slowly like before, but started to rise at a faster speed. 500 gene, 500 gene, 600 gene. 660 pounds. The value did not stop until it reached 660 kilograms. Although Fong Fan had expected this scene, he still couldn't contain his ecstasy when he actually saw it. He had been waiting for this moment for 18 years. In the past 18 years, he has been thinking about breakthroughs all the time. It's done. I did it. Fong Fan clenched his fists and was as happy as a little child. With a force of 660 kilograms, he is already a warrior. He wants to tell his parents, his sister, and his grandfather about this, saying that his grandson is not a waste but a real warrior. He wants to make those who look down on him look up to him in the future. However, Fong Fan did not do so. He took another deep breath, tensed his legs, and circulated all the strength in his body from his waist to his arms. His eyes were fixed on the strength measuring instrument. He didn't use his full strength in that punch just now, but this time he wanted to see how terrifying his full strength was. Bang! The terrifying punch carried terrible power like a missile piercing the air, making a sharp whistling sound and hitting the machine hard. The machine began to vibrate violently, as if it was unable to withstand such a terrifying force due to its age and disrepair. The bright red number that was originally frozen began to grow rapidly again and reached its peak in an instant. 840 pounds. A full 840 pounds. Fong Fan's whole body was trembling slightly, his breathing began to become rapid, but the shock in his eyes did not diminish at all. Is this what I typed? Fong Fan's eyes began to become hot, and his fists were clenched as if he was about to squeeze out blood. No student in the whole school could reach such strength, at least not before and not now. Fong Fan is the #1 in this school. After taking a long breath to calm his excited mood, Fong Fan happily left the stadium and returned to the classroom. When the 3 teachers who were leaving finished their work and saw the strength measuring device in the stadium, big question marks immediately popped up in their heads. Which teacher used it just now? However, this teacher is quite powerful, with a strength of 840 pounds. It seems that there is a new strong competitor in this year's evaluation. Little did they know that the instigator of this incident had already leisurely returned to the classroom. The fat man stared at Fong Fan. He couldn't understand why Brother Fong's temperament became so good, and he even grew taller after he went out to have some discomfort. Does a broken heart have such a big impact? The fat man wanted to find a girlfriend immediately and taste the pain of a broken heart, but now he had a more important thing to do, which was to comfort Fong Fan. If he became depressed and committed suicide, he would lose a good friend. Brother Fong, heartbreak is not scary. The worst thing is that you lose it before you even get it. Fong Fan suddenly stood in front of the fat man, with a serious expression, and said, "There is something I have wanted to say to you for a long time." This immediately frightened the fat man, and he said bluntly, "Brother Fong, we don't want to date." However, Fong Fan ignored the fat man and continued speaking. "If you can't say anything comforting, just shut up. Your words hurt even more. The warrior assessment will begin in 10 days. You have to work hard. Your sister is counting on you." The fat man was stunned when he heard Fong Fan talking about his sister, and then said with disdain, "You're still talking about me as if you're a warrior." Fong Fan smiled. He was a warrior now. "I can't tell anyone about my becoming a warrior for now, not even my parents. Once it gets out and someone investigates, they'll know that my strength was only 300 kilograms when I was tested yesterday, and in just one day, it increased from 300 to 800 kilograms. Even a fool would know there's something fishy going on. So, slow growth is the way to go. I will try my best to improve my strength before the warrior assessment. As long as I am strong enough, I will be able to deter all the villains." Fong Fan returned home at night and lay on the bed muttering to himself. The next second he got up and started exercising. He now had to seize every moment to improve the integration of his talent. Just as Fong Fan began to prepare for the warrior assessment 10 days later, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space somewhere in his community, just like the ripples caused by someone suddenly throwing a stone into the calm water. Immediately afterwards, a breath of demon beast gradually spread with the fluctuation of space, and then disappeared and returned to normal. This scene was not discovered by anyone. It was just another ordinary day. As night fell, Fong Fan came out of the training ground early and prepared to go home. For some reason, he was a little absent-minded during the whole day's training. He always felt that something was happening. Was he worried about the warrior assessment in 3 days? Now, after 7 days of training, Fong Fan has developed his talent to 30%, and his feeding value has reached 800 points. According to his weight, his body already has a strength of 4,200 kilograms. It is no exaggeration to say that he is an intermediate warrior. There is no need to worry about the warrior assessment, so why is that? Just when Fong Fan was confused about this, suddenly an alarm sounded throughout the world, and he was startled. This is monster invasion. The air raid alarm will only be sounded when monsters invade. Not good. Fong Fan jumped up, and with such powerful force he created a small dent in the ground, and he jumped out more than 10 meters. The alarm was going off in his neighborhood, where his parents and sister were at home. Don't let anything happen. Fong Fan quickly passed through the streets, praying in his heart that his family were just ordinary people and had no power to resist the monsters. The streets were filled with panicked civilians fleeing to underground bomb shelters. Suddenly, Fong Fan heard a roar in front of him, then a huge cloud of dust was raised, followed by a roar. A level 1 space crack has been discovered ahead, monsters are invading, requesting support. Everyone run. Space crack. Hearing this roar, Fong Fan trembled all over, and a space crack appeared in their community. Then a black figure was seen flying out from the dust, and then he hit the wall heavily and spit out blood. This is someone from Feng Martial Arts School. Fong Fan saw the clothes on that person. Feng Martial Arts School was the guardian of this area, and there were hundreds of martial arts schools like this in Jiangai City. What are you still standing there for? Run away. Sun Lichuan forced himself to stand up, yelled at Fong Fan, and swung his sword again, killing the monster. He was just doing a normal patrol in the area he was responsible for today, but he didn't expect to find a space crack in a small community. But it was too late when they discovered it. Many monsters had already escaped and killed many people. Oh. A young man ran too slowly and was torn into 3 pieces by the monster in front of him. The hot red blood splashed all over Fong Fan's face. But even so, Fong Fan did not stop. Not only did he not escape, but he rushed into the dust. His home was just ahead, his parents and sister were still there, and he had to go back. Die. Sun Lichuan tore through the air with a knife and instantly slashed the raging monster. Immediately, a huge wound appeared, and he was knocked away by the monster again, suffering serious injuries all over his body. Why don't you run away? Sun Lichuan happened to fall beside Fong Fan, and seeing that the young man not only did not run away but was getting closer and closer, he immediately cursed. But the next second he could no longer curse, because the monster had attacked again. Sun Lichuan closed his eyes in despair and could already smell the bloody smell of the monster. He had never been so close to death. At that critical moment, Fong Fan came to Sun Lichuan, grabbed one of his legs and put it on his shoulder, then escaped from the monster's confused look. I'm not dead. Sun Lichuan realized that he had been rescued and tried to break free. Put me down now, I can still fight. However, he did not expect that the young man under him was so powerful that not only did he fail to break free, but the reaction force also broke one of his ribs. This is actually quite good. Sun Lichuan accepted his fate. As the neighborhood where he lived was getting closer and closer, Fong Fan suddenly stopped and stared at a monster in front of him that was glaring at him hungrily. Looking back, he saw that the monster that had been injured before had also caught up with him. Suddenly he was attacked from both sides. That monster is here to kill me. Put me down and run away by yourself. Sun Lichuan also discovered this on his shoulder. There would be no miracle this time, so whoever could escape would be the winner. Yeah, that's fine. Fong Fan slowly placed Sun Lichuan in a corner, then he quickly ran to the side. Sun Lichuan. Don't you need to pretend? Just let it go if you say so. I don't care about my face. Are you so heartless? Even though he said this himself and the result was correct, why did it feel a little weird? And there was even a trace of emptiness in his heart. Was it because the process was wrong? Come on, the worst that can happen is death. Sun Lichuan no longer hesitated and faced death calmly. 2 monsters strode slowly towards him with bloody mouths open. For a moment, he felt the breath of death up close again. Die for me. A roar reached Sun Lichuan's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. So big, so long. A huge stick with incomparable power broke through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and smashed the monster in front of it into pieces as accurately as a missile. Suddenly blood and mud splattered, and the surroundings were covered with hot flesh and blood. And you, die too. The giant stick was not finished after hitting one monster, and it immediately set its target on the injured monster behind Sun Li. Haha, you have come to this day too. You deserve it for daring to invade us. Sun Lichuan seemed to see the fear and struggle of the monster behind him in the last moment of its life. The giant stick tore through the air again with extremely terrifying power. With a bang, the monster had no time to escape and was turned into bloody mud. Sun Lichuan wiped the blood and mud off his face with great effort, and then he saw the young man who had escaped before walking towards him like a god or a devil, carrying a 10-meter-long giant stick in one hand. No, he was carrying a 10-meter-long electric pole in one hand and walking slowly towards him. Telephone pole. And carrying it with one hand. Hey, can you still hear me? Fong Fan carried the electric pole and walked slowly towards Sun Lichuan. He didn't really abandon him, but he saw the electric pole standing nearby. Just running away is not a solution. He didn't have the strength before, but now that he has integrated his talent of 100 times strength, he is able to fight against the monsters. The one who can fully utilize his strength advantage is the telephone pole, and no one dares to say he is second. Sun Lichuan was stunned. How strong was this boy? He could use the telephone pole as a stick and kill one person with one stick. This monkey must have called for help. Fong Fan was waving a cement electric pole that was 10 meters high and half a meter thick. The scene was indeed shocking. However, when Sun Lichuan wanted to say something, he saw another monster suddenly jump out from behind the young man. Court death. Fong Fan turned around and felt that the electric pole in his hand seemed to have hit something, but he didn't care. He just swung the stick over and sent the attacking monster straight to heaven. This 10-meter-long and half-meter-thick concrete electric pole weighs more than 2,000 pounds. Combined with the terrifying kinetic energy of Fong Fan's swing, ordinary monsters can't withstand a single blow and are killed directly. When Fong Fan turned around, he saw Sun Lichuan fainted on the ground. He hurried over and was relieved to find that he was still breathing. Why is his face swollen? I remember the monster didn't hurt his face. Fong Fan watched as half of Sun Lichuan's face quickly swelled up, then silently looked at the telephone pole standing next to him. Could it be that he accidentally bumped into it when he turned around just now? No wonder I felt like the telephone pole hit something just now. Fong Fan hurriedly pretended not to see it. What he smashed was clearly caused by this person accidentally falling to the ground. After hiding the unconscious Sun Lichuan in a secret corridor, Fong Fan walked into the community carrying a telephone pole. Some people in the community were hiding in their rooms in fear, not daring to make any sound. The arrival of the monster was so sudden that most people didn't have time to run away. At this moment, there are several monsters wandering around the community, and some of them have even come into the building following the scent of humans. Wife, if I don't survive this time, remember, I love you. A man was lying in a corner of the community, his leg was injured. He spoke his last words into the phone, and as he looked at the monster getting closer and closer, he closed his eyes in despair. When the accident happened, he was exercising in the community. He was the first to see several monsters rushing out of the space cracks. Some people died tragically on the spot. He can be said to be lucky to have held on until now. Roar. A monster spotted the man lying on the ground, roared excitedly, ran over quickly, waving its sharp claws to tear the human in front of it to pieces and devour his flesh and blood. Bang. A loud bang rang in the man's ears, and he felt warm all over. Was it his own blood that soaked him? How could I have so much blood? Wrong. He did not feel any pain. The man suddenly opened his eyes and saw a half-meter-thick electric pole appear in front of him. It was covered with blood mud, and below it was the terrifying monster. The monster was smashed to death. Forehead. I was saved by a telephone pole. Before the man could react, he saw a man covered in blood and mud carrying a telephone pole in one hand slowly walking past him, then walking forward without looking back. Gudong. The man swallowed hard. Could this be the legendary telephone pole hero? Bang. Bang. Everyone hiding in the community heard the loud noise coming from outside, and then saw a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime, a man waving a terrifying electric pole and smashing the monsters into pieces. The same thought came to everyone's mind. Telegraph pole hero. Fong Fan felt more and more that he was able to use this telephone pole like a fish in water, and his own strength was actually developed again during the fight. Host, Fong Fan. Fusion talent. 100 times the power, current progress is 31%, the next stage is 1,000 times the power. Feeding value, 800. The levels of these monsters are not high, they are just level 1 monsters, and their strength is only at the warrior level. This space crack should be connected to a remote wilderness somewhere in the Blood Moon world, otherwise this place would have been overwhelmed by the army of monsters long ago. Fong Fan killed the monster that blocked his way, then placed his famous weapon, the electric pole, on the side of the road, and then walked into the corridor. Fong Fan ran quickly towards his home. Mom, I'm so scared. Fong Ling was trembling and hiding in the house with her parents. There were several loud noises in the community before. It must be the appearance of a terrifying monster. And just now, she suddenly heard a sound outside the door. Don't be afraid, Master Warrior will come to rescue us. Yinqing comforted her, but the panic on her face could not hide her inner fear. Mom, did my brother call? Fong Ling was worried about her brother. When the disaster happened, her brother had not yet returned home from school. Now she just hoped that he would not come back. But Fong Ling forgot that because of the space crack, all the electronic equipment around could not be used. Bang! The door suddenly opened, and Fong Zhou immediately protected the mother and daughter behind him, staring at the door with the weapon in his hand. Mom, it's me Fong Fan, open the door. A soft call was heard, and it turned out that it was Fong Fan who appeared outside the door. Fong Fan looked at his terrified family and felt a pain in his heart. He thought that he was too weak and let his loved ones get hurt. He had to become stronger. I'm fine. This blood was splashed on me by those warriors when they killed the monsters. The monster will be killed soon, and this matter will be over soon. Fong Fan comforted his family, and after hearing his explanation, the three of them felt relieved. Now his talent has been developed to 31%, and his strength has reached 4,340 kilograms. He is still several hundred kilograms away from becoming a high-level warrior. This is too far-fetched. Fong Fan plans to tell his parents about it after he passes the warrior assessment. In the community, warriors from the Feng martial arts school also arrived and began to deal with some fleeing monsters. A man stood in front of the space crack, looking at the constantly fluctuating space, and suddenly had a bad premonition. The space cracks are fluctuating irregularly. There are level 2 monsters trying to cross over. The information is wrong. This person is the person in charge of this operation. His strength is only at the advanced warrior level. The information he received before was that a first-level space crack appeared in a community, so he brought his team here. But when I got there, I found that this space crack was not level 1 at all, but between level 1 and level 2. Go and ask the martial arts master for help. All electronic equipment here is unusable. If you want to go back for help, you can only leave the influence range of the space rift. The men behind him holding a long knife knew that the situation was urgent and turned around to ask for help. At this moment, a sharp beast claw emitting black light has pierced through space and arrived in the human world. Everyone, danger! Husband, look, the warrior masters are here, we are saved. The two people hiding in a room looked at the warriors who appeared in the community and hugged each other and cried with joy, but the next second the woman looked out the window and could no longer laugh. She saw a dark claw suddenly stretched out from the terrifying space crack. And in the midst of lightning and sparks, a 3-meter-tall huge monster appeared and directly knocked the person standing in front of the space crack away. Ah! Suddenly, desperate screams were heard. Team leader. A team member who was about to ask for help was stunned to see his captain sprint past him at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and then slammed heavily into the wall. Then, before he had time to look back, he felt a great fear of death coming from behind him, and his hair stood on end. A heavy, fishy smell slowly filled the air, and a huge shadow behind him enveloped him. Level 2 Demon Beast, everyone run away. The team member used all his strength to tear the throat. This monster was a level 2-1, with strength equivalent to that of a martial artist. Their team was no match for it, and staying here would only lead to death. He wanted to fight back, but he had no chance. A bloody mouth bit off his head. Blood splattered and his body fell to the ground powerlessly. Roar! The terrifying monster roared towards the sky, its blood-red eyes revealing a crazy murderous intent, and the power of a second-level monster burst out in an instant. Bang! The glass in the community couldn't bear it and exploded one after another. Yes, it's a level 2 monster. No, it's impossible. How could a level 2 monster appear in the city? We can't escape. I don't want to die yet. I just started dating a girlfriend and I didn't even touch her hand. Someone come and save us. For a moment, the civilians in the community fell into panic again, and screams were heard everywhere. The second-level monster had already gained a certain level of intelligence, and its appearance meant the death of everyone here. Fong Fan's family was originally celebrating the arrival of the warrior master, but they were stunned the next second, with despair in their eyes. Yinqing knew that this time, none of their family could escape. Fong Fan was also stunned. He stared at the level 2 monster in the community. Its terrifying strength made him despair. So this is the real cruelty. With his strength as a mere intermediate-level warrior, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the terrifying monster. In the community, the warriors who were originally killing the fleeing first-level monsters heard the roar of their companions, followed by an earth-shaking roar of beasts. Their bodies trembled violently, and they all clenched their weapons, their eyes bloodshot due to the anger in their hearts. Level 2 monster. Warriors like them know the horror of a level 2 monster even better. Even if their entire team attacks, they are no match for a level 2 monster. Its appearance represents death, ruin, and killing. Fear and reluctance appeared in their eyes, but they did not retreat. The next second they roared, turned around and ran towards the source of the sound. Warriors never retreat. All of a sudden, warriors appeared in the square of the community one after another. Some of them were junior warriors, some were intermediate warriors, some were in their 20s, some were in their 30s or 40s, some were sons, and some were fathers. Their strengths, ages, and identities are all different, but standing here, they have a unified name. Warrior. Humanity's last line of defense. They can escape, but if they do, the people in the community will be doomed. Warriors cannot be humiliated. The reason for saying this is not because their warriors have powerful strength, but because in every battle, every fight with monsters, it is their warriors who stand in the front and charge the most fiercely. This is the honorable treatment given to them by the people they protect behind them. And this time, they will not back down either. Team Leader. Captain Shixinjue, who had been smashed against the wall before, covered his chest and walked slowly in front of everyone. His eyes turned red as he looked at his companions' bodies being torn into pieces under the horrible monster. Xiaogu, I now order you as the captain to go back and rescue immediately and ask the martial arts master to help. Everyone follow me. Of the 10-man team, only 9 were left after the companion who had died earlier. Yes. Captain. The man named Xiaogu behind him had tears in his eyes. He turned around and left without saying anything. He knew that the captain had given him the hope of life, and he would also go for help with everyone's hope. Roar. The horrible monster devoured the human body beneath it, but it still felt unsatisfied. In its perception, the surrounding area was full of delicious food like this one, and this time it could finally feast on it. Moreover, there are some particularly delicious foods not far away. Compared to ordinary humans, the flesh, blood, and chi of warriors are more attractive to monsters. With a joyful roar, the terrifying monster swung its terrible claws, and its huge body shook the ground like a tank. Although its body was huge, its speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, it met the rushing team of warriors. Die. One of the team members was wielding a long sword in his hand. The piercing cold light seemed to split everything in front of him in half. The air seemed to be split in two. Carrying all the anger and strength in his body, he chopped heavily on the claws of the monster. Bang. There was a crisp sound of metal hitting each other and a burst of sparks appeared. The blow with such powerful force didn't even break the monster's skin. The team member couldn't believe it and wanted to make another attack, but he was immediately shrouded in a black shadow. The beast's claws that tore through space were already attacking him heavily, and death was approaching. Get out of the way. Everyone screamed when they saw this scene. Shixinjue blocked another attacking beast's claw and wanted to get away to save people, but the next second everyone's face was covered with blood. One person died. Right before their eyes, their companion was beaten into pieces. No. Everyone was frantically attacking the monster with their weapons, but the difference in their strength was too great, and that attack was no more than a tickle to a level 2 monster. Ah. Bang. A scream was heard, and another warrior died. After paying such a price, Shixinjue jumped up, seized the opportunity, climbed behind the monster, and was about to stab the monster's eyes with the long knife in his hand. The monster's body is too hard. If you want to break through its defense, you can only take advantage of its weakness. Good. Go, Captain. When the others saw this scene, they ignored their injuries and tried their best to stop the monster from attacking. As long as one eye of the monster was blinded, its combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Roar. The monster was angry. These annoying little bugs kept jumping around it. Although they couldn't hurt it, it couldn't eat them either. Moreover, the largest one among them made it feel dangerous. So it decided not to play anymore and to eat the bugs. The terrifying monster leaped up, and the iron tail behind it swung violently with its body. Many warriors were hit and flew out vomiting blood. Shixinjue was also swung away because the force of the swing was too great, and he was thrown out while bearing the blow of the iron tail. The long sword also fell to the side due to the huge force. The danger was not over yet. The horrible monster suddenly turned around in midair and bit a warrior. As its mouth closed, blood splattered everywhere. One person died again. At this moment, there were only 5 warriors left, all of whom were seriously injured and lying on the ground, without the strength to fight again. We've lost, and we're done for. The people watching the fight in the community cried out in despair, saying that even the powerful warriors were powerless in front of the terrifying monster, let alone unarmed civilians like them. After the monster has eaten all the warriors, it will turn around and eat them all. No one will be able to escape. Roar. After finally dealing with those annoying little bugs, the monster began to enjoy the food. He bit the unconscious warrior lying on the ground. Everyone watched in anger, but they could only watch because they were no longer able to fight. A level 2 monster was simply not something their level 1 team could handle. Someone come and save us. Where is our martial arts master? Where is our martial arts master? Some people prayed, some people longed, but there was no way to convey the message to the outside world within the range of the space crack. The martial arts hall had already sent this small team here, and no one else would come for a while. The only one who knew that a level 2 monster had appeared here was a warrior who had just gone to ask for help, but it was too late. By the time the warrior arrived, almost everyone here had become food for the monster. Come on, come and eat me. Come and eat me, you little jerk. Shixinjue lay weakly on the ground. The previous attack had broken both of his legs. At this moment, he roared angrily at the monster. Faced with the provocation, the horrible monster indeed set its target on Shixinjue and slowly walked towards him. The upturned corners of his mouth seemed to be mocking the weakness of the insect in front of him. The monster opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Shixinjue. No. Everyone screamed in despair. If you want to eat your grandpa, it's not that easy. Although Shixinjue's legs were broken, he could still use his hands. Looking at the monster lowering its head, his hands burst out with powerful strength, and his whole body fell on the monster's face due to the reaction force. His arm had just pierced the skin because of the excessive force, and the white arm bone pierced through the skin with blood. Go to hell. Shixinjue roared angrily, and the white and sharp bone instantly pierced into the monster's eyes, leaving it without time to react. The bone pierced into the eyeball, and then all his strength burst out, and his entire arm penetrated into the brain. Then he used all his strength to twist inside the monster's brain. The monster only felt a burst of sharp pain, and then it became silent. Its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. It all happened so fast that it took everyone a while to react. Ha 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 ha, we won. We killed a level 2 monster. We won. We have avenged you, brother, go in peace. The team members standing by cried with joy when they saw this scene. They finally killed the horrible monster in front of them. They won and lost at the same time. The price they paid for it was too high. 4 companions died tragically. The warriors have won, so we don't have to die. I knew that Master Warrior was invincible. We survived, we survived. Wife, I love you, let's get married tomorrow. Okay, we'll get married tomorrow. The people in the community looked at the horrifying monster falling to the ground with a bang, and their hearts finally settled down. They breathed a sigh of relief, and walked out of the shadow of death, feeling endless joy. Fong Fan was relieved to see the monster die. He didn't expect that a level 2 monster would be so terrifying. The family hugged each other tightly, feeling lucky to have escaped death. But Fong Fan's happiness didn't last long. He suddenly felt a vague sense of danger, which made him shudder. Fong Fan's eyes were shocked as he stared at the space crack in the center of the square. Could it be? Shixinjue collapsed to the ground, his body was severely injured. At this moment, he really didn't have any strength left. He could finally have a good sleep. He could finally proudly say to his dead brothers that your sacrifice was not in vain. I protected everyone in the community. But when Shi Xinjue looked towards the space crack, the ease on his face suddenly disappeared completely, and a feeling of despair emerged. He wanted to say something but found that he could not say anything. The team members noticed something was wrong with their captain and looked towards the space crack, their faces turning pale in an instant. Level 2, Level 2, Level 2 Demon Beast. At the crack in space, a monster even bigger than before appeared. The terrifying aura it emanated made everyone fall into silence again. The tail was finally pulled out from the space crack, and suddenly it let out a mournful cry, looking at the dead second-level monster. There was a look of sadness and anger in his eyes. Then it stared at everyone present, wanting to tear these enemies to pieces completely. They are a pair. Shi Xinjue closed his eyes in despair. The second-level monster he had just killed should be a female, but this one was a male. The space crack happened to appear near where they lived. Now that one has been killed, a more powerful one has come. Ha ha ha, it's worth it for me, Shi Xinjue, to take a level 2 monster with me before I die. It's just a pity. Tomorrow is my son's birthday. I promised to take him out to play. It seems that Dad is going to break his promise again this time. I'm leaving now. My wife, please take good care of our son. Shi Xinjue slowly closed his eyes. He was not going to escape this time. That level 2 monster would never let him go. He just hoped that a few people in the community could survive before the martial arts master arrived. Roar. The deafening roar spread throughout the entire community. The male level 2 monster walked towards the seriously injured warriors step by step. It seemed that it already knew that they were the murderers of its wife. It wanted to torture the insects in front of it to death bit by bit. Oh no, here comes another even more terrifying level 2 monster. Fong Fan looked at the scene in front of him anxiously. Shouts of fear could be heard all around. The people in the community had never expected that what they thought they had escaped from death was actually an even more terrifying abyss. Woo-woo. Wife, we can't get married tomorrow, let's get married in the next life. I can't bear to leave you. Wow, hubby, let's get married in the next life. I won't be able to leave you either. In the next life, remember to come find me. A couple hugged each other in pain. They were already in despair and knelt on the ground waiting for their fate to come. Fong Fan looked at his suffering parents and terrified sister. If he was stronger, if he could get the system earlier, none of this would have happened. System. System. Fong Fan suddenly woke up and realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. In the past 7 days, he had focused on improving his talent and forgot the real function of this system. Feeding. It's about feeding. They are saved. Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I'm going to go out and see if there are other ways to escape. Fong Fan made an excuse, but in fact the only exit in the community had been blocked by the second-level monster. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. At this moment, outside, the level 2 monster has killed 1 person, and there are only 4 left out of the 5 people. Wangcai, whether we can survive depends on you. After walking out of the door, Fong Fan did not waste any time and summoned out Wangcai, who was originally hidden on his body. Immediately, the system's voice sounded along with Fong Fan's thoughts. Ding dong, a first-level Ant King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Now he still has 800 feeding points, let's see how much he can improve Wangcai's combat effectiveness this time. Ding dong, breeding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second-level Ant King. Fong Fan suddenly felt a mysterious aura enveloping the black ants in his hand, and then visible changes began to occur. The originally dark exoskeleton seemed to become even more lustrous and hard, and even he could hear the sound made by the powerful jaws. When Wangcai appeared again, he was already a giant ant with a body length of 3 centimeters. Fong Fan had a feeling that this ant, which was as big as a cockroach, was definitely much more powerful than the cockroach. Type, Black Ant. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 10, ordinary people have 100. Ability, summon the same kind, currently can command 10 of the same kind. Fong Fan was so shocked that he was speechless. He looked at it several times before he was sure, because when he looked at the attribute panel, an ability to summon its own kind appeared. Second-level ants can summon creatures of their own kind. Sure enough, the subsequent breeding gave him a surprise. If it was not the right time, he would have asked Wangxi to summon it to play with it. Fong Fan originally thought that the most powerful ability of this system was to help him integrate his talents and make himself stronger. But now he felt that he must have misunderstood. The talent of fusion is just a secondary ability, and the real strength lies in constantly raising insects. It's worthy of being called a breeding system. Looking at the feeding value, there were originally 800 feeding values, but now there are only 795 points left. It seems that the second feeding cost 5 points of feeding value. Ding dong, a second-level Ant King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third-level Ant King. Following Fong Fan's order, Wangxi underwent another earth-shaking change. Fong Fan did not hesitate at all. Time was pressing now. If he delayed for a minute, one more person might die. Ding dong, a third-level Ant King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fourth-level Ant King. Ding dong, a fourth-level Ant King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fifth-level Ant King. Ding dong, a fifth-level Ant King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Feeding value is insufficient, unable to feed. Fong Fan suddenly woke up after receiving a prompt from the system. Seeing that the feeding value was only 20 points left, he realized that each feeding would be 5 times the previous one. The first time is 1 point of feeding value, the second time is 5 points, the third time is 25 points, the fourth time is 125 points, and the fifth time is 625 points. Then look at Wangxi's attribute values. Type, Black Ant. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Combat Strength, 10,000 Ordinary People, 100. Ability, Summon Similar Creatures, currently can command 10,000 similar creatures. At this moment, the combat power has reached 10,000. According to the rules of the system, a combat power of 100 is for an ordinary person, then 1,000 is for a junior warrior, and 10,000 is for a junior martial artist. However, there is now an urgent problem facing Fong Fan. The strength of the terrifying monster outside cannot be just that of a junior martial artist. It seems to be either intermediate or advanced. Wangxi is no match for it now. If it wants to raise it again, the feeding value is not enough, and there is not enough time to collect the data. Fong Fan really regretted why he hadn't collected more before, and his strength was only that of an intermediate warrior now, so he couldn't help much. Is it true that I can't do anything but watch the monsters kill mercilessly? Just when Fong Fan was secretly annoyed by this, the system's voice sounded again. Rewards will be distributed after the first insect breeding is detected to have been carried out for 5 times. Battle power increased to 99999, rewarded with 1 mimicry. What? Combat power increased to 99,999, and there is 1 more mimicry. Fong Fan was a little confused. Do you think you are playing a game? 1 hit costs 999. Type, Black Ant. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 99999 Ordinary People, 100. Ability, Summon the Same Kind. The current number of the same kind that can be commanded is 99999. Gudong. Fong Fan swallowed his saliva while looking at the attribute panel. His combat power was only 10,000 originally, but now it has become 99,999. Doesn't that mean that Wangxi's combat power is now that of a high-level martial artist? Only 1 step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Doesn't that mean that I can walk sideways from now on? Fong Fan's feelings at this moment can only be described in 2 words: this system is really awesome. By the way, what is the mimicry behind this? Fong Fan felt that this awesome system could put this reward at the end, so it must be something even more awesome. Mimicry, mimicking the insects raised by the host. Wow, what he said is equivalent to saying nothing. He is worthy of being the modern master of nonsense. Does the host use this opportunity? Note, this mimicry process is irreversible, please choose carefully. Will the mimicry have any effect on Wang Sai's combat effectiveness? This is the problem Fong Fan is worried about. Want. Okay, mimic Wang Sai. Fong Fan did not hesitate, as long as it would not affect his combat effectiveness. It is originally an ant, and it will never become a human no matter how much it camouflages itself. It should be to make Wang Sai look more majestic and domineering. Congratulations to the host, the mimicry is complete. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the system voice sounded. It seems that this system is very fast. Owner. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard in the corridor. The voice was very strong and magnetic. Fong Fan was startled. The voice was right next to him. When did it come to me? I didn't even notice it at all. I saw a burly man in black. Although he looked ordinary, he was very majestic, and he exuded an aura of being able to move mountains and lift tripods. Those arms as thick as thighs are not to be underestimated. Just looking at their appearance can scare a child to tears. Etc. He just called me master. Could it be that? No way. You are, Wang Sai. Fong Fan asked in disbelief, but how is this possible? How can an ant turn into a human alive? Master, it's me. Fong Fan was completely impressed by the system. This mimicry function could transform insects into humans. Is this how your home is simulated? But he likes it very much. This is so cool. The system really understands me. From now on I can carry him with me as a bodyguard. If anyone refuses to submit, the bodyguards in black will come, including martial artists, masters, and grandmasters. They alone are enough to kill them. Fong Fan has already thought about his future situation. Whenever he goes out, he will be followed by dozens of bodyguards. With this situation, no martial arts school can defeat him. Type, Black Ant. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Intelligence, 100, normal person 100. Combat power, 99999 ordinary people, 100. Ability, summon the same kind, the current number of the same kind that can be commanded is 99999. There is an additional intelligence at the end, which seems to indicate that it gained wisdom after becoming a human. Wang Sai, how strong are you now? Master, my strength is already at the peak of martial arts, and I am only one step away from the Grandmaster level. Wow, I'm still a mid-level warrior, but I already have a younger brother who is a peak warrior. So after I become a martial artist, should I change to a peak Grandmaster? If the process had continued, it should have been a story about a novice challenging difficulties and living a good life through his own hard work, but now it has become a max-level boss enjoying life online. Following this trend, it won't be a problem for me to counterattack the Blood Moon world. Fong Fan still couldn't accept the surprise from the system, but now was not the time for him to chat, so he opened his mouth and gave orders. Wang Sai, do you see that monster outside? Kill it for me. Remember, don't hurt anyone else. Go ahead. Yes, Master. Seeing Wang Sai disappear in the corridor, Fong Fan calmed down and realized that he was too happy too early. This mimicry opportunity was a reward from the system, and he didn't know when the next one would be. I am still an intermediate warrior and I still have a long way to go. Near the space crack, the terrifying second-level monster had already walked in front of Shixinjue, and behind it were 4 pools of blood mud that no longer resembled a human. It tortured the 4 warriors into bloody mud bit by bit, and put Shixinjue last, letting him watch his companions die bit by bit in front of him, feeling the despair of being unable to do anything. To be honest, it did. Shixinjue's eyes were already bleeding in tears, and his vocal cords were hoarse. He had thought that he would be retaliated against immediately, but he had not expected that the wisdom of this second-level monster in front of him was beyond his imagination. He could only watch his companions being tortured bit by bit, their screams piercing his soul like a knife, and he could do nothing at all. Even now, suicide is impossible. He watched the monster slowly walk towards him, and he finally felt relieved. Since no one comes to save him, let him die happily. Shixinjue closed his eyes in despair again, and the monster standing in front of him seemed to see the urgency of the insect in front of it, but it would not let him go so easily. If you dare to kill its wife, I will make you live a life worse than death. It swung its claws, wanting to crush the human's legs into powder, but suddenly, it sensed a powerful breath coming from not far away. The breath was unclear and it could not tell whether it was from a human or a monster. Humph, you got a bargain. The beast's claw that was originally rolling towards his calf turned in midair and rolled towards Shixinjue, ready to swing down immediately. Go to hell. Suddenly a roar was heard, attracting everyone's attention, even Shixinjue. Everyone saw a black shadow quickly passing through the air and hitting the terrifying second-level monster with the precision of a meteor. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The second-level monster also lost the opportunity to kill Shixinjue because of this collision. It was knocked 40 or 50 meters away and only stopped after hitting a wall. The people hiding in the room and Shixinjue finally saw what the black shadow was, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock. A burly giant with a height of 2 meters. Arms as thick as thighs. At this moment, a sentence suddenly popped up in everyone's mind. Martial artist. Thank you, Master Wu, Master Wu. Shixinjue looked at the burly man who suddenly saved his life, and his voice trembled suddenly. This was a martial arts master, a high-level martial artist who could knock a monster 40 or 50 meters away with one punch. He even suspected that the martial artist in front of him was not far from reaching the Grandmaster level. However, this martial artist looked very unfamiliar to him. He had never seen him before. Could he be a martial artist from another martial arts school? A martial artist of this strength must have a high status in the martial arts hall. Even if he is not the deputy owner, he must be at the level of the person in charge. It must be rare to have such a strong person come to the rescue. I am here to kill the monster on the orders of my master. You should thank my master. Wang Sai replied calmly and set his sights on the monster in the distance, little knowing that the words he had just said had already brought endless shock to Shixinjue like a bolt from the blue. Master, master, master. Shixinjue's thinking had stopped. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the shock in his heart. This is a powerful man who is half a step away from being a Grandmaster. Half-step Grandmaster. There are only a few of them in a martial arts school. Today, he actually heard this powerful man say that he was following the master's orders. A warrior should not be humiliated, and a master should not be humiliated even more. What kind of person is that who can make this powerful man willingly call him master? Grandmaster. Impossible. Grandmaster. Impossible. Could it be the legendary Four Directions town commander? Shixinjue didn't dare to think about it anymore. That terrifying existence was the real top combat power of the human race, the one who could dominate the fate of the entire Jiangai city. This brother in black is too powerful. He punched a monster that even warriors couldn't break through and flew 40 to 50 meters away. Is this the strength of a martial artist? Haha, our martial arts master is here, we don't have to die. Brother Hey, no, you are my Hey Dad, kill him. Let those idiots from the Blood Moon world see the power of our martial arts master. Roar. The second-level monster came to its senses. The punch directly hit a big hole in its body. The pain was unbearable and the anger completely overwhelmed it. It's going to tear that man to pieces. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Facing the fierce attack of the terrifying monster, Wang Sai was not afraid at all. He rushed forward and punched out in a blink of an eye. The punch hit the monster's head hard, creating a big hole in the ground. Wang Sai did not rest, he kept punching, one punch after another. Ants have the greatest strength, and after becoming a human, Wang Sai's strength becomes his advantage. Ouch. The monster that was blown away could no longer be recognized as a monster. There was blood all over its head, and the huge fist marks were very eye-catching. It scared. Seeing Wang Sai continue to attack him, he let out a cry of pain, and a look of pleading for mercy appeared on his face. Haha, it's scared. Can you be afraid of monsters? Aren't you arrogant? Why don't you seem arrogant anymore after seeing our martial arts master? Wang Sai didn't care whether the monster was afraid or begged for mercy. The order he received was to kill the monster in front of him. He came in front of the monster again and punched it, completely blowing its head off. The second-level monster dies. Haha, we won. Finally, we don't have to die. Master Wu sure is so awesome. Honey, we can get married again, that's great. My black daddy is awesome. When the people in the community saw the monster being killed, they roared with excitement. Some rushed out to check on the injuries of the warrior, and others uploaded the video of the previous battle between the men and the monster to the internet. The space crack disappeared after the second level 2 monster appeared, so some electronic equipment could be used again. Immediately, this matter began to ferment on the internet. I remember there was a corpse of a monster here, why is it gone? A man rushed out and pointed to an open space next to him. He remembered that this was the location of a monster that was killed by the electric pole hero. Now the body was gone, leaving only a long trail of blood. Was he dragged away by someone? The man followed the blood stain, and not long after, he found the end of the blood stain, which turned out to be a sewer well. However, just as he was looking inside, something with blood-red eyes suddenly attacked him, and he immediately lost his balance and fell down. Then countless blood-red eyes lit up inside, followed by the roars of countless rats and the painful screams of the men. A figure quickly passed through the darkness, shuttling between the tall buildings, with a 2-meter-long spear behind him revealing a cold light. This person is Wang Yangshu, a person in charge of Fenghua Martial Arts School, and his strength has reached the level of a high-level martial artist. Originally, he was working in the martial arts hall because of some matters. After receiving the news that a community was invaded by a second-level space crack, without waiting to call his subordinates, a man came with a gun. Time is of the essence. If he can arrive 1 second earlier, one person may be saved. What a troubled time. Wang Yangshu sighed, and with a powerful burst of strength, he leaped to the target community, then gripped the spear tightly and rushed in. However, when Wang Yangshu arrived at the community square, the first thing he saw was the terrifying men in black blowing the head of the level 2 monster apart with one punch. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Who is the man in black? He looked very unfamiliar and was not from any other martial arts gyms nearby. In his perception, the monster was as powerful as a high-level martial artist, and he would have to pay a price to kill it, but the men in black killed it with just one punch. And most importantly, he didn't even sense the man's strength. It turned out that the man in black was even stronger than him. Why did a powerful martial artist suddenly come to the area under the jurisdiction of their Fenghua Martial Arts School and attack? Master, a high-level human martial artist has arrived. He has noticed me. Do I need to get rid of him? Give me a minute. When Wang Sai saw Wang Yangshu coming, he spoke to Fong Fan, and because of the existence of the system, the two could communicate in their hearts. Don't do it. That's a good guy. Fong Fan was originally comforting his frightened family, but when he heard Wang Sai's voice, he was almost scared to break out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stopped them. This person should be the martial artist from Fenghua Martial Arts School who rushed here after hearing the news. They are here to save people, not to die. You are so crazy, are you afraid that I don't know? Looking out the window, with the help of the light, I saw a powerful human holding a spear appear. Yes, Master. After receiving Fong Fan's order, Wang Sai gave up the idea of dealing with this person. Wang Yangshu, who was standing aside, had no idea that he had already been to the gates of hell, and that the person who decided his life or death was actually a mid-level warrior whom he had never taken seriously before. Brother, what are you talking about? What do you mean by don't do it? What do you mean by a good person? You're not going to be scared, are you? Inside the room, Fong Ling watched her brother suddenly say some inexplicable words, and she was a little worried that there might be something wrong with his brain. My brother has no talent for martial arts, and it is uncertain whether he can become a junior martial artist in his lifetime. If his brain is really broken, how will he find a wife or a sister-in-law for him in the future? Do you really think your brother was scared? It's just a monster invasion. Your brother's strength is stronger than you can imagine. Did you see that big guy in black? He's my little brother. He almost killed the martial artist who came to rescue us. But I didn't agree. Sister, follow your brother and enjoy the good life. I will assign you a bodyguard in a while. He must be a master martial artist at least. Fong Ling was stunned, and when she reacted she quickly covered her brother's mouth. Brother, are you crazy? If the martial arts master heard you saying that, he wouldn't know how he died. A warrior should not be insulted. I know you're trying to prove that you're not mentally ill, but you can't joke like that. You're playing with fire. Fong Ling covered Fong Fan's mouth, and looked out the window to see that the respected black-clad martial artist not far away did not make any movement. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that her palms were full of cold sweat. Brother, can you please stop bragging in the future? Fong Fan found the look on his younger sister's face a little funny. The reason why he dared to say it out loud was because no one would believe it. He wouldn't believe it if it hadn't happened to him. Brother, you're still laughing. Don't you know the seriousness of this? Just based on that one sentence from you, the black-clad martial arts master can throw you out into the wild. Fong Ling looked at her brother who was still smiling and felt so angry that she almost died. He won't throw me no matter who he throws. Although Fong Fan complained, he still said it. Okay, I won't say any more. I know I was wrong. I will never brag again and I will be down to earth. That's better, brother. You can still say these words at home, but you must not say them outside. You must remember this. Okay, I'll remember that. After getting Fong Fan's assurance, Fong Ling felt relieved. Her brother's ability was not that good, but he just boasted without thinking. Girl. Fong Fan suddenly called Fong Ling, his expression serious. Fong Ling avoided his gaze subtly. Why did her brother suddenly become so serious? Did he find out? The only thing you have to remember is that your brother is awesome. If you have any problems in the future, come to me. After hearing what his brother said, Fong Ling breathed a sigh of relief, but then rolled his eyes, thinking that his brother was just bragging again and didn't take it seriously. What kind of screw did you eat that caused it to swell up so much? As a sister, I don't ask you to be awesome, as long as you live well. But when she saw Fong Fan's sincere eyes, Fong Ling actually began to believe it a little. Brother, that's what you said. As your sister, I really have something to ask of you. Just say it. You have to believe in your brother's ability. That's all. I'm going to go out with my classmates in a few days. I have some money, so can you give me some support? Not much, 500 will do. How about 200? Brother, you don't even have 200, do you? Fong Ling finished speaking with an expectant look on her face, but when she saw her brother's embarrassed look, she knew that she had said it in vain. What kind of brother was this? He even said that he had something to ask him. It seemed that she was overthinking it. You can't believe what your brother says. Change it. I, your brother, really have no money. Fong Fan was really embarrassed. He really had no money. He had been thinking about improving his own abilities during this period. How could he have the time to make money? Cut. Fong Ling sneered, and Fong Fan was stunned. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He actually let his own sister look down on him. How can I tolerate this? Brother, don't say that I look down on you. If you can get that respected black-robed martial arts master to give me 500 yuan in person, I will believe what you say and I will follow your words from now on. You have such a cruel heart. I don't have a sister like you. Fong Fan looked heartbroken, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. He was just worried that he would have no chance to save his face, and now this happened. If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will be like a sick cat. It seems that I have to establish my authority as an older brother. Haha, brother, it doesn't matter if you can't do it. Okay, I promise. Ah. You agreed. This time it was Fong Ling's turn to be a little confused. Didn't her brother know that this was impossible? She was just joking and making fun of him. I didn't really want that 500. Who would dare to take the money personally given by the martial arts master? Do you want to die? Besides, even if the sky falls, Master Wuxia will never give her money, right? At this moment, Fong Ling had already thought of what she would say to comfort her brother. It was okay to have dreams, but forget about dreaming. Who are you? Wang Yangxu walked forward and questioned the black-clad martial artist in front of him. Although his strength was not as good as this person, he had to confirm the identity of the person in front of him before he could determine his next attitude. Especially after what happened, all of this must be done with caution. Master, he asked me who I was. Wang Sai no longer had the intention to take action at this moment, but faced with the questioning, he had to ask Fong Fan for help. In his heart, his master was the omnipotent creator who knew everything. Everything must be done according to the master's arrangement. Ask who you are. Fong Fan stood by the window, watching everything that was happening. His parents and sister had just gone down to join the rescue operation. After a little thought, the answer came to me. His identity must not be exposed, otherwise he will surely bring disaster upon himself. Wang Sai has already appeared and is exposed in front of everyone. If he follows her, he will definitely be discovered. She can only take this opportunity to find an excuse to let Wang Sai leave, and then come back quietly. As for how to make up this excuse, it requires a lot of skill. You don't need to know who I am. My family and friends all died in the hands of monsters. I have been walking in the darkness of fighting monsters all my life. I'm leaving now. Please clean up the mess here. Wang Sai was about to leave after saying what Fong Fan said, but he didn't expect Wang Yangshu on the opposite side to react so strongly. Very good. Wang Sai pretended to be angry and looked at Wang Yangshu. A powerful aura enveloped him. Wang Yangshu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and secretly groaned in his heart. Why did he say what was in his heart in such excitement? No, I mean it's horrible. I'm sorry that I reminded you of your bad past. May I ask what level of strength you have reached? Wang Yangshu immediately corrected himself and asked carefully. A peak martial artist, only one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Wang Sai told the truth. It's him. It's him. Although there was no change in Wang Yangshu's expression, he was ecstatic in his heart. When he first saw the giant men in black, he felt a sense of familiarity. After confirmation, he found that he was right. This person is the monster hunter walking in the darkness. He is a very famous person in the martial arts circle in recent times. No one knows his identity, no one knows his name. Everyone who has seen him only knows that he is dressed in black and has a burly figure. He walks in the darkness and fights with monsters. Most importantly, I was alone, and all my family and friends died on the battlefield. Some people speculate that his strength has reached the peak of martial arts, and he is only one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. All this information matches what the black-clad martial artist in front of him said. At this moment, Wang Yangshu can be absolutely sure that he is the monster hunter. Dear Monster Hunter, I, Wang Yangshu, thank you for your help on behalf of Fenghua Martial Arts School. Where are you going next? Do you want to stay in Jiangai City? After Wang Yangshu learned the identity of the men in black, he immediately respected him, not only because of his powerful strength, but also because everything he did was for the human race. Walter. What is going on? Fong Fan on the other side was a little confused. He just made up an excuse, so how did he suddenly become a monster hunter? This person named Wang Yangshu thinks too much. But once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back, so one can only continue to speak. Aha. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. Fong Fan thought it was a good idea to just say, and leave the rest to Wang Yangshu to figure out. He is quite thoughtful, isn't he? The monster hunter responded. He did not deny that he was really himself. Wang Yangshu became even more excited. Wrong. Monster hunters never have a fixed place to live, and I just asked him whether he stayed in Jiangai City, and he did not deny it. There is only one outcome. This time he came to Jiangai City for the monsters, and he planned to stay here for a long time. Dear Monster Hunter, it seems you already know everything about that matter. What did I just say? I just said, and I knew it. I know nothing. What happened in this short moment? Wang Yangshu, you are really imaginative. I really want to see what's hidden in your little head. Aha. Fong Fan once again forced Wang Sai to speak. He was a little scared. If he said a few more words, the world would be destroyed. Dear Monster Hunter, the 4th level space crack in the wild is not something that you, or a martial arts school can deal with. We must gather the strength of everyone, so on behalf of Fenghuo Martial Arts School, I invite you to join us and become a part of us. Let's work together to fight against that level 4 rift. Wang Yongxiu shuddered whenever he thought of the space crack that appeared some time ago. In the last siege by the martial arts schools, the Fenghuo Martial Arts School sent a Grandmaster and several martial artists, but they did not expect that the monsters would become smarter and smarter. When the siege force arrived, 2 Grandmaster-level monsters suddenly appeared, and the siege force was completely wiped out. The 3rd-level space crack directly turned into a 4th-level space crack, standing next to Jiangai City like a time bomb, which would explode if not handled with care. Because of this battle, the combat power of Fenghuo Martial Arts School was greatly reduced, and it almost fell from a 3rd-level martial arts school to a 2nd-rate martial arts school. Now Fenghuo Martial Arts School is in urgent need of fresh blood, because the danger does not only come from outside, but also from inside. The surrounding martial arts schools have been eyeing Fenghuo Martial Arts School as a delicious cake and all want to come up and share some of the benefits. The sudden arrival of the monster hunter is a savior. His strength is about to break through the Grandmaster level. As long as he can join the Fenghuo Martial Arts School, a lot of pressure can be relieved and more time can be gained. A 4th-level space crack, isn't that where there exists a demon beast at the Grandmaster level? You must be kidding. As for inviting Wang Sai to join Fenghuo Martial Arts School, Fong Fan was stunned. He had never thought that things would turn out like this, but after thinking about it carefully, this was also a good choice. After all, Wang Sai has already appeared, so he can't appear by his side openly. So if he joins Fenghuo Martial Arts School and has an open identity, it will be more advantageous to do some things. It's decided. Okay, I promise you I'll join the Fenghuo Martial Arts School. Good. Wang Yongxiu was ecstatic. The reason such a strongman could join in so easily was definitely because he wanted to kill monsters for humans. Fenghuo Martial Arts School has added a new fighting force. Oh, by the way, do you have $500 on you? Just when Wang Yongxiu was about to take the monster hunter in front of him away to the martial arts gym, the monster hunter suddenly asked, and Wang Yongxiu was stunned for a moment, "You are a top martial artist, but you have no money." 500. I'll give you 100,000 first. If it's not enough, tell me later. Wang Yongxiu waved his hand. 100,000 was really a small amount of money for 2 people, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. He said awkwardly, "I don't think I brought anything." "What about the 200? You don't even have 200, do you?" Now it was Wang Yongxiu's turn to be speechless. What could he say? How could he foresee that a top martial artist would want to borrow 500 yuan from him? Who would believe this if he told others about it? In the end, the money was collected from the warriors of Fenghuo Martial Arts School. Wang Yongxiu didn't understand what the monster hunter was doing, and could only watch him walk to the side after getting the money. "Fong Ling, what are you thinking about? How could that powerful martial artist come to give you money? Do you really believe the nonsense my brother said? Work hard, and wonderful happiness is waiting for you in the future." Fong Ling moved a stone beside her. As everyone got involved, the battlefield was gradually cleaned up. As for the rest of the things, there were special people to take care of them, and it was not something that an ordinary person like her could take care of. Everyone in the family was happy that no one was harmed during this monster invasion. "Linger, the black-clad warrior is coming towards you. He is too powerful. I can't talk anymore. Don't show your true colors." Suddenly a voice came into Fong Ling's ears, and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Fong Ling subconsciously looked up and saw the mighty black-clad martial artist walking towards her step by step. Her eyes narrowed suddenly. No matter how she tried to dodge, she couldn't escape. It's over, it's over. Did the martial arts master hear me talking to my brother before, and now he is here to take revenge? I am so miserable. Fong Ling felt like crying but had no tears. Apart from this, was there any other reason why the martial master would come to see her? As for sending money, even if the sky falls, this won't happen. Respected martial master, great, sir. Fong Ling didn't dare to look up, for fear of offending the strong man in front of her. But as she looked up, she would see the black-clothed martial artist whom she was extremely afraid of looking at her with great respect. As her master's sister, her status is also extremely noble. If it weren't for his master's order, he would never allow himself to make such a move. Dear Master Wu'er, did this girl do something wrong? I will ask her to apologize to you right now. Quick, apologize to the respected martial arts master. A warrior nearby saw this scene and hurried over, scolding Fong Ling. Court death. Wang Xi was furious, and his whole body burst into energy. In an instant, the warrior who had just spoken was knocked unconscious by this terrifying energy. He didn't even know why he fainted when he woke up. Fong Ling was also shocked, but she didn't dare to speak and could only wait for her fate to come. Linger, the situation is urgent. I can help you leave here, but the price is that I will sleep for a year. The decision is now yours, you decide whether to stay or go. If we leave, we can't come back. He is too powerful. We can't be his opponent for the time being. The voice inside the body sounded again. It seemed that it also felt that things had reached a point where they could not be reversed, otherwise it would never have taken this step. Just when Fong Ling was in despair, Wang Xi spoke. Little sister, do you know the master, Fong Fan? A strongman who is at the peak of martial arts actually stutters when he speaks. No one would believe it if this were told to others. Huh? Fong Ling was confused. She must have heard it wrongly. She actually heard her brother's name from the martial arts master's mouth. And the voice inside Fong Ling's body was also confused. It really doubted whether there was something wrong with itself, as it actually heard from the mouth of this strongman what his master's useless brother was. No. He is my brother. Without waiting for Fong Ling to say anything, Wang Xi continued. Here is $500, pay it back to your brother for me. I owe him this. After Wang Xi finished speaking, he threw the money down and left without looking back. It was not that he didn't want to stay, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. Just these few words made him waste a lot of energy, and he was afraid that he would be exposed if he stayed any longer. It's so difficult to fight against your master's sister. It would be better to let him fight the monsters. Am I dreaming? Is the sky about to fall? A martial arts master wants to pay back money to his brother. Fong Ling didn't know how she got home until everyone left. When she got home, she saw her brother Fong Fan sitting on the sofa, leisurely eating melon seeds. Elder brother. A deafening roar almost frightened Fong Fan so much that he almost fell off the sofa. Fong Fan did not expect that his sister's roar could be so powerful. What on earth is going on? Looking at Fong Ling, who was about to cry out of fright, Fong Fan smiled bitterly. It seemed that his sister's tolerance was still not enough. Don't you know that? It is only natural to pay back debts, even martial artists are no exception. Oh, by the way, don't give me the 500. Didn't you want it just now? Here it is. Looking at his brother who was leisurely and looked like he was watching a show, Fong Ling really couldn't understand why his brother could still laugh when he had just been so frightened. Brother, tell me what happened. Do you know that I was almost scared to death? That's Master Wu'er. Fong Ling started to act like a spoiled child, and Fong Fan had no choice but to tell her the excuse he had prepared long ago. Nothing. It just happened that the martial arts master and I were having dinner at a restaurant. When it came time to pay the bill, he had no money. I didn't think he looked like a bad guy, so I paid the bill for him and gave him 500 yuan before he left. He asked me how I could find him to pay me back, so I showed him your photo. I had no intention of asking him to pay me back, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he turned out to be a martial artist, and we actually met. That's it. Is it that simple? Yeah, it's that simple. Do you really think your brother knows any martial artist? If I really knew a martial arts master, would I still stay here? Fong Ling obviously didn't believe it, but no matter how she asked, her brother wouldn't say anything more. In fact, deep down, she also felt that this was just a coincidence. Everyone in the family knew exactly how strong my brother was, and the voice inside me had also told me that my brother had no talent for martial arts. They are both from two completely different worlds, how could they get mixed up? Fong Fan looked at Fong Ling, who had locked him in the room, and his originally playful expression suddenly turned cold. Just now, Wang Sai told him that he found a mysterious thing in his sister Fong Ling's body that he could not see. It seemed that there was wisdom in it and it had communicated with Fong Ling. But no malicious intent was detected. Fong Fan snorted coldly. Everyone has his own chance. He did not intend to interfere with his sister, but if he found out that the intelligent thing had any intention to harm others, he swore to grind it to ashes. No one can touch his relatives. Before Wang Sai left, Fong Fan told him to make his own decisions on everything and he wanted to concentrate on preparing for the warrior assessment in 3 days. And somewhere unknown to Fong Fan, a man suddenly appeared in a magnificent office, took out a report and handed it to the majestic old man in front of him. And what was recorded in the report was Wang Sai's previous contact with Fong Ling. "Sir, is it possible that someone from another force has approached the sinner's family? Do we need to? How long did you say we've been keeping an eye on Sin Sun?" The majestic old man suddenly spoke. 40 years. For 40 years, I watched him grow up, get married, have children, and raise them. It was as if I was watching my own son. I'm sorry, I deserve to die. The subordinate standing by suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The old man in front of him could decide the lives of tens of millions of people with just one word, and countless strong men would die for him with just one sentence. It's a pity to kill him suddenly. The old man ignored the man and continued. It's been 40 years. If those old guys hiding in the dark really wanted to make a comeback, they should have come out long ago. It seems that they have really given up on their young master. In that case, there is no point in keeping it. The old man said casually, as if he was throwing away an unwanted chess piece. Then, the sinner's family. Leave no one behind. Yes, sir. The man was about to leave after receiving the order, but then the old man suddenly spoke. Remember, wait until the incident has passed before taking action. You need to make sure that the person disappears without any suspicion. Just in case of any accidents, send someone to warn that martial artist. It's best not to make too much noise. After all, Jiangai City is not our territory. Yes, sir. Xiaoji, is there really no way to change my brother's talent? My brother really wants to be a warrior, and as his sister, I can't just watch his dream shattered. In the room, Fong Ling was lying on the bed muttering to herself, but a voice appeared in her head. I have too many memory gaps now, and I can't find a way to improve your brother's talent. And even in the future, talent can't be changed. But after what happened just now, my memory partially recovered, and I discovered something that even scared me. What's up? Fong Ling was a little confused. The future has changed. To be more precise, in the time and space before I traveled through, your community was also attacked by monsters, but the ending was completely different. Everyone in the community died tragically. There was no such a powerful black-clad martial artist. The only ones who survived were you and your good-for-nothing brother. Same time, same place, same event, but different results. I don't know why it turned out like this. The voice in her mind made Fong Ling fall into silence. Xiaoji suddenly appeared 2 days ago. It said that it came from the future, where humans have perished and she is needed to save humanity. It is also said that she is the future queen of the apocalypse and one of the high-ranking officials of the human race. Could it be that your arrival changed some things, causing the original tragedy to not happen? I hope so, but this is just a small diversion in the long river of time. It will not have much impact on your future. That incident is the real change that affects your life. What's up? I can't tell you. The power of time is too complicated. I can only slowly guide you to make that event come earlier. But now my memory has recovered a lot. I have to train you to become a warrior in the shortest possible time so that you can complete the next mission. Okay, actually becoming the Doomsday Queen isn't important. What I want more is the safety of my family. Fong Ling smiled playfully. Compared to her previous life, she liked this ending better. I believe you, you will. Xiaoji seemed to be infected by Fong Ling's emotions and replied. But Xiaoji didn't know that it was not him who changed the future, but the useless brother Fong Ling he mentioned, and some unprecedented dangers were slowly approaching. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already 3 days later, and the warrior assessment officially begins. Come on, son. We believe you can do it. Fong Zhou and Chen Xin sent their son Fong Fan to the car heading to the martial arts hall with great anticipation. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Fong Zhou looked at the message that popped up on it, saying that there was an emergency to deal with. He then separated from his wife Chen Xin and went to the factory. Little brother, we've arrived at the martial arts hall. Fong Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the car, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the driver say that they had arrived at the martial arts hall. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and he slowly stood up. After paying the fare, I put on my backpack and prepared to step into the martial arts hall. This martial arts hall belongs to the Feng Fan Martial Arts School, and today's martial arts assessment will also be held here. Young boys and girls from all over the world gather here just to become warriors. I just don't know how many people can realize their dreams today, and how many will return in despair. Host, Fong Fan. Fusion talent. 100 times the power, current progress is 40%, the next stage is 1,000 times the power. Feeding value, 20. In 3 days, Fong Fan developed the fusion degree of his 100-fold strength talent to 40%. His strength even reached a terrifying 5,600 kilograms, making him already a high-level warrior. However, in a real warrior assessment, strength is not the only test criterion. One also has to pass a practical combat test. Only when both of these criteria are met can one be considered qualified. Speaking of actual combat tests, we have to talk about the martial arts hall. Generally, every school will have a few strength testers. If you want to test your strength, you can do it at school. However, actual combat tests can only be conducted in the martial arts hall. Because there is a first-level space crack suppressed in each martial arts hall, through the space crack one can go to the Blood Moon world and complete actual combat tests. Of course, this space crack is completely different from the wild ones outside. The strength and safety of the monsters will be guaranteed, and there will even be a martial arts master to monitor the whole process. Fong Fan walked into the martial arts hall, which was full of a sense of technology. What caught his eye were the two majestic characters at the top. Martial arts. The moment he saw these two words, Fong Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a majestic aura rushed towards him. He saw an endless wasteland with countless monsters roaring. A terrifying monster that wanted to devour the world was standing above them all, roaring towards the sky. Fong Fan struggled hard to break free from this momentum. In just a short moment, cold sweat had already secreted from his forehead. He had consumed a lot of energy and his breathing became rapid. What on earth is this? Just one glance almost made me fall. Fong Fan was still frightened and didn't dare to look any further. At this moment, his frightened look had been seen by the people around him. Ha ha ha, where did you come from, you bumpkin? Just 2 words scared you like this. You're here for the warrior assessment like this, go home as soon as possible. If we really see a monster later, we'll be so scared that we'll pee our pants. I think so too. With such guts, you still want to pass the warrior exam. You are just daydreaming. Go home quickly, kid. You can't come to the warrior assessment today. If you want to see the big scene, go somewhere else. Remember, warriors cannot be insulted. A middle-aged man kindly warned and walked into the hall. Everyone left one after another. No one would waste their time for an ordinary person. Didn't they see it? Fong Fan ignored the ridicule. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The people around him were of ordinary strength, and it was impossible for them not to be affected by that momentum. Am I the only one who saw that horrible monster? But why is this? Why only myself? Could it be that because of the insect talents that I have integrated, I can sense things that humans cannot? After thinking for a long time, Fong Fan still couldn't come to a conclusion, so he had to give up. But when he turned around, he noticed that a kind-faced old man next to him was looking at him with a naked look and even a hint of appreciation. What the hell do you appreciate? But I am a man. Sir, we don't make an appointment. Fong Fan turned around and left, but he didn't expect to hear the old man's obscene voice behind him. Not bad. Not bad. It's not bad at all. I think there's something wrong with your brain. Fong Fan hurriedly blended in with the crowd and ran away to no one knew where. I was free and unexpectedly met a young man with such a strong innate perception. The word martial arts was written with the blood of a Grandmaster-level monster. I never thought that after all these years, a young boy would be able to sense the mystery behind it. Kong Yuanlong felt a little curious about the young man. Grandmaster Kong, Grandmaster Zhua, and the other 4 Grandmasters are here. At this moment, a man behind the old man lowered his head and reported the situation, not daring to overstep the mark in the slightest. A warrior should not be humiliated, and a master should not be humiliated even more. Them. Well, it looks like this person is here with bad intentions. In that case, let's go meet them. Kong Yuanlong snorted coldly, because after that incident, the martial arts school's combat power was depleted, which attracted a lot of people's attention. Until today, it seemed that they finally couldn't help but want to take action. Kong Yuanlong leaped up, leaving a brilliant white mark in the air. Only then did the sound of sonic booms come. The Grandmaster is so terrifying. The man behind him was shocked every time he saw it. He turned around, took out his car keys and chased after him. This is a master-level expert. An experienced warrior saw this scene and screamed in disbelief. The people around were already stunned by this scene, but the last sentence sounded and completely set them off. He is a master-level expert. Mom, I actually saw a master warrior in my life. I am a warrior, and I actually saw the Grandmaster in my lifetime. No, I have to go back to my ancestral grave to see if there is any smoke coming out. Don't even mention you, a mid-level warrior. It's the first time for me, a high-level warrior, to see a master-level warrior. No, I have to go back and take a look. Maybe our ancestral graves are in the same place. Ah. I'm wet, Grandmaster, I want to give birth to a child for you. The amount of information was too much and I couldn't recover for a while. At this moment, Fong Fan has already entered the martial arts hall. Brother Fong, you are finally here. I thought you gave up. As soon as he entered the hall, Fong Fan heard the fat man's unique voice. By the way, Brother Fong, have you heard that a very powerful martial artist has come to Fenghua Martial Arts School? The 10-second video has gone viral online. He destroyed a level 2 monster with just a few punches. He's really too strong. I admire him so much that I'm willing to serve him tea and water. Brother Fong, do you know what the outside world thinks of that martial artist? Have no idea. Fong Fan was a little amused. The martial artist that the fat man was talking about couldn't be Wang Sai. He had been concentrating on improving his talent these past few days and had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the outside world. The first person under the Grandmaster. That's what people outside say. It's said that after this name got out, many martial artists came to challenge, but all of them returned in disappointment. Really? Why, Brother Fong, you don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can check it out online. Whoever tells lies will give birth to a child without an anus. When the fat man heard Fong Fan's disbelief, he became a little anxious. This was his idol, how could an ordinary person compare to him? I believe it, I believe it. At this moment, Fong Fan can be sure that it is Wang Sai. It seems that a lot has happened in these 3 days. Fong Fan sighed. During these 3 days, Fong Fan did not have much communication with Wang Sai, because his 100% loyalty allowed him to trust Wang Sai unconditionally. By the way, I also heard some gossip. The rules for this martial arts assessment may be different from before, and those who perform well during the assessment are likely to be noticed by the martial arts master of Fenghua Martial Arts School and be accepted as apprentices. That's Master Wusher's apprentice. If I were accepted as a disciple by my idol, the #1 person under the Grandmaster, I would laugh like a pig in my sleep. Of course, this is impossible. I just hope God will help me pass the test. Hey, Brother Fong, why are you laughing? Can't I just tell you something? So in the midst of the noise, the two had already arrived at the assessment area, and a staff member was starting to speak upstairs. Now that everyone is here, let me tell you the standards for this warrior assessment. For beginner warriors, the first level is a strength test, and the second level is a combat test. The rules for the first round this time are a little different from before. This time, as long as you can reach 450 pounds or more in the strength test, you can participate in the second round of the test. This is undoubtedly a very good opportunity for everyone. I know that many of you have already reached 450 kilograms of strength, or even higher, but don't be proud. Whether you can grasp it depends on the results of your actual combat tests. The rules of the second level of actual combat will be told to you by the martial arts master once you enter the assessment area. You should know that becoming a warrior is not the end, but the beginning. After becoming a warrior, you can join a martial arts school to continue your training. Of course, you can also find an ideal job with your warrior status. If you want to join a martial arts school, you can consider joining our Fong Fan martial arts school first. Our Fong Fan martial arts school has good benefits and we won't let you down. The most important thing is that our respected martial arts master will select those with outstanding performance as his disciples after everyone's assessment is over. Secret revealed, our #1 martial artist under the Grandmaster will also appear. The whole audience was completely excited after the staff member finished speaking. Not only was the assessment standard for the first level lowered, but there was also a possibility that he would be accepted as a disciple by the martial arts master, and the legendary strongman would also appear. If he was accepted as a disciple by him, it would be a step to heaven. Haha, I was right. Xiao Fangzi, remember to call me Fatty when we meet next time. I am Fatty's strength is exactly 450 pounds, not too much or too little. All the hard work during this period has not been in vain. The fat man on the side was so excited that he almost cried. He didn't expect that his luck would really turn around and he really had a hope of becoming a warrior this time. Don't be unhappy, Xiao Fangzi. From now on, whenever Fatty has something to drink, you will have a bite of meat to eat. I will never treat you unfairly. The fat man looked at Fong Fan and saw that he didn't react much. He thought that his strength was not up to standard, so he comforted him. The reason why Fong Fan did not react was, firstly, that his strength had already surpassed that of a high-level warrior, so this kind of assessment was a piece of cake for him, and secondly, he saw Su Wan'er not far away. Hey brother Fong, don't go, I'm just talking, don't be angry. The fat man saw Fong Fan walking to the side and chased after him. It was not until he saw Su Wan'er in front of him that he understood everything. It turned out that he saw the person he loved. No wonder he ignored him, he muttered. He who forgets righteousness for the sake of beauty is immortal. Classmate Su Wan'er, hello. Fong Fan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't understand why his thick skin was useless at this moment. It's Fong Fan and Yinqing. What a coincidence. I thought I was the only one taking the assessment in Area C. Su Wan'er saw that the two of them were somewhat happy and smiled playfully. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. Fong Fan was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say, but the fat man behind him, Yinqing, came to his rescue. Student Su Wan'er, weren't you admitted to the Fong Fan martial arts school? Why are you taking the test again? Hearing the fat man's doubts, Su Wan'er lifted her scattered hair and said with a smile. In fact, I also came here to be accepted as a disciple by Master Wuxia. After all, this opportunity is rare. If I can become Master Wuxia's disciple, I can avoid many detours on the road of becoming a martial artist. Besides, for some reasons of my own, I have to give it a try. Fong Fan saw that Su Wan'er looked embarrassed, thinking that it must be because of something that could not be told, so he stopped the fat man who wanted to get to the bottom of it. By the way, how are you guys preparing? Do you have confidence in this warrior assessment, especially Mr. Fong Fan? I remember that your last test result was not very ideal. You must keep going. Su Wan'er changed the subject. She looked at the somewhat shy boy in front of her and remembered how cute this boy was when they were in class. Sometimes when she was talking to him, he didn't dare to look at her directly. This incident troubled her for a long time, and during that time she thought that classmate Fong Fan disliked her. She actually knew what Fong Fan was thinking, and she herself was also somewhat interested in this boy who had a good personality and was somewhat cute, but Fong Fan was just a blockhead and didn't know how to take the initiative at all. So it's a pity that I didn't have a love of my own during my student years. The reason she came to Area C for the assessment this time was not a coincidence, but because she saw Fong Fan in Area C. She did this not to get entangled in anything, but just to put an end to this interesting experience of hers. Her family has already found a fiancé for her, who is a mid-level warrior, and his father is a martial artist. Such good conditions are something that many people would love to have, but she doesn't want to marry someone she doesn't love. So she wanted to resist. As long as she could become the martial arts master's apprentice, the marriage could be cancelled. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, she will work hard for it. Hey, isn't this Liang Ping? Why are you here for the assessment as well? Can anyone come now? After hearing Su Wan'er's words, Fong Fan was about to say something, but was interrupted by someone behind him. The two turned around and saw the fat man looking angrily at a person walking towards them. Humph! What does my assessment have to do with you? Liang Ping snorted coldly. Oh, you've gotten angrier after not seeing me for a few days. Look, what you said is wrong. Why don't you care about my business? As long as your sister is my wife, I am your brother-in-law. Do you think I should be in charge? Listen to my brother-in-law's advice. If it doesn't work, don't force it. What's the point? Go home quickly. It saves us from being embarrassed. Oh, I remember now. Are you delusional that after you become a warrior, you can make your sister divorce me and escape my control? Don't be naive. It's not easy to find a beautiful and obedient woman like your sister. I won't let her go so easily. Don't tell me, you look like a dead pig, but your sister is as beautiful as a fairy. I even doubt whether you two are from the same family. Ha 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 ha. Yinqing laughed as if no one was around, thinking of the scene where Liang Si was kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy in pain. The dark blue scars on his body were his battle records. You bastard. You are not my brother-in-law. My sister has never had a husband like you. You are a devil, a ruthless butcher. There was a hint of despair in the fat man's eyes. It was this man in his eyes who dragged his sister into the abyss. He used to appear in front of everyone as a gentleman, but ever since he married his sister, he no longer concealed his true colors and engaged in domestic violence, bullying, and humiliation all the time, doing all kinds of evil. When my sister Liang Si returned to her parents' home, she cried countless times, saying that she never wanted to go back to that home again and that she was about to die. But every time I watched in despair as my kind sister was pulled away little by this man, her powerless cries cut my heart like a knife. But there was nothing he could do. It's because of the warrior men in front of me. But I am not. That was why he was eager to pass the warrior exam so that his sister could completely leave this man. As long as I pass this warrior assessment, then everything will not be a delusion. Don't be angry, brother-in-law. If you are angry, I will be unhappy. If I am unhappy, Seer will be in pain. I think you, as a younger brother, should not make your sister suffer. Ha 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 ha. Yinqing sneered, his eyes full of threats. What he liked to see most was the helpless growl of the weak. You. Shameless. The fat man suppressed the anger in his heart that he could not vent and turned his head away. As long as he became a warrior, even just a beginner warrior, he could pull his sister out of the dire straits. Oh, brother-in-law, I forgot to tell you that I'm here to take the intermediate warrior assessment. Even if you pass the primary warrior assessment this time, don't daydream. I will always be superior to you. After hearing Yinqing's cold words, the fat man's desperate eyes became even duller. He stared blankly at the surging crowd beside him, as if the assessment had nothing to do with him anymore. Intermediate warrior. God, are you going to kill both of us brothers and sisters? Please save us. Can someone come and save us? No matter who it is. As long as he can save us from this devil, I am willing to work for him like a slave for the rest of my life. The fat man roared helplessly in his heart. When they heard Yinqing say that he was about to be certified as a mid-level warrior, some people around him who wanted to take action gave up the idea. After all, a mid-level warrior was not someone they could afford to offend. Hey, you're Yinqing. I originally heard Fatty say that you are not worthy of being a son of man, but now I think he is wrong. It's not that you are not worthy of being a son of man, but that you are not even worthy of being a dog. Don't call yourself Yinqing anymore. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Just call me bastard. Fong Fan at the side suddenly spoke, causing everyone to laugh, but more of them were puzzled. How could you, a person who hasn't passed the warrior assessment, dare to provoke a warrior who is about to be certified as an intermediate warrior? Su Wan'er on the side also looked at Fong Fan with concern. Brother Fong. The fat man on the side was so moved that he almost cried when he saw Fong Fan speaking for him, but he subconsciously wanted to stop him. That bastard wanted to be certified as an intermediate warrior, and Fong Fan, who had not passed the warrior assessment, was not someone he could afford to offend. He didn't want his good friend to be implicated because of him. But Fong Fan stopped the fat man with one hand and looked directly at Yinqing, while the fat man looked at Fong Fan in shock. He had just used all his strength, but his good friend Fong Fan stopped him with just one hand. I think you are looking for death. Yinqing was extremely furious. He was actually provoked by a weakling. He threw a punch, gathering all his strength and saying, "You are a weakling, who gave you the courage to provoke me?" At this moment, the voice of the manager was heard in the hall. No noise or fighting is allowed in the martial arts hall. If it is serious, you will be disqualified from the assessment and expelled from the hall. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Yinqing, making him suddenly wake up. Then he looked at Fong Fan fiercely, and then threw a harsh word before walking towards the intermediate warrior assessment area. You'd better never leave the martial arts hall. Yinqing already hated Fong Fan in his heart, but what he didn't know was that it was the manager's words that saved his life, otherwise he would be lying here now. Brother Fong, are you okay? No internal injuries, right? The fat man waited until Yinqing left before reacting. He forgot that Fong Fan had just stopped him with one hand and hurriedly touched Fong Fan's body, fearing that he might be injured. That devil could do anything. Su Wan'er also walked forward with a worried look on her face. I'm fine. Fong Fan secretly thought it was a pity that he didn't let that guy attack first, because in the martial arts hall, self-defense counterattack was not considered a violation. With just one punch, he could make that guy completely unable to take care of himself. I originally wanted to solve this problem for Fatty here, but it seems I can only wait until the assessment is over. I'm glad you're okay. You almost scared me to death just now. I thought you were done for this time. The fat man was still frightened. Student Fong Fan, don't be so reckless next time. If there is anything, we can solve it together. You are making us very worried. Su Wan'er said this cautiously, but at the same time she also felt a little relieved for Liang Ping. She was happy that he had a good friend who dared to stand up for him in this situation. She was not wrong about him. Fong Fan was indeed a person that others could trust. But they will not belong to the same world in the future. Yeah, don't worry, Su Wan, I won't be so reckless next time. Fong Fan was a little excited. The fat man next to him felt relieved when he knew that everything was fine. He vowed to pass the warrior assessment, not for others, but only for his sister to get rid of that scumbag. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely become a warrior. Even if he is a certified intermediate warrior, I will get rid of him. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the hall. The warrior assessment officially begins. Charge. Bang. The flesh on the fat man's face was struggling, his eyes were extremely intense, and his whole body's momentum reached its peak. He swung out with a punch, hitting the strength tester. 470 pounds. Qualified. Bright red numbers and eye-catching large characters appeared on the screen. Ha 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 ha, I passed. The fat man walked out of the examination room happily and told Fong Fan and Su Wan'er about his results. The two of them couldn't help but feel happy. The strength test was quick and soon it was Su Wan'er's turn. The fat man was dumbfounded when he learned the result. 600 kilograms of strength. She is 130 pounds taller than him, which is a huge gap. When Fong Fan found out about this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He thought it was only a little over 500, but he didn't expect it to exceed 600. I couldn't understand how such a petite body could have such great strength. Finally, as they both expected, it was Fong Fan's turn. Brother Fong, even if you are not qualified, I, Fatty, will still recognize you as my brother. I have a younger sister. Fong Fan stopped the fat man from speaking in time and entered the examination room without looking back. The fat guy was a little worried. The result of Brother Fong's last strength test was only 300 kilograms. Is it possible to reach 450 kilograms in such a short time? Becoming a warrior is Brother Fong's wish. It must be a bad feeling to have his wish shattered. The fat man had already made up his mind that since it was impossible for Brother Fong and Su Wan'er to be together, he could introduce his sister to Brother Fong. After all, he trusted Brother Fong's character. If you can't become a warrior, having a wife is not bad either. But just when the two were worried about Fong Fan, there was an explosion in the test room. It really exploded. Fong Fan looked at everything in front of him in confusion. He had not expected that after one punch, the strength tester in front of him would start to smoke, and then explode with sparks and lightning. The staff conducting the test were also confused. He has been testing for so many years and has never seen a situation like this. How could the strength tester explode out of nowhere? Is it a tofu dregs machine? He reported the matter immediately, and soon another person came into the assessment room. He looked left and right at the exploded machine, said a few words, and left. I'm sorry, candidate. This was an oversight on our part. The circuitry of this machine is a bit old, which caused internal problems. An accident occurred during the test. We are very sorry for this, but it will not delay this test. Please follow me. The staff member spoke to Fong Fan sincerely, and then led him to a new assessment room. This machine was produced in recent years. The probability of error is less than 1 in a million. I believe it will not have any problems. Please continue to test it. I will answer any questions you have. The staff is full of confidence this time. Under his control, there will definitely be no mistakes. If this thing breaks down again, will you let me pay for it? Fong Fan's first reaction when he saw this new machine was that he couldn't afford to buy it even if he sold all his assets. Please rest assured, our Fenghua Martial Arts School will bear all the expenses for the assessment, and I believe that there will be no problems in this assessment. Okay, then I'm relieved. After getting the answer from the staff, Fong Fan no longer had any worries. He stood in front of the machine, took a deep breath, and then threw a punch that fell to the ground like a meteor. He used 100% of his strength in this punch. Today's warrior assessment is his chance to encounter the wind and cloud-changing dragon. He has been waiting for this day for 18 years, and no one can stop him. Boom. Bang. For a moment, Fong Fan was full of vigor and vitality, like a king descending into the world, and then he was dumbfounded. This so-called brand new machine, like the previous one, began to smoke after being hit by Fong Fan's punch, and then sparks and lightning flashed, and it exploded with a bang. Fong Fan was the first person to actually see fireworks twice during the warrior assessment. Hey, your machine is terrible. It exploded again. Fong Fan took the initiative because he couldn't afford to pay anyway. This is impossible. This must be impossible. But why did it explode again? Even if I blow it up, it won't explode. The staff was completely stunned, and then they stared at the ruins and cried. The fat man and Su Wan'er outside were waiting anxiously, wondering why he hadn't come out for so long. What had happened? The others had already completed the first level of the assessment. The fat man even wanted to rush in to take a look, but was stopped by the staff nearby. The first level of strength test is over, and the second level of practical test is about to begin. Candidates who have passed the test, please follow me. A martial artist from the martial arts school suddenly spoke up. Sir, I have a companion who is still in the first level of testing and hasn't come out yet. Can you wait a little longer? Just a moment. The fat man spoke anxiously. He didn't want Brother Fong to miss this opportunity. Ha ha ha, it hasn't come out yet, what else can it be? It must have failed. I'm embarrassed to see you, so I sneaked away. Who said he ran away? Maybe he's in there drinking tea and eating some snacks. Ha ha ha, I think this is possible. Not everyone can pass the test. Your friend hasn't shown up yet, so he must have left. There are many such examples in such a big test. After the fat man finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. Quiet. Examinee, I have been ordered to take you to the location of the second level practical test. I hope you will not waste everyone's time. Everyone please follow me. The warrior did not agree to the fat man's request. The order he received was to take everyone away. Impossible, Brother Fong can't leave by himself. He must still be in there. The fat man stared at the exit, but when he and Su Wan'er were the only ones left, he still didn't see Fong Fan appear. If you two don't leave now, you will be disqualified from the assessment. The staff at the side urged, and Fatty and Su Wan'er had no choice but to leave and continue to the next assessment. Brother Fong/Fong Fan, where have you been? Sir, the notification has been sent down, and the warrior assessment is proceeding as normal. Inside a room, the staff of the martial arts gym were trembling as they reported their work to a kind old man in front of them. They did not dare to show the slightest sign of slackness on their faces, as all the people here were big shots and they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Tell him to do the strength test again because of the machine. This time, replace the strength measuring instrument for assessment with a strength measuring instrument for warriors. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the staff member hurriedly turned around and left. He breathed a sigh of relief only after he was far away from the room. He did not expect that a small incident during the assessment would alarm the owner of the museum. The design of the strength measuring instrument specially used for assessment sacrifices bearing capacity in exchange for high accuracy, but the strength measuring instrument specially used for warriors is different. It can withstand a force of 10,000 pounds, and the martial artist level above is even more powerful. But he felt that replacing the machine with one for warriors was an overreaction. The boy was only 18 years old. Even if he was very powerful, he was only a junior warrior. The owner of the hall is a powerful master, why would he care about such a small matter? Master Kong, the four of us didn't come here to watch you deal with these trivial matters. What kind of tricks can a small warrior assessment bring? Let's discuss the ownership of this martial arts hall. A middle-aged man who exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time suddenly spoke, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became cold. Why? I, Kong Yuanlong, am not dead yet. Are you unable to resist snatching it now? Kong Yuanlong frowned slightly, but his eyes never left the large electronic screen in the room, as if the person sitting next to him was not the master. The image on the electronic screen was actually the real-time monitoring of Fong Fan's test. Haha, Master Kong, we are not competing with you. We are redistributing resources. The martial arts hall has always been ruled by the most capable. Before that incident, we had no objection to your Fenghua martial arts hall being in control. But can the current Fenghua martial arts school still compare with the previous one? Another man spoke up, smiling with a dagger hidden in his heart. The four masters have formed a united front, and there is no way they will return empty-handed this time. Everyone, please don't hurt the harmony. Since we are here, let's say that this matter can be discussed. Doesn't Mr. Kong want to see how strong that boy is? Then the four of us will accompany Master Kong to have a look, but I hope Master Kong can leave some time for us later. Another Grandmaster spoke, and the other three Grandmasters didn't know what to say. They snorted coldly and looked at Fong Fan in the video. Fong Fan didn't know that his actions had attracted the attention of the five masters. At this moment, he was taken into a room by a staff member. A machine that was slightly different from the previous one was placed in the middle of the room. Candidates, please continue with the test. When the staff's voice sounded, Fong Fan didn't think much about it. He had already guessed why the machines he tested twice before exploded. His own strength had already exceeded 5,000 kilograms, and he was already beyond the range of a primary warrior. The machine used for testing simply couldn't withstand the great force. Come on, don't let me down this time. Fong Fan whispered and raised his whole body's momentum to the extreme. His blood was flowing, his strength was gathering, his fist was clenched so hard that it made a creaking sound, and with a bang, his punch broke through the air and hit the machine hard. The momentum is good, the strength should be able to exceed 3,000 kilograms. It seems that your Fenghua martial arts school has found a treasure this time. In the office, a master saw Fong Fan's performance from the monitoring room and couldn't help but praise him, saying that he could reach the intermediate level of martial artist at the age of 18, which was a rare genius in any third-level martial arts gym. If he is trained well, he will become a top-level martial artist in the future. Master Kong, how about giving this kid to our Dingan martial arts school? I can decide to give you 5 level 2 monster hardcores from Fenghua martial arts school. Another master relied on his many years of experience and knew that the boy in the video had more than 3,000 pounds of strength, and it was very likely to exceed 3,500 pounds, so it was worthwhile to exchange him for 5 level 2 monster hardcores. This is already a very high price to pay. After all, not every second level monster has a monster hardcore. Ha ha ha, I was right about this guy. I'm telling you, this guy is from my Feng martial arts school, don't have any bad ideas. Kong Yuanlong was very surprised to see this scene. He felt that this boy was extraordinary at the door of the hall. He possessed superhuman perception and now his strength can reach 3,000 kilograms. With such talent, he can become a master. Seeing Kong Yuanlong's firm attitude, the four of them didn't say anything more. Although the young man had good talent, it was not worth it for the four masters to argue about it. Boom. There was a loud bang in the assessment room, but this time the machine did not explode. The bright red numbers on it were changing wildly. The workers nearby looked at the scene in disbelief. Originally I thought the museum owner was making a big deal out of nothing, but it seems this young man is really not simple. At this moment his mood is just like the values on the machine, changing wildly. 5,600 kilograms. When the value appeared, the staff on the side dropped their jaws in shock. 5,600 pounds, how is this possible? This is the power that only high-level warriors can exert. How is this possible? Not bad. Fong Fan didn't know what others were thinking. When he saw the value displayed this time, he just nodded with satisfaction. High-level warrior. In the office, when everyone saw the value displayed on the machine, the four masters couldn't help but shout out. No one concealed the shock on their faces, and everyone could see the excitement of others. They are masters at the master level and can better understand what this means. A strength of 5,600 kilograms, appearing in an 18-year-old boy, can no longer be described as talent. As long as he does not die prematurely, he will definitely become a master-level strongman. Even the realm of a Grandmaster is possible, and he could become the one who suppressed the martial arts school. How could they not be excited? They didn't expect that during this trip, they would discover such a monster. Master Kong, I, Su Wan'er, swear in the name of the Grandmaster that as long as you give this boy to my Dingan martial arts school, my Dingan martial arts school will never interfere in the affairs of the martial arts hall, and will also give Feng martial arts school 20 level 2 monster hardcores. The Grandmaster who had just spoken could no longer sit still. This kind of genius was hard to come by. He could have given up before because this young man had only decent talent, but now he could not give up no matter what. Dingan martial arts school are really a disgrace. As long as the elders agree to give this young man to our Shanghai martial arts school, I, Shi Yanyan, swear in the name of the Grandmaster that I will not interfere in the affairs of the martial arts hall, and I will also give you 30 monster hardcores, and I will also stand with Feng martial arts school. Shi Yanyan, you are despicable. You are going to tear up the agreement between us. Humph, so what if you tear up the agreement? Compared to this young man, a martial arts hall is nothing. Shi Yanyan is not at all inferior, he will definitely take this young man to his Shanghai martial arts school. The two masters were determined to have a big fight. Before, they were able to fight Kong Yuanlong together because they had common interests, but now they were showing a tendency to split up in the face of interests. As the old saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This is the territory of my Feng martial arts school. It's not your turn to run wild. I'm telling you, he's from my Feng martial arts school. If anyone dares to get involved, I, Kong Yuanlong, will sacrifice my entire martial arts school. Kong Yuanlong is indeed a veteran master. The aura of a strongman emanates from him, and the four people are deeply shocked. They did not expect that his strength has improved again. Master Kong, is there really no room for further discussion? If you offend our four major martial arts schools at the same time, you have to carefully estimate the cost. A master spoke again, his words were unkind. How? If you don't agree, I can compete with you right now. It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a long time. Ha ha ha, elder, you are joking. It's not worth it to fight for a mere teenager. We might as well not do it. The fourth Grandmaster tried to smooth things over, but it was precisely because of this sentence that the other four Grandmasters made up their minds completely. Since we can't get it, you, Feng Martial Arts School, can't get it either. This boy must die. When his assessment ends, that will be the time of his death. You, Kong Yuan Long, can't stop the four of us Grandmasters from attacking together. The four masters looked at Fong Fan in the video. Although they felt a little reluctant, they thought it was better to kill him than let him fall into the Feng Martial Arts School. If he became a Grandmaster in the future, the first trouble would be his own martial arts school. Even if there is only a trace of this risk, we must nip it in the bud. Seeing the four people quiet down, Kong Yuan Long did not relax. Instead, he felt that this was the calm before the storm. Unexpectedly, this young man gave him such a big surprise. It seems that after this is over, no matter because of the martial arts hall or this young man, I can't avoid a big battle. Young man, please don't let me down. Kong Yuan Long certainly knew what they were thinking. He muttered to himself, his eyes drifting away with his thoughts. Boom. Boom. Near a second-level space crack in the wilds of Jiangai City, a burly man in black was killing all the monsters he saw like a tyrant. Wherever his eyes went, no grass grew and no monsters existed. The space crack suddenly turned into a cemetery for monsters. As long as I kill 3 more level 2 monsters, I will be able to break through to the Grandmaster level. I'm sure the Master will be very happy to hear this news. I will be able to protect the Master better now. The man in black who was speaking was none other than the mimicked Wang Sai. After he transformed into a human, he quickly adapted to human society and found a way to upgrade quickly. These beings who are raised by their masters can all advance by killing monsters. 3 days ago, he joined the Feng Martial Arts School. After staying there for 2 days, he said goodbye to the schoolmaster and came here to seek an opportunity to break through to the master level. He has killed all the monsters in this space crack, and no new monsters will appear for a while. Suddenly, Wang Sai sensed the breath of a monster and attacked again without any hesitation. Dear, respected examinee, your strength test results have been recorded. The following is a practical test, please follow me. Ever since the staff got to know Fong Fan's true strength, they no longer spoke clearly and did not dare to look up at him. They did not even realize that they had added the word sir after addressing him. After all, he himself was only at the level of a beginner warrior, while the candidate in front of him had already reached the level of an advanced warrior. It seems that strength is everything. No wonder everyone wants to climb up. Fong Fan sighed. If it weren't for the advent of the system, he might just be an inconspicuous passerby on the roadside. Dear examinee, this is the weapons storage room. Please choose the appropriate weapon. There is one thing I must explain to you. Since the strength test just now took up some time, the actual combat test started half an hour ago, so the weapons here are all leftovers from others. If you want to reselect, I can apply to the higher authorities. No, these will do. Fong Fan looked at the many weapons left in front of him and was a little confused about what to choose. However, when he saw something, he had an idea. Can everything here be used as a weapon? Yes, Mr. Candidate. Okay, I'll take that one. Fong Fan pointed to a corner nearby, where it seemed that not many people went. Okay, that knife is the best of all the weapons here. Although it is ugly, it is good enough for you to use. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that the adult in front of him was a high-level warrior, and that the knife was only used at the elementary and intermediate levels. No, I think you misunderstood. I meant the pillar next to the knife. Ah. Pillar. The staff member was stunned. He looked at the pillar next to it. It was indeed an alloy pillar with a base diameter of 20 centimeters and a total length of 4 meters. It was the supporting pillar of the armory. Its material was also made of a strong alloy in order to ensure the safety of the armory. Promise him. A voice suddenly came into the staff member's ears and his body trembled violently. He knew it was the voice from the martial arts school. Okay, I'll get you this pillar. So, under the shocked eyes of the staff, Fong Fan carried the alloy iron pillar in one hand and walked towards the actual testing site. Wait a minute, examinee. A great man wants me to pass on a message for you. He says, a warrior should be fearless and fight to his heart's content. Let me see if you are worthy of my Feng Martial Arts School's full support. Okay, then you can also pass on a message for me. Fong Fan, as you wish. After Fong Fan finished speaking, he turned and left. He had already guessed who said this. Who else could command the entire Fenghua martial arts school? The owner of the hall, Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong. It seems that my performance has attracted the attention of the Grandmaster. This is also Fong Fan's plan. After all, in today's martial arts society, you will never achieve success by fighting alone. Even if you have a breeding system and can breed indefinitely, everything will be in vain if you don't have time to grow. Is it possible that he can only rely on Wang Cai, who is only at the peak martial artist level, to protect him? Feeding values can only be obtained after killing insects. It took him 7 days to collect the feeding values needed to feed Wang Cai to the martial artist level. Moreover, Fong Fan has a hunch that the feeding values required for the 6th feeding will no longer be a 5-fold increase, but more. This is just one. If you raise a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th one, the required feeding value will be an astronomical figure. Therefore, for better development, joining a martial arts school is the best choice. As long as your talent is strong enough, you will get more attention. In this way, you will have more time and manpower to help yourself grow. In fact, sometimes Fong Fan felt that he was too anxious. Becoming strong is not something that can be achieved overnight. He also wanted to slow down, but ever since he integrated the ant talent, he felt a sense of crisis looming over himself and his family, especially in recent days. That sense of crisis has become even heavier. He dared not relax, he had to continue to become stronger so that he could stand up when his family needed him. After passing through a thick concrete wall and walking for several minutes, Fong Fan finally saw a space crack that was heavily guarded by soldiers. This place is far away from the martial arts hall, so the cracks will not affect the normal operation of the hall. At this moment, an hour has passed since the actual combat test began, and candidates have been coming out one after another. However, these candidates were thrown out by the martial artists stationed inside because they failed the test. But these people did not leave after they came out, wanting to see how many people could pass the test. While these people were waiting, they suddenly saw a figure slowly appearing behind them. Why are there still people coming now? Could it be the examiner? No, he's not wearing work clothes. He's a candidate. No, why is he carrying an iron rod? One person spoke in surprise, he suspected that he had seen it wrong. I remember a fat guy said before that his friend hasn't gotten out of the 1st level yet. Could it be him? Now that you mention it, I think I remember it. There is indeed such a person. Everyone was talking about it, but when they saw Fong Fan's momentum, they didn't dare to say anything. Who could withstand a blow from that stick? Humph, what else can he do now? Bring me a stick. I think you're just here to show off. You'll have to leave stealthily later. Someone failed the assessment and was in a bad mood. When he saw Fong Fan like this, he became very angry and started to complain. Fong Fan ignored him and stepped into the space crack. So this is the Blood Moon world. Fong Fan stepped in, then felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he saw a brand new world. Everything was so strange. Looking around, it was as if he had come to the primitive world. Any tree around here can rival the century-old trees outside. The actual combat test lasts for 1 day. The rules are very simple. If you come back here alive after the time is up or come to see me with the monster's head in advance, you will pass the test. A low-level monster of level 1 gets 1 point, a medium-level monster gets 2 points, and a high-level monster gets 3 points. The higher the score, the greater the reward. The space rift will close in 1 day and will open again in 1 year. I don't think you would want someone to bring your body back in a year. This is a distress talisman. Crush it and we'll be able to sense it. But if you crush it, it means you have failed the test. Please choose carefully. Remember, don't play tricks. I have the right to deny your achievements. In front of the space crack, a martial artist was sitting with his eyes closed. His duty was to guard the space crack. Seeing Fong Fan coming, although he didn't know why there were still candidates entering, he introduced the situation here to him as usual. Yes, sir. Fong Fan also knew that time was running out, so he chose a direction and left quickly. The martial artist next to the space crack opened his eyes and muttered. It's flashy, but not practical. He uses such a big pillar as a weapon, and he's exhausted before he even finds the monster. I wonder which martial artist he is, treating actual combat as a joke. This place is only opened once a year, that is, it is opened during the annual warrior assessment. Before that, a martial artist will clean up the place and only leave the first-level monsters. There is no need to worry about not having enough monsters here because this is the Blood Moon world. Fong Fan didn't know where he came, but he soon found traces left by humans, a used bandage. Anyone who saw it knew that someone was in danger here. Just when Fong Fan was stunned by this, a monster suddenly jumped out from the side, a ferocious tiger-shaped monster, its sharp claws revealing a cold light. You've even learned how to trick people. Fong Fan was almost attacked, but he came to his senses and quickly started to fight back. The iron stick in his hand tore through space and smashed towards the attacking demon tiger, but the demon tiger reacted faster and dodged by somersaulting in the air. Fong Fan didn't expect that the first monster he encountered would be so difficult to deal with, and he also saw the appearance of the monster tiger. A medium-level monster of level 1. Blood Tiger. Roar. Seeing that the attack failed, the blood tiger roared and attacked again. Fong Fan's iron rod was not to be outdone. He exerted force with both hands and swept away the enemy with one move. Bang. There was a miserable sound of bones breaking, and the blood tiger screamed, then fell against a tree beside it, and then died. My strength has reached that of a high-level warrior. As a level 1 intermediate monster like you, it's a good thing that you didn't turn into meat paste after being hit by my iron rod. Fong Fan stepped forward and cut off the blood tiger's left ear as evidence of the killing. This place is too big. It's unrealistic to look for Fatty and Su Wan'er. Besides, they should have found their own team. After all, traveling together is the best hope for survival here. My goal is not to complete the assessment. I must kill enough monsters to gain enough attention. Soon, Fong Fan encountered a monster again, but he couldn't name it. During the fight, the smell of blood attracted 2 blood tigers, and the pressure increased dramatically in an instant. Fortunately, the strength of the 3 monsters is not high, 1 is of medium level, and 2 are of low level. When facing 3 monsters at the same time, Fong Fan, due to the lack of combat experience, was able to kill the 3 monsters only after paying a certain price. Fong Fan sat on the ground tiredly, with 3 bloody corpses of monsters lying quietly beside him. His body was also covered in blood, but most of it was not his. The battle just now consumed most of his physical strength, and under such circumstances, Fong Fan also discovered his own shortcomings. The strength is enough, but the reaction and physical condition are not good enough. When facing those fast monsters, his iron rod could not hit the opponent at all, and it would also waste his physical strength. If this continues, it will be difficult to survive, let alone kill any more monsters. If it weren't for this assessment, Fong Fan wouldn't have known when he would discover that in this situation, the warrior would be fine in the early stages, but the hidden dangers would become greater as time goes on. Even without taking any action, his body would collapse directly due to the huge difference in attributes. I now have to fuse a talent again. This talent must be able to greatly enhance my reaction speed or physical fitness. Otherwise, according to my current combat ability, it is far from enough. If you have it, choose it. Mantis. With a unique body structure, he is a natural hunter and a natural master of disguise. Mantis is one of the few carnivorous insects in nature. As a natural swordsman, it is the best killer in nature and a common and familiar ferocious predator. Moreover, in the previous life, there was a martial art named Mantis, whose power can be imagined. Before the assessment, Fong Fan spent some time collecting several kinds of insects and raised them separately, and among them happened to be mantises. Although he raised quite a few, Fong Fan did not fuse their talents at will. After all, he could only fuse 2 types now. Ding dong, Mantis's talents discovered: combat instinct, dynamic vision, powerful mimicry. Do you want to extract them? System: extract the Mantis talent. Ding, extraction successful. Battle instinct, dynamic vision, powerful mimicry. Seeing this, Fong Fan was very conflicted. He wanted the first combat instinct, and he also wanted the second dynamic vision. As for the third powerful mimicry, it was of little use to him now, so he could give it up for the time being. The fighting instinct talent is to transform the fighting consciousness into a talent and integrate it into the human body. From then on, fighting becomes an instinct, just like knowing to drink water when you are thirsty and knowing to eat when you are hungry. Even if you are an ordinary human being, once you have the fighting instinct, you will be the king of soldiers on the battlefield. And dynamic vision is an even more terrifying talent. It can capture, decompose, and perceive the image of a moving target when observing it. It is the ability to perceive the details of a moving object. Simply put, it is like a bullet fired from a barrel, which moves as slow as a snail in your eyes. In the battle with monsters, life and death often depend on a single moment, and the talent of dynamic vision seems to be born for this purpose. One is fighting instinct, and the other is dynamic vision. Both talents can greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Fong Fan did not think about it for a long time and made a decision quickly. System, I choose to integrate dynamic vision. This feeling is so powerful. Fong Fan completely integrated the mantis's dynamic vision into himself, and when he opened his eyes to look at the world, it seemed to have completely changed. The branches swayed in the breeze, and in Fong Fan's eyes, the process slowed down dozens of times. He could even tell which direction the branches would sway next in the wind. At this moment, Fong Fan's eyes are not only an ultra-high-speed camera, but also a super-powerful processor. He can quickly capture, decompose, and perceive anything in his eyes. The terrifying thing about this dynamic vision is not just that it can slow down everything 10 times, it also improves Fong Fan's reaction ability 10 times. If an ordinary person needs 0.5 seconds to react after something normally happens, then a warrior needs 0.05 seconds. Then Fong Fan only needs 0.005 seconds. What a terrible result. Fong Fan was able to react almost the moment it happened. Any sneak attack is meaningless to Fong Fan. And it's not just the reaction speed, even the physical functions and agility have been greatly improved. I am now able to beat 10 of my former selves, and it's effortless. This feeling is really great. Fong Fan said excitedly that this dynamic vision gave him a huge surprise. Host, Fong Fan. Fusion talent. 100 times the power, current progress is 50%, the next stage is 1,000 times the power. Elementary dynamic vision, the next stage is intermediate. Feeding value, 20. The talent of 100x strength has also increased slightly due to the restoration of dynamic vision. Now my strength has reached 7,000 kilograms, and I am one step closer to becoming a martial arts master. Now that I have the bonus of dynamic vision, how big is the difference between me and a martial artist? Fong Fan didn't think any more and dissected the 3 monster corpses. The scene was as bloody as it could be. After the dissection, he climbed up the tree and waited. Sure enough, it didn't take long before it attracted quite a few monsters. Hey, here come 4 more. Fong Fan's voice rang out from the tree, immediately alarming the monsters gnawing below, and they roared at him. But Fong Fan would not tolerate them. With an iron rod in his hand, the self-service scene immediately turned into a slaughterhouse. There was a bloody battle, and after the incident, Fong Fan repeated his old tricks, removing the left ears of the monsters and dissecting them, then hid aside and waited for the prey to come. The bloody land became larger and larger, attracting more and more monsters, and Fong Fan's pockets became fuller and fuller. So much so that in the end, Fong Fan no longer looked like a human being. He looked like a horrible bloody man, his body covered in layers of monster blood. The murderous intent in this place was getting stronger and stronger. Fong Fan waited for a while and saw that no monster appeared. He knew that this place had been regarded as a restricted area by monsters. Then he peeled off the monster's skin, made a simple backpack, put the monster's left ear in it, and left without looking back. Fong Fan didn't even know that after he left, a team of 5 people passed by here and were so scared that they couldn't speak. The girl was even scared to the point of peeing her pants and directly crushed the help talisman, thinking that a terrifying monster had appeared here. The martial artist who rushed over after hearing the news was also deeply shocked when he saw this scene, but he soon noticed traces of people left here, and the left ear of each monster had disappeared. Then I knew it was written by a candidate. It seems that there is an extraordinary person among the candidates this time. Maybe he can participate in the future battle of geniuses. This boy has a bright future. The martial artist sighed, but did not forget the purpose of his visit. He took the person who crushed the distress talisman back with him, so that the 5-man team instantly became a 1-man team. The only person left looked at the horrific place in front of him, then looked at the martial arts master who was about to leave. Although he was extremely reluctant, he crushed the help talisman in his hand. If I stay any longer, it will be difficult to survive, not to mention the assessment. Fong Fan, who caused all this, didn't know where he was. It was already late at night, and there was no trace of anyone around. Fong Fan doubted whether he had reached the boundary of the assessment. Suddenly a scream was heard. Fong Fan suddenly became alert, and then he heard the sound of fierce fighting and the roar of monsters. This is... Fong Fan did not move rashly, but slowly walked closer to observe. Quick, run away, I'll stop it. I didn't expect this beast to escape the siege of the martial arts masters and successfully advance to the second-level monster by hiding at the border of the assessment. Its strength has reached the martial arts master level, and it is not something you examinees can deal with. We have a distress talisman, we can ask for help from Master Wu'er. No, this place is too far away from Master Wu'er. It's too late. The voice coming from afar startled Fong Fan. Among the voices just now, one was the fat man's voice. How could he be here? Is Su Wan'er here too? Su Wan'er felt a little desperate after hearing the answer. She and Fatty entered the Blood Moon world and formed a temporary team with 4 other people. Among the team members were 3 candidates with similar strength to her. After hunting for half a day, they finally hunted down 3 first-level lower-level monsters, 2 first-level medium-level monsters, and 1 seriously injured first-level high-level monster. As for the last one, it was unexpectedly too cunning, and was able to run so far even after being seriously injured. Everyone didn't want to miss such a good opportunity, so they kept chasing it, but unexpectedly they arrived at the assessment boundary. Although they succeeded in killing the seriously injured monster in the end, they unexpectedly alarmed a more terrifying creature. A martial artist-level monster that has been hiding at the border. The group was immediately defeated, 3 of them were injured, and even the fat man was seriously hurt. If it weren't for the timely action of the senior warrior in charge of guarding the border, they would have become food for the monster. Why don't you run away? The warrior glared at the 6 men and became furious when he saw that they didn't move at all. This voice sounds so familiar, how come I remember where I heard it before? After Fong Fan heard this, an image of a person appeared in his mind. We won't leave. The 6 of us plus you, sir, will definitely be able to defeat this level 2 monster. One of the 6 people spoke up and said, how can we retreat in the face of danger? Then he swung the heavy weapon mace in his hand and rushed towards the monster he was fighting with, but was then slapped back by the monster's claw. He was even further back than his original position, and had completely fainted. Seeing this scene, Sun Liquan was completely speechless. This is a level 2 monster, and you, a junior warrior, can't deal with it. If it hadn't just been promoted and was a little weak, it would have been killed by that one palm strike. Sun Liquan wanted to say something, but the monster's attack had already arrived. He raised his sword and tried to resist, but was also knocked away. Is my luck so bad? Sun Liquan looked at the 7 of them, and then at the gradually approaching level 2 monster. The last time they had such a close encounter with death was probably 3 days ago. At that time, he was still a mid-level warrior. Unexpectedly, after the invasion of monsters, he found an opportunity between life and death and broke through to a high-level warrior in a short period of time. I was lucky that time and met the telegraph pole hero, so I managed to survive, but this time no one can save me. The fat man next to him covered his injured arm with hatred in his eyes. I hated myself for being incompetent, hated myself for failing to live up to my sister's expectations, and hated myself for not being able to introduce a partner to Brother Fong. Su Wan'er also closed her eyes in despair. Perhaps this result was a good one. After all, she was marrying someone she didn't like. At this moment, the monster was already within reach. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, immediately startling several people. They saw a black dot breaking through the air from a distance, then getting faster and faster, and its target was the second-level monster in front of them. What is this thing? Someone saw this scene and screamed. So big, so long. Sun Lichuan's strength is much higher than the other 6. He has already figured out what the black spot is and said it subconsciously. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized why this sentence sounded so familiar. I think I said that somewhere. Run away. Then a roar came from behind everyone, and a humanoid blood monster passed by everyone in an instant, then grabbed the huge iron stick and attacked the second-level monster again. And this blood monster was none other than Fong Fan. The reason why he became like this was simply because he killed too many monsters, and the blood mixed with minced meat was all over his body, and he didn't clean it up. The huge iron rod carried infinite power and smashed the monster again and again. What are you still standing there for? Run away. Sun Lichuan turned his head and yelled at the dazed people behind him. At this moment, everyone came to their senses, picked up their teammate who had fainted before, and fled to the outside. Before the fat man left, he turned his head to look at the adult fighting with a stick behind him. He felt a familiar feeling from the adult, and this feeling was very appropriate, just like. That's right, it's the same feeling that Brother Fong gave him. Brother Fong. The fat man looked at the martial artist who was fighting with the second-level monster in front of him. It had nothing to do with Brother Fong in any way. How is this possible? He can't be Brother Fong. Fatty, Su Wan'er, and others quickly moved away from the battlefield, but Sun Lichuan did not leave. Looking at Fong Fan who was fighting, his eyes lit up and he said that he felt like he had seen this scene somewhere before. The posture of waving the stick is similar to that of the telephone pole hero. Thinking of this, my right cheek still aches slightly. However, the telephone pole hero was just a teenager, and it was impossible for him to be so powerful. The more he watched, the more frightened Sun Lichuan became. Although the level 2 monster had just been promoted, it was still a level 2 monster and was not something that ordinary warriors could fight against. The adult fighting in front of him seemed to be able to do it with ease. No, it should be said that he was enjoying the battle. The ferocious stick technique seemed to know what the second-level monster's next move would be from the previous move. From his perspective, it seemed as if the second-level monster was actively hitting the iron stick. Moreover, any attack from the second-level monster could not hit the martial arts master. The monster that was once a terrifying one has now become a target in the hands of adults. Who is he? When did a martial artist who is good at using a stick appear in the martial arts gym? Fong Fan was enjoying the battle just as Sun Lichuan had said. He did not expect that after integrating the dynamic talent, his strength would become so terrifying. In his eyes, he could see everything about the monster. When to attack, where to attack, and it can be replayed in slow motion. He is using the second-level monster to hone himself, increase his combat experience, and make his talent even stronger. As the last stick fell, Fong Fan killed the squeezed-out level 2 monster, then skillfully chopped off its left ear, and then headed towards the depths without looking back. Sun Lichuan was so shocked that he didn't know what to do until Fong Fan disappeared. Then he turned around and prepared to report the matter to his superiors. We are out of danger now. I plan to hand in the mission. In our current state, it will be difficult to survive this night. What do you think? On the other side, everyone who had escaped from danger began to discuss the next things. Now half of the assessment time had passed. After this incident, everyone's combat effectiveness had been greatly reduced. It was appropriate to go back and submit the task now. I agree. That's fine with me. Okay, then our team has killed 6 monsters in total, so we will distribute them according to their strength. In the end, Su Wan'er got a level 1 intermediate monster, and the Fatman got a level 1 lower monster, and the 6 of them left towards the space crack, but they didn't know that after they left, Fong Fan came out from behind. I thought something bloody would happen again, but I didn't expect it to be so happily distributed. It seems that I was judging others by my own standards. But it's better if everything is fine. Then I can go outside the assessment area without any worries. After Fong Fan finished speaking, he carried the iron rod and walked deeper into the cave. Monster beasts below level 2 could no longer satisfy Fong Fan's desire to fight. He now needed stronger monster beasts to hone himself. You mean, there was a martial artist who used an iron rod and killed a level 2 monster in the assessment area? At the space crack, Sun Lichuan told the martial arts master who was guarding the space crack what had happened before, but now it seems that the guard was even more surprised than him. "Isn't that gentleman from Fenghua Martial Arts School?" "Okay, I understand what you said. Thank you for your hard work. Just keep this to yourself, don't tell anyone." The guardian recalled the young man who had come in during the assessment before, and he also carried an iron rod. Could it be that the person who killed the monster was that young man? If that's really the case, then this matter will become a big deal. The young man doesn't look very old, but he can fight a level 2 monster alone. Is another big shot going to appear in Jiangai City? I dare not think about it anymore. After all, this matter involves too many things. What if it is not the case? A day passed quickly, and the guarding warriors gathered together. Most of the candidates who took part in the practical test also came out, and some were on their way back. The space crack in the martial arts hall was already full of people, including Fatty and Su Wan'er. They had come out long before, but those who had completed the assessment could not go out for the time being and had to stay here. But as they watched people coming out one by one and there was no sign of Fong Fan, the two of them suddenly became a little anxious. Where did Fong Fan go? So far, the highest score is 10 points, having killed 3 level 1 intermediate monsters and 4 level 1 lower level monsters, while Su Wan'er ranked 16th with 2 points. 2 points is already good enough. After all, most people only have 1 point, or they wait until the end to come out. How many points do you think the boy named Fong Fan can get? Not far from the space crack, Four Masters stood beside Kong Yuanlong, staring at everyone who walked out of the space crack. They had been waiting here until now for the sake of that young man. After all, it was a dishonorable thing to kill a genius. The 4 of them seemed to have telepathic connection and did not pass the news back to the martial arts hall, but waited for him to show up. The master named Zui Yulong suddenly spoke. "I think the minimum score is more than 20 points. With the strength of a high-level warrior, it shouldn't be difficult." Sure, Yang Yan replied calmly, but only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. "He hasn't come out yet, maybe he has fallen into it." Another master said with a deeper meaning. It would be better if he could die in actual combat, so that he wouldn't have to fight with Kong Yuanlong. After all, Kong Yuanlong is a veteran master who came out of the year of disaster, and his strength should not be underestimated. Just when the 4 of them were thinking about their own things, a man suddenly walked out from the space crack, carrying a huge leather bag on his back. He was covered in blood, and the murderous intent on his body was enough to cover the area dozens of meters around. Many people couldn't stand the aura when they saw him and retreated a lot. Looking closely, the person who came had a lot of injuries on his body. He's here. No, he has the aura of a second-level monster. And there are quite a few. The moment Fong Fan appeared, the master had already sensed his breath, but the next second he discovered an even more terrifying fact: the backpack behind this man named Fong Fan actually had the breath of a level 2 monster. He was immediately horrified. Could it be that this boy named Fong Fan could cross the border and kill a level 2 demon beast? This is not a genius, this is a monster. Get started. Almost at the same time, the 4 masters realized this, roared, and turned into sonic booms to attack Fong Fan. One of them was still a little hesitant at first, but made up his mind in an instant. This boy's talent was far beyond their imagination. They have already had a feud with Fenghua Martial Arts School, so this kid must not be allowed to stay. If you can't get it, destroy it. A genius who dies young is not a genius. I'm back. Fong Fan said in a deep voice that although he had suffered many injuries during this deep test, his gains were still very good. He had killed 3 second-level low-level monsters in total, and he didn't know how many first-level monsters there were. Before he had time to clean the blood off his body, he finally returned before the end of the assessment carrying the spoils. Originally, he was expected to be greeted with shock from everyone, but when he walked out of the space crack, he had not yet adapted to this sudden change in the environment. He heard a few angry shouts in the distance, and then saw 4 powerful men emitting terrifying auras coming towards him to kill him. Fong Fan could be sure that this murderous intent was directed at him. A powerful Grandmaster wants to mess with me. In an instant, Fong Fan felt a sense of crisis of death coming, and this feeling made him despair. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. "How dare you, thief!" Kong Yuanlong was furious. He had underestimated the shamelessness of the four people and also underestimated Fong Fan's strength. He had not expected that Fong Fan's amazing performance would make the four people take action in public. The moment the four of them took action, Kong Yuanlong's high-level master's strength also exploded, and he rushed towards Fong Fan at an even faster speed. As long as he could contact Fong Fan first, he could take him away from here, and then use his speed advantage to get rid of them. He will have time to settle Fong Fan down and ensure his safety. However, the four people who took action were also masters, and their minds were extremely active. They certainly knew what Kong Yuanlong was thinking and would not leave such an opportunity. They reached a consensus the moment they took action, and the three of them rushed towards Kong Yuanlong at the same time. They didn't need to fight with Kong Yuanlong to the death, just stopping him for 1 or 2 seconds was enough. The remaining fourth person continued to attack Fong Fan. Kong Yuanlong, we want the martial arts hall, and this boy must die. With the three of us working together, you can't get through. Zui Yilong roared, and the three men threw punches instantly. Today, I, Kong Yuanlong, will start a Grandmaster battle with you. The fight will not stop until one dies. Kong Yuanlong roared, and faced with the siege of three people, he could only watch Gong Jianqing go towards Fong Fan. The scene suddenly became chaotic and the candidates below had no idea what was going on. The martial artists who were maintaining order were looking at this scene in horror. 4 powerful masters attacked at the same time. Did the other 4 martial arts schools want to declare war on their Fenghua martial arts school? But when they saw that their target was just one candidate, they were so shocked that they could hardly speak. Run away, young man. Then he immediately burst out with all his martial arts skills and rushed towards the attacking Gong Jianqing. Since that young man was the one that their hall master had to protect, as a member of the Fenghua martial arts hall, he naturally had to do his best. Even though he knew he was facing the Grandmaster. Go away. Gong Jianqing looked at the martial artist who overestimated his own abilities, knocked him away with a casual blow, and then attacked Fong Fan. A mere high-level warrior, even if he has the combat power of a martial artist, is just a bigger end to a Grandmaster. Just one strike can completely make him disappear from this world. If you want me to die, come and try. Fong Fan was also angry. He was attacked for no reason. If you want him to die, you can't do that even if you are a master. He didn't have time to react, but the martial artist who had just made the move blocked Gong Jianqing for a moment, and it was this moment that instantly raised Fong Fan's momentum to its peak. At this moment, the dynamic vision talent began to function 100% under the pressure, and the master's movements that were originally unclear now had a trace. Although it was still unclear, it was enough. Fong Fan bent his body slightly and turned violently, actually avoiding the attack from the Grandmaster. Although he avoided direct damage, he was knocked away by the aftermath and hit the wall heavily. Just from the aftermath, Fong Fan felt severe pain all over his body. His body began to crack everywhere, and he spurted out blood and fell to the ground seriously injured. He actually dodged it. Gong Jianqing looked at his palm in shock. He did not hold back in that blow. Although he was only an intermediate-level Grandmaster, he was still no match for a teenager like him. What a horrible talent. I cannot let you stay here. Cut the grass at its roots. If this young man is given a few years, he will grow into someone even more terrifying than him. By then, another great figure will emerge in Jiangai City. By then, I can destroy the Grandmaster with one hand. But unfortunately, this young man no longer has this opportunity, he is destined to die here. What just happened was also seen by everyone present, including Kong Yuanlong who was fighting with 3 people. When he saw this scene, his anger reached its peak. You all saw that he is not a genius, but a proud one, the proud one of our human race. When he grows up, he will be a high-level combat force of our human race. What's the difference between you killing Tianjiao and that monster? My Fenghua martial arts school can give him up, but I only ask you not to hurt this young man. Kong Yuanlong roared. Before, he just thought that this young man's limit was to become a Grandmaster, but he was wrong, extremely wrong. This was not a talent that only a Grandmaster could have. It was an existence above the Grandmaster. This is no longer something that his martial arts school can control, nor is it a talent that several martial arts schools can compete for. This is the wealth of the entire human race. The future of this young man should be on that top battlefield, not die here. For the safety of the young men and to add another powerful fighting force to the human race, Kong Yuanlong could even give up this opportunity. Kong Yuanlong, do you think we didn't see it? This young man is so talented that he can dodge a Grandmaster's attack at the level of a high-level warrior. This kind of monster is simply not something your Feng Hua martial arts school can keep. If we had known this earlier, would we have fought with you? But it's too late now. We've already started, and there's no turning back. Otherwise, we will be the ones to die. A genius who dies young is no longer a genius. The three masters were deeply shocked. This young man refreshed their cognition time and time again, so much so that they were all frightened afterwards. If they could go back on time, they would never make such a decision again. Unfortunately, there is no if. The three of them fought with Kong Yuanlong again, and Gong Jianqing walked in front of Fong Fan again, only to see that Fong Fan's face was pale and his breath was weak. An ant is still an ant. The gap between a warrior and a master is not something that can be compared by talent. You can't hide away this time. Gong Jianqing said in a deep voice. I want to know before I die, who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Fong Fan spoke with difficulty, and every sentence seemed to take up a lot of effort. What if I tell you? I am Grandmaster Gong Jianqing and the deputy head of Qinglei Martial Arts School. If you want revenge, remember to come find me in your next life. As for why I want to kill you, I can only say that it's because you are too talented. Ha ha ha, has having good talent become a sin in this world? Gong Jianqing, Qinglei Martial Arts School, Fong Fan, will remember this. If I can survive this time, I will repay you well. Fong Fan gritted his teeth and seemed to want to remember Gong Jianqing's appearance in his heart. Do you think you have a chance of survival? Gong Jianqing sneered. Really? Why don't you recognize me? Fong Fan's final expression made Gong Jianqing feel that something was wrong. He wanted to kill Fong Fan, but suddenly a deafening roar of rage was heard, and then he felt that extreme danger was coming. If you dare to touch him, I will kill you. The muscles all over his body suddenly contracted because of this sudden danger, and he had a premonition that if he didn't dodge immediately, he would die. He immediately retreated 50 meters, and right where he was just now, a burly man in black descended, emitting a terrifying aura from his whole body. Another master warrior. Wang Sai, I leave it to you. I'm going to take a nap. When Fong Fan saw Wang Sai coming, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master, Wang Sai is late. You take a nap first, I'll come back to see you with their heads. Wang Sai was furious, and a black aura suddenly spread all over his body. He had been promoted to a master and was on his way back when he was suddenly summoned by his master, so he rushed here with all his might. However, he did not expect that he was still a step too late and his master suffered such serious injuries. I want you to die. Wang Sai looked at Gong Jianqing, and the next second he crossed a distance of 50 meters, punched Gong Jianqing into the ground, broke the soil, grabbed his right leg, and slammed it hard on the ground. The sudden arrival of Wang Sai also alarmed the four people fighting above. He's the new martial artist who joined the Feng Hua Martial Arts School, the #1 person under the Grandmaster. No, he has been promoted to Grandmaster. The three were shocked. They didn't expect that he was a martial artist 3 days ago and had been promoted to a Grandmaster now. He was also a genius. So Feng Hua Martial Arts School has 2 more Grandmasters. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You are courting death. Kong Yuanlong was overjoyed when he saw Wang Sai coming and his cultivation had already broken through the Grandmaster level. It seemed that there was a chance to resolve this crisis. He burst out with all his strength and knocked Zui Yulong away with 1 punch, and then went to kill the other 2 Grandmasters. I was worried about Fong Fan before, so I couldn't waste time and had to find a way to break out. But now that the monster hunter has broken through to the Grandmaster level, I have no worries and can fight him to my heart's content. On the battlefield, the battle between Grandmasters is about to begin. Wang Sai has fallen into a state of rage, and his fighting power has soared again at this moment. Originally, he was raised by the system and had extremely high talent. After being promoted to the Grandmaster, his strength has been enhanced to the extreme. A junior Grandmaster can now fight against a mid-level Grandmaster. Moreover, after being promoted to a junior Grandmaster, he awakened his own Grandmaster talent, the Furious Body. After activating the Furious Body, his strength doubled again, and he could even become a match for a mid-level Grandmaster. There are very few people who can awaken the talent of a master, let alone such a powerful talent. The junior Grandmaster Gong Yinqing was trembling in Wang Sai's hands. He had no power to resist at all. He was bombarded with punch after punch, and a hole of dozens of meters had been smashed into the ground. I am the Grandmaster. You can't kill me. Gong Jian's head was bleeding, his face was bruised and swollen, there was no intact part of his body, he no longer had the demeanor of a master as before. In this short period of time, he had endured countless attacks and punches. If this continues, I will only end up dead. When you make a move, you'll die. Go down there and admit your mistake. Wang Sai's black aura rose again, and he attacked with great force, punching Gong Yinqing in the lower abdomen. His skin and flesh were immediately torn apart, and a crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Another punch completely ended Gong Yinqing's life. A master of his generation died at the hands of Wang Sai. The first one. There are 3 more. Wang Sai twisted Gong Yinqing's head off, and his terrifying body emanated a black aura. He exerted a little force and rushed towards the 4 people fighting in the distance again. Gong Yinqing is dead. The master who was fighting with Kong Yuanlong sensed that Gong Yinqing's life breath had disappeared, and immediately felt something was wrong. He turned his head and saw Wang Sai turning his head away. Black aura. He has awakened the Grandmaster's talent. A cry of surprise forced the other 3 to stop and look at Wang Sai. They saw Gong Yinqing whose head had been twisted off and Wang Sai emitting a black aura. Grandmaster's talent. Is God going to kill a few of us? Only one among 100 Grandmasters will awaken the Grandmaster talent, and awakening the Grandmaster talent means that this person can step into the realm of Grandmaster. Grandmaster Shi Yangyan, who was fighting with Kong Yuanlong, cried out in pain when he saw this scene. Did the 4 of them really do something wrong? Seeing Wang Sai emitting terrifying black flames and Kong Yuanlong fighting with him, he became scared and fled without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he would die. He didn't understand why something that would have succeeded 100 times would fail now. Seeing Shi Yangyan running away, the other 2 masters also became restless. The 3 of them, intermediate masters, could barely contend against the aging senior master Kong Yuanlong, but now one of them was missing, and there was someone eyeing them covetously. Not to mention fighting back, you can't even hold out for long. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. The remaining 2 people immediately turned into sonic booms and fled from there, but how could Wang Sai and Kong Yuanlong let them go? They immediately chased after them. The battle between the masters has begun and it will not end until one dies. How could those candidates who had just finished the examination have ever seen such a thing, a battle between masters, and even a master dying in front of them? They dared not act rashly. In such a situation, even if they died, they would have no place to seek justice. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, suddenly a huge change happened again. There was a scream, and a man fell suddenly from a high altitude, blood spurting everywhere, and he hit the ground heavily and lost consciousness. It's Shi Yangyan. The person who fell was actually the escaped Shi Yangyan. Then, the second and third holes were smashed into the ground again. All the masters who had escaped before came back in this way. Immediately afterwards, Wang Sai and Kong Yuanlong, who were emitting black aura, appeared again, but there was a person standing in front of them. He is a young man with a very young face. Although he looks young, the aura he exudes is more than 10 times more terrifying than Kong Yuanlong. Master Grandmaster, these 3 people attempted to murder the genius of our human race. They should be sentenced to death for treason. Kong Yuanlong looked at the young men in front of him and said respectfully that when the 2 of them had chased out before, they unexpectedly met the Grandmaster Lu Jingde who came. The Grandmaster took action and subdued the 3 of them in an instant. And Wang Sai, who continued to want to take action, was stopped by him. Oh. I owed you a favor before. When I received your request for help, I was not in Jiangai and it took me a day to get back. Didn't you ask me to come here to protect your disciple? Do you remember you said that your disciple had the potential to become a Grandmaster? How come he has now become the pride of our human race? You know, the title of human genius is only given to those geniuses who have the hope of becoming the commanders of the four directions. The young Grandmaster in front of Kong Yuanlong was a little puzzled, but after getting the explanation, he knew that Fong Fan could kill a level 2 monster with the realm of a high-level warrior and even dodge the attack of a Grandmaster. His face suddenly changed. If what Kong Yuanlong said is correct, then this young man named Fong Fan can truly be called a genius. Then this matter has risen to the level of the safety of the human race. Where is the boy named Fong Fan? Without waiting for Kong Yuanlong to answer, Lu Jingde used his powerful perception to instantly sense Fong Fan's location. In a flash, he arrived at the place where Fong Fan fainted and slowly reached out his hand to check his injuries. At the same time, a pure life essence slowly transferred into Fong Fan's body. However, as time passed, Lu Jingde's face became more and more ugly. When he withdrew his hand, everyone could feel his anger. The air began to flow slowly. Lu Jingde slowly stood up. The area hundreds of meters around him was so quiet that one could hear his breathing. You, how dare you? How dare you destroy the pride of our human race? Damn it. Lu Jingde was furious and filled with hatred. He attacked instantly. A palm that covered the sky appeared and instantly blasted the 3 people who had fainted into bloody mud. Dingtian Martial Arts Hall, Shanghai Martial Arts Hall, Chiyu Martial Arts Hall, Qianshan Martial Arts Hall. I, Lu Jingde, will shed thousands of miles of blood today to seek justice for this young man. Grandmaster Lu Jingde poured out his aura without reservation, his roar spread over a 10-mile radius, and the entire sky became much dimmer as a result. Sir, Fong Fan. Kong Yuanlong on the side suddenly felt that something was wrong, and he felt a panic that could not be expressed in words. Why did Grandmaster Lu Jingde have such an expression? Was it because Fong Fan's injuries were too serious? My meridians are severed, my path as a warrior is completely cut off, my life force is draining away, and I am powerless to recover. Lu Jingde said with pain. He was unwilling to believe this result. These were the geniuses of the human race, and each one of them was an invaluable treasure. He had examined Fong Fan's body more than 10 times, but the result was the same every time. The broken meridians and the constantly lost life energy are like a heavy blow to the heart. This was a genius of the human race. He did not die on the battlefield, but died at the hands of his own people. How could he not be angry and hateful? No, that's impossible. Sir, you must have seen it wrong. This is the genius of our human race. He is extremely talented. How could he fall here? Sir, take another look, he's just a child. He still has a bright future ahead of him. He cannot die. My lord, you must save him. After Kong Yuanlong heard what Grandmaster Lu Jingde said, his mind went blank and his body trembled. He couldn't believe what he heard. He then stepped forward and infused all of his already limited life energy into Fong Fan's body. He was visibly aging, with white hair appearing one by one. However, even so, Fong Fan showed no signs of waking up. No. Kong Yuanlong roared. The boy in his arms was only 18 years old. He knew nothing. His future was the sea of stars, not lying in the broken ruins here. Why did God do this to him? This matter must not end like this. Lu Jingde was filled with anger. If he had come earlier, this incident would not have happened. But now that things had come to this, he wanted to seek justice for the young man. It soared into the sky and headed towards the 4 martial arts halls. There is still hope. I still have a 1,000-year-old elixir that can definitely save him. Kong Yuanlong watched Grandmaster Lu Jingde leave, and suddenly thought of something. He picked up Fong Fan and left the battlefield. Wang Xi watched his master being carried away by Kong Yuanlong, and he also felt the poor condition of his master's body. But he did not follow Kong Yuanlong away, but left in the opposite direction. Master, you will not die. The Grandmasters and Grandmasters all left, and the battle came to an end. Some martial artists began to maintain order at the scene. They had not forgotten that today was the end of the martial arts assessment, and martial arts certificates and medals would be issued to those who passed the assessment. However, the people who received the certificates and medals did not seem as happy as they had imagined. When the experience just happened, they realized how insignificant they were. Why do I feel a sense of panic? The fat man looked at the warrior medal in his hand and said to Su Wan'er beside him. I feel uneasy too, but I don't know why. We have already become warriors. Su Wan'er also had the same concerns. Don't you think that the genius who was attacked by the Grandmaster and then carried away by the Hall Master just now looks a lot like Brother Fong? Why do you feel this way too? Su Wan'er was stunned, staring blankly at the fat man who was talking. She thought she was the only one who felt that the fallen genius just now was very similar to Fong Fan, but she didn't expect that the fat man also thought so. The two of them had this feeling at the same time, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Could that prodigy be Brother Fong? Impossible, impossible, how is this possible? This is indeed unrealistic. Where did Fong Fan go? Su Wan'er also denied her inner thoughts, so where did Fong Fan go? Did he really go back? Just when the two were puzzled, Fong Fan, who was seriously injured and unconscious, had been taken to a secret room by Kong Yuanlong, and the blood on his body was removed. He hurriedly found the elixir he had treasured for many years and obtained the elixir from the Blood Moon world. He used the powerful power to turn it into juice and sent it into his body from Fong Fan's chapped mouth. Then Fong Fan's complexion became visibly better, and Kong Yuanlong returned to his pale appearance before he could get excited after seeing this scene. Is it really hopeless? Kong Yuanlong murmured to himself. Now he only hoped that Grandmaster Luzhengde could seek justice for this young man. At this time, Grandmaster Luzhengde in the secret room had returned, but his anger was not reduced at all, and there were even signs of battle on his body. Sir, how is it? Kong Yuanlong asked anxiously. The old man from Dingan martial arts school was promoted to Grandmaster. I went to seek justice for him, but he not only showed no intention of admitting his fault, but also asked me to explain why I killed the Grandmaster of his martial arts school. I questioned him for the crime of murdering a genius, and he actually asked me, who can admit that the boy has the talent of a genius? If you don't pass the battle of geniuses, then you are not a genius of our human race. He's just a martial artist with better talent. You're saying I'm making a fuss. He also said that Zui Yulong's behavior this time had nothing to do with Dingan martial arts school, it was just his personal behavior. It is a great honor to have 4 masters buried with him. I was so angry that I fought a big battle with him. Now I don't know where I am hiding to heal my wounds. Since Dingan martial arts school said so, it must have joined forces with the other 3 martial arts schools. I was furious and beat the 3 people to death. I should have kept them as witnesses. Now, this young man's life force is constantly draining away, and he is about to die. There is no way to prove that he has the talent of a genius. If I had come earlier, this would never have happened. Alas, there is nothing I can do about this matter. No one will believe us just based on our words. Luzhengde knew clearly in his heart that this was the only way to deal with the matter. This young man had not passed the battle of geniuses, and his talent could only be suspected to be that of a genius. If he really held on to this matter, he would have no choice but to charge him with random murder. However, the 4 masters who caused this incident are all dead. If this is told to others, people will think it is an exaggeration and they have no idea of the inside story. If the immortal old man in Dingan martial arts school had not been promoted to Grandmaster, he could have directly destroyed Dingan martial arts school to vent his hatred. At worst, he would have had to serve on the battlefield for a few years. Then, I'm sorry to bother you, Grandmaster. I was the one who killed this young man. After hearing Luzhengde's words, Kong Yuanlong seemed to have aged a lot. At this moment, Wansai suddenly came in, and in the eyes of the 2 people who were looking at him with surprise, he walked straight towards Fong Fan, then bent down and put the thing in his hand into Fong Fan's palm when the 2 were not paying attention. Then he took it back. Deep in Fong Fan's consciousness, he had already sunk into the past and would not wake up completely in a short while. But at this moment, a magnificent voice sounded again. Ding dong, I found a salamander. Do you want to keep it? Ding dong, salamander talents discovered, body fluid poisoning, keen sense of smell, super self-healing, do you want to extract it? Where am I? Fong Fan's consciousness was in a trance. Suddenly, a magnificent voice was heard in the chaos, and he woke up suddenly. There was white fog all around, and at the end of the fog, there seemed to be endless darkness. He was the only one in the huge space. Ding dong, I found a salamander. Do you want to keep it? Ding dong, the salamander's talents have been discovered: body fluid poisoning, keen sense of smell, and super self-healing. Do you want to extract them? Salamander talent? Fong Fan was stunned for a moment, then his soul was shaken and all his memories before he fell into a coma were restored. At this moment, the white fog space surged, and then in Fong Fan's incredulous eyes, a huge ant made of white fog suddenly appeared, as if it was roaring, angry at the injustice of the world. Then, a huge and terrifying mantis appeared, with endless fighting spirits sweeping over it and soaring into the sky. If the giant ant was the overlord of one side, then this terrifying mantis was an unparalleled god of war. This is a talent of 100 times strength. And the gift of dynamic vision. This is the depths of my consciousness space. Fong Fan remembered all of this. After his actual combat test, he was attacked by the Grandmaster. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Although he managed to dodge the direct attack, the aftermath was not something a high-level warrior like him could withstand. Suddenly his whole body collapsed and he was seriously injured and fell into a coma. What happened? Why did the system suddenly prompt me to merge my talents? Master, you are too badly injured. Your vitality is draining away. An ordinary human physique is no longer able to save you. Only by integrating talents again can we survive. Suddenly, the giant ant made of white mist started to speak, and the voice was exactly the same as Wang Sai's. Wang Sai in the outside world saw that his master had regained consciousness and smiled. As long as he was there, his master would not die. Well, this time it's all thanks to you. Fong Fan felt a little emotional. He and Wang Sai had a telepathic connection, so he naturally knew what happened afterwards. Without further ado, he spoke. Extract. Ding, extraction successful. Body fluid poisoning, keen sense of smell, super strong self-healing. System, I choose to fuse super strong self-healing. As soon as he finished speaking, the space of consciousness changed dramatically again. A huge salamander made of white mist appeared. Its vitality was so strong and as vast as the sea. Just as Fong Fan finished speaking, strange changes also occurred in the outside world. Master Black Ant, I know you can't bear to see such a genius fall. But we did everything we could. Hei is the name that everyone calls Wang Sai. When he registered before, the name Wang Sai was not written down, but another name was randomly chosen. Kong Yuanlong looked at the approaching Black Ant and said reluctantly that he had remembered the performance of the Black Ant Master in the previous battle, and for the safety of the young man, he dared to face the intermediate master directly. What he didn't expect was that the Black Ant Grandmaster actually awakened his Grandmaster talent and killed Gong Jianqing, who was a mid-level Grandmaster, with the cultivation level of a junior Grandmaster. This is a rare genius even in a second-level martial arts gym. If Fong Fan has the qualifications to become a Grandmaster after the strength test, then Grandmaster Black Ant who has awakened the Grandmaster talent is 100% qualified to become a Grandmaster. You have actually awakened the talent of a Grandmaster. Not bad. I didn't expect that such a small Fenghua martial arts school could produce two geniuses. Lu Jingde also noticed Wang Sai, but when he thought of Fong Fan who died young, his heart ached. But, I just saw this boy's fingers move. Wang Sai said this very innocently, as if he had really discovered Fong Fan's change. What? This is impossible. The two were shocked. Their meridians were broken and their vitality was drained away. How could they still have any reaction? Just as Kong Yuanlong and Lu Jingde were shocked, a sound suddenly appeared in Fong Fan's body, and then continued, as if the broken bones in his body were healing and his meridians were recovering. This is... Lu Jingde teleported directly in front of Fong Fan. Looking at the changed Fong Fan, an impossible thought emerged in his mind. He didn't even dare to reach out to touch him, for fear of interrupting the process. The body is healing and the vitality is returning. Such an impossible reverse process has happened. This is the awakening of talent. Kong Yuanlong could no longer control his shock and cried out in shock. This kind of miraculous recovery of his body could only be possible due to the awakening of his talent. Grown-ups. Kong Yuanlong looked at Lu Xingde standing beside him and said in a lost voice. This is Grandmaster's talent. Yes, the Grandmaster's talent was awakened in a high-level warrior. This is a fantasy. Lu Xingde wondered if he was trapped in an illusion, but his constant perception told him that this was real. Today he witnessed something impossible happening in the world, and he also witnessed the birth of the most talented person in the world so far. He is only at the advanced warrior level, but he has awakened a talent that only a master can awaken. No matter what the talent is, it represents one thing, that is, this boy's talent is unprecedentedly powerful. What talent did he awaken? Looking at Fong Fan's gradually recovering body and life breath, the originally torn wound was healing at an extremely fast speed. Is it an immortal body? No, it's impossible. That kind of talent only exists in legends. Could it be a talent that can quickly recover from injuries? But where does the energy to recover from injuries come from? It can't come out of thin air. Lu Xingde fell into self-doubt, but when Kong Yuanlong beside him told him that he had used a 1,000-year-old elixir before, he suddenly realized. Perhaps it was because of this 1,000-year-old elixir that stimulated his already powerful talent, causing him to awaken a talent that can quickly recover from injuries. Coincidentally, the power of this elixir was also absorbed to restore his body. This gradual recovery of vitality is proof of that. Lu Xingde explained on the side, and he only guessed half right. Although the medicinal power was absorbed to restore the body, the talent was the super self-healing of the fused salamander. Sir, can he be saved? Kong Yuanlong asked excitedly. If his awakened talent is strong enough, we will witness a miracle with our own eyes. The emergence of the most gifted human in human history. Lu Xingde said with emotion that what happened every day was really up and down. Very good. Kong Yuanlong said excitedly. As for whether it is true or not, I need to investigate it myself. Seeing that Fong Fan was gradually waking up, Lu Xingde checked his physical condition again, and his powerful perception slowly entered Fong Fan's body. However, it seems that the expected situation did not occur. Finally, Lu Xingde withdrew his perception and said with a heavy face. You can save your life, but your strength can only be limited to that of a high-level warrior. His talent has been lost. His ability to awaken his self-healing talent before might have been his body's last resistance. How ridiculous! How ridiculous! A young man who was a genius of our race and could awaken the talent of a master at the advanced warrior level was destroyed by his own people. Lu Xingde burst into laughter and then flew away. No one knew where he was going. Perhaps it was because he could not do anything and was too embarrassed to stay any longer. At this time, Fong Fan had already opened his eyes. Fong Fan, it is my Fenghua martial arts school that is sorry for you. From now on, you are my disciple, Kong Yuanlong. I will try my best to restore your talent. Your master will personally avenge you one day. Kong Yuanlong looked at Fong Fan who had just woken up, and his heart was filled with grief. He clearly had a bright future, but now he could only be a high-level warrior. This was an unbearable blow for anyone. Fong Fan didn't expect that the wretched old man was actually the owner of Fenghua Martial Arts School and a powerful master. At the same time, he was also very moved. Wang Sai told him everything that had happened before. Facing the siege of the Grandmaster, he risked his life to save him. Now, knowing that his talent had been lost, he still accepted him as his disciple and tried his best to heal him. Looking at the grieving old man in front of him, Fong Fan really wanted to tell him the truth. It's not that my talent can't be restored, but that it has never been there. Thinking of this, Fong Fan didn't know why he wanted to laugh. The Grandmaster just now and the old man in front of him both made a mistake. How can you lose something you don't have? Before, he displayed great strength and was naturally considered to be gifted. Then, after being attacked, Grandmaster Lu Xingde discovered that his talent had been lost, so he thought it was impossible for him to make any further progress in martial arts. But is this really the case? Only Fong Fan himself knew the real situation. His talent was extremely poor. Even without any injuries, whether it was the Grandmaster Lu Jingde or the old man Kong Yuanlong who investigated him, the result was the same: he had no talent. Then why does he possess such powerful strength? It is not because of his own talent, but because he uses the hundredfold strength talent and dynamic vision talent integrated by the system. This kind of fusion talent cannot be detected by anyone. Coincidentally, the talent that Grandmaster Lu Jingde discovered after he was attacked was exactly the talent of his original body, so that by accident, he was thought to have lost his talent. It was such a coincidence. If Wang Xi hadn't told him the reason for their grief, he would never have thought it was because of this. Fong Fan wanted to explain it clearly, but after he said it, it became even more impossible to explain, so he had to say it. "My lord, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I'm really fine. Child, I know you are trying to comfort me. I didn't expect that not only is your talent so amazing, but your mind is also so mature. Are you afraid that I will avenge you and bring disaster upon myself? Don't worry, I won't allow myself to die until I find a way to restore your talent." Kong Yuanlong was even more heartbroken after hearing Fong Fan's words. He was once a genius, but now he has become an ordinary person. "My lord, I am not comforting you. I am really fine. You really don't have to worry about me." At this moment, Fong Fan finally understood why the previous martial artist Wang Yangshu had such a unique way of thinking. It turned out that there was such a gym owner. It's true that whoever owns the museum is like the kind of subordinates you will have. Good boy, I know you still blame me. I can understand that. I will do my best to make it up to you. Although you say you're fine, your talent is gone. Can't I see that? Are you going to tell me that this is your original talent? From now on, you are my disciple, Kong Yuanlong. No one can change this. Fong Fan looked at Kong Yuanlong in front of him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Because of him, the four masters were all buried with him, and by chance, he concealed the fact that he had a poor talent, and he also had a master who was a master. I was originally thinking about how to gain the attention of Fenghua Martial Arts School without bringing trouble upon myself, but now all has been solved. Not only was he valued by Fenghua Martial Arts School, but he also became the only disciple of the school owner. It's true, things are unpredictable. Fong Fan chatted with his chief master Kong Yuanlong for a while. Looking at the high-level warrior certificate and a high-level warrior medal in his hand, and then looking at his chief master beside him, he suddenly felt that this master was pretty good. Suddenly a phone call came in. It was from the master's cell phone. "What's wrong?" "What?" "Okay, I'll go now." Kong Yuanlong put down his phone with an anxious look on his face. Fong Fan felt something had happened and asked hurriedly. "What's wrong, master?" "There's a riot at the level 4 crack in the wild. Many level 3 monsters have invaded. We've even spotted level 4 monsters. The superiors have summoned the masters of our Fenghua Martial Arts School to prepare for battle. There must be someone behind this. Last time, our Fenghua Martial Arts School was seriously injured, and a master and many martial artists died tragically. This time, they specifically asked me and Master Blacken to go. They want to wipe out our Fenghua Martial Arts School in one fell swoop." Kong Yuanlong was furious, but his superiors had already given the order and he could not resist. Otherwise, he would be accused of a crime and he would probably not be able to stay in Jiangai City. It doesn't matter if he goes, but it will be hard for his new apprentice. He originally wanted to build up a good network for him and teach him some things, but he doesn't have the time. Fong Fan also noticed his master's concerns and spoke up. "Master, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Flowers in a greenhouse will never grow up. Even if my strength cannot improve, I am still a high-level warrior. In the eyes of some people, I am also a big shot. Our Fenghua Martial Arts School cannot do without you, master. You must be careful when you go there. I think Master Black Ant is a good person. You must discuss anything with him." After hearing Fong Fan's words, Kong Yuanlong was even moved. Now he was more and more satisfied with his disciple, who was very considerate in all aspects. However, when he thought of his talent, he felt heartbroken. Why does God treat his disciples so cruelly? "Okay, then I will go as your teacher." Fong Fan waited until his master Kong Yuanlong left, gave Wansai a few instructions in his heart, and then left the office. When Fong Fan came out, he heard everyone discussing the battle that happened before. Most people didn't know what happened and only saw the masters fighting. Little did they know that Fong Fan, the protagonist of this incident, smiled slightly and prepared to take a taxi home. But at this moment, a phone call came and Fong Fan's expression suddenly turned cold. The fat guy was beaten and sent to the hospital. "You devil, that's my brother, how could you go down and do that?" In the ward, Liang Si was roaring at the cold men in front of him, his face full of tears. He grabbed Yinqing's clothes and pulled them weakly. There was a person lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages. Although the doctor said he was no longer in danger of death, he still hadn't woken up. This person was none other than Fatty Liang Ping. Two elderly people around were wiping their tears silently. They were the fat man's parents. Faced with Yinqing's power, what could they do but endure it silently, even though they wanted to skin Yinqing alive? "Go away and leave me alone." Yinqing pushed the crying Liang Si away and threw her to the ground, revealing bruises on her body. "Seer." The old father helped Liang Si up. He also saw the bruises on his daughter's body. He wanted to go up and fight with this beast, but he held back. It's not that he doesn't dare. He doesn't care about his own death. But after his death, this beast will torture his daughter and son even more without any bottom line. "How do I know your brother is so stubborn? I just want to know the whereabouts of that guy named Fong Fan. He would rather die than tell anyone. I was going to teach him a lesson, but he's so weak. He deserves it. I tell you, Liang Si, I know what you are thinking. It is impossible. Now I am already an intermediate warrior. Your brother, a primary warrior, wants to resist me. This is the consequence. Tell me the whereabouts of Fong Fan, or where he lives. I want him to know the price of offending me." Yinqing said coldly that the guy dared to insult him in the martial arts hall. He really didn't know what was good for him. If Fong Fan had an older sister or a younger sister, he would definitely play with her to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Roll. Get out of here. I won't tell you anything." Liang Si roared, wondering how she could have been so blind to marry such a devil. "Humph, I would have found him even if you didn't tell me." After saying that, Yinqing left without looking back, and suddenly pushed the door open, bumping into someone who came in. "Humph, you're looking for death." Yinqing was already furious, but he didn't expect to meet another blind guy. Then a powerful force gushed out, trying to knock the men in front of him away. However, he did not expect that a force several times stronger than his own would bounce back and act on his body. He let out a scream and crashed directly into the wall. "Yinqing, what tricks are you playing again?" Liang Si said, gritting his teeth as he looked at Yinqing, who went out and flew back. "Fong Fan." He turned his eyes and looked towards the door, and saw that the person standing at the door was Fong Fan, and then he spoke anxiously. "Hurry up, Yinqing is looking for you." Liang Si was about to push Fong Fan out, but Fong Fan had come to solve this problem. "Sister, I came here this time just to find him. This matter must have a result." He then stepped into the ward, walked up to the unconscious fat man in front of everyone's surprised eyes, and spoke softly. "Fatty, I want to teach your brother-in-law a lesson, okay? If you don't say anything, then it means you agree." Fong Fan then spoke to Yinqing, who had not yet reacted. "Oh, I heard you were looking for me. I'm here. I also want to know, what is the price you mentioned?" "Ha ha ha, I was just looking for you, I didn't expect you to show up. Don't blame me for this. You brought it upon yourself." Yinqing staggered to his feet. He had forgotten what had just happened because of his excitement. He had never thought that the person who could knock him away would be weaker than him. "You just said you wanted to teach me a lesson, who do you think you are? Intermediate warrior? Or advanced warrior? I don't think you're even a warrior. Don't you want to know the price? I'm telling you, I'm going to play with all the women in your family in front of you, then cripple you and throw you into the garbage dump, so you'll know what despair is." Yinqing said frantically. He had been humiliated in public before, who could understand this feeling? "Fatty, I changed my mind. I want to beat your brother-in-law to death now. There was a hint of murderous intent in Fong Fan's eyes. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on his family must die. Haha, I think you're the one who's going to let me kill you first. Yinqing jumped up, and before anyone could react, he had already arrived in front of Fong Fan and punched him directly in the face. He could already see Fong Fan's brains being blasted out by his punch. Fear, tremble. The power of a mid-level warrior is beyond your comprehension. Bang. Yinqing was stunned. The feeling he imagined did not appear. Instead, he saw this guy named Fong Fan easily caught his punch. This is impossible. You can't be an intermediate warrior. I am an intermediate warrior. Yinqing was not the only one who didn't believe it. Everyone in the ward was stunned. The fat man's sister and parents looked at the scene in disbelief. A glimmer of hope appeared in the two old men's cloudy eyes again. You're right, I'm not an intermediate warrior, but I didn't say I was a beginner warrior either. The fight is over, it's my turn now. Fong Fan sneered, as if mocking Yinqing's weakness. Before Yinqing could get angry, a huge force swept through his body, and then he felt a pain in his head. He seemed to see his own blood spilling. Then everything went dark before his eyes and he lost consciousness. The ward was silent. The three people looked at Yinqing lying on the ground. His blood had soaked the floor and white brain matter was flowing out. Dead. Dead, he is finally dead. Liang Si cried with joy and squatted on the ground. She didn't expect that this day would come like this. She finally got rid of this demon. Dead, dead, my seer, you can finally get rid of him. The fat man's parents also cried. However, a problem immediately arose. Someone had died here, and he was a mid-level warrior. There was no way that the matter could be settled so easily. Just then, a nurse came in and screamed when she saw this scene. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Then he ran away without looking back. The patrolling warriors who heard the shouting came and surrounded Fong Fan, who walked out of the ward. Liang Si and his parents watched this scene nervously. They were all ordinary people and had never experienced such a scene before. But the next second Liang Si stood up and spoke to the patrolling warriors who came over. Sir, I killed Yinqing. It has nothing to do with him. Catch me if you want. But the inspectors ignored him and asked, how could an ordinary person like you harm a powerful mid-level warrior? Do you think they are blind? The patrolling warrior was about to speak when Fong Fan took something out of his pocket and handed it to him. The inspector was very puzzled at first, but when he took the token, his attitude suddenly changed and he spoke respectfully. Sir, let's drag the abuser away right now. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the inspectors who arrived cleaned up the murder scene and left without looking back. I didn't expect that the brand given by the master would be so useful. Fong Fan felt a little emotional. His master had given him this sign and told him that he could use it if he had any troubles. It seems that this is not only effective, but also very good. Sis, now that the matter has been resolved, it's time for me to leave. Don't worry about anyone harassing you anymore. When Fatty wakes up, let him recover from his injuries. I'll come visit him in a few days. Call me if you need anything. After Fong Fan finished speaking, he looked at the fat man again and left the hospital. Brother, you have made an incredible friend. Liang Si didn't come to her senses until Fong Fan left. Until now, she still felt like a dream. She could finally get rid of the devil Yinqing. Thank you. After everything calmed down, Su Wan'er walked out of another room, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Wan'er, it looks like Dad won't have to help this time. I didn't expect that there is such a person among your classmates. He can actually command the patrollers. It seems that his background is not simple. Now that this matter has been resolved, how do you think about what you promised Dad? Come back to Dingan City with me. The conditions there are more than 10 times better than here. You can also get better resources and go further on the road of martial arts. Dad finally found you, so let Dad make it up to you. As for the fiancé your uncle arranged for you, I've already told you about him. He's just the son of a mere martial artist. He wants to marry my daughter. He's courting death. The middle-aged man next to Su Wan'er turned out to be her father. Who is this man? Yinqing is one of the important cities for the human race. He went there without any hesitation and did not take martial artists seriously at all. Fong Fan. Su Wan'er's eyes were shaken. She was still shocked. She couldn't imagine that the young man who could beat up an intermediate warrior with one punch and command the patrollers was Fong Fan himself. What happened during the time he disappeared? Before, when she and Fatty walked out of the martial arts hall, they were surrounded by Yinqing. In order to protect himself, Fatty led him away, but she met her uncle who was looking for her halfway. Standing next to my uncle was a man who claimed to be his father. At first she didn't believe it, but after much evidence, she proved that the man was really her father. The man saw her anxiety and wanted to ask her the reason. She had no time to care about anything else and had to tell her father about the fat man, but she didn't expect her father to say that he could help, but she had to promise to go back to Anning City with him. For the fat man's safety, Su Wan'er had to agree, but when she arrived at the hospital, she saw Fong Fan taking action, which immediately shocked her. Now that he has his own goals, I should also start a new life. Dad, let's go. Real. Fake. I was wrong, my daughter, be good, we'll leave now. Su Xiuming was very happy that his daughter finally agreed to go with him, but he also realized that the reason his daughter agreed was because of the murderer who had just committed the crime. My daughter, that boy is not worthy of you. But you are the daughter of my King Ming, and your future husband should at least be a genius. Don't blame Dad for being cruel, you two together are harming that boy. Then, the two of them disappeared without a sound and no one noticed. Fong Fan also didn't know that there were actually two people watching him silently at that time. Fong Fan walked out of the hospital, turned on his cell phone and called Su Wan'er. But no one answered. What's going on? She called me and told me that something happened to Fatty, but when I got to the hospital, she was nowhere to be found. Did she go home? Forget it, never mind. It's impossible to lose such a big person. Let's look for her tomorrow. Fong Fan put away his phone and planned to go home. After all, a day and a night had passed, and he had no idea what was going on at home. Then he found a car on the road and headed home. Captain, what happened just now? What on earth is that token that scares you so much? That boy killed someone, and the person he killed was a warrior. Are we just going to let him go? Aren't you afraid that others will say bad things about us behind our backs? One of the patrollers who had just cleaned up the bodies was very confused about what had just happened. He had been a patroller for such a long time and had never seen such a thing that even the captain did not dare to have any opinion on. What else do you want if you don't let him go? Catch him. Do you know who he is? Let me tell you, although I don't know who that person is, I have seen that token once before. It is the Medal of Disaster. Do you know what the Medal of Disaster is? It is awarded to warriors who have made great achievements in the year of disaster. I don't know how many monsters each of them has killed. It can be said that it is because of them that we have the life we have today. And not only because of this, but as far as I know, once the holder of this kind of Medal of Disaster dies, it will be reclaimed. Since it can appear in the hands of that young man, it must have been given to him by the elders of his family. Everyone who has survived to this day and won the Medal of Disaster is at least a Grandmaster. Do you think we can afford to offend them? Also, when the young man took out the token, I saw the high-level warrior medal in his pocket. At such a young age, he is already a high-level warrior, stronger than me. How powerful is his talent? And after my investigation, I found that Yinqing was just a scumbag and deserved to die. So why did I arrest that boy? Nothing to do. Okay, I've told you so much but you still don't understand. You still have a lot to learn. By the way, there have been a lot of missing people recently. I suspect there has been an invasion by monsters. I just found some clues about this matter. Let's go and see what's going on. Yes, Captain. After the two finished talking, they immediately followed the clues and left. However, this time, they thought it was just an ordinary mission, but unexpectedly it became a journey of no return. Sir, where are you going? The driver looked at the boy who got on the car, and didn't care at first, thinking that he could earn a little money by driving a boy. But when he suddenly saw the medal on the boy's chest, he immediately perked up and sat straighter. Advanced Warrior Medal. A young-looking boy turned out to be a powerful high-level warrior. Is this still the Jiangai city where he stayed? Go to the city to open a community. Chenkai community. What? Is there a problem? No problem, no problem, sir, you are ready, I will leave immediately. The driver was a little scared. He had just questioned a high-level warrior. But he remembered that Chenkai community was a slum community in Jiangai city. How could such a strongman go there? He drove the car very carefully, fearing any bumps in the road. He could not afford to disturb the warrior master. But what you fear will come true. Just as the driver was driving normally on the road, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't have time to react and crashed into it directly. Brake. The car left a long brake mark, and Fong Fan in the car opened his eyes because of the impact. It's over, it's over. When the driver saw Fong Fan wake up, he was suddenly panicked, but then he became a little angry. What on earth was that black shadow? It was driving normally, and suddenly it jumped out, looking for death. What is this? The driver got out of the car angrily, but when he saw the true face of the black shadow, he was immediately horrified. Fong Fan also noticed something strange happening to the driver. When he got out of the car, he saw a dent in the front of the car he was riding in, stained with blood. Not far away, there was a black creature. Did it hit something? With his powerful eyesight, Fong Fan could see that the creature had shiny black hair and a long tail, but it was now covered in blood. Is this a rat? As Fong Fan approached the creature, he felt that it was almost exactly the same as a mouse, except that this one was much larger than an ordinary mouse. Have you ever seen a rat as big as a dog? Fong Fan saw it today. Do mice have such good food nowadays? How many years must they have lived to grow this big? But unexpectedly, the rat was still able to move after being hit, as if it sensed the presence of humans around it, and then it staggered forward, and Fong Fan also saw the full appearance of the rat. His eyes were blood red, and there was even some flesh hanging from the corners of his mouth. This rat seemed to have intelligence and was heading in a certain direction, and even such serious injuries could not stop it. Fong Fan suddenly felt that this mouse was not as simple as it looked. I watched the mouse struggle to get up and escape, then crawl to the middle of the road, where it was hit by an oncoming car. This time it rolled directly to the ground, completely dead. Good man, you deserve to die. Fong Fan suddenly felt that the mouse was quite unlucky. Then a man came down from the car that was hit. He had a face full of flesh and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Looking at his beloved car with a big hole in it, he started cursing when he saw Fong Fan. Don't you have eyes? Walking your dog on the street, don't you know how to write death? Tell me, how do you compensate me? The Khan was very unhappy. His car was a new one and it had just been put on the road when a big hole was knocked out. Who could he complain to? Just as he finished speaking, he saw the high-level warrior medal on Fong Fan's chest, and suddenly he couldn't speak clearly. He had just scolded a high-level warrior. Warriors cannot be humiliated. He had seen in the news that a man was beaten to death because he injured the family of a high-level martial artist in a fight. This time, I kept moving my legs, and it seems that I can't solve the problem. My lord. You see which leg of mine is suitable. No need for adults to help, I can do it myself. As he was talking, the man with a face full of flesh actually started to cry. Forehead. I don't want your legs, I have my own. And this is not my dog, it's a mouse. Do you see the car parked behind? It's the same as yours. By the way, don't curse each other next time, or you'll get yourself into trouble. After Fong Fan finished speaking, he got back into the car, which started and left. This was just a small episode and was not worth Fong Fan's attention at all. Compared to this incident, the rat as big as a dog made Fong Fan more concerned. Your Excellency is right. What you taught me is true. I will remember what you said in my heart. Sir, please take care. The big man was sweating profusely, and it felt like he had been exercising for an hour in just a short while. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching Fong Fan leave, and then looked at the dead thing carefully. I stood on tiptoe and turned it over, and saw that it was indeed a big rat. Why is the mouse so big? It's my bad luck to have someone like you. The big man got into the car cursing, and a disheveled woman was sitting in the car. The woman was doing some unspeakable things to him under him, and she suddenly felt it and bumped into something without paying attention. His interest was abruptly interrupted. How could he not be angry? So he started cursing as soon as he got out of the car. What's going on? It's okay, I just ran into a big rat. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Let's continue. When the woman heard that everything was fine, she crawled from the seat under the man. What are you going to do? Go ahead, hurry up and leave. We almost offended the warrior this time. I'll deal with you when we get home. He pushed the woman away, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away in a panic. Fong Fan went back and took back the high-level warrior medal on his chest. No one would believe this kind of thing, and he would have to spend time explaining it, which was troublesome. When I got home, I saw my sister sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed in a strange posture. It looks very much like the cultivation postures described in online novels in my previous life. Is it that thing in my sister's body that is playing tricks on me? Could it be that my sister is the protagonist? Fong Fan thought of some online novels from his previous life. Isn't this exactly the protagonist's performance? With the old man in hand, the world is mine. And if he didn't have a breeding system, his community would have been in jeopardy during the previous monster invasion. Both parents are dead, he has a useless brother, and an old grandfather. He is definitely the protagonist. The look in his eyes when he looked at his younger sister Fong Ling suddenly changed. He thought, since he already had a younger sister who was the protagonist, why should he work so hard? Wow, brother, you're back. Brother, how was the test, did you pass? As if she noticed someone was looking at her, Fong Ling opened her eyes from her thoughts and saw her brother staring at her. She felt a little panicked, but she quickly concealed it. She hurriedly walked up to Fong Fan and asked with a look of surprise, just like when she went out to buy things when she was a child and asked if anyone had brought her anything delicious. Forehead. When Fong Fan saw this scene, he felt that he still had to work hard. Judging from his sister's naive behavior, he, as her brother, would have to die several times before his sister could fully wake up and embark on the road of revenge. For your own safety, you have to work harder. You underestimate your brother. It's just a warrior test, isn't it easy to win? By the way, where are our parents? Fong Fan said this, placing his things casually on the table. Ha ha ha, I knew you could do it, bro. I will have someone to back me up from now on. Next time you go out, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll let my brother smash his head off. Fong Ling became happier and happier as she spoke, as if she was the one who became a warrior. After so many years, her brother finally fulfilled his dream and became a great warrior. Brother, you should find a sister-in-law for me later. Oh, by the way, our parents haven't come back from get off work yet. They would be very happy if they knew. As Fong Ling was speaking, she saw a medal on the table, and then she picked it up with some curiosity. The more she looked at it, the more shocked she became. This medal looked like one in her memory, and she finally couldn't help but ask. Brother, this can't be a high-level warrior medal. At this moment, Fong Ling was 100% sure that the medal in his hand was the advanced warrior medal, and he almost dropped it. Brother, where did you buy it? It's so realistic. I almost got fooled. Fong Ling took the medal and put it in her mouth and bit it. You know what, this gold is made just like the real thing. This material, this feel and texture, it's worth at least $50. Fong Fan's eyes twitched as he watched this scene. This was not fake. The only person who could put the warrior medal in her mouth and bite it was probably her sister. Actually, you guessed wrong. This little thing costs 100 yuan. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Fong Fan casually said that his strength had already surpassed that of a martial artist after integrating his dynamic talent. As long as he gave himself a few more days to increase his strength, he would be a true martial artist. Why would he care about this small advanced martial artist medal? Okay, I'll take it then. By the way, brother, can you show me your junior warrior medal? I haven't seen the real thing yet. Looking at Fong Ling, who was full of expectations, Fong Fan was fortunately well prepared and found a medal in another pocket. It was the junior warrior medal, which he had asked his master for an extra one. Just right for this situation. After all, his strength was growing too fast, so there was no need to tell his family his true strength. It was enough for them to know that Fong Fan could protect them. Brother, why do I feel that your fake one is more real than this real one? Fong Ling held a high-level warrior medal in one hand and a junior warrior medal in the other and began to carefully identify them. If you can tell it's fake at a glance, who would buy it? It is because my real one is not as good as this fake one that it is real. Fong Fan said seriously. Yeah, that's right, that's the truth. Okay, you can play here by yourself, I'll take a nap first. Fong Fan said this, then lay down on the sofa and fell asleep leisurely. So many things happened in the past 2 days that he felt a little tired. Elder brother. Brother. Fong Ling didn't expect that her brother would fall asleep so quickly. She reluctantly found a thin blanket and covered him with it. At this moment, the little phone in my mind suddenly spoke. Linger, are you sure your brother is just an ordinary person? What's wrong, Xiaoji? Is there something wrong with my brother? When I heard Xiaoji talking about his brother, I became a little nervous. I feel like your brother is not simple. When I'm facing your brother, I always feel like everything about me is being seen through. That feeling is the same as the last time I faced that powerful black-clad warrior, or even stronger. Besides, I think your brother is not just a beginner warrior. It is very likely that he is hiding his strength. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Fong Ling laughed. She originally thought that something was wrong with her brother, and it turned out that he was just suspicious. Xiaoji, please stop being so suspicious. I think it's the after effects of your last time. You look down on everyone. Don't you know whether my brother is an ordinary person? The results of your investigation that time said that my brother had almost no talent for martial arts, and you said that talent is something that cannot be changed in the future. Then how did my brother change his talent? Is he more powerful than your future self? If that's the case, why would he hide his strength? It's already very difficult for him to become a junior warrior. You still think my brother is an intermediate or advanced warrior? Fong Ling said mercilessly. Yeah, that might be my illusion. Let's not worry about your brother for now. The most important thing now is to improve your strength. Your strength has reached 400 kilograms, and you have the strength of a quasi-junior warrior. However, your combat effectiveness is still far from enough. I'm going to train you in actual combat these days. Okay, come on. As long as I can protect my family, I can endure any hardship. Yes, according to my memory, something will happen tonight. Although this matter is small, it can affect the safety of Jiangai City in the future. Be prepared, and your strength should be improved. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Fong Ling fell silent. He felt that his current strength was still too weak and he could not face the horrible future at all. Don't want. Fong Fan, who was standing by, suddenly woke up. He had just had a nightmare in which his family members died tragically and he himself was tortured to death by the enemy. What's wrong, brother? Fong Ling looked at Fong Fan nervously. It's okay, I just had a nightmare. Fong Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead as a bad premonition swept over his body. It was impossible for him to have such a dream for no reason, especially after he had integrated his talents. This dream might be hinting at something. Before Fong Fan could think about it, Fong Zhou and Chen Xin came back from get-off work. When the two learned that their sons had become warriors, they shouted excitedly in the house. Mother Chen Xin even shed tears because of this, and Fong Zhou was grinning from ear to ear. His son has become a warrior, which really brings honor to the Fong family. Fong Fan also smiled. Wasn't this the reason why he became a warrior? When his family fell asleep, Fong Fan suddenly opened his eyes, walked out of his room, and sat on the sofa alone. He was still thinking about the nightmare he had before. This nightmare is like a huge stone hanging in my heart. Then he walked out quietly. It was urgent to improve his strength. That nightmare was very likely not just a nightmare. There is only one way to improve your strength in a short period of time, and that is the system. Feeding value, here I come. Just as Fong Fan was on his way to collect the feeding points, Wang Sai, who was originally recuperating in the Fenghuo martial arts hall and preparing to go to the wild cracks, also met someone. In the dark martial arts hall, Wang Sai suddenly opened his eyes, a ray of light flashed, and the invisible black flame behind him disappeared. "Who are you?" Wang Sai began to question, and suddenly a man appeared in the room which was originally empty, hiding deep in the darkness. To be able to sneak into Fenghuo martial arts school quietly, this person must be no simple person. I didn't expect that a fake like you could actually find me. It seems that you are quite powerful. I'm very curious. You clearly have the skills of a martial artist, so why are you pretending to be me? What is your purpose? The visitor walked out from the darkness and looked at Wang Sai. Are you a monster hunter? Well, it seems you are not stupid. Wang Sai didn't expect that the real owner would show up so soon. So you came here this time to prove that I'm fake? No, the name of monster hunter is not important to me. I came here to find you for other reasons. It was just a coincidence that I heard you impersonating me and I found it interesting. Oh, then what on earth do you want to see me about? Wang Sai became interested. It had only been a few days since he was born. What had happened that allowed the real monster hunter to find him? I have already investigated clearly. Before the monster invasion, no information about you existed. It's like you were born out of thin air. Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to contact the sinner's family? If you don't give me a perfect explanation, don't even think about leaving here today. The person who came did not intend to waste time and asked directly. The powerful aura of the peak martial artist directly enveloped Wang Sai, but not a single bit of it leaked out from this room. Now my strength has reached the quasi-grandmaster level, and you are only a peak martial artist. I believe I can keep you here. Don't even think about asking for help. Since I dared to come here, I have made all the necessary preparations. Your only hope, the only Grandmaster of Fenghuo Martial Arts School, Kong Yuanlong, has already gone to the wild. No one can come to save you now. All you can do now is answer my questions honestly. The real monster hunter asked sternly, ready to take action if there was any disagreement. When he learned the news, it took him some time to come to Jiangai City, and he waited until Kong Yuanlong left before taking action. I heard from the grapevine today that a battle between great masters took place during the martial arts examination at Fenghuo Martial Arts School. It seemed that it was because of a young man with great talent. However, no matter how hard I tried, this was all I could find out. But it doesn't matter. He can't wait any longer. As long as it doesn't hinder him from finding the martial artist, it's fine. As the saying goes, the most dangerous time is the safest time. No one could have thought that he would take action today. Sinner. When Wang Sai heard that the person in front of him was investigating him, a hint of murderous intent flashed through his mind, but then he heard an unfamiliar word. Sinner. Who is the sinner? Wang Sai replied. You really don't know. If you don't know, how could a martial artist like you contact a little girl with no cultivation for no reason? The monster hunter's fighting spirit is about to burst out. If he doesn't say anything, he will use force. Wang Sai suddenly became alert and his brain was working frantically. There was only one little girl that he had come into contact with, and that was his master's sister. Wang Sai suddenly realized that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Not only was it not simple, but it was also unimaginably big. Since it concerned his master's affairs, he must be cautious and careful, so he spoke tentatively. You mean Fong Ling? Wang Sai said tentatively. You are indeed not simple. I don't care if you are from that faction or not. You better keep your claws away and hide in a corner forever. Otherwise, death is the only thing waiting for you. We were able to destroy you once decades ago, and we can do it again today, decades later. The monster hunter said arrogantly that his lord's strength was more terrifying than he could imagine, and the force he belonged to was even more unimaginably huge. A remnant who had been hiding for decades wanted to subvert them. Having said that, he prepared to turn around and leave. Did I let you go? Wang Sai's eyes had darkened. If the criminal this person was talking about was really related to his master, then he could not be allowed to leave. What? You still want to keep me here? You are asking for your own death. If the superiors hadn't told me to come and warn you, do you think you can live to talk to me? The monster hunter said contemptuously. Tell me everything you know about the sinner. Wang Sai stood up suddenly from the bed. What if I don't tell you? The monster hunter didn't know that he was already on the brink of death. I'll let you tell me. After hearing Wang Sai's words, the monster hunter suddenly had a bad premonition, and then this premonition became stronger and stronger. He hurriedly turned around and wanted to escape, but it was too late. He saw to his horror that a ball of black flame suddenly rose behind Wang Sai. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, gift. No, you are not a top martial artist. You are a master. The monster hunter was trembling with fear, his soul was shaking. That impostor was not a martial artist, but a master. Then, the sounds of fear in the room disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Sai opened the door and found that there was no one in the room. He sensed the location of his owner and turned into a sonic boom and left. Elsewhere, Fong Fan, who was collecting feeding values, suddenly saw Wang Sai descending from midair and coming in front of him. The two of them were of the same mind and knew what had just happened in an instant. Sinner. According to what that person said, doesn't that mean my father is a sinner? What else did he say? Master, that person is just a nagging kid. We can't get any other useful information out of him. I only know that their force is preparing to wipe out the entire family of the master. Fong Fan was furious. He really thought that his family was easy to bully. He could keep them as he pleased or kill them as he pleased. If anyone dared to come, he would never return. Since he can raise one Wang Sai, he can raise a second and a third. If the Grandmaster doesn't work, then the Grandmaster will do. If the Grandmaster doesn't work, then the town general will do. If one is not enough, then use two. If two are not enough, then use a group. I don't believe we can't kill them by piling them up. Anyone who dares to provoke Fong Fan is really courting death. Master, how about I stay with you to protect your safety? You can rest assured when I'm here. No, you can just go to the wild, but before that, come with me to do something. I want to give them a big surprise before they come. Yes, Master. That's it. Wang Sai, start summoning. Yes, Master. Wang Sai stood beside Fong Fan, surrounded by dense grass and trees. It was dark and windy, and it was the right time to plan something. Suddenly, a sound of a special frequency rang out. This sound comes from Wang Sai. Not long after, tiny chirping sounds were heard all around, and a large group of ants appeared. Seeing Wang Sai, they waved their antennae excitedly, as if celebrating seeing their king. Type, Black Ant. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, Primary Grandmaster. Ability, Summon the Same Kind, currently can command 100,000 of the same kind. A full 100,000 ants began to surround Fong Fan and Wang Sai. What a spectacular scene it was. It was pitch black all around. If someone with claustrophobia saw this scene, they would probably faint from fright. 100,000 ants probably emptied several ant nests. Fong Fan saw that the summoning was completed, and began a large-scale massacre of the ant colony in front of him. This is a shortcut that Fong Fan suddenly thought of. It is not difficult to kill insects, but the difficulty lies in the process. Insects are too small and it takes too much time to find them. The ability of Wang Sai summoning can greatly reduce this time. One ant gives a feeding value of 0.1. Then 100,000 ants would have a feeding value of 10,000. 10,000 feeding points. If he does it by himself, I don't know when he can collect them all. The huge ant colony was tragically destroyed by Fong Fan. The system was frantically prompting that 10,000 feeding points had been collected in a short period of time. Fong Fan was ecstatic, this was a master. In such a short period of time, he had collected all the feeding values needed by a Grandmaster. As long as there were enough ants, he could create a Grandmaster army in one night. Observe that the host's collection and feeding value has reached 10,000, and reward mimicry once. What? Mimicry. Fong Fan was shocked. He didn't expect that he could get the system's rewards by collecting feeding points. This was really cool. Wang Sai summons again. Yes, Master. Fong Fan planned to make a concerted effort, but this time it obviously took a long time to gather a group of ants, and the number did not seem to be less than 100,000. What's going on? Master, the number of ants around has largely decreased, and my little brothers are clearly resisting this time. It should be because the previous master's behavior is unacceptable to them. Well, I thought I found a loophole in the system, but I didn't expect the system to be a system again. Since this method cannot be used frequently, we can only try another one. Fong Fan did not kill the ants he summoned this time, but instead found 50 larger ants and started raising them. Now Wangxi is already the 6th stage Ant King. The 5th stage is a martial artist, the 4th stage is a warrior, the 3rd stage is an ordinary person, the 2nd stage is a very powerful ant, and the 1st stage is a powerful ant. System, raise all 50 ants to the 3rd stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 3rd level Ant Kings. The first time was 1 point of feeding value, the second time was 5 points, the third time was 25 points, a total of 50, this time I directly spent 1256 points on feeding. After spending so much, the harvest was also very rich. There were 50 ants whose fighting power was comparable to that of ordinary people. Now the ants are as big as footballs and look very majestic and powerful. When 50 of them are added together, an invisible majesty emanates. You heard me. Don't show up in human society. Lead your minions to collect feeding points for me. This back mountain will be your world. That's right, this was Fong Fan's idea. Let these little brothers collect feeding points for you. Although it is impossible to get a lot of points immediately, it will last for a long time. After hearing Fong Fan's words, 50 mighty black guards began to sweep the back mountain like a fierce black tide. Now, start raising high-level combatants. Only high-end combat power can withstand future crises. Come on, let me see how much feeding value is needed to feed another Grandmaster. Fong Fan did not plan to raise ants this time. Ants would be enough for Wangxi for the time being. This time he set his sights on another type of mosquito that was as numerous as ants. He grabbed a mosquito and said, "You are lucky that such an opportunity will come to you. System, start breeding." Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1st level Mosquito King. Ding dong, mosquito's talents are discovered: fast flight, blood absorption, and diamond spear. Do you want to extract them? Don't extract, keep feeding. Now his strength is too low and his body is temporarily unable to withstand the new talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level Mosquito King. Ding dong, a 2nd level Mosquito King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Mosquito King. With Fong Fan's command, the mosquito in his hand underwent another drastic change. Ding dong, a 3rd level Mosquito King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th level Mosquito King. Ding dong, a 4th level Mosquito King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th level Mosquito King. Ding dong, a 5th level Mosquito King was found. Do you want to raise it? Feeding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th level Mosquito King. It's level 6. This is the first time that Fong Fan has raised a level 6 creature with the help of the system. While feeding, Fong Fan stared at the feeding value on the attribute panel. As expected, the 5th feeding only required 625 points, but the 6th feeding directly consumed 6,250 feeding points. It increased tenfold. From the 5th time onwards, it is no longer a 5-fold increase, but a 10-fold increase. In other words, to raise insects of the same size as ants and mosquitoes to the Grandmaster level, 7,031 breeding points are required. This time, most of the 10,000 feeding points were directly destroyed, and now there are only more than 1,000 points left. Fong Fan raises mosquitoes because they can fly. This way, he will have eyes all around his home and any situation can be reported to him quickly. Okay, mimic this mosquito. Fong Fan looked at the giant mosquito that was as big as a calf. If he was bitten by it, he would be crippled. But after Fong Fan finished speaking, he suddenly remembered whether this mosquito was a female mosquito or a male mosquito. If it is a female mosquito, what will the mimicry look like? Congratulations to the host, the mimicry is complete. Before Fong Fan had time to think about it, the system mimicry was completed. Owner. I like you so much. In the dark night, a charming voice suddenly appeared. Fong Fan was startled and then felt his eyes becoming bloodshot. A woman without any clothes appeared in front of him. She had an extremely hot body, and the most important thing was that a pair of long white legs were slowly wrapping around his body, and something warm and wet was passing across his neck. It was the woman's tongue. You slut, the master is the one you can touch. Wang Xi on the side was furious, and the aura of a master burst out, and the woman also burst out with a master aura that was no weaker than Wang Xi. Stupid ant, what does it have to do with you if I touch my master? For a moment, the two masters were at loggerheads. We are all family, don't be impulsive. Fong Fan said that if he didn't stop them, the two of them might really start fighting. However, his current situation is also very awkward. He is a passionate young man who is worried that he has nowhere to release his energy of more than 10 years. Once he is teased, his body reacts immediately. She is a mosquito, she is just a mosquito. Fong Fan had no choice but to hypnotize himself like this, but when he opened his eyes and saw her snow white and revealing private parts, he almost had a nosebleed. Why did Wang Xi have clothes on his body when he was camouflaged, but not this time? Is it intentional by the system? I will obey my master. I will let this stupid ant go this time. Master, my body now belongs to you. Don't have mercy on me. Fong Fan's blood, which had originally calmed down, began to surge again after hearing this tempting voice. The goddess-like appearance and perfect body made it difficult for Fong Fan, a boy who had never seen any meat, to resist. She is a mosquito. Fong Fan, you can't eat both meat and vegetables. If you keep teasing your master like this, I will change you back. Fong Fan pretended to be angry and then pinched his waist hard. Sure enough, it is so tender, smooth and comfortable. No, Fong Fan, what were you doing just now? He almost couldn't control himself just now, how embarrassing. Okay master, I got it. When Fong Fan opened his eyes again, the beautiful woman in front of him had finally returned to normal. Seeing that she was not wearing any clothes, he took off his coat and barely covered her body. I really don't understand what the system is thinking. How can a small person like her have the body of a goddess? Master, I don't want to wear clothes. No, you have to wear it. Fong Fan said very seriously, and then looked at its attribute panel. Type, mosquito. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, primary Grandmaster. Ability, summon the same kind, currently can command 100,000 of the same kind. Since you are a mosquito, I will name you Fong Wan. Thank you, Master. I like this name very much. Fong Wan was very happy when she heard the name given by her master, as if she was an ordinary girl who got something she loved very much. Hey, stupid ant, my master gave me a name, what is your name? Fong Wan looked at Wang Xi who was standing aside with a serious expression. Why did he have to put on such a deadpan face every day? Compared with his master was still more handsome. Slutty mosquito, I have a name, Wang Xi. Humph, stupid ant, your name isn't as nice as mine. Yes, I'm not as sexy as you. Sparks flew between the two of them over a disagreement, and Fong Fan felt like crying but had no tears. Are ants and mosquitoes natural enemies? Why is there so much thorn in every sentence? If you two keep doing this, I'll be angry. Fong Fan said angrily. Master, Wang Xi knows he was wrong. Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Fong Fan. He raised both of them, so why are their personalities so different? Okay, the business isn't over yet. Fong Wan, what is your current strength? Seeing that his master was asking about serious matters, Fong Wan retracted his previous charming look and spoke solemnly. Master, my realm is that of a primary Grandmaster, and my strength has reached that of an intermediate Grandmaster. Okay, in that case, once I can stay in Fenghua martial arts school with peace of mind, and you just follow me and keep me safe. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Master, I just received a message that the deadline for the Grandmaster's summons has come. I have to go. I can rest assured that Fong Wen is by your side. Okay, then you go first. Remember, you must protect the safety of my master, Kong Yuan Long. Yes, Master. After saying that, Wang Sai jumped up and disappeared into the night. Humph, stupid ant, when you come next time, I will be your mistress. Fong Wen watched Wang Sai leave. This time, no one could stop him. Thinking of the future when the master would grab her wrist violently, caress her body intimately, and kiss her lips lovingly, she suddenly felt her face flush and her heart flutter. My master is the most perfect man in the world. Owner. Look, it's a dark and windy night. The ground is our bed and the sky is our blanket. Shouldn't we do something meaningful? Come on. Fong Wen's charming voice sounded again. If someone else was present, they would definitely have a nosebleed. Okay, that's what I meant. Fong Fan smiled slightly and slowly walked towards Fong Wen. Master, come here. Don't feel sorry for me, just ravage me as much as you want. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. When Fong Wen saw that Fong Fan agreed, he felt crazy inside and his body was heating up. How do you feel? Any more information? Fong Fan asked Fong Wen expectantly, but Fong Wen hung his head, looking unhappy that this was the kind of thing his master was going to do. It's not at all what I thought. The key point is that I was so expectant before and almost took off my clothes, but when the master asked me what I was doing, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. But even so, he still said it reluctantly. Master, yes. That's fine. It looks like the task of gathering information will be left to you from now on. In the previous life, I had Jinyui, and now I have Mosquito Guard. Fong Fan had previously asked Fong Wen to summon a group of mosquitoes and then let them disperse to see if they could clearly observe what was happening around them, and it turned out that they could. Mosquitoes move faster than ants, so this is perfect for them. After that, spread out within a 5-mile radius of the community. If you spot any special humans appearing, notify me immediately. Yes, Master. Fong Wen then attracted as many mosquitoes as he could accommodate and let them spread out. This way the safety of the family is guaranteed, but it's not enough. Fong Fan looked at his feeding value again, and he found that since the feeding value exceeded 10,000, the feeding value he obtained from this small insect had become much less. For example, an ant used to give 0.1, but now only gives 0.01. Fortunately, the 50 black ants that were dispersed earlier were powerful enough, and the feeding value reached more than 2,000 again in a short period of time. System, raise these 3 mosquitoes to the 5th level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 5th-level Mosquito Kings. The 5th Order Mosquito King has already reached the level of a junior martial artist. These 3 are prepared for his parents and sister so that they can protect them. But unfortunately, so far, the breeding value has only produced 1 Grandmaster level. Looking at the 3 mosquitoes in front of me that are as big as fists, although their sizes are not as big as ants, within their small bodies, there is real martial artist level combat power. Listen carefully. From now on, you are Mosquito 1, you are Mosquito 2, and you are Mosquito 3. You are responsible for the safety of my father, mother, and sister respectively. Don't let them find you. You are small and can hide well. Stay with them at all times. Remember, you must protect their safety even if it means sacrificing yourself. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Go ahead. As soon as Fong Fan finished speaking, 3 mosquitoes as big as fists disappeared into the darkness and soon came to the house in the community, hiding in the darkness. Okay, let's go back too. Fong Fan finally felt a little safe and quickly returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. Fong Wen, who was sleeping on the floor, smiled slightly and slowly climbed onto the bed. Don't come up, get off. Yes, Master. Fong Wen had no choice but to climb down again. Sister-in-law, okay. Fong Ling looked at a woman walking out of her brother's room and suddenly began to speak incoherently. Who else could come out of his brother's room so early in the morning? Do you still need to think about what happened last night? I can't believe it, I can't believe it, my brother is so awesome that he can win over a beauty of this level, who is so pretty and has a great figure, and he is totally willing to be her sister-in-law. Good morning, pretty girl. When Fong Fan heard that his master's sister actually called him sister-in-law, he immediately became happy. Since the little princess had acknowledged his identity, who could stop him? Little brat, why are you yelling? She is not your sister-in-law. She was sent by Fenghua Martial Arts School to assist me in carrying out the mission. Fong Fan then walked out and glanced at Fong Fan, seemingly dissatisfied that she had sneaked out of the room by herself. The latter pretended not to see it and started to get close to Fong Ling. It was really a drama between the two women, and Fong Fan found that he couldn't get a word in at all. Our latest news: a family was brutally murdered last night, their bodies torn apart by unknown creatures, and 2 inspectors who were investigating the case also died tragically. The latest news was playing on TV, but a bloody picture on it made Fong Ling lose her appetite. Sure enough, it still happened. This incident was the beginning of the destruction of Jiangai City. What? Fong Ling heard the voice of Xiaoji in her mind and suddenly screamed, Jiangai City is going to be destroyed. And the news broadcast on TV is the beginning of the destruction of Jiangai City. What is going on? Fong Ling was a little confused. This was the first time he heard Xiaoji say this. What's wrong? Fong Fan looked at his sister and suddenly screamed, and asked with concern. It's okay, bro. I'll leave after I finish eating. Fong Ling ate a few bites in a hurry, then put on her backpack and walked towards the school. This news. Fong Fan also focused his attention on this news. What was behind this news that made his sister lose her composure like this? Could it be that the thing in my sister's body knows some unspeakable secrets? Tearing by unknown creatures. There are even warriors. Fong Fan felt that this matter might be far more complicated than his own. After watching his sister leave, he closed the door and headed towards the martial arts gym. Xiaoji, what's going on? How could Jiangai City be destroyed so easily? Are you mistaken? Fong Ling was walking on the road, confused. How could this incident be the beginning of the demise of a great human city? I'm not mistaken. Although my memory is very vague, this incident is definitely the beginning of the demise of Jiangai City, and the speed of this destruction is simply beyond your and my imagination. In the future, ever since this incident began, a number of family annihilation incidents have occurred one after another. Later, an entire martial arts school was tragically destroyed in one night. Within half a year, Jiangai City has become a lifeless dead city. That kind of horrific scene is something that humans cannot fight against. All living things will face death. This. How is it possible? Fong Ling suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. There were so many martial artists, masters, and even grandmasters in Jiangai City, but could they not escape this fate? So what exactly happened to the future, and what can I do about it? Can I stop the destruction of the city? Fong Ling couldn't bear to see so many lives die tragically. Since he already knew the future, he could definitely change it. Impossible, Linger, do you know what Jiangai City will face in the future? In my hazy memory, I saw an endless black tide. It is absolutely impossible for one person to stop it. Even an invincible strongman like the town commander can only run for his life in the face of such terror. What you can do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible, and then get in touch with that group of people. Only in this way can you protect yourself, have the opportunity to grow, and leave Jiangai before the situation breaks out. Fong Ling took a long time to react to Xiaoji's words. These few simple sentences contained content that was difficult to digest. A panic arose in her heart. Could she really survive in the future? Can you protect your family? That group of people? Yes, I thought there was enough time before, and I originally planned to just let you wait for the thing to happen, but as my memory recovered, I found that the situation was becoming more and more urgent, so I had to take the initiative. But before that, you must first improve your strength to that of a warrior, so that you can gain their attention. Good. Fong Ling now has only one idea, which is to improve his own strength, the sooner the better. By the way, Linger, your brother's girlfriend. What's wrong? It's okay, I think she's pretty. Xiaoji did not express his true doubts. He now suspected that there was something wrong with his function as he actually felt an unfathomable aura from that woman. It was like facing a powerful master. Yeah, that's right, how can my brother's vision be bad? Fong Ling was talking with Xiaoji as they walked towards the school. Not far behind them in the shadows, a mosquito the size of a fist was following closely behind them without being noticed by anyone. I want to know everything about the massacre that happened last night. Fong Fan came to Fenghu Martial Arts School, took out his advanced martial artist certificate and got the materials inside, which recorded in detail the scene where the incident took place. Master, these bite marks look familiar to me. Fong Fan was looking at the information. The on-site pictures on it were very likely to make people feel nauseous. Fong Wen, who was standing next to him, spoke up after seeing them. Do you look familiar? Although this incident was reported, it did not attract much attention. After all, monster invasions had occurred frequently in the past, and there had also been an incident of monster invasion through space cracks in Fong Fan's community before. Master, I see these marks are very much like those left by rats. Master, you also know that mosquitoes like us usually like to live in damp places, which are also the places that mice like, so we are very familiar with mice. I am sure that these marks were left by rats, but why are these marks suddenly magnified? Oh, by the way, Master, I suddenly remembered something. Among the messages I spread yesterday, the mosquito army gave me feedback about rats. They didn't find a single rat within a 5-mile radius of the community. After hearing Fong Wen's words, Fong Fan fell into deep thought. Rats, and rats again. Previously, a big rat was hit and killed by a car, and now there is an incident of a rat eating a person. There is no trace of any rat within a 5-mile radius of my community. So where did they go? Is this really a coincidence? Fong Fan stood up and put the materials away. These things were useless, so he had to go to the mission hall to see if there was any other news. As soon as he arrived at the mission hall, Fong Fan attracted a lot of attention. To be precise, it was Fong Wen behind Fong Fan who attracted the attention of many perverts. They looked him up and down, and then their eyes stayed on one place for a long time without being able to move away. Fong Wen has the face of an angel and the figure of a devil. Although she was wearing some of Fong Fan's loose clothes, it still couldn't conceal her seductive temperament. Master, I am so scared. Look at these old men, they are all staring at me, they want to skin me alive. How can a little girl like me be able to stay here with the way they are doing? Fong Wen grabbed the corner of Fong Fan's clothes, looked like a little woman, and spoke in a coquettish voice, which made many men who saw this scene say that it was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Fong Fan smiled bitterly. It was a pity that Fong Wen didn't go to act. With this acting skill and this expression, the judges would be blind if he didn't win the Best Actor award or something. You are a master. If you are unhappy, you can just slap someone to death and no one dares to stop you. It's okay to be afraid, but not embarrassed. No one believes it. Fong Fan didn't say anything. If he paid attention to Fong Wen, he would have to take advantage of the situation and who knows what kind of trouble he would get into. However, Fong Fan didn't say anything, and a good-hearted person came up to him. My beautiful lady, I am the vice captain of the True Fire Squad, my name is Baquan. I wonder if I might have the honor of having dinner with you. Baquan showed a sincere smile and said to the woman in front of him that he had played with so many women, but he had never met a woman of such high quality who made him feel itchy after just one meeting. Ever since he first saw this woman, he knew he had fallen in love with her and he had to win her over. After all, with his noble status, no woman can resist him. As for the man next to the woman, I can make him go away obediently with just a little trick. Oh, it's that guy Baquan. It looks like that woman can't escape tonight. He is the vice captain of the True Fire Squad. Who dares to mess with him? He is an intermediate warrior himself, and he has a captain who is his brother. His strength has reached that of a high-level warrior. It is said that he is about to break through to the martial arts master level. We can only watch such a high-quality woman. I think the most pitiful one is the man next to that woman. You said you would come to the mission hall, so just come. Why bring a woman with you? Now it's over, the woman has been taken away. If you know what's good for you, it's fine. But if you don't, you will be beaten up. The warriors in the distance were whispering when they saw this scene. Some lamented that such a perfect woman had to fall into the hands of a scumbag, while others lamented the man's sadness. After all, this was not the first time this happened. The last time, a woman was seen by Bakwun, who then snatched her away. It was said that he imprisoned her for 3 days and 3 nights, and when she was released, she had gone crazy. Moreover, the man's body was found in the river a few days later. Everyone knows who did it, but no one dares to say it. After all, no one wants to provoke the True Fire team. Everyone in the team is like crazy, and anyone who gets close to them will either die or get hurt. Are you asking me? Fong Wen opened his eyes wide and asked curiously, then glanced at Fong Fan innocently. This expression made Bakwun's heart move. He was right. This woman was simply a beauty on earth. Her every move was captivating. He couldn't wait to taste such a perfect woman. Yes, beautiful lady. I, Bakwun, sincerely want to invite you to dinner. Bakwun replied again that this perfect main dish cannot be rushed and must be prepared slowly. But I have to ask my husband if he agrees. Honey, what if someone wants to invite me to dinner? Fong Wen smiled, as if he thought this was quite amusing, so he deliberately acted coquettishly towards Fong Fan in front of Bakwun. Bakwun also heard the woman addressing the men, and his heart sank. It seemed that someone had gotten to the dish first. Afterwards, he would definitely throw this man into the river, just like the men before him. Boy, I advise you to be sensible. I am a mid-level warrior, and my brother is the captain of the True Fire squad. Think about it before you answer. Bakwun threatened Fong Fan. Fong Wen, stop playing around, business is more important. I don't like it when someone threatens me in front of me. Fong Fan replied calmly, not taking Bakwun's threat seriously at all. Boy, you. Bakwun didn't expect that this boy would not give him any face at all, but for the sake of this woman he endured it. He must remain a gentleman, and as for this man, he must get rid of the body. Okay. Fong Wen pouted a little aggrievedly, then turned to Bakwun who was looking expectant, and slapped him. Bakwun was stunned and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He flew 2 or 3 meters away under the powerful force. Get out of here. He dares to threaten his master. He is really courting death. If he wasn't afraid of causing trouble for his master, he would have been slapped to death. That woman is the tough one. They are finished, they have no idea who they have provoked. The people around who were watching all this were also stunned. This scene was really beyond their expectations. They thought of the man's unwillingness to face this matter and the man's pain, but they didn't expect that the woman would dare to attack him over a disagreement. The intermediate warrior Bakwun, the deputy captain of the True Fire squad, and Ba Yin's younger brother was slapped away by someone, and it was a woman. Master, I am very obedient. Fong Fan looked at Fong Wen who was acting like a spoiled child in front of him and shook his head helplessly. He had to take the dog because it was raised by him. You just wait. Don't leave if you dare. Bakwun knew that he had hit a wall, so he fled like crazy after saying a few words. The woman who could slap him away showed that she was either an intermediate or advanced warrior. But his brother is about to break through to become a martial artist, and he would not be a human being if he doesn't avenge him. Look, you've caused us trouble. This is what it means to beat the younger one and then the older one. Be careful next time. Fong Fan looked at Bakwun who was running away and said to Fong Wen earnestly that he knew how the story would develop without even watching it. I'm sorry, Master. I shouldn't have taken the initiative. Please punish me. Fong Wen lowered his head. He really shouldn't have done anything without his master's permission. This was challenging his master's authority. Besides, he was just playing around and didn't expect to bring trouble to his master. After all, she was only personified for one night, and she was very curious about everything and didn't think too much about it. No, what I mean is, since you've already done it, just kill him. Don't leave anyone else a chance to take revenge. If you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Some little people you ignore may cause you huge troubles. Fong Fan said calmly. He knew that in his previous life, the protagonists in some novels were tricked by small people because of their soft-heartedness. He said so and did so. Yinqing had suffered the same fate before. Now that I have such powerful strength, I should not use it to do good deeds, but to better protect the things I want to protect. Master, I understand. I really like my master more and more. Fong Wen's eyes lit up. She knew that her master would not blame her, and then she stretched out her arms to hug Fong Fan. Stop, stop. Behave yourself, or I'll replace you and let Wang Sai protect me. Fong Fan hurriedly dodged. He felt helpless about his subordinate. After hearing what his master said, Fong Wen indeed became much more obedient. He followed Fong Fan with his head hung. If you didn't know him well, you would think he had suffered a great injustice. Fong Wen in this state attracted a lot of attention again. They were almost drooling and were cursing Fong Fan in their hearts. Boy, you are not a human being. It's true that a full man doesn't know the suffering of a hungry man. Looking at the latest situation in the mission hall, one thing caught Fong Fan's attention. Many people have disappeared recently for no apparent reason. There is a very obvious characteristic of this type of missing person, which is that they are alone at night. Goodman, it would be strange if he didn't disappear. If I were him, I would also find someone to do it at night. Fong Fan complained slightly and continued looking down, but did not find any useful clues. He did not leave immediately, but sat leisurely in a corner. Fong Wen, remember to just call me young master when you are outside. Don't call me master or anything like that, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Come, give me a shoulder massage. I want to experience this kind of extravagant life. Yes, master. Fong Wen covered his face and smiled, as if he understood his master's bad taste, then walked forward intimately, placed his soft and boneless hands on Fong Fan's shoulders, then stroked his neck intentionally or unintentionally, and then a tingling sensation came over him. Fong Fan finally understood why some people are so obsessed with this kind of life. It is really an enjoyment. While Fong Fan was enjoying himself, many people saw this scene, which aroused envy, and then they began to speculate about Fong Fan's identity. Who was he? Was he the young master of some martial arts school? The women around him are all warriors that Bakwin is no match for. Young man, you should leave now. When Bakwin comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. A middle-aged man looked at Fong Fan, who seemed to be enjoying himself, and felt a little sorry for him. He had seen this woman slap Bakwin and send him flying. A vindictive person like Bakwin would definitely come back for revenge. But I heard that his brother had already broken through to the martial master level yesterday. I know you are not afraid of anything because of your status, but this is Fenghua Martial Arts School, his brother's territory. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Can you and the woman beside you fight against a martial artist? Take my advice and leave quickly. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never run out of firewood. The middle-aged man looked at Fong Fan and seemed to be thinking of his son. Uncle, we will leave after we finish our business, but now I am very curious about why you came here. I see you don't seem to be here to receive a mission. Fong Fan opened his eyes and looked at the haggard-looking middle-aged man in front of him. His eyes were dull and filled with a sense of death, but he could also sense a kind of determination in them. This man has already decided to die. It didn't seem like he came here to receive a mission, but rather to seek death. I really didn't come here to receive a mission. It has no meaning to me anymore. Now, I just want to do what a father should do. Fong Fan's words seemed to remind the middle-aged man of bad memories, and his eyes instantly turned red. Master, do you want me to drive it away? Fong Wen whispered to Fong Fan in her heart that she also noticed something was wrong with this middle-aged man. No need, I've already guessed what he's here for. Fong Fan's heart sank. It wasn't that he knew nothing. He had just heard from a warrior about a tragic incident that happened some time ago. 7 days ago, a young man named Song Fong brought his fiancée to the mission hall to hand in a mission. At the age of 25, he is already a junior warrior with a bright future. Everyone in his family is optimistic about him. Even his fiancée thinks that marrying Song Fong is the best thing for her in her life. After completing this task, Song Fong plans to prepare for the next wedding. Fong Fan said lightly. Fong Wen on the side was wondering why her master said these things for no reason, but she found that the middle-aged man on the other side was breathing more and more rapidly. Moreover, his fists were clenched, blood rushed to his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and a sense of hatred filled the air. He is. Fong Wen was indeed a master. He quickly figured out everything and looked at the middle-aged men with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. It could have been a happy life, but they encountered the devil Bakwun. Them. Stop talking, I beg you to stop talking. Song Fong, my son. Dad is sorry for you. Song Song collapsed and sat on the ground. His own son and daughter-in-law lost their young lives because of that demon. That day, after the devil kidnapped his daughter-in-law, his son Song Fong went crazy looking for her, but there was no news of her since. He begged for help from everyone, but he was just a junior warrior, and no one was willing to offend the devil for his own sake. For him, these 4 days were like hell. 4 days later, his daughter-in-law came back, but when he saw the horrific scene, his heart was in pain as if it was being cut by 1,000 knives. The innocent and lovely girl was gone. His eyes were dull and his whole body was dirty. She is crazy. Later, she found her son's body, which had been fished out of the river. He couldn't accept it for a moment and fainted, but when he woke up, his daughter-in-law was already lying next to his son, dead and gone with him. Son, daughter-in-law, Dad is here to avenge you. Dad will make that devil be buried with you. Wait for me on the road. Song Song stood up in pain, his eyes were bloodshot. Go away, don't let my son's tragedy happen to you. After saying this, he left to the side. At this moment, Bakwun had already called his brother over and threatened to avenge him. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. How many times have I told you not to be so arrogant? If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, no one can save you. Have you not forgotten what happened last time? In order to cover up that incident, I used many favors. If you continue like this, I will be killed by you sooner or later. Ba-in was very disappointed with his younger brother, who was really used to being lawless. But he is his own brother after all, so he has to clean up any troubles. From what he said this time, it seemed like he was beaten for no reason while walking on the road, but he knew his brother's personality very well, so it was good enough that he didn't hit others. Brother, it was an accident. Who knew that woman was so stubborn? I just wanted to play with her, but she refused to obey me. In the end, I had to feed her drugs, and she became so slutty that she let me do whatever I wanted. And that man, I told him I was done with him, but he still dared to attack me. Throwing him into the river was a bargain for him. Bakwun became a little angry as he spoke. The woman had a nice figure and was pretty, but he lost interest in playing with her after a few days. Or maybe it's the girl I just met who's so cool. I can play with her for a year without getting tired of her. Brother, it's those two people. Bakwun saw Fong Fan and the other men from a distance, and excitedly said to his brother Bayan that he could no longer resist taking the woman back to enjoy her. He's coming, he's coming. It's almost time, kids. Daddy will avenge you soon. When Song Song saw Bakwun coming, he suppressed his anger and hid aside. He only had one chance, and even if he died, he would drag that devil with him to be buried with him. Is it them? I don't think anyone beat you up, you just fell in love with that woman. With his powerful eyesight, Bayan saw the leisurely Fong Fan and the stunningly beautiful woman beside him from afar. To be honest, this woman also surprised him. He really couldn't understand how there could be such a perfect woman in the world, with the face of an angel and the figure of a devil. If I didn't dislike women, I would have liked to taste her. Brother, I promise this is the last time. As long as you give me that woman, I will practice hard in the martial arts hall and never cause trouble again. Bakwun begged that as long as his brother agreed, the woman would definitely be his. Don't be like last time, playing with this girl for a few days and then throwing her away. I think she's not bad, she can be my sister-in-law. Okay, it's decided. Our Ba family should leave a descendant. After I break through to become a martial artist, I will have to go to Shanghai City to serve. I don't know if I can come back alive. I am very satisfied with this woman in every aspect. She can make up for your lazy genes. Bayan said calmly, as if a few words had determined a woman's life. Boy, I'm here now, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Let me have the woman behind you, and I might consider giving you a chance to live. Ba Quan walked in front and was the first to come in front of Fong Fan, but his eyes were always on Fong Wen, never leaving her. Although Fong Wen had beaten him before, beating was a sign of love and scolding was a sign of affection, and this was how a woman expressed her feelings to herself. Now, if they just kill this troublesome man, no one will stop them. Ba Quan said arrogantly, but suddenly he felt a sense of danger coming. A black shadow appeared in front of him, and a cold dagger was about to pierce his heart. Suddenly, my adrenaline surged, my breathing became choked, and my scalp went numb. Ba Quan, be careful. Bayan's angry voice came from behind. But although Ba Quan was not as good as Ba Yin, he was also a mid-level warrior. When facing the life and death crisis, his strong physical fitness came into play. He moved his body to the side at the last moment to avoid the vital parts. The dagger only scratched his shoulder, leaving a blood mark. Ba Quan reacted and kicked the attacker away, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. Ahem. Song Tsang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The kick had already injured him, but he smiled because he had taken revenge. He avenged his child. Haha, die, die, you devil should go to hell. Oh no, this knife is poisonous. Ba Quan realized that something was wrong and was horrified. Looking at the wound, it was already black, and at the same time, a feeling of powerlessness came over him. He looked to his brother Bayan behind him for help, believing that his brother would never let him die. It's you. It seems you are here to avenge your son and daughter-in-law, but you want to kill my brother. That's a good idea. Ba Yin's face looked very ugly. His powerful martial artist aura suppressed the attacker tightly. He actually let someone attack his brother right under his nose. Don't worry, you won't die while I'm here. It's just a small poison. If you eat it, it can only be eaten by martial artist level warriors. He took out a pill from his bosom and handed it to Ba Quan. After he took it, the feeling of weakness disappeared immediately and the wound turned its normal red color again. Ha ha ha, I can't die. You want to kill me? Do it in your next life. Ba Quan laughed wildly, saying that in front of his brother, no one could kill him. No, no. Why? Is God blind? Can't he see this devil in the world? Song Tsang collapsed to the ground in despair, his eyes dull, he hated it. Children, Daddy is sorry for you. Dad will come to you soon. After saying this, he was about to pick up a dagger and commit suicide. If he fell into the hands of that devil, life would be worse than death. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Don't you want to take revenge with your own hands? Just then, Fong Fan's voice rang out. You. Song Tsang couldn't believe it. Could it be that the boy in front of him? Ha ha ha, kid, you are scared silly, do you know who you are talking to? My brother Ba Yin, the captain of the True Fire Squad, is a martial arts master. Hand over the woman behind you obediently. Ba Quan laughed. He thought the boy was a normal person, but he turned out to be a fool. Humph, I want to see what tricks you can play in front of me. Although Bayan did not speak, his powerful aura had already spread out. He looked at the young men in front of him and sneered. The martial artist is so powerful that they cannot even imagine it. Do they really think that one or two martial artists can defeat him? Fong Wen, it's your turn. Your master is very angry, the consequences will be serious. Yes, master. Fong Wen had long been unable to hold back the urge to take action. He had never expected that there would be such a terrifying person in this world who instantly appeared in front of Bayan. What? Ba Yin looked at this scene in disbelief, like a lion fighting a rabbit with all its strength. He had been paying close attention to this woman, but he still didn't notice when she came over. She can't be a warrior, she must be a martial artist. However, he is also a martial artist, so it is impossible to kill him. Puff. Bayan's eyes were dull, and the right side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He drew a perfect parabola in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. It can't be that fast. I didn't see anything when she made the move. I am a martial artist. No. My martial arts skills. Why is my martial arts skills gone? Ba Yin roared in his heart, the martial arts skills he was so proud of were gone, he was destroyed by someone. After being slapped away by Fong Wen, Ba Yin fell to the ground helplessly and could not get up again. Fong Wen was a powerful master who had extraordinary control over strength. He would not kill anyone, as he said. The reason why she broke up his cultivation was to let him witness with his own eyes how his brother was tortured to death. Sooner or later, you will have to pay for what you have done. When they do evil, they should think of this. No, no. Don't come over. Ba Quan looked at his brother being slapped away, just like he was slapped away before. However, he was only a mid-level warrior, while his brother was a master warrior. Why did the same slap have the same result? My brother is a martial artist. You can't touch me. Ba Quan seemed to have forgotten that he was a mid-level warrior. When Fong Wen came towards him, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Then he crawled backwards desperately. He no longer thought about that beautiful body, but only wanted to survive. Enjoy yourself, kid. Fong Wen immediately took action, breaking his cultivation, and he completely turned into an ordinary person, lying on the ground crying. Go, uncle. Take revenge if you have revenge, and complain if you have complaints. I'm here, no one dares to stop you. Fong Fan said to the dazed Song Tsang standing aside. After hearing Fong Fan's words, Song Tsang stood up with a grim smile, his inner resentment bursting out, and he madly bit Ba Quan, who was lying on the ground. No. An extremely bloody incident occurred in the huge mission hall. Two bloody corpses that were no longer recognizable as human beings were emitting a strong smell of blood. No one dared to stop them because there was a young man standing nearby. Ha ha ha, my children, Dad has avenged you. Dad ate their flesh and drank their blood, leaving them unable to live or die. Song Tsang laughed crazily, his whole body was covered with blood and flesh, and there were even pieces of meat in his mouth that he had not swallowed while he was talking. Seeing such a perverted scene, everyone did not feel disgusted at all, but felt very happy instead. The two brothers Ba Quan and Bayan committed heinous crimes, and they deserved this fate. My benefactor, Song Tsang, thank you. Song Tsang fell to his knees, his eyes filled with tears of gratitude, and kowtowed to Fong Fan, once, twice, until his head was broken and bleeding. Get up, even if you weren't here, I wouldn't let them go so easily. Now that my revenge has been taken, where are you going to go from now on? Fong Fan asked calmly. My benefactor, I am now alone and helpless. Revenge for the children is my motivation to live. Now that the revenge has been taken, after sending the children away in glory, I plan to serve on the front line. It would be good for me to die on the battlefield. Song Tsang stood up. After experiencing this incident, he became more open-minded and tried to kill a few more monsters before he died. Yeah, that's fine. Leave now, or you won't be able to leave later. Fong Fan looked around and saw some people gathering around him. Benefactor, what about you? Of course I have to solve this mess. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. After getting Fong Fan's answer, Song Tsang kowtowed again and left. Everyone made way for him. Master, he won't live much longer. Yeah, he's exhausted, and his energy and spirit are greatly lost. In addition, he was seriously injured by Ba Quan before, and most of his vitality has been lost. Even if he goes back, he will definitely die within a month. Fong Fan withdrew his gaze. This was all he could do. It could be considered as getting rid of a threat to the people. Master, there is a martial artist coming towards us. Do you want me to do it? One move is enough. Fong Wen sensed that a martial artist at the peak level was heading here, so he whispered to his master Fong Fan in his heart. This sentence sounds so familiar. I seem to have heard it from Wang Cai. Fong Fan suddenly had a thought with evil humor, could the person who came be the martial arts master Wang Yangshu? If so, that would be too coincidental, as both of his masters would threaten to kill him. Grown-ups. Grown-ups. A middle-aged man with an aggressive look came over, and the staff of the surrounding Fenghua martial arts school shouted respectfully when they saw him. Do you know what the consequences are if you fight in the martial arts hall? How dare you kill the people from my Fenghua martial arts school? Do you think that you can break the rules of my Fenghua martial arts school by relying on this martial artist beside you? Wang Yangxiu shouted loudly, and the powerful aura of a peak martial artist suddenly descended, causing everyone to step back 3 steps. It's over. This boy is finished. Now, the owner of Fenghua Martial Arts School, Lord Kong Yuanlong, has gone to the wild to suppress the space crack. Lord Wang Yangxiu is now the most powerful person in charge of Fenghua Martial Arts School. This is the territory of Fenghua Martial Arts School. Killing people here would be a slap in the face of Fenghua Martial Arts School. This matter can never be let go like this. And this is during the special period when Wang Yangxiu is temporarily serving as the museum director. He will definitely be dealt with severely. The onlookers on the side also looked at the young men with sympathy. Even though the 2 Bayan brothers were hateful, they were still members of the Fenghua Martial Arts School after all. It was not worth it for the young man to get himself into trouble because of 2 scumbags. So what if I destroyed it? Fong Fan raised his head and looked directly at Wang Yangxiu. He didn't expect that it was really this martial artist. He really had a connection with him. If you dare to break the rules of my martial arts school, you will die. Wang Yangxiu also stood in front of Fong Fan at this moment. Hearing the arrogant tone of the young man in front of him, he was about to take action to suppress him, but when he saw Fong Fan's true face, he was immediately frightened and hurriedly retracted his momentum. Then he turned around and looked at the people watching around him, and the momentum he had just retracted burst out again, but this time he missed Fong Fan and Fong Wen. Come here, I suspect these people who are watching the show may have injured someone, arrest them all. Don't let any of them go. Although the small group of warriors behind Wang Yangxiu were very puzzled, they still began to arrest the people who were watching around. This is really curiosity killing people. Sir, we are innocent. We did nothing. We are all passers-by. Humph, it's just passers-by who are arresting you. Who told you to look at something you shouldn't have looked at? Wang Yangxiu gave some more instructions and cleared the people around him before turning around and looking at Fong Fan. Although his expression was very calm at the moment, he was so shocked in his heart that he could hardly stand. Who did he see? He actually saw the talented young man who had attracted the fight of several masters. But, isn't he dead? Wang Yangxiu recalled the tragic battle that day. There was no news of the young man after he was taken away by the owner of the hall. But now it seems that the owner of the hall saved him. Little brother, do you know our museum owner, Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong? Wang Yangxiu asked cautiously. Yeah, he's my master. Fong Fan replied. Yeah, it will be easier if we know each other. What? Master. Wang Yangxiu was so shocked that his jaw dropped. What did he hear? He actually heard the young man in front of him say that he was the master's apprentice. How is this possible? The master of the martial arts hall has no disciples, and everyone in the martial arts hall knows it. Yes, my master is Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong. Excuse me, little brother, do you have any proof? Although Wang Yangxiu didn't believe it, he couldn't help but ask. After all, the young man's talent was there and should not be underestimated. Is this what you are talking about? Fong Fan did not hide the fact that he was Kong Yuanlong's apprentice. There was no need to hide this matter. Only by being open and aboveboard could he better utilize the power of the martial arts school. Then he handed the token given to him by his master Kong Yuanlong to Wang Yangxiu. This. Wang Yangxiu's hair stood on end when he saw the token for the first time. This was the medal of disaster of his master. The owner of the museum has already handed this thing to the boy in front of him. No, you don't need to give me this medal. I am not qualified to touch it. Wang Yangxiu saw Fong Fan was about to hand the medal to him and hurriedly stopped him. He was not qualified to take it. However, when he saw Fong Fan casually put it into his pocket, the corner of his eye couldn't help twitching. This kind of thing, even in the hands of a martial artist, would be treated as a treasure, but this young man just treated it as an ordinary lump of iron and put it away. This boy is extraordinary. But looking at Wang Yangxiu's frightened expression, Fong Fan couldn't help but doubt, is the iron lump in his hand really that powerful? Is this thing so precious? Not even a martial artist dares to touch it. When the master gave it to me, he didn't say that this thing was so powerful. Wang Yongxiu greets the young master. You will be the young master of my Feng martial arts school from now on. Wang Yongxiu immediately said respectfully, not to mention the young man's talent, just based on his identity as the master's disciple, he would be the next master of Feng martial arts school in the future. This. Fong Fan was also a little confused. He had become the young master, why didn't the master tell him? This woman. Oh, I know who she is. She must be the bodyguard that the owner of the hall arranged for you. Wang Yongxiu looked at Fong Fan beside Fong Wen with some doubts, but soon he figured out the reason. This woman must have been arranged by the owner of the hall to be by the young master's side to protect his disciples' safety. The museum owner is really thoughtful. When he went to encircle and eliminate the space rift, he did not forget the safety of his apprentice. Young master, you did a great job in killing the two Bayan brothers. It really helped our Feng martial arts school to get rid of this evil. Do I need to arrest their friends? After all, those who can be friends with such people are not any better. Wang Yongxiu looked at the two bodies on the ground and said with gritted teeth. Fong Fan didn't say anything but looked straight at Wang Yongxiu. Didn't he say before that he would deal with him, but now he said that he did a good job of killing him? Is his identity so useful? Wang Yongxiu spoke hurriedly, seeming to feel embarrassed by being stared at by Fong Fan. Young master, to be honest with you, we have long noticed what the Bayan brothers have done. They have done things that are completely unscrupulous. Even if you don't do anything, we will still deal with this matter. The reason I said that just now is that the Bayan brothers are from our Feng martial arts school. If we let others get killed on our territory, it would be a disgrace to Feng martial arts school if people spread the news. But when the young master took action, he was just handling his own affairs. Of course I have to say that the young master did a good job of killing. Okay, in that case, let's deal with the rest as we should. By the way, the two people who were killed by Bakwun before also had a father above them. It was also because of our Feng martial arts school's improper management of people. They should be compensated. If there's nothing else, I should leave. Since the master didn't tell you about me, just pretend I was never here. Fong Fan said this to Wang Yongxiu, and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and said it to him again. Master, are you sure you want to do this? Wang Yongxiu was full of questions. What the young master had just told him was confusing. Although this matter was not difficult and could be said to be simple, it was very strange. Yeah, I'm sure. You can handle this matter as you wish. Just let me know when you're done. Fong Fan left his contact information and left the mission hall with Fong Wen, leaving Wang Yongxiu with a confused look on his face. Does it mean that the more talented a person is, the more bizarre their personality will be? Wang Yongxiu didn't think any more about it and turned and left. In the blink of an eye, night fell. During the day, Fong Fan took some time to go to the hospital to see if the fat man had woken up. However, his injuries were quite serious and he was still in a coma. He stayed in the ward for a while and then left. The main reason was that the fat sister Liang Si was too close to her parents, so she was able to sneak out with great difficulty. Fong Wen laughed, he never thought that his master could be so cute. Master, who is this Su Wan'er? I saw my master call this person several times today but no one answered. How about we capture her? Fong Wen joked as he looked at his master who was exercising beside him. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Fong Fan threw a punch, and the wind from his fist broke a small tree the size of his fist. He did call Su Wan'er several times today, but no one answered. This place is remote and there is no one living around, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Although his strength has not yet reached the level of a martial artist, his combat power has surpassed that of a martial artist with the superposition of his triple talents. The most critical thing now is to develop the fusion degree of the 100-fold strength talent to 100%. Only in this way can the combat effectiveness have another greater breakthrough. Especially after he experienced the previous siege by the Grandmasters, he felt more and more that his own strength was the key. After all, no matter how loyal his subordinates were, there would be times when they were absent or negligent. Finally, after a day, Fong Fan suddenly felt a warm current flowing in his body. This heat flows through the body and then converges at the heart. Bang! Bang! A strong heartbeat drives deeper power within the body, and with every beat, a new power is born. Cool. Fong Fan roared, as if he wanted to spit out all the impurities in his body. He knew that the degree of fusion of his power had made another breakthrough. Host, Fong Fan. Fusion talent. 100 times the power, current progress is 60%, the next stage is 1,000 times the power. Elementary dynamic vision, the next stage is intermediate. Primary super self-healing, next stage is intermediate. Feeding value, 876. The degree of fusion of 100 times strength has been developed to 60%. The strength in the body has reached 8,400 kilograms, not far from the 10,000 kilograms of strength. Moreover, the feeding value is also collected by the ant army and is about to break 1,000 again. Fong Fan jumped up, and the powerful force in his body poured out, hitting the ground heavily. He wanted to see how powerful his punch was. Boom. There was a huge vibration as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Under Fong Fan's punch, mud splashed out, and then a huge bottomless pit appeared. What is going on? Fong Fan looked at the huge hole that had just been blasted out by his punch and felt a little bit unbelievable. Could it be that his strength was so strong? He knows his own strength better than anyone else. This is definitely not something I typed out myself. There was originally a deep pit here, but it was just exposed by your punch just now. Fong Fan explained on the sidelines, and the Grandmaster's eyes quickly figured out what was going on. There was originally a deep pit. Who on earth would dig such a deep pit in such a remote place? Fong Fan looked at the dark cave entrance and heard the sound of wind coming from inside. He was suddenly a little surprised that there was something inside. Let's go down. I want to see what the guy who made this hole is up to. Fong Fan looked at the hole in front of him and jumped down. With Fong Fan by his side, he didn't have to worry about anything hurting him for the time being. Yes, Master. Fong Fan also jumped down. All he saw was darkness, but Fong Fan's strong physique quickly adapted to it. This place was similar to a cave. The entrance of the cave should be 10 meters high and more than 1 meter wide, so it would be a bit crowded for 2 people to get along. What is this place? Why does it feel so soft? After Fong Fan came down, he felt his hand touched something and couldn't help but speak. Owner. You touched my place. Fong Fan said this somewhat awkwardly, then Fong Fan's old face turned red and he quickly withdrew his hand. It's okay, Master. You don't have to stop. I like you to do this. We can also do some other interesting things. Fong Fan's charming voice sounded again. Fong Fan rolled his eyes and then looked away. There are so many passages here. Fong Fan sighed, he never thought that there would be so many connections in the cave 10 meters below. Who on earth could have completed such an underground building? This place is remote, and if he hadn't come across it by chance, there's no telling when it would have been exposed. And looking at these passages, each one is as tall as an adult. This kind of thing cannot be accomplished by one person, and it must be a large organization. He seemed to have discovered something big. Where do these passages lead to? Master, look quickly. Fong Fan squatted in a corner. Even in the darkness, she couldn't block her master's sight. She pointed at a tuft of gray hair on the ground and said, Fong Fan squatted down and saw the tuft of hair. Some kind of creature passed through here before. No, there's something wrong with the surrounding walls too. These aren't marks left by tools, they appear to be some kind of claws. An absurd idea suddenly occurred to Fong Fan's mind. These interconnected passages might not have been built by humans, but were dug out bit by some creatures using their claws. Let's go and take a look ahead. Fong Fan randomly found a passage, walked in, and disappeared into the darkness. As he went deeper, Fong Fan felt that this matter was more and more complicated. He had already walked in this underground passage for more than 10 minutes, which added up to several thousand meters. There was no sign of this passage shrinking or even seeing the end. Another thing that is particularly worth noting is that Fong Fan discovered quite a few branches in this passage. No one knew where they led to. Some were big, some were small. The big ones were similar to this one, and the small ones were similar to dog holes. What on earth is this? Fong Fan originally thought that it was dug by a person or some organization, then he thought it was a cave of some creature, but now he thinks it is not, because no creature can have such a big cave. What's more, the big one and the small one don't match at all. The moisture ahead was getting heavier and heavier. Fong Fan couldn't help but quicken his pace and finally arrived at the end of the passage. It turned out to be a sewer. The stench from the surroundings was overwhelming, and not far away there was flowing stinking water and the rotting corpses of unknown creatures. The sewers are interconnected and connect almost 60% of Jingai City. If you want to find any clues, you have to turn the entire Jingai City upside down. Moreover, Fong Fan felt that since this passage could connect to somewhere in the sewer, there must be other passages connecting to this sewer. Did the person or organization that dug out this passage want to dig out an underground city connecting the river and the sea? Tread. Fong Fan endured the stench and stepped into the sewer. He didn't find anything special along the way. If there were any clues, they might be hidden in this sewer. This is a human skeleton. Fong Fan was groping in the sewer when he suddenly saw a bone. It was hidden in the thick mud, but a piece of it was still exposed. Fong Fan could tell at a glance that it was a human leg bone. This is also. And this. Immediately afterwards, a lot of human bones were found near this leg bone. At this moment, Fong Fan was sure that someone had died here. Moreover, the bone was not exposed due to ordinary decay, but was eaten by some creature, because there were still some tooth marks left on the bone. Go up and take a look. Fong Fan looked up and saw a manhole cover, then walked out. This is a street somewhere in Jingai City. Some moonlight is scattered in the dark night, shining on the buildings nearby. Here it is. Fong Fan looked at the eye-catching landmark next to him and immediately thought of the missing persons he had seen in the mission hall before. One of them disappeared here. Could it be? The corpse in the sewer just now, is that the missing person? Fong Fan seemed to realize the key to this matter, so he hurriedly planned to go to the scene of several other missing persons. If this guess was correct, it was very likely that the entire Jingai City would face the threat of an unknown creature. So what exactly is this creature? Could it be? Fong Fan knew too little so far, and he didn't dare to confirm whether it was the kind of creature he guessed. But when Fong Fan was about to leave, Fong Wen beside him suddenly said, "Master, I just received news that 2 warriors suddenly appeared in the community. They were sneaky and very suspicious." 2 warriors? Is it that mysterious force or an accident? Fong Fan was stunned for a moment. He had no idea what the 2 warriors were doing here, but he thought that they must have bad intentions since they came to a slum in the middle of the night. Fong Wen, gather half of the mosquitoes and keep a close eye on these 2 people. Report any intelligence to me immediately. Yes, Master. After receiving instructions from his master, Fong Wen began to control the mosquitoes in the community. Fong Fan was not idle either. Although the people who came were just warriors, he could not be careless. He summoned the 3 martial artist-level mosquitoes in his mind and gathered all the power he could use. At the same time, the mosquitoes in the community began to gather on a large scale, forming terrifying flying mosquito armies, and 50 mighty ants as big as footballs also walked out of the back mountain one after another, taking advantage of the night to walk out of the back mountain and crawl towards the community, with groups of disciplined ant armies behind them. In a room in the community, 3 silent things seemed to be summoned. They moved violently, and then their wings began to vibrate. The next second, they came to the window and patrolled the 4 directions, as if observing whether there were any special circumstances. This speed is amazing. Even warriors could not detect the movement tracks of these 3 mosquitoes. To ordinary people, it was like teleportation. No one would have thought that these 3 terrifying mosquitoes, each as big as a fist, had combat power comparable to that of a martial artist. Its seemingly thin body is actually extremely hard, and its flapping mosquito wings have already revealed a metallic luster. These are no longer ordinary wings, but wings of steel. The sharp mouthparts shone coldly in the dark night, and even if there was a piece of steel in front of it, it could penetrate it with ease. His entire body has become a deadly weapon, and this is also the basis of his ability to resist martial artists. Speed, strong defense, and a mouthparts that can penetrate anything. There were 3 of these terrifying monsters, all to protect the safety of this family. Hey, do you feel anything is wrong around here? I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a tingling sensation on my scalp, as if there were many eyes watching us. A man looked around carefully, but found nothing unusual except the sudden increase in the number of mosquitoes. He had this strange feeling since he entered this community. What are you thinking about? There's no one here. We are warriors. If someone were spying on us, wouldn't we know? Hurry up, the mission is urgent. Another person quickly said that although this community was no different from other communities, there were a lot of mosquitoes. Moreover, the mosquitoes here had another characteristic, which was that they liked to gather in groups. He found several large piles. No, I really feel that way. It really seems like there are many pairs of eyes watching us. The person who spoke just now trusted his intuition and explained again. A lot of people. Look, there's no one around here, how can there be so many people? Remember, this is just a slum area, not a battlefield. Are you saying that these mosquitoes around here are here to monitor us? If so, I'll just eat shit. The person who spoke retorted directly, but he didn't know that he was actually right. These mosquitoes were indeed here to monitor them. Well, let's go. This person had no choice but to accept this fact. It seemed that he had been worrying too much. I don't know what these ordinary people did to cause the organization to take action. But we can go back after completing this mission, which is great. One person asked in confusion. They had been lurking in Jingai City for a long time, and usually just spent their days doing missions. However, they did not expect that their superior, who they had not contacted for a long time, would suddenly give an order. They said they were going to get rid of a few people, and after completing this task they could leave here and return to the organization. Who cares? How could a soldier like us know what our superiors are thinking? Let's finish the mission and go back quickly. I really don't want to stay here any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt that something was wrong. Are there more mosquitoes? Originally, there were scattered gaps around the 2 of them, but as they were talking, the gaps became smaller and smaller, and the mosquitoes almost covered them. Damn, these mosquitoes are really spirits. The man slapped his body casually and killed more than a dozen of them. His entire hand was covered in black. The 2 of them suddenly felt a little uneasy. Is this place suitable for human beings to stay? Even if I'm not sucked to death, I'll be annoyed to death. Let's go in quickly, maybe this is a coincidence. The 2 men hurried into the community, but the more they walked, the more frightened they became. Not only did these annoying mosquitoes not leave, but more and more mosquitoes followed them. From a distance, the 2 of them almost turned into a mosquito man, with countless mosquitoes all over their bodies. No, this is wrong. One person finally discovered something was wrong. No matter how many mosquitoes there were, there couldn't be this many. No matter how they drove them away, they wouldn't leave. There must be something strange. Let's not waste time. There's definitely something strange about these mosquitoes. Their purpose is to stop us. As long as we complete the mission and return, no matter how strange this place is, it has nothing to do with us. We just need to report the intelligence here, and it will be the organization's business to decide what to do next. The 2 men quickened their pace. Although the mosquitoes looked terrifying in number, they could not cause them any substantial harm, so they went straight towards their target. However, before the 2 had taken a few steps forward, they all froze in place, staring straight ahead with strange eyes. They began to wonder if they were hallucinating. The scene before them really subverted their cognition. Brother, am I seeing this right? Brother, what did you see? I saw ants. Is it a football-sized ant? Yes. Are there a lot of these football-sized ants? Yes. Are these ants crawling towards us? Yes. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other, seemed to see the confusion and fear in each other's eyes, and then screamed. Run. The 2 of them wished they could grow 2 more legs. Is this an ant? Have you ever seen ants this big? Each one here can be said to be a small monster. Each one of them looked hideous and terrifying, and those sharp weapons revealed a cold glow. And there were not just one, but a whole bunch of them. Although they are high-level warriors, they have never seen such a thing. Moreover, the pressure brought by this group of terrifying giant ants is no less than that of two first-level high-level monsters. It can be said that it is even more terrifying than that. In the dead of night, in a small community, two high-level warriors were fleeing, with a group of hideous and terrifying ants chasing them aggressively. No one could believe this scene. I don't know how long it took, but two ragged men walked out from the bushes. They were none other than the warriors who had come to the community before. Oh my God, that thing just now was too scary. The shell on their bodies is harder than ordinary wood. The most important thing is that they bit me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been dead. One of them said with some fear that the two of them had gone through a lot of hardships, sacrificed most of their clothes, and suffered several injuries, before they finally got rid of the pursuit of the group of ants and then returned to the community. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to encounter those ants again, just finish your mission and go back quickly. There is definitely a lot going on behind this, and the mosquitoes and ants are definitely mutated. And I suspect that someone is behind all this, otherwise they wouldn't target the two of us like this. Yes, let's kill them quickly and leave this damn place as soon as we're done. One person responded that he never wanted to see that group of cautious ants again. Then the two of them ran towards the community again, but this time, when viewed from behind, one of them was divided into 2 parts, and the other 2 were divided into 4 parts. There was nothing under the tattered clothes, without any cover. Exposed to the cold wind like this, I wonder if my butt will get frozen. Remember, there are 4 of them in total, Fong Zhou, Chen Xin, and they also have a son named Fong Fan and a daughter named Fong Ling. Kill them when you have the right person. We must not make any mistakes in such a simple task. The man reminded his partner, and seeing that the room in front of him was gradually overlapping with the location of the target in his mind, he knew that he had found it. After you go in, don't make any noise. After you get rid of them, take away all the valuables. Aren't we killing people? Why take away anything valuable? Are you stupid? If you do this, everyone will think this is a burglary and murder. After explaining, the 2 were ready to slip in, but suddenly they heard a subtle voice in their ears. Buzz. Suddenly, the 2 had a bad premonition, their bodies instantly stiffened, and they slowly turned their heads to look. Gudong. The 2 men looked uneasily at a mosquito as big as a fist in front of them. Their bodies kept shaking, they swallowed their saliva unconsciously, and their hands stopped moving. They actually felt the aura of a second-level monster from this mosquito. The second-level monster is at the martial artist level. But it's just a mosquito. Since when did mosquitoes become so powerful? No, this is no longer a mosquito, but a new type of monster that has not yet been discovered by humans. The 2 were almost suffocated by fear. What kind of evil things had they done that they encountered such horrible things all night? What kind of human community is this? This is a monster community. I came here to carry out a mission, not to die. It's just a mosquito. Brother, I'm just passing by, do you believe me? One of them said tremblingly, and then he saw the horrible mosquito in front of him began to look him up and down, the wind fanned by the steel wings cut through his body, and he actually felt a pain. But he didn't dare to say anything, because that long mouthpart was even more terrifying. He believed that even a piece of steel plate would be easily pierced by such a mouthpart. If God gave him another chance, he would never come to this community again. It's so scary. However, reality is always cruel. How could Fong Fan let these 2 people go? He had already heard their conversation before. He who kills will be killed. Buzz. A mosquito as big as a fist appeared again, one on the left and one on the right. The second one. The 2 were already in despair. They couldn't even handle this one, let alone there were 2 of these horrible things. Buzz. In the silent corridor, another one appeared. The third one. Suddenly, a strong smell of urine hit them. The 2 had been scared to death by 3 martial artist level monsters. No one would have thought, including them, that one day they would be scared to death by mosquitoes. As soon as the 2 met, they knew their fate. In their last sight of this world, the 3 mosquitoes disappeared, and then they felt severe pain in their bodies, darkness came, and they lost consciousness. What happened here did not alarm anyone. Two corpses that had been sucked dry lay quietly in the corridor. In the room, Fong Fan's parents and sister Fong Ling were having sweet dreams, unaware that the warriors who came to kill them had been dealt with. Not long after, 50 ants as big as footballs slowly appeared in the corridor, almost blocking the corridor, and then carried away the corpse. As for the remaining traces, they were completely eliminated by the swarms of mosquitoes and ants that followed. No trace was left behind. Even a master would not have thought that two people would die tragically here. They still did it. Fong Fan and Fong Wen came to the community and looked at the two people who had been treated like garbage. Their hearts sank. Only warriors came this time. When that force knew that the people they sent were killed, the next ones they sent would be martial artists, or even masters. From the previous conversation between the two, we learned that they had been in Jiangai City for a long time and had not obtained any other useful things. I don't know who my opponent is, so I can only defend passively. Fong Fan felt somewhat helpless. He was facing a powerful and mysterious force. Only by continuing to strengthen his own strength could he cope with the upcoming crisis. Speaking of crisis, Fong Fan thought of something else. Before, he believed that the 3 fifth-order mosquito kings he raised could deal with the two warriors, so he went to investigate the mysterious pit. Sure enough, human bones were found underground at the scene of the missing person's crime. Jiangai City is also facing a danger. Fong Fan felt a headache when he thought of the mysterious and complicated underground passages. These things could definitely not be completed in 10 days or half a month. Now, there is the threat of space rifts outside Jiangai City, and there are invasions of unknown creatures inside. His family has now become a thorn in the side of a certain force, and they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Fong Wen, what do you think I should do? Master, I cannot interfere with your will, but no matter what you do, I will trust you unconditionally and follow you. We will protect you until our death. No matter who wants to harm us, we will never agree. As for the Master's question just now, I can only say that as long as the Master wants, we will clear away all obstacles in the way of the Master, no matter who they are. Fong Wen said respectfully on the side that she naturally knew when to joke with her master and when to be serious. Yeah, we have a tough battle to fight next. Fong Fan sighed, turned around and left the community. His family was protected by the 5th-level mosquito king he raised, so he could rest assured for the time being. It's been 3 days, and there's still no reply. The mission must have failed. In Shanghai City, in a simply decorated room, Che Jingtong woke up from his practice. For a strong person like this, his retreat would last for months, and 3 days could be considered a relatively short period. Is there another force behind the sinner? Che Jingtong murmured that the master had already ordered to get rid of the criminal's family. 3 days ago, he saw that the time was ripe and arranged it, but there has been no reply until now. The person sent to carry out the mission must have died there. Speaking of this, the person who was sent to warn the martial artist has also lost contact, and it seems that he has also been killed. If it weren't for the desire to find those old guys who escaped that year, we would have gotten rid of them long ago. Why would we still be here? But it seems that it was not those old guys who did it. I guess they don't know that the criminal is in Jiangai City yet. That should be some local forces in Jiangai City. That's right. Zuizi's family has inherited the bloodline of King Wu. Even if Zuizi's foundation is abolished, there will be strong talents among his descendants. It is reasonable for them to be valued. Since the warriors are not capable, then send someone else. Can a small local force really turn the world upside down? Che Jingtong did not take this matter to heart. How could a god in heaven care about the petty quarrels of ants on earth? He arranged the matter and then immersed himself in cultivation again. The next wave of monsters is about to arrive, and a strongman like him needs to improve his cultivation as much as possible. Fong Fan didn't know what happened in Shanghai City, but even if he knew, what could he do? He had to fight back against the enemy with his soldiers and block the water with earth. Now, 3 days have passed since the previous community attack. Fong Fan is now preparing to go to Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. The task he had previously assigned to martial artist Wang Yangshu should be almost completed. In Fenghua Martial Arts Hall, everyone is busy with their own affairs, but their eyes can't help but look to the side. It was an ordinary room. But now there are 4 people sitting in this room. So far, the 4 strongest people in Feng Martial Arts School have gathered together for the first time. Martial Arts Master Wang Yangxiu, Martial Arts Master Luo Kaiji, Martial Arts Master Qiu Xinshui, Martial Arts Master Jin Lianggong. The power of these 4 people is enough to subvert the entire Feng Martial Arts School. They are top martial artists who can command the support of everyone, but now they have worried looks on their faces and sit silently in the room without saying a word. No one dared to breathe, not knowing what had happened. Even the staff who went in to change the water carefully replaced the cold tea with hot water, and repeated this action several times. Everyone, please share your ideas. It's not a good idea for us to just sit here and do nothing. Wang Yangxiu spoke first, breaking the silence of several people. What's there to say? Because of this incident, those cruel people outside are keeping a close eye on our Feng Martial Arts School. If we make even the slightest mistake, we will be doomed. So, I, Jin Lianggong, will be the first one not to believe the rumors from the outside world. Not only that, I will beat anyone who dares to spread them again to death. I believe the owner will come back, and then the rumors will be dispelled. Jin Lianggong spoke right after Wang Yangxiu finished speaking. His voice was rough and loud, and he exuded a fierce aura. Since Master Wang has said so, I will also share my opinion. A few days ago, the Grandmaster summoned the only 2 Grandmasters in our Feng Martial Arts School, the school owner, Lord Kong Yuanlong, and the newly promoted Grandmaster, Lord Black Ant, to attack the 4th-level crack outside the city. My Feng Martial Arts School has already sacrificed a master and many martial arts colleagues in the last attack. Logically speaking, it is reasonable to give us time to recuperate this time. But it didn't happen. This shows that the situation outside the city has gotten out of control. This time, we received news from the outside world that the Black Ant Grandmaster of my Feng Martial Arts School betrayed the human race. The master of the martial arts school, Kong Yuanlong, unfortunately died in the process of stopping the Black Ant Grandmaster. The Black Ant Grandmaster fled Jiangai City and his whereabouts are still unknown. Although we don't know whether this news is true or not, since it came from the outside world, we must treat it with caution. If it is false, it's fine, but what if it is true? Master Luo Kaiji hadn't finished his words, but the other 3 knew what he meant, and their expressions became more serious. Luo Kaiji, you're talking bullshit. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. With your little thoughts, are you eager to sit in that position? Do you deserve it? The owner of the hall is a high-level master who fought his way out of the disaster era bit by bit. It's just an ordinary attack. If he can't win, won't he just run away? And he unfortunately died in battle while trying to stop the Black Ant Grandmaster. Who would believe such a thing? You have all seen the true nature of Grandmaster Black Ant. During the Grandmaster battle that day, he dared to fight against 3 Grandmasters for a candidate and successfully killed a Grandmaster. How could he rebel? If Grandmaster Black Ant really wanted to rebel, why did he join my Feng Martial Arts School? Why didn't he take action in the Grandmaster battle a few days ago? This kind of talk is full of loopholes. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. Luo Kaiji, if you keep making alarmist remarks here, I, Jin Lianggong, will be the first one to not let you go. Jin Lianggong was cursing and couldn't help but burst out when he heard Luo Kaiji's words. When the master of the museum was still there, Luo Kaiji always did some small things behind his back. But the master of the museum didn't care, but it didn't mean they didn't care. Before, it was just the owner of the martial arts hall who was there, so he couldn't say anything. Now, Luo Kaiji took advantage of the owner's absence from the martial arts hall and started to make alarmist remarks. How could he not be angry? Jin Lianggong, do you think I'm afraid of you? Come if you want. With your muddled brain, you've been sold out and you're still counting money for them like a fool. Luo Kaiji took the lead without hesitation. How could he tolerate being scolded in front of so many people as a top martial artist? He vowed to take action on the spot. Okay, everyone, be quiet. We are family, we can't let anything go wrong first, or else they will come knocking on your door and see what you'll do. Wang Yangxiu said in a deep voice that although the 4 were all top martial artists, there were also different levels of top martial artists, and he was the strongest among the 4. After Wang Yangxiu spoke, although the 2 were unwilling, they had no intention of taking action. After all, no matter what, they are all members of Fenghua Martial Arts School. Master Chiu, what do you think about this matter? Do you also believe what is being spread outside? Chiu Xinshui saw Wang Yangshu asking, and after thinking for a while he said, "Whether it is true or not, we will know when we get to know it. If it is true, then I'm sure a master will come and tell us soon." Chiu Xinshui's soft voice sounded. As the only female among the four and the weakest, she did not want to get involved, nor did she want to offend the two masters Luo Kaiji and Jin Liangongla, so she had to compromise. "That's what we said, but we can't do nothing. Although Jin Lianggong and I have some unpleasant experiences, I agree with what he said. Those ruthless people outside are keeping a close eye on our Fenghua Martial Arts School. If we make even the slightest mistake, we will be doomed. Now that this has happened, we must elect someone in power to deal with what happens next." Luo Kaiji seemed to be prepared and spoke immediately after Chiu Xinshui. After saying that, the other two looked at Luo Kaiji in unison, their eyes fixed, as if they wanted to see what he was thinking. "If we choose someone in power at this time, aren't we afraid that the museum owner will come back and take revenge on us? While he is fighting on the front line, you are dividing up his property in the back. Why are you looking at me? I am also thinking about our Fenghua Martial Arts School. Think about it, the four of us here don't listen to each other. If something really happens, you say your thing and he does his thing, and we can't get together at all. How can this work? The right thing to do is to elect someone who is temporarily in power. Otherwise, do you have any better ideas?" Luo Kaiji seemed to speak with some innocence. He naturally had his own confidence in saying so, and of course he was not afraid of being settled with by the museum owner Kong Yuan long later. "I agree. This is fine. It doesn't matter who is elected as the person in power, as long as it's not Luo Kaiji." "Then I agree." Jin Lianggong didn't think much about it and agreed to the proposal. However, Chiu Xinshui's face looked a little strange, with a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking or what he wanted to say, but he didn't say it. In the end, he agreed to Luo Kaiji's proposal. Among the four, only Wang Yangshu remained silent. "Master Wang, what is your opinion?" Seeing that Wang Yangshu didn't say anything, Luo Kaiji said that since he dared to put forward this opinion, he must have a way to become the temporary person in power. You three all agreed, what else can I say? Then let's choose a temporary ruler from among the four of us. What exactly are you going to do? Why the sudden election of those in power? Are you really thinking about Fenghua Martial Arts School? Wang Yangshu had a bad feeling. He had not expected that the situation would develop in this direction, but it was too late to stop it now. He saw that Luo Kaiji's purpose would never be so simple. He must not be allowed to be the person in power. Otherwise you will definitely regret it. It would be great if the museum owner was here at this time. Wang Yangshu sighed, but things did not develop according to his wishes. Among the four people, he had 1 vote and Jin Lianggong had 1 vote, and these votes were cast by themselves. After all, they were all top martial artists and no one wanted to be under someone else's roof. But no one expected that Chiu Xinshui, who had always been neutral, would cast the crucial vote for Luo Kaiji. Including the vote cast by Luo Kaiji for him, he already had 2 votes. Became the person with the highest votes. If nothing unexpected happens, Luo Kaiji will be the one in power. When this result came out, Wang Yangshu and Jin Lianggong's faces darkened. The former was worried that Luo Kaiji would have other bad intentions that would bring bad consequences to Fenghua Martial Arts School, while the latter simply felt that Luo Kaiji was too irritating and didn't want him to be the one in power. Luo Kaiji smiled happily. He was very satisfied with the result. It turned out that all his previous efforts were not in vain. It's not easy to get Chiu Xinshui to vote for me. Luo Kaiji also knew that after this incident, he would offend many people, but as long as he became the one in power, what could he do? Soon, I will break through to the Grandmaster level and become the true master of this Fenghua Martial Arts School. As for the museum owner Kong Yuanlong, that's just a thing of the past. Just 2 days ago, when he was practicing, a person suddenly came into the room. This person had an extremely deep cultivation, and when he saw the person's appearance, he knew who it was. Another deputy master of Dingtian Martial Arts School, Wang Hongyun. A veteran master, it is said that his cultivation has reached the level of a high-level master, but it is unknown whether it is true or not. However, he is also a powerful existence that he cannot defeat. At that time, when he saw Wang Hongyun for the first time, he became alert. After all, in the battle between masters that had taken place in the martial arts hall before, the master of Dingtian martial arts hall had died tragically. Although Grandmaster Lu Jingde took action to settle the matter later, the feud still continued. Now that the Grandmaster from Dingtian martial arts school has come, he must have bad intentions. But what Grandmaster Wang Hongyun said to him later completely made him unable to calm down for a long time. The owner of the hall, Kong Yuanlong, died in battle. Black Ant Master defected. This news will soon spread throughout Jiangai City. As long as he can control Fenghua Martial Arts School, there is no need to worry about the consequences. As long as he can hand over the martial arts hall to Dingtian Martial Arts School through legitimate means later, Dingtian Martial Arts School will ensure that he becomes a master. He is guaranteed to become the true master of Fenghua Martial Arts School and remove all obstacles in front of him. It took a top martial artist a long time to react to these words. He was not stupid and of course he knew what Grandmaster Wang Hongyun meant. The museum owner is still attacking the 4th level crack outside the city, and his life or death has already been decided here. It is self-evident who wants to deal with the owner Kong Yuanlong and who wants to deal with Fenghua Martial Arts School. Since he dared to tell me this, it meant that he was completely sure about this matter, and he was not worried that he would tell others about it because he did not have the opportunity to do so. As long as he dared to show any hesitation, he was sure that Grandmaster Wang Hongyun would kill him here without hesitation and then go find someone else. In fact, this is the sadness of the weak. The weak have no right to choose. Since Grandmaster Wang Hongyun will find him, he has two choices, agree or die. In order to build a martial arts hall, he did not hesitate to kill 2 masters. The most poisonous thing in the world is the human heart. But even knowing this, he still agreed. The purpose is to become the true master of the Fenghua Martial Arts School and achieve the level of a Grandmaster that he would never dare to dream of in his entire life. Even if he and Fenghua Martial Arts School became puppets of Dingtian Martial Arts School, so what? The position he had always dreamed of achieving was now offered to him by someone, so how could he not agree? Afterwards, in order to choose the person in power, he found another top martial artist, Qiu Xinshui. Of course, he was not stupid enough to tell her the truth. At that time, Qiu Xinshui's mother had reached the end of her life and would pass away soon. The news that she was looking for an elixir to prolong her mother's life spread throughout the martial arts hall. However, the elixir that can increase lifespan is so precious that many martial artists have never seen one in their entire lives. But, coincidentally, he had this elixir. Although it is only the lowest level, it is also what Qiu Xinshui has always dreamed of. I will use this longevity elixir to exchange with him, so that he will vote for me unconditionally in the next vote, otherwise he will have to watch his mother die. In the end, Qiu Xinshui still agreed to it, and this was because he was completely sure about who would be in control of this election. After that, as long as he becomes the controller, he can hand over the martial arts hall openly, and then he can naturally become the owner of the Fenghua Martial Arts School and become a powerful master. Haha, Wang Yangxiu and Jin Lianggong don't know yet that Fenghua Martial Arts School has been sold by them. Then it seems that I have the most votes. In that case, I will be the temporary leader of Fenghua Martial Arts School until the master returns. Although Luo Kaiji said this, he knew in his heart that the owner Kong Yuanlong would never come back. He will stay in the wild forever, keeping the monster company. I know you are not convinced. You are also top martial artists, but this is the only solution. Only in this way can we unite in everything and better face the wolves, jackals, tigers and leopards around us. Do you think I want to be one? It would be great if the master had an apprentice. The 4 of us wouldn't have to fight over who is in power. I, Luo Kaiji, would be the first to support him becoming the one in power, but the master doesn't have one. Okay, this matter has been decided. Now let's discuss how to deal with this rumor. It won't be long before this rumor spreads throughout the martial arts hall. By then, people will be in a panic, which is not what we want to see. Luo Kaiji was secretly delighted. He said that, but everyone knew that the master had no disciples. It would be best to use this matter to shut everyone up. Wait, you just said, the master's apprentice. If the master had an apprentice, would you be the first to support him? Suddenly, Wang Yangxiu said with a smile. Luo Kaiji was a little puzzled, but he still said it with a stiff upper lip. Yes. If the master has an apprentice, I will be the first to support him. How could the master of the hall have an apprentice? Could it be that one popped out from a crack in the stone? In this world, there are always some coincidences that cannot be explained in words. Just as Luo Kaiji finished speaking, Fong Fan stepped into the gate of Fenghua Martial Arts School with his right foot. Do you keep your word? Wang Yangxiu asked back. I, Luo Kaiji, keep my word. I will stick to my words. Wang Yangxiu, let me tell you, I know you don't accept it, but I am the one who was chosen from among the four to be in power. If you continue to behave in this frivolous way, don't blame me for using the martial arts school's methods. Luo Kaiji was a little angry, thinking that what Wang Yangxiu said before was intentional to cause trouble. Everyone knew that the master had no apprentice, so how could one suddenly appear? He is also a top martial artist. He lost face in front of the other two. Isn't he afraid that they will take revenge on him later? No, I think you misunderstood. After hearing what Wang Yangxiu said, Luo Kaiji finally calmed down a little, thinking that Wang Yangxiu agreed with him. However, when he heard the next words, he became even more angry. You are not in power yet. What? If I'm not in power, then who is? I was just elected as the person in power. Are you, Wang Yangxiu, going to regret it? There are so many people watching us. Luo Kaiji laughed wildly. A top martial artist is going to go back on his word. No, I don't regret it, but even if you were chosen, you can't be the one in power. Wang Yangxiu said this calmly, while the other two were very curious as they saw Wang Yangxiu's abnormal behavior. What happened that made him say such words without caring about his dignity as a martial artist? Do you really want to regret it? Haha, I'm not. Wang Yangxiu, I used to call you the military advisor of Fenghua Martial Arts School, but I didn't expect you to be so confused. Since I was chosen, why am I not the one in power? Could it be that the person in power is the imaginary disciple of the master you mentioned? Luo Kaiji was not angry but laughed instead. He laughed at Wang Yangxiu's shamelessness and also laughed at Wang Yangxiu's helplessness about himself becoming the one in power. This matter was already a foregone conclusion. What was the point of one person's opposition? Unless the owner comes back, or his apprentice appears. But, how is this possible? Oh. Who said no? I am. Suddenly, a young voice came from behind the crowd. The four top martial artists all froze in place, then turned their heads slowly and synchronously to look at the person who had come. I saw a young man about 20 years old, followed by a peerless beauty, standing in front of everyone. These people were Fong Fan and Fong Ling who had rushed over. During the previous martial arts assessment, the Grandmaster chased Fong Fan, and Wang Yangxiu was the only martial artist who had seen Fong Fan's true face, so the other three had no idea who the young man in front of them was. The three were shocked when they saw Fong Fan. When did you come? They were all top martial artists, and if this young man hadn't spoken, they wouldn't have realized someone had come to their side. If this were a battlefield, I wouldn't even know how I died. However, this was not what surprised the three people the most. What surprised them more was what they heard the young man say. This young man actually spoke without restraint and admitted that he was the master's apprentice. This young man actually responded to Luo Kaiji's words. Who are you? You dare to pretend to be the disciple of my Fenghua martial arts school master. You are courting death. Among the three, Luo Kaiji was the most surprised. The young man actually admitted that he was the master's apprentice. It was impossible. This was absolutely impossible. He couldn't be the master's apprentice. Luo Kaiji had just denied this idea in his mind when he saw Wang Yangxiu standing next to him. Didn't seem surprised by what the young man said, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Thinking of what Wang Yangxiu had said before for no reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and without time to think, he suddenly attacked, bursting out with the powerful strength of a peak martial artist, and attacked the young man. Regardless of whether he is or not, as long as he dies, the position of the ruler will still be his. You dare. Although Wang Yangxiu was also surprised by Fong Fan's arrival, he stared at Luo Kaiji the moment Fong Fan appeared. The moment Luo Kaiji made his move, Wang Yangshu had already made his move. Bang! The two men instantly exchanged blows, and the sound of fighting echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Wang Yangshu, why are you stopping me? Luo Kaiji was furious. Luo Kaiji, I want to ask you, what do you want to do? He pretended to be the master's apprentice and tarnished the reputation of my Fenghua martial arts school. Why can't I kill him? Luo Kaiji realized that he had missed the best opportunity to take action, so he pushed away the motive for his action. Now that the owner of the museum was not around, even if he was telling the truth, no one would prove it. Who said he was an imposter? I can prove that he is the master's apprentice. Wang Yangshu stood beside Fong Fan to protect him, then spoke in a deep voice. What? He is the master's apprentice. Wang Yangshu's words shocked everyone. The owner of the hall actually had a disciple. Do you have any evidence that he is the master's apprentice? Luo Kaiji was unwilling to believe this fact and stared at Wang Yangshu and said. Evidence, is that what you are talking about? Fong Fan's expression turned cold. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived. Although he didn't know why several people were fighting for the title of the so-called ruler, nor did he know what happened in the martial arts gym, but the man named Luo Kaiji had actually tried to kill him before. How could Fong Fan tolerate this? Ever since the fusion of talents, Fong Fan's perception has become much stronger. The murderous intent that was so strong before that it almost dripped water was definitely not because of the so-called reputation of the martial arts school he mentioned. In that case, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Fong Fan slowly took out the medal of disaster from his pocket. Is this the medal of disaster? Is this the owner's medal of disaster? Take the disaster medal out of your pocket. The corners of the three martial artists' eyes twitched violently. The medal of disaster, the highest honor that only masters were worthy of, was now being taken out of a pocket by a young man like a steel coin. This is the medal of disaster, not a steel pennies. The three of them stood there in shock, not knowing what to say. What an ignorant bunch. Look at me, I'm not surprised by this kind of thing. Wang Yangshu was smug at the side. His calmness was totally different from the other three people. This was the tolerance that a true top martial artist should have. This is the owner's medal of disaster. I was lucky enough to see it once before, and it still had the aura of the museum master. Jin Lianggong murmured, and his words showed that the other two also agreed that this was the owner's medal of disaster. And since this young man can produce the medal of disaster, there is no doubt that he is the master's apprentice. This made Luo Kaiji very angry. If other evidence was produced, he could still make some excuse, but what was produced was the medal of disaster, which was something that could not be faked and was indeed real. He was obviously just one step away from becoming the master of Fenghua Martial Arts School and was already not far from becoming a Grandmaster. However, Qing Yaojin suddenly appeared and disrupted all his plans. How could he not hate this? Ruining someone's chance was like killing his father. If looks could kill, Fong Fan would have died countless times at the sight of Luo Kaiji's resentful gaze. Now that the young master has appeared, I don't need to tell you who should take the position of the ruler. Who just said he wanted to be the first to support? There are so many people watching us. Wang Yangshu looked at Luo Kaiji and said indifferently that these words were deliberately said to him. After hearing this, Luo Kaiji's hatred increased again. But no matter how much he hated him, he couldn't do anything to this young man in front of the three great martial artists. But Luo Kaiji was unwilling to admit defeat easily, as he had already paid a huge price for it. No, even if he takes out the medal of disaster to prove that he is the master's apprentice, what can it do? Are you going to let someone who is not even a martial artist be the head of my Fenghua martial arts school? Wouldn't it be ridiculous for others to say that there is no one in my Fenghua martial arts school? What Luo Kaiji said seemed to make sense. As the person in charge of a martial arts school, it was a bit unreasonable that even the martial arts masters were not qualified. Wang Yangshu was speechless. He had thought of everything except this point. He was not strong enough. Even if he became the one in power by virtue of his status as the master's apprentice, the people below would not obey him. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected. Just when Luo Kaiji was feeling complacent and thought he had found the fatal point, Fong Fan on the side suddenly spoke. "Oh. Who said I'm not a martial artist?" For a moment, the four top martial artists stood there in a daze, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. As soon as Fong Fan finished speaking, a powerful martial artist's aura erupted around the four people. The strong wind and waves ruffled the four people's hair, but they did not react at all. At this moment, they were completely confused. This martial artist's aura was fierce and lasting. He was not a junior martial artist at all, but a mid-level martial artist. What happened? What did they see? A young man who is only 20 years old, his cultivation has already reached the level of an intermediate martial artist. Are they dreaming? Or has the world changed? Is it so easy to become a martial artist nowadays? Why were they still struggling in the warrior stage when they were as old as this young man? Am I qualified with my strength? Fong Fan snorted coldly. After these 3 days, he had increased the degree of integration of his 100-fold strength to 90%. His strength had exceeded 10,000 pounds, and his realm had reached that of a junior martial artist. With the combination of 3 talents, his strength has surpassed that of an intermediate martial artist. Gudong. Wang Yangshu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He felt that his ability to withstand blows was already very strong, but he still overestimated himself and underestimated Fong Fan's ability to pretend. He admitted that he was fooled by Fong Fan again. Not only him, but the other 3 also looked at Fong Fan in shock. Intermediate Martial Master. Luo Kaiji said these 4 words with difficulty, and then he didn't know what to say. This young man shocked him too much. With such a powerful talent, who is he? If he is given some more time, will he grow into the legendary Grandmaster? What's the point of competing with this kind of person? You have the life to grab but not the life to spend. Luo Kaiji was unwilling to give in. It was obvious that he was just a little bit away, just a little bit away. Why should he come to compete with him for this position? According to this young man's talent, there is obviously a better place for him. Enough, enough, qualified. Wang Yangshu also spoke with great difficulty. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would even want to take action to see if the young master in front of him was an impostor. He remembered that the young master's realm was only that of a high-level warrior before, but after a short period of time, he has now become a mid-level warrior. In a few days, I will surpass him. It's impossible to achieve results so quickly even if you take hormones. Wang Yangshu greets the young master. Young master, while the master of the martial arts hall has not returned, you will be the person in charge of my Fenghua martial arts hall and have full control over the Fenghua martial arts hall and the martial arts hall. If Wang Yangshu used to respect Fong Fan because of his identity, now he is actually intimidated by his terrifying talent and strength. Jin Lianggong greets the young master. Qiu Xinshui greets the young master. Luo Kaiji greets the young master. After witnessing how terrifying Fong Fan was, Luo Kaiji had to bow his head no matter how reluctant he was. By the way, what happened? You guys are fighting for the position of the person in power. Aren't you afraid that the master will come back and settle accounts with you? 4 top martial artists led Fong Fan into the meeting room, but when faced with Fong Fan's questions, the 4 were confused again. It seems like you old men don't know anything. Hearing Fong Fan's question, Luo Kaiji was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. You don't know anything, what are you fighting with me about? Am I wronged? I'm not unlucky. I've worked so hard for such a long time, but it's still not as good as your 10 minutes. Killing people and destroying their hearts, Fong Fan's simple 2 sentences were like a knife cutting into Luo Kaiji's heart, making him completely lose the courage to stay any longer. He was afraid that he would be stimulated again later. Young master, don't you know? Wang Yangshu asked uncertainly. What do I know? This time it was Fong Fan's turn to be confused, but after Wang Yangshu explained it to him, Fong Fan's face changed drastically and he quickly stood up from his seat. What exactly is happening in the wild? Master died in battle. Wang Sai defected. Fong Fan didn't care about anything else and hurriedly called out to Wang Sai in his heart, but this time, after waiting for a long time, Wang Sai didn't respond. As time passed, Fong Fan's heart became heavier and heavier. Wang Xi has lost contact. In the past, Wang Xi would respond to me whenever I called him, but this time he didn't. No matter what happened, Fong Fan didn't believe that Wang Xi would defect, nor did he believe that he would harm his master, because his 100% loyalty allowed him to trust Wang Xi unconditionally. Is Wang Xi dead? But the connection in my heart is still there. If Wang Xi died, I would definitely know. Wang Xi is not dead. But what exactly happened there? Just when Fong Fan was feeling confused and uneasy, an angry voice suddenly came from outside. The Feng martial arts school came out to take responsibility. It's a powerful master. Fong Wen, who had been silently protecting Fong Fan behind him, screamed in surprise when he heard the roar from outside and felt a strong and terrifying aura. Her angelic face no longer had the calmness it had before, and her expression was solemn, which made people worry. Then he protected Fong Fan in front of him, vowing to escape from here if he found anything wrong. The aura of the person who came was terrifying and unfathomable, and more powerful than her. Grandmaster. The other 4 people sensed this terrifying aura and immediately felt uneasy. Now that the masters were no longer in the martial arts hall, they were just martial artists, like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. But in addition to being shocked, the 3 people except Wang Yangshu couldn't help but look at Fong Wen. They thought that this woman was just a servant of the young master, but they didn't expect that her reaction was faster than that of their top martial artists. It seems that this woman is also very powerful. Young master, what should we do? Luo Kaiji recovered from his shock, and suddenly an intriguing expression appeared on his face, as if he knew something. This voice seems familiar. Then he looked at Fong Fan on the side and said, this was God helping him, this young man had just taken the position of power away from him, and now the test was coming. Let's see how he handles this matter. If he fails to handle it well, he will have to take the position of the person in power. Those who come with bad intentions will not come. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Didn't he ask us to go out and answer for our crimes? I want to see what crime my Feng martial arts school has committed. Let's go. Fong Fan's expression turned cold and he snorted. The previous news had just been passed back and a master-level expert came to the door. This made people suspect that there was something fishy going on. But since he has become the person in charge of Feng martial arts school, he must also shoulder this responsibility. No matter who wants to take over the martial arts school, they have to ask Fong Fan whether he agrees. Phew. Wang Yangshu wanted to say something, but seeing Fong Fan's determined expression, he responded in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Feng martial arts school, come out and take responsibility for your crime. If you don't come out, I will destroy your martial arts school. The sound from outside came again, and Fong Fan immediately walked towards the door without any hesitation or timidity. Seeing this, the 4 people behind him followed closely. Fong Wen, how confident are you in fighting against the masters out there? Master, I am only 10% sure of winning a fight, 30% sure of fighting to the death, but I am 50% sure of taking you away if I fight to the death. Okay, I understand. Fong Fan asked Fong Wen in his heart, but the result did not affect his determination. Before, his master Kong Yuan Long dared to save him in front of the 4 masters, and this time when the master was not there, he, Fong Fan, dared to protect the master's life's work alone. Go, go. You are such an ungrateful boy. Soon you will know what fear is and how dangerous society is. Even if you are talented and have an extraordinary background, it is nothing in front of a real strongman. Luo Kaiji was secretly delighted and wished that Fong Fan would die in this incident. Oh my god, what happened to our Feng martial arts school? Why did we have to suffer such a disaster? What crime did our Feng martial arts school commit that deserves to be questioned by such a powerful person? Where is our Grandmaster? The outside world was in chaos. When the people in the martial arts hall heard the voices of being questioned, they felt a strong breath enveloping them. The air became suffocating, and their whole bodies felt as uncomfortable as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. An old man exuding a terrifying aura was standing in front of the Feng martial arts school. Isolate Feng martial arts school and the outside world into 2 worlds. Suddenly, Just as everyone was panicking, their bodies felt empty. Why do I feel a lot more relaxed? Some people expressed doubts, and not only themselves, but many people around them also felt their bodies lighten. Before they could figure it out, they saw a young man coming out surrounded by a crowd of people. Who is this young man? Many warriors in the martial arts school were puzzled, as this young man was actually followed by the 4 great martial arts masters of the school. Fong Fan had already walked out at this moment. He had also felt the oppression from the Grandmaster before, so he ordered Fong Ling to release her power to protect the people in the surrounding martial arts gym. The old man in front of the martial arts hall suddenly felt confused. The oppression he released was actually offset by some resistance. Could it be that there was a master in this martial arts hall? But it only made him wonder, because his strength has now reached that of a high-level Grandmaster, and as long as he is not Kong Yuan Long, any Grandmaster is no problem to him. Young Master, he is Wen Hongyun, the deputy head of Dingan Martial Arts School, and also a master. When seeing the old man, Wang Yangshu behind Fong Fan reminded him. Dingan Martial Arts School. It's one of the 4 martial arts schools that surrounded and attacked me last time. When Fong Fan heard the name of Dingan Martial Arts School, his eyes turned cold, but he quickly hid himself. Now was not the time to turn hostile. He was not strong enough, and the prerequisite for revenge was that he had to survive first. May I ask this strong man, what crime has my Fenghua martial arts school committed? Fong Fan was confronting the old man at this moment. Although he was facing an unfathomable strongman, he was not scared. Ha ha ha, is there no one in your Fenghua martial arts school? You actually let a little guy talk to me. Aren't you afraid that I will beat this little guy to death if I get upset? Wang Hongyun looked at the young man in front of him and laughed. I am the young master of Fenghua martial arts school. Isn't that enough qualification? Fong Fan asked back. After hearing Fong Fan's words, Wang Hongyun looked carefully at the young man in front of him, then stared at Luo Kaiji behind him, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. How dare Luo Kaiji lie to him? He didn't get the position of the person in charge of Fenghua martial arts school. What on earth is going on with Luo Kaiji? Didn't you promise me that you would definitely take the position of the ruler? Hearing the question from the master in front of them, everyone including Fong Fan couldn't help but look angry. Luo Kaiji actually betrayed Fenghua martial arts school and colluded with Dingan martial arts school. Aren't you afraid that the owner of the inn will come back and enforce the law? Luo Kaiji, you dare to betray the martial arts school. Wang Yangshu and the other 2 were furious, their eyes were bloodshot, their hands were clenched, and they were filled with hatred. If it weren't for the Grandmaster being here, they would have wanted to kill Luo Kaiji. No wonder they were so anxious to select the person in power. It turns out they had already colluded with Dingan martial arts school. Betrayal is something that no one allows. You can betray the martial arts school in the martial arts school, but will you betray the human race on the battlefield in the future? Sir, I didn't expect that. This kid is Kong Yuanlong's apprentice. I was almost there, but this guy showed up and took the position that was within my grasp. Luo Kaiji saw that the truth had been revealed, so he stopped trying to hide it. After all, in front of a powerful master and a martial arts gym that was about to be destroyed, any fool would know which one to choose. Oh. This boy is Kong Yuanlong's apprentice. In that case, do you, Fenghua Martial Arts School, admit your guilt? Wang Hongyun's temperament changed drastically, and he suddenly shouted loudly, which shocked everyone and made them tremble in their hearts. They immediately felt a sense of pressure. What crime has my Fenghua Martial Arts School committed? Fong Fan was not afraid at all and asked back in a stern voice. This scene once again stunned Wang Yangshu. Doesn't the young master know who he is facing? This is a powerful master. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Although they know that the other party has ill intentions, the strong have the dignity of the strong, and the weak have to endure it no matter how unwilling they are. This lord. Wang Yangshu wanted to explain for Fong Fan, but he heard what Wang Hongyun continued to say. When conquering the 4th-level rift in the wild, the Black Ant Grandmaster of your Fenghua martial arts school betrayed the human race and switched sides, resulting in the death of Grandmaster Kong Yuan Long and the serious injuries of 2 Grandmasters. The Grandmaster has ordered me to handle this matter. Tell me if your Fenghua martial arts school is guilty or not. Wang Hongyun's voice spread throughout the entire martial arts hall, and it was as if an explosion had occurred. Everyone began to panic and talk about it. Their Black Ant Grandmaster actually betrayed humanity. No, when did the martial arts hall have a Black Ant Grandmaster? Isn't he the Black Ant Martial Master? The owner of the museum was killed in battle. No. The master of the martial arts hall has died. Is there any need for our Fenghua martial arts hall to exist? Could it be possible that our Fenghua martial arts school will be divided up by other martial arts schools soon? Everyone went crazy when they got the news, but Fong Fan knew that the news was fake. However, he could not tell anyone the reason because no one would believe him. When they heard the fact admitted by Grandmaster Wang Hongyun himself, Wang Yangshu and the other two felt a pain in their hearts, their vision darkened, and endless sadness surged in their hearts, as if all their energy and spirit had been drained out of their bodies. Their hall master, the great Master Kong Yuanlong, was killed in the battle. However, the Black Ant Grandmaster betrayed the human race and disappeared. They were absolutely unwilling to believe this fact, but since it came from the mouth of a powerful master, and it also contained the oral instructions of a Grandmaster, they had to believe it. Then may I ask, where is the body of my master, Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong? Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong's body was lost in the war and has not been found. Wang Hongyun said in a deep voice, with some sadness in his tone. Fortunately, the master is not dead yet. Fong Fan felt somewhat relieved after hearing what Wang Hongyun said. Although I don't know where my master is now, I am sure that my master is not dead. Otherwise, how could the body of a great master be lost? Are the other masters just sitting there doing nothing? There must be something fishy going on here. This matter is very likely related to the Dingtian martial arts school in front of us. It's Dingtian martial arts school again. The four masters headed by Dingtian martial arts school also came for this purpose before, but some things happened and they died tragically in Fenghua martial arts school. This time, the deputy head of Dingtian martial arts school came again to question the crime. Does this mean that we will be done only after the Fenghua martial arts school is completely destroyed? One day, he will definitely blow Dingtian martial arts school into pieces. So how do the higher-ups plan to punish you? Fong Fan looked serious and said cautiously that the master's life or death was currently unknown and Wang Sai had also lost contact, so this martial arts school could not withstand the blow. The Fenghua martial arts school will be completely disintegrated in 10 days. There is no more Fenghua martial arts school in Jiangai City. Wang Hongyun said this calmly, but when people heard the result, they completely lost control and an atmosphere of despair filled the air. Fenghua martial arts school was going to disintegrate and their home was going to be gone. But there is still hope for this matter. Everyone then listened to what Wang Hongyun said, and a glimmer of hope could not help but emerge in their desperate eyes. There is still a turning point, there is still hope. What's the turning point? Fong Fan felt more and more that this was a conspiracy against Fenghua martial arts school. That's easy to say. Boy, since you are the young master of Fenghua martial arts school, the control of this martial arts hall is also in your hands. As long as you hand over the control of this martial arts hall to Dingtian martial arts school, Dingtian martial arts school will bear the responsibility for this crime on behalf of Fenghua martial arts school, and also guarantee that other martial arts schools will not harass you. There are powerful masters at the Grandmaster level in my Dingtian martial arts school. Naturally, they can easily help you overcome the difficulties. All you have to pay is a martial arts hall. How's the deal? So that's how it is. The purpose of Dingtian martial arts school is the martial arts hall. Fong Fan finally knew what Dingtian martial arts school wanted to do. The reason why they colluded with Luo Kaiji before was probably because of this. It was just that his appearance disrupted his plan and he started to discuss with him. Wang Hongyun looked at the young man in front of him who was not frightened, and sighed that Kong Yuanlong had found a good disciple, but it was a pity that he would never see him again. Of course he knew what happened in the wild, but only they knew the truth. They did this for the martial arts hall of Fenghua martial arts school. Today, their Dingtian martial arts school is very powerful and almost has the conditions to be promoted to a second-level martial arts school, but the most critical point has not been completed, that is, a second-level martial arts school needs to have 3 martial arts halls. Now they already have 2 Dingtian martial arts schools, only the last one is missing. This last one focused its attention on Fenghua Martial Arts School, but unexpectedly, Kong Yuanlong had such a stubborn temper that he was unwilling to hand it over, no matter whether it was hard or soft. Moreover, when submitting it to the martial arts hall, you must go through the formal channel, otherwise once the martial arts hall is disbanded, the martial arts hall will be taken away by the city lord and then distributed again. This way it won't be their turn to go to Dingtian Martial Arts School. Sir, aren't you looking for me? Luo Kaiji, who was standing by, panicked when he heard what Wen Hongyun said. He had already betrayed Fenghua Martial Arts School. If the young master handed over the martial arts hall, he would be useless. It was impossible for him to return to Fenghua Martial Arts School, and no one outside would want him, a person who had betrayed them before. Moreover, I know some inside information. After this matter is over, can I still survive? Wen Hongyun was unhappy. He didn't like being interrupted. The master's aura immediately descended upon Luo Kaiji, making him speechless in pain. So, Wen Hongyun was confident and he didn't believe anyone would refuse such conditions. What if I say no? Fong Fan looked up and met Wen Hongyun's eyes. His eyes seemed to be saying, I don't agree. Upon seeing this scene, Wen Hongyun's expression suddenly stiffened, his look turned cold, and then he spoke without any emotion. Then you can die. Young master, run away. As soon as Wen Hongyun finished speaking, Wang Yangshu, Qiu Xinshui and Jin Lianggong behind him realized that something was wrong. With a roar, the 3 of them burst out with the skills of peak martial artists in an instant and rushed towards Wen Hongyun to kill him. Although they were facing a powerful master, they still took action resolutely, just to give the young master a chance of survival. Isn't it too late to escape now? Wen Hongyun sneered. Since he came, he didn't plan to go back empty-handed. He discussed with you to give you face. If you don't want to be shameless, then don't blame him for taking action. If a mere young master of a 3rd-level Fenghua martial arts school dares to resist him, he will be killed and replaced by someone else. Luo Kaiji is a pretty good fence-sitter. You dare to attack the Grandmaster, you really don't know how to live or die. An even stronger Grandmasters might burst out, and with a casual blow he created a horrifying spatial aftermath, which blasted away Wang Yangshu and the other 2 who came to attack him. The 3 of them covered their chests in pain, spurted out blood, and fell heavily to the ground, temporarily losing the ability to move. The gap between a Grandmaster and a martial artist cannot be made up by numbers. Boy, no one is coming to save you now. Go down there and repent. Wen Hongyun blasted the 3 people away and attacked Fong Fan again. With one punch, the space showed signs of being broken. He attacked like a god or a demon with a strong breath of death. No. Young master. Wang Yangshu struggled to raise his head, stretched out his hands with difficulty, and wailed weakly. He wanted to stop it, but he could only watch this desperate scene happen. Once the young master dies, Fenghua Martial Arts School will be finished. Fong Wen. It all happened too fast. Wen Hongyun had already made his move. Fong Fan roared, and his dynamic vision burst out at full force. Everything in the world began to slow down, and was played 10 times slower. Here it comes. The next second, Fong Wen's voice rang out in the martial arts hall, and another terrifying and powerful Grandmaster's aura appeared. A figure shining with blue aura appeared in front of Fong Fan as if teleporting. Grandmaster talent. Rapidly. The figure shining with blue aura at this moment is Fong Wen. She has burst out with all her strength, and the powerful combat capability of a mid-level Grandmaster is undoubtedly revealed. And his unique master talent was also used in an instant. Rapidly. The speed is greatly increased in a short period of time. Long before, Fong Fan had asked Fong Wen to hide aside in order to prevent Wen Hong from doing anything and to protect him secretly. I've been on guard against you. A strange master from Fenghua Martial Arts School. Wen Hongyun roared. He seemed not at all surprised by Fong Wen's arrival. He instantly changed his target from Fong Fan to Fong Wen, and the 2 of them fought each other in an instant. I never thought that the small Fenghua Martial Arts School would have 2 masters with awakened master talents. The previous Black and Grandmaster, plus you, such a blessing. Why is it not my Dingan martial arts school's turn? Wang Hongyun had long expected that there was a master hidden in Fenghua martial arts school. The oppression he had released before was actually offset by some resistance. However, he did not expect that the hidden master was actually someone who had awakened the master's talent. Although I don't know what his awakened talent is, it doesn't matter anymore. There is only one genius like this in 100. Once the master's talent is awakened, it means that you can enter the realm of Grandmaster. He had felt pity for such a genius in the wild before, and could not bear to see Master Black and follow Kong Yuan long and die in vain, so he extended an olive branch to him. Unfortunately, he was rejected on the spot, and then he could only reluctantly take action and kill him. But I didn't expect to meet a master who had awakened his master's talent in Fenghua martial arts school. Why can't they meet any genius like this in Dingan martial arts school? How hateful! How hateful! Now, Wang Hongyun has developed a sense of cherishing talent. Even if you unleash your master's talent, you are still no match for me. Do you really want to die fighting for a mere martial artist and waste such a great talent? As long as you agree, I can take charge of accepting you into my Dingan martial arts school. My Dingan martial arts school will soon be promoted to a second-level martial arts school. The resources and help I can provide you are far beyond what a third-level martial arts school can provide. The sound of the two fighting resounded throughout the Fenghua martial arts hall. Wang Hongyun, who valued talent, did not exert his full strength, while Master Fong Wen's natural talent rapidly exploded, and his fighting power was greatly enhanced. The two actually fought to a stalemate. What? I have another master in Fenghua martial arts school. After hearing Wang Hongyun's voice, everyone in Fenghua martial arts school was shocked and looked at the figure with blue aura shining on him in disbelief. She is actually a master. Not only everyone, but even Wang Yongxiu and the other two who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries were looking at the ongoing fighting on the battlefield in disbelief. The shock in their hearts had completely overwhelmed them, and they even forgot their current situation. The woman next to the young master turned out to be a master. Moreover, he is a powerful Grandmaster who has awakened the talent of a Grandmaster. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. This powerful master was actually willing to follow behind his young master and act as a bodyguard. Then who exactly is this young master of mine? Was it that he was too high a target for Fenghua martial arts school, or was it that Fenghua martial arts school was too high a target for him? The three did not dare to think further, as everything was too unbelievable. However, there was still one crucial thing. The three saw that this master named Fong Wen was no match for Wang Hongyun. If she was persuaded by Wang Hongyun or defeated by Wang Hongyun, what should he, the young master, do? Can he escape the fate of death? Just when the three were in despair, Fong Wen's voice rang out again. If you want to kill the young master, then step over me. There was determination and immense anger in his voice. The old man in front of him actually wanted to kill his master and even threatened to let him betray him. I'll carry your mother on my back. If I don't smash your old dog head today, I'm not a mosquito. Fong Wen's fighting power suddenly increased again, and he fought with Wang Hongyun. Okay, you really don't know how to appreciate it. Then let me teach you a lesson, little girl. Aren't you supposed to protect your young master? Today, I will let you, the young master, die in front of you. Wang Hongyun was furious. He was so kind, but the other person didn't appreciate his kindness. He unleashed his full strength. Luo Kaiji, haven't you always wanted to take that position at Fenghua martial arts school? Today, I, Wang Hongyun, tell you in the name of the Grandmaster that as long as you kill this young man, I will ensure that you will reach that position. Wang Hongyun's voice came into Luo Kaiji's ears like a thunder, and he was immediately as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He stared at Fong Fan beside him, and released all the shame and unwillingness in his heart towards Fong Fan. Ha ha ha, kid, you also have this day. Today, you will also die. Luo Kaiji did not hesitate at all, and burst out with the powerful strength of a peak martial artist, and went straight towards Fong Fan. Young master. Fong Wen was furious and wanted to stop it, but she was entangled by Wang Hongyun, and she was constantly at a disadvantage in the fight. She could only watch Luo Kaiji getting closer and closer to his master. Want to kill me? Then fight. Fong Fan shouted angrily and rushed forward. In an instant, the fight broke out. Boy, I am a top martial artist. Don't even think about surviving my clutches as a mid-level martial artist like you. Haha, as long as I kill you, that position will be mine. Luo Kaiji laughed wildly, with extreme cruelty appearing on his face. He already regarded Fong Fan as a dead man, a stepping stone that could help him reach a higher position. You want to kill me? I want to see who dies first. Fong Fan roared, and suddenly his strength burst out. He threw a punch, and the two fists collided. The powerful shock wave from the two swept through everyone, blowing on their bodies and causing severe pain. Fong Fan only felt a powerful force sweeping through his body felt like it was being bitten by millions of ants. The powerful anti-gravity instantly created a big hole in the floor, and then he flew out like a missile. Boom. It hit a stone wall, which collapsed, and then gray smoke rose up. Haha, kid, let's see if you're still crazy. I am already a peak martial artist, with a strength of 90,000 kilograms. How much strength can you, a mid-level martial artist, have? I'm telling you, the gap between us can't be made up by just talking big. Luo Kaiji didn't hold back at all and knocked Fong Fan away with one punch. At this moment he was laughing wildly. He didn't need to look to know that his punch had seriously injured him. Even killed it with one punch. Young master. Luo Kaiji, you deserve to die. Wang Yangshu stood up with all his might, his voice hoarse and eyes bloodshot, as he staggered towards Luo Kaiji. He hated himself for not being able to protect the young master. Haha, Wang Yangshu, I think you should just keep your life and worry about yourself. Seeing that Wang Yangshu, who used to boss him around, was now like a lost dog, Luo Kaiji felt very relieved. Then his eyes turned cold, and he came in front of Wang Yangshu and kicked him down. He stepped heavily on it, grabbed Wang Yangshu's head and rubbed it on the ground. Ha ha ha, you never thought that there would be a day like this for you, Wang Yangshu. As long as you kneel down and beg me, I may be magnanimous and let you go. Luo Kaiji said to Wang Yangshu viciously that he was the winner in life. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero, and the choice he made was the most correct one. But I suddenly don't want to think about it anymore. You should just go and die. Luo Kaiji's tone suddenly changed, as cold as 10,000 years of ice, with murderous intent emerging in his eyes. He was about to crush Wang Yangshu's head in the next second, but suddenly his eyes moved, and he pulled back forcefully, quickly retreating. Bang! A huge stone carrying sand and gravel broke through the air, passed through the position where Luo Kaiji had just been, and then hit a wall heavily, leaving a huge hole. Luo Kaiji was stunned and turned his head to look in the direction where the stone came from. Is he not dead yet? It can still move. In Luo Kaiji's astonished eyes, he saw a black shadow gradually standing up in the huge dust. When the dust dispersed, Fong Fan, who was a little dusty, slowly appeared. What? Luo Kaiji was shocked. The punch he just threw was definitely not something an intermediate martial artist could withstand. Why can he still stand up? But when Luo Kaiji's eyes shifted to Fong Fan's arm, his eyeballs suddenly shrank, and he seemed to have seen the most incredible scene in the world. No. Impossible. As Luo Kaiji looked over, he saw that the creepy white bones on Fong Fan's bloody arm were slowly melting into his body, and the wound was slowly healing. Countless threads of flesh were appearing on the penetrating wound on the waist, healing the horrific wound. The originally pale face was gradually turning rosy. The injuries that were originally fatal were recovered in a very short time. Luo Kaiji was so frightened by the scene in front of him that he took 3 steps back. Not only him, but even Wang Hongyun, who was fighting with Fong Wen in the distance, noticed this scene, lost his mind, and was hit in the face by Fong Wen. Suddenly his face was bruised and swollen. This is the master's talent. Recovery body. Wang Hongyun was horrified. He had already suffered enough shocks today. A master who had awakened the talent of a master, and now another martial artist who had also awakened the talent of a master. Such extraordinary recovery power can only be explained by the awakened master's talent. He is not a Grandmaster yet, but he has awakened the talent of a Grandmaster. How powerful is the talent of this young man? Why? Why? Why is it that such a genius doesn't have the chance for Dingan martial arts school? Doesn't Dingan martial arts school have the qualifications? But why is it Fenghua martial arts school? No. Wang Hongyun was unwilling to accept this. This young man was no longer a genius, he was a prodigy. This genius who could lead the martial arts school to become invincible has now become the enemy of their Dingan martial arts school. With endless aggrieved and resentful feelings in his heart, he rushed towards Fong Fan again. Today, Wang Hongyun will go on a killing spree, behead the Grandmaster, and destroy the genius. Super strong self-healing burst. Dynamic vision burst. Fong Fan moved his body, his eyes flashing with a gleam of light. He had overestimated himself before, thinking that he dared to fight against a peak martial artist with just his physical strength. Fortunately, I have a strong self-healing talent, so such a serious injury can be healed in a short time. However, Fong Fan knew that this elementary super self-healing ability could only go so far. If the head was smashed or the heart was shattered, it would probably not work. There's still a little time left. But it should be enough. Fong Fan muttered, raised his head suddenly, and felt the peak strength of his body. At this moment, all his talents were already running at 100%, and he rushed towards Luo Kaiji again. Our battle isn't over yet. Luo Kaiji was a little confused. The legendary master's talent actually appeared in an intermediate martial artist. He was shocked until Fong Fan came to kill him again before he reacted. So what if you are a genius? If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Luo Kaiji roared, bursting out with all his might, and started fighting with him again. You dare to punch me? You are really looking for death. Luo Kaiji laughed at Fong Fan, who was swinging his fist again, and met his punch with one. However, this time, he found that he was slow. No, it was not him who was slow, but Fong Fan who was fast. It's like being accelerated. His punch missed, and then he felt a pain in his waist. He didn't know when Fong Fan had come to the side and hit him on the waist. Suddenly he lost all his strength and was blasted away. Impossible, this must be a coincidence. Luo Kaiji didn't believe what happened just now, so he stood up and rushed towards Fong Fan again. The two of them were immediately in a stalemate, but facing Fong Fan, who had the talent of self-healing and the bonus of dynamic strength, Luo Kaiji began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Originally, Luo Kaiji's strength should not have been so weak, but he was previously oppressed by the Grandmaster Wang Hongyun, and seeing Fong Fan's powerful talent, he showed weakness psychologically, and was then pressed step by step by Fong Fan. Go to hell. Fong Fan continued to suffer injuries, but his self-healing talent continued to work and his injuries continued to heal. As one gained strength while the other lost strength, Fong Fan finally found Luo Kaiji's weakness and struck him hard, severely injuring him and leaving him no strength to fight. At this moment, another battle also came to an end. Fong Wen was knocked away by a punch. At this moment, Fong Wen no longer looked like a goddess. Her body was in tatters, with some of her spring light looming. Her body was full of bloody wounds and her breath was weak. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Fong Wen, who was blown away, happened to fall next to Fong Fan. Master, run away. I am no match for that old man. I will expose all my master's power to buy time for my master to escape. Fong Wen said to his master in his heart. Even though she had only been in this world for a short time and had not had the chance to see the wonders of this world, she felt fortunate to have met her master. It was her master who gave her life and everything. And today, she will sacrifice herself to buy time for her master. Fong Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to stand up again, but his injuries caused him to fall to the ground weakly. Don't even think about running away. Today is the anniversary of your death. Wang Hongyun calmed down the boiling fighting power in his body. To be honest, this woman named Fong Wen did put a lot of pressure on him. Fortunately, he was promoted to a high-level master, otherwise he would be the one lying on the ground now. My lord. Help, help me. Luo Kaiji was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. He was seriously injured by Fong Fan. If he did not receive timely treatment, he would definitely suffer from sequelae. The only one who could save him now was Grandmaster Wang Hongyun. The bloody palm slowly stretched out towards Wang Hongyun, with hope of life in his eyes. I was injured like this because I worked for him. Grandmaster Wang Hongyun would definitely not fail to save me. Moreover, Dingan martial arts school still needs him. As long as he recovers, that position will still be his. In this battle, Luo Kaiji is still the winner. However, when he stretched out his hand, Wang Hongyun stepped on it. I was given a chance but I couldn't grasp it. What use do I have for you? My Dingan martial arts school doesn't need you, a fence-sitter. Wang Hongyun said this with a tone full of disgust. This was like the last straw that completely crushed Luo Kaiji's heart. He went crazy. It was obviously your Dingan martial arts school that made the mistake first. Why do you only blame me? Am I a fence-sitter? Is it wrong for me to be a fence-sitter? I just want to live a better life and give my family a better life. I don't want to die in a mission without anyone to collect my body. I can only keep climbing up, and for this I am willing to abandon my dignity and my personality. Become a traitor that everyone hates. Do I have a choice? When your Dingan martial arts school found me, you had already chosen all of this for me. I was wrong, but I can only blame myself for being too weak. Weakness is the original sin. You all want to be the gods and Buddhas in the sky, but what about the ants and grass down below? Luo Kaiji might have realized his mistake at the last moment of his life, or he might still be regretting it, but no one knew about it. As the sound of a watermelon bursting was heard, his head was already crushed by Wang Hongyun's foot. It was like stepping on garbage on the street, without any discomfort, and he walked towards Fong Wen, who was lying on the ground seriously injured. Maybe if I had met you earlier, the ending could have been changed. But now you guys should just go and die. Wang Hongyun spoke to Fong Fan and Fong Wen with some regret, his eyes calm, and he was ready to kill the two men utterly and cut off all traces of them left in the world. Young Master. Wang Yangxiu and the other two who were not far away tried to stop it, but they could only watch it all happen. Fong Wen, if you are a high-level master, can you kill this old guy for me? At this most critical moment, Fong Fan was surprisingly calm, and suddenly asked Fong Wen in his heart. Owner. Fong Wen was stunned, seemed to understand something, and spoke hurriedly. Master, let alone a high-level master, as long as my basic realm can reach the intermediate level, I can kill this old man. Yeah, that's good. Fong Fan slowly closed his eyes. People who didn't know might think that he was waiting for death to come, but only he knew the truth. He was indeed waiting. But what we are waiting for is the feeding value. At the same time, in an empty factory building not far from the martial arts school, which had been contracted by the people from Fenghua Martial Arts School a few days ago, no one was allowed to enter. The originally empty factory was now filled with countless insects. No, it should be the corpses of countless insects. There were empty boxes scattered around, probably containing these insects. The most terrifying thing was that in this factory, a horrible monster was waving its sharp sickle, and countless wind blades whizzed past, taking away countless insects. This terrifying monster is half a human's height, covered in green, with a pair of protruding, large, and bright compound eyes, and a strong upper jaw that seems to be able to crush all enemies. With a unique body structure, he is a natural hunter and a natural master of disguise. When you take action, you will only leave a green shadow. Whoever sees this terrifying creature will be frightened by its amazing fighting power. It is a natural swordsman and the best killer in nature. Praying mantis. However, this mantis is a mantis king that was raised by Fong Fan to the 5th stage and possesses the combat power of a martial artist. Even though it is only at the level of a beginner martial artist, when it comes to fighting, even advanced martial artists are no match for it. And it was this animal that Fong Fan came here specifically to collect and raise for him. 3 days ago, Fong Fan gave this task to Wang Yangxiu. The task was simple: find an empty house and collect as many insects as possible, the more the better. 3 days passed. Fong Fan originally came to the martial arts gym to harvest these insects, but some incidents happened in the middle. But it is not too late. After learning that a master-level warrior is coming, Fong Fan sends this Mantis King to attack. As the Mantis King continued to kill, the reminder sound in Fong Fan's ears continued to ring. Feeding value, 31,248. Feeding value, 31,249. Feeding value, 31,250. The feeding value finally reached 31,250 points, and Fong Fan felt a little relieved. It was not too late. It required 62,500 points to feed Fong Ling to the Grandmaster, which was a huge number. However, it only required half of that, which was 31,250 points. Just as Wen Hongyun was about to attack the two men, Fong Fan suddenly opened his eyes. System, feed Fong Ling. Advanced Grandmaster Realm. In an instant, a mysterious aura descended upon Fong Ling, and the realm of the junior Grandmaster in his body began to break through. The sluggish aura was swept away, and Fong Ling only felt infinite power surging in his body. On the side, Wen Hongyun, who was already rushing over to kill, only felt a powerful aura suddenly appear. He was shocked to find that the source of this terrifying aura was actually Fong Ling, whom he had defeated before. Who are you? How is this possible? Why did your realm improve instantly? Wen Hongyun was completely stunned by the scene before him. In his knowledge, no one had ever been able to break through the realms consecutively, and it was the realm of a Grandmaster. There is a great opportunity between life and death, and a child of destiny may be able to encounter it and break through the realm. But he only made a breakthrough, and it was a small realm at that. You are taking this too far. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is Tianming's mother. Even if you are the mother of destiny, you have to die. Wen Hongyun accelerated his attack, vowing to kill Fong Ling. The aura was getting stronger and stronger, and was even not weaker than his own. If he gave her a little more time, he couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. However, although Wen Hongyun's idea was good, the reality was cruel. A bright blue flame suddenly lit up. Bang! Fong Ling simply stretched out his hand and took the punch from Wen Hongyun. The wind was whistling, and countless dust particles were flying. The entire martial arts hall seemed to have stopped in time. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Hi, advanced. Wen Hongyun felt this powerful force, it was incredible. Old man, it's my turn. Fong Ling suddenly jumped up and knocked Wen Hongyun away with a punch. He took advantage of his weakness to kill him, and then the blue figure rushed away to kill him. Dare to attack your master? Old man, do you think you have lived too long? In midair, before Wen Hongyun could steady himself and the severe pain had not subsided, he felt himself being hit by another huge impact and his body bent like a red-hot shrimp. Then it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. How can it be so powerful? Wen Hongyun was shocked. Even a newly promoted senior master couldn't have such powerful strength. The shock in his heart towards Fong Ling was raised to a higher level. Amidst the lightning and thunder, an idea flashed through Wen Hongyun's mind, and he suddenly realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. It is impossible for this woman to break through her realm in this instant. There has never been such a person before and there will never be one in the future. The only explanation is that this woman's original strength was so powerful. Before, his strength was just sealed, but now the seal has been released. Only in this way can we explain all the previous unreasonable things. So who is she? Why did he hide his strength and hide in the Fenghua martial arts school? Is it because of that young man? No. Impossible. Wen Hongyun stood up more angrily, endless anger was about to be vented. You are a senior master, I am also a senior master, how could I have been insulted like this? It's still unknown who will win this battle. With a roar, his whole body's strength expanded and he rushed towards the attacking Fong Ling. The two of them fought instantly. Bang. Puff. Impossible, you can't be that powerful. The moment the two men fought, Wen Hongyun had already burst out with all his strength, but he did not expect that the opponent's strength was far stronger than he had imagined, and he was directly blown away again. It smashed directly into the guardrail 100 meters away, and then cut several large trees in half before it barely stopped. Wen Hongyun stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He hadn't been injured for a long time. No matter which force this woman belongs to, if she dares to hurt him, she will surely die. Come again. With a roar, Wen Hongyun attacked again. Old man, I'm going to play with you today and let you know that you can't offend everyone. Fong Wen looked at Wen Hongyun, who was attacking him again, then glanced at his master Fong Fan, who was not far away. After getting his master's tacit consent, his strength burst out again. Thanks to raising him, Fong Wen's realm reached that of a high-level Grandmaster. And this advanced level is not that advanced level. Before, when Fong Wen was at the junior Grandmaster level, his strength had already reached the intermediate Grandmaster level. Now his strength is even stronger to an unknown extent. Bang. Puff. Boom. How can you be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. I am also a high-level Grandmaster. Wen Hongyun was knocked flying by another punch, which flew him hundreds of meters away, leaving a long mark on the ground, at the end of which was a somewhat horrible ruin. Wen Hongyun shook his dizzy head. The punch just now hit him directly on the head. This must be a coincidence. Come again. Wen Hongyun rushed towards Fong Wen again. There was a loud bang and a scream, and he came back the same way he went. Another piece of ruins appeared on the ground. No way, come again. Bang. Come again. Bang. An elderly man was constantly bombarded by a young and beautiful woman in broad daylight. He fell to the ground again and stood up again and again, unyielding and never giving in. On the side, countless dumbfounded audiences went from being shocked and unbelievable at first to sighing and finally getting used to it. Is this the Grandmaster? Why does this feel like children throwing tantrums? Now Wen Hongyun looks miserable. There is no intact part on his face, and it is completely swollen. It seemed that every punch Fong Wen threw was aimed at Wen Hongyun's face. Stop. Wen Hongyun couldn't bear it any longer. He was not stupid. After so many fights, the fact that he could be beaten like this meant that he was no match for this woman in terms of strength. If they continued to fight like this, he would be blown into pieces sooner or later. Fong Wen was a little puzzled. He was just getting beaten up, but why did the other party suddenly call for a stop? He wasn't having enough fun yet. If she feels that hitting him in the face is not good, then she will try to hit him somewhere else next time. You are a senior master, and I am also a senior master. I'm no match for you in terms of strength, I admit it. But since I can become the deputy head of Dingtian Martial Arts School and suppress Kong Yuanlong, my strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Strength is my weakness, but my strength is speed. With my speed, no high-level master can escape from my grasp. I'm going to be serious now. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Wen Hongyun said proudly that he had the ability. Among many high-level masters, although his speed was not ranked first, he could still be ranked in the top 5. Since this woman is so incredibly strong, her speed must be her weakness. As long as I really fight her, she will never be my opponent. Speed. Who told you that my strength is my strength? Fong Wen suddenly felt that this old guy was somewhat cute, and it was a pity that he didn't go to perform crosstalk. Wen Hongyun suddenly had a bad feeling. Strength was not his strong point, so could it be speed? But before he could react, he heard Fong Wen roar. Grandmaster's talent. Hurry! The blue flame that had originally dissipated instantly lit up around him, and an even more powerful momentum appeared. Rapidly. Could it be, your talent is speed? Wen Hongyun became interested. Although he lost in strength, he could never lose in speed. Let me crush you in speed. Wen Hongyun burst out at his full speed and rushed towards Fong Wen. He seemed to be able to feel Fong Wen's breath. But the next second, he suddenly discovered that Fong Wen, who was right in front of him, disappeared in an instant. What? Wen Hongyun was shocked. But before he could react, Fong Wen appeared from the side and punched him hard. He wanted to fight back, but there was no sign of Fong Wen. Why is your speed so terrible? Wen Hongyun exclaimed in surprise. He didn't even see how she disappeared. Speed was his strong point. Immediately afterwards, attacks from all directions appeared like a raging storm, and Wen Hongyun's mood at this moment was as ups and downs as the attacks he suffered. Why? Why can't we match in strength and speed? No. Under Fong Wen's continuous bombardment, Wen Hongyun had become increasingly weak. Although he was also a high-level master, he was still a mortal. He was finally knocked to the ground and could not get up again. He didn't expect that he, a high-level master and deputy head of Dingan martial arts school, would be defeated in this small Fong Fan martial arts school. The battlefield between the two had long been far away from Fong Fan martial arts school, and Fong Fan, who was surrounded by everyone in the martial arts school, fell into deep thought. What Wen Hongyun said before, that his master Kong Yuanlong was suppressed by him. What happened? But at this moment, Fong Wen, who exuded infinite power, had already grabbed Wen Hongyun with one hand and returned to the martial arts hall, and then threw him casually in front of Fong Fan, making his face dirty. Everyone looked at Fong Wen in awe. No one dared to look directly at her graceful figure that had attracted many people's attention. Instead, they looked at Wen Hongyun, who was suppressed by him with fear. This is a master, and a high-level master at that, as well as the deputy head of Dingan martial arts school. His terrifying strength is unquestionable, but even such a person is suppressed like a death row prisoner. So, just how terrifying is the strength of this woman named Fong Wen? For a moment, Wang Yangshu, who was trembling behind Fong Fan, walked up and whispered to Fong Fan. "Young master, Lord Fong Wen is now a high-level master. Such masters have their own dignity. They can kill people at will. Secular laws can no longer affect them. To put it bluntly, Master Fong Wen is not someone our Fong Fan martial arts school can afford to offend. In front of Lord Fong Wen, you must be polite and careful when speaking, and you must be respectful. I know that you are feeling very frustrated and unhappy now, young master. Before, Lord Fong Wen was your follower, following you to protect your safety, but now that Lord Fong Wen's power has been unlocked, we can no longer treat him like a servant. The identities of both have changed dramatically. Young master, you must remember this." Wang Yangshu behind him said with a serious look on his face. Although his body temporarily no longer had the strength to fight, his brain was still intact. He deeply knew what Fong Wen, as a high-level master, meant at the moment. To offend her is like to offend the even more terrifying Wen Hongyun. Before, he thought Fong Wen was an attendant arranged by the owner of the hall, Lord Kong Yuanlong, to be beside the young master, and that his strength was only at the martial artist level. Later, when Lord Fong Wen displayed the strength of the Grandmaster level, although he was shocked, he also accepted it. After all, the owner of the hall is a senior master, so it is reasonable to ask a junior master to protect the young master's safety. I am just curious about the young master's identity and why he needs the protection of a master. However, when Fong Wen displayed the strength of a high-level Grandmaster, all the previous things were overturned. The owner of the hall might not even know Fong Wen's true strength, and the young master was just an ordinary young master who did not have a strong background at all. Grandmaster Fong Wen's strength is higher than Grandmaster Wen Hongyun's, and Grandmaster Wen Hongyun's strength is higher than the hall owner's. No matter what, the hall owner cannot invite a stronger person than him just to protect the young master. The identity of the young master cannot possibly be that powerful. If the bodyguards around him are much more powerful than the owner, then why should he worship the owner as his master? All I can say is that Lord Fong Wen must be hiding in the Fong Fan martial arts school for some reason. Okay, I know what to do. Fong Fan knew that Wang Yangshu was thinking of him, so he didn't say much. After all, the more he explained, the more trouble he would have, so it would be better to keep it mysterious. After getting Fong Fan's answer, Wang Yangshu felt a little relieved. He still trusted the young master's character. At least he would not anger Lord Fong Wen. Fong Wen, slap him for me. Don't stop without my order. Seeing Wen Hongyun, Fong Fan couldn't help but feel angry. If he hadn't raised Fong Wen to a high-level martial artist, he would be the one dead now. After hearing the young master's words, everyone around was stunned. Wang Yangshu was also in disbelief. He stared at his young master with his mouth wide open. Is this what you call knowing your limits? Is this what your family's sense of proportion looks like? Are you afraid that others don't know? Are you looking for death? Young master, I will never believe you again. Wang Yangshu felt like crying but had no tears. How could his young master be so unreliable? He then wanted to explain to Master Fong Wen on behalf of his young master. After hearing Fong Fan's words, the suppressed Wen Hongyun sneered in his heart. Although you are very talented, you are just a martial artist after all if you haven't grown up. How can you command a high-level master? Is it just because you are the young master of a third-level martial arts school? After all, I am a master, how can you humiliate me at will? Yes, I will follow the young master's orders. Fong Wen said respectfully, then turned around and fanned towards Wang Hongyun without saying a word. The powerful force was so strong that it made people feel frightened. After hearing Fong Wen's words, Wang Yangshi was stunned, the people around him were stunned, and Wang Hongyun was also stunned. Etc. Young master. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. You are a high-level master, second only to one man and above 10,000 people. Why do you humiliate yourself by calling this little martial artist your young master? And you even obey his orders. If you are willing, I can give you the position of deputy head of Dingan Martial Arts School at any time. When Wang Hongyun heard Fong Wen's address to Fong Fan, he immediately protested. The shame in his heart rose sharply. The dignity of a Grandmaster would not allow such a thing to happen. Even if this master is his enemy. Fong Wen ignored her. Even if her master asked her to die, she would not hesitate at all and just waved her hand to fan him away. Wait a little longer. But I am. Bang. With a crisp sound, Grandmaster Wang Hongyun was slapped hard on the face, and at the same time, it shocked everyone's heart like a bolt from the blue. Really, slapped? Who exactly is the young master? Wang Yangshi was as shocked as anyone else at this moment. Say it or not. Say it or not. Say it or not. Fong Wen's speed advantage was demonstrated again at this moment. Grandmaster Wang Hongyun became a target and was slapped back and forth by him madly. Wang Hongyun was almost going crazy. He was a master and had never suffered such torture. He was very suspicious whether he came to Fenghua Martial Arts School just to find the fan. What do you want me to say? You can only tell me if you ask me. How can I tell you if you don't ask? As soon as Wang Hongyun finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Even Fong Wen felt a little embarrassed. Yes, it seemed like he didn't ask anything. Bang. I am willing, what's it to you? Fong Wen slapped her again, which made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The more beautiful the woman is, the more unreasonable she is. I am the Grandmaster. You can't insult me like that. Bang. Grandmaster cannot. Bang. I am the deputy headmaster of Dingan Martial Arts School. Bang. I am. Bang. This old man. Bang. Bang. Wang Hongyun couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped him whenever he spoke and whenever he didn't speak. It was like killing someone and cutting their heart. Although each slap didn't cause much harm to him, it hurt him like a knife every time. You forced me to do this. I want you to die. Wang Hongyun roared, and endless anger was about to be vented. Bang. A slap followed, completely beating the furious Wang Hongyun into losing all his temper. Come on, I won't resist. You are welcome to do as you please. Wang Hongyun has already accepted his fate. It is his bad luck to fall into her hands. Okay, stop hitting me. If you continue hitting me, I'll really die. After not knowing how many times he had been hit, Fong Fan looked at Wang Hongyun, who had fallen helplessly to the ground, and then he began to ask real questions. If you want to deal with this kind of stubborn and powerful person, you must first break his psychological defenses before you can pry open his mouth and get what you want to know. Please, please, kill me. Wang Hongyun stammered and spoke with difficulty. He didn't know what had just happened. Was she a devil? This is not the most miserable thing in life. Now I just want to die. Tell me the truth and I may consider killing you. Did my master, Grandmaster Kong Yuan Long, really die in battle? Has the Black Ant Grandmaster of my martial arts school defected? Fong Fan said coldly. It seems that this matter still makes you suspicious. But, even if you knew, what could you do? Do you want to rely on her to avenge you? My Dingan Martial Arts School has a Grandmaster. After hearing what Wang Hongyun said, the three martial artists around were shocked. Could it be that the museum owner didn't die at the hands of the Black Ant Grandmaster, and the Black Ant Grandmaster didn't defect, so all this was fake? Really? All of this is caused by your Dingan martial arts school. Fong Fan was immediately furious. Dingan martial arts school really dared to take action in the wild. Tell me quickly, what happened? Fong Fan asked immediately, and after being tortured, Wang Hongyan now only wanted to die, so he told him what happened in the wild. I've told you everything I know. But it doesn't matter if you know the truth of this matter. Everyone will think that this matter is caused by your Feng martial arts school, not my Dingan martial arts school. In 10 days, the Grandmaster of my Dingan martial arts school will return from the wild after completely resolving the issue. By then, he will kill all of you to avenge this old man. And your Feng martial arts school will also be dismantled. No one can stop this, unless your Feng martial arts school has a Grandmaster, but is that possible? Come on, kill me. I will be waiting for you downstairs. Wang Hongyan said as if he had accepted his fate, that from the moment he had the intention to kill, this fight would be either you or me. Humph, you don't have to worry about my Feng martial arts school. But since you said so, I would like to let you see whether my Feng martial arts school can escape this crisis. Fong Fan's mind was as cold as ice that had been there for thousands of years. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, then let him see how terrifying these insects of his are. Fong Wan, destroy his cultivation, cripple his limbs, and throw him in front of the door of Dingan Martial Arts Hall. We will slowly take our revenge. No, you can't do that. You promised I'd kill me. Wang Hongyan felt a little desperate after hearing Fong Fan's words. He was a high-level master before, and if his cultivation was abolished, it would be a fate worse than death. He could not accept such a drastic change. Yes, master. Fong Wan didn't say anything more and took action directly. He broke Wang Hongyan's cultivation and then crushed his limbs, turning him into a pool of powerless meat and collapsing to the ground. You are so cruel. Humph, no matter how cruel you are not as cruel as the Dingan martial arts school. Just for a martial arts hall, you casually attack your fellow human beings. This Dingan martial arts hall is unworthy of being a martial arts hall for our human race. After saying that, Fong Fan turned around and left. Fong Wan merely followed behind him. As for Wang Hongyan, who had become a disabled man, he had someone arranged to send him to the martial arts gym. Master, Wang Sai, where are you? Fong Fan walked into a room and fell into deep thought. He had heard from Wang Hongyan before that when they were attacking the 4th-level space crack, a 4th-level monster suddenly appeared and escaped. The master, Wang Sai, the Grandmaster from Dingan Martial Arts School, Wang Hongyan, and 2 other Grandmasters followed closely in pursuit. However, when the Grandmaster of Dingan Martial Arts School was fighting the 4th-level monster, Wang Hongyan and the other 2 Grandmasters turned their targets to the Master and Wang Sai, and then killed them. The 2 were caught off guard. Master Kong Yuanlong was seriously injured directly, but the 3 of them did not expect that Wang Sai would burst out with all his master's strength and protect him to the death, but they failed to kill Kong Yuanlong. Coincidentally, the riot of the 4th-level monster gave the 2 men a chance to escape, and they have since lost their trace. The Dingan Martial Arts School had originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the 2 men, but they did not expect that they would escape. In order to cover this up, they lied that Grandmaster Black and had defected and Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong had died in battle. This is why the news came later. Dingan Martial Arts School. If you don't come to me about this, I will come to you. Fong Fan knew that after this incident, Feng Martial Arts School would become the center of the entire vortex and countless crises would come. As the young master of Feng Martial Arts School, he would be the first target of everyone. But even so, he was not afraid at all. It was time to let everyone see how terrifying he really was. A desolate, dangerous wilderness with countless dangers lurking around. And in this deserted place, a monster beast looking for food slowly passed by and then left. When it became quiet again, an old man with difficulty suddenly appeared from a cave not far away. The old man was covered in blood and his old face was full of unwillingness. The left side of his body was empty, and he had lost an arm. The old man had a complicated look in his eyes, looking into the distance, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just opened his dry lips, then looked in a certain direction and staggered away. Surprisingly, the old man was found with a hemp rope made of tree branches wrapped around his body. At the other end of the rope was a simple stretcher made of tree branches, on which lay a seriously injured and unconscious middle-aged man. His breathing was so weak that even the slightest rise and fall of his chest was barely noticeable. At first glance, one would think that the middle-aged man was unconscious due to these serious injuries, but the staggering old man in front knew that the man's body was already in pieces and in tatters, and the previous burst of all the master's power completely destroyed his body. If it weren't for his strong physique and tenacious vitality, he would have died long ago. But he can only hold on with one breath. It is impossible to wake up, and even if he wakes up, he will become a useless person. These two people were none other than the Grandmaster Kong Yuanlong and Wang Cai, who had escaped death before. Alas, I didn't expect that I, Kong Yuanlong, would not fall into the hands of the monster in the end, but into the hands of my own people. How sad. Kong Yuanlong staggered, and every step seemed extremely difficult. Although he was still able to move, his body was also seriously injured, and his strength as a Grandmaster was only a fraction of what it was today. Now they can only survive in this crisis-ridden wilderness. Dingan Martial Arts School. If I, Kong Yuanlong, am lucky enough to survive this time, I will definitely avenge myself one day. Kong Yuanlong seemed to recall the battle again and said with gritted teeth, "Alas, pity my apprentice. I promised my disciple that I would heal his wounds and keep him safe. Now it seems that I, old man, will break my promise." But fortunately, we didn't have time to tell anyone about our master-disciple relationship, so no one knows that Fanner is my disciple. Fanner, if you know about this, don't pursue it, and don't avenge your master. You are no match for them. If possible, don't tell anyone that you are my apprentice. The cleaner the relationship between us, the better. This way you will be safe. When Kong Yuanlong thought of this, he felt unwilling, helpless, and painful. He had left a mess for his disciple. How could he face this mess when he had not yet broken through to the level of a martial artist? If he is implicated in this matter, how can he face him? Now that I'm not here, can Wang Yangshu take control of the Fenghua Martial Arts School? What Dingtian Martial Arts School wants is the martial arts hall. Don't force it. Give it to them. The only thing that matters is staying alive. Apart from him and Grandmaster Black Ant, Wang Yangshu is the strongest person in Fenghua Martial Arts School, but he is not much stronger. Dingtian Martial Arts School will definitely not miss this opportunity this time, and without the protection of the Grandmaster, the school is facing dangers everywhere. He was seriously injured in this attack, and the Black Ant Grandmaster burst out with all his Grandmaster power and was on the verge of death. It is impossible for the two of them to go back in this state. There is no telling how many terrifying monsters there are on this long journey. Moreover, the people from Dingtian Martial Arts School in Jiangai City are waiting for them to return covetously. Now, he can only move forward. Black Ant, I will definitely wake you up. Kong Yuanlong lowered his head and muttered to himself, then walked forward with difficulty, leaving behind long traces. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a car was heard, and Kong Yuanlong was shocked. This was the wilderness, with monsters everywhere, so how could the sound of a car suddenly appear? When Kong Yuanlong looked in the direction of the sound, he suddenly discovered that a convoy appeared not far away. And this convoy was actually driving slowly towards him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet such a meaty creature on the way back. Catch it for me, maybe I can sell it for a good price. In the car, a burly man laughed at the humans appearing in the distance. Anyone who could appear in the wild alone must be very strong. Many powerful people like to have such people as slaves. I didn't expect that I could get such a bargain on my way back. What's more, I'm alone, so no one will care even if I disappear. But as the convoy got closer, the burly man's expression became increasingly uglier. What bad luck. I met a dead old man with a broken arm, and he was carrying a burden. Brother, do you still want this meat? Yes, why not? For people in our line of work, if you see one, grab it and put it in my car. The burly man cursed and said, but since he was here, it was better to have something than nothing, and every penny earned was a penny earned. It's big brother. After receiving the eldest brother's order, the huge convoy stopped, and then several people got off the cars and walked towards Kong Yuanlong. Haha, if you're so tired, don't go. Come on, old man, take our car. Who are you? Kong Yuanlong suddenly felt uneasy, took a step back and asked cautiously. Us. Brothers, this old guy asks who we are. Come on, brothers, tell him who we are. The leading man laughed wildly, with the evil dragon pattern on his body clearly revealed. We are people businessmen. Human quotient. You are human businessmen. Upon hearing this, Kong Yuanlong's expression suddenly changed, and memories deep in his mind began to emerge. Since the year of disaster, the original social system of mankind has undergone tremendous changes. Among the human beings who were originally subject to moral laws, a part of them began to commit evil, and among them there was a type of people who were extremely evil. Human quotient. To explain, it means trafficking in human beings. Such people often obtain goods, that is, humans, from one city and sell them to another city. There are huge profits involved, and many people who lack resources and cannot continue on the path of martial arts will choose to join such an organization. There were also some in Jiangai City in the past, but due to the strong suppression by the city lord, the human merchants disappeared in Jiangai City. Although it has disappeared, this kind of thing cannot be cut off at all. Some people want to buy it, and some people want to sell it. Moreover, there are many big figures manipulating it behind the scenes. I didn't expect to encounter such an organization that is hated by both humans and gods this time. Haha, I didn't expect that you, old men, actually knew about our human business. Don't even think about running away. No one who has fallen into our hands has ever escaped alive. Be honest, and maybe I can consider selling you to a good buyer. After the leader finished speaking, a group of younger brothers behind him swarmed forward. Each of them was a bloodthirsty fellow who had experienced countless fights and was very powerful. Each of them is a martial artist, otherwise they wouldn't dare to travel in the wilderness. If Kong Yuanlong could easily deal with several people before he was injured, but now he wanted to resist, he was knocked unconscious in the blink of an eye and was still in the car. Brother, I think this old man is not simple. He's been injured so badly, but he's still alive. I wonder if we can. The younger brother at the side spoke cautiously, fearing that he might get into any big trouble. I'm not afraid of shit. We have been in this business for many years and have encountered all kinds of problems. Even if he is a master, so what? Isn't it a bargain for us? If we just find a city to sell him, won't we make a lot of money? Besides, do you think that people who can afford a Grandmaster slave would find the Grandmaster a nuisance? Brother Ha, you are really thoughtful. What about the unconscious man? Should we take him with us too? Bang. Are you stupid, the big stupid guy? Can't you see the injuries? Take him and die in our car. You don't feel unlucky, but I do. Just throw it here, who cares who it is? Yes, big brother. Boom. After a roar, the train in the wilderness rushed towards the distance fiercely, like a roaring tiger. On the ground, a burly body was thrown unresponsively. If it weren't for the faint, invisible rise and fall of the chest, one would have thought it was a corpse. The vast wilderness fell into silence again, with the roar of monsters being heard from time to time. Some monsters that came following the smell of blood soon discovered the delicious food waiting here. This human's body contains enormous energy and blood. If he could devour this human in front of him, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. The monster was excited. Everyone can't wait to taste it. Roar. A level 2 monster opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Its sharp teeth gleamed coldly, and a fishy smell came to the face. Court death. A roar came from behind, and a long spear pierced through the head of the second-level monster directly, killing it on the spot. Then a man suddenly jumped out from behind, pulled out the spear, and attacked the surrounding monsters. The man retracted his spear only after all the surrounding monsters were killed. A woman appeared from the side and walked quickly towards the unconscious Wang Cai. Brother, look, he's not dead yet. The woman looked at the chest that Wang Cai was bullying and said with some surprise. Yeah, another innocent passerby being robbed. It seems that his injuries were caused by the previous battle with the people from Renzhang. However, he should be dead, so we didn't abduct him. Sister, let's go quickly. The whereabouts of those people are uncertain. Who knows if they will suddenly come back and attack us? I can't protect you by myself, and if my father knew that I took you to the wilderness without telling him, he would kill me. The men urged, since even the merchants don't want him, he should not be able to survive. It would be useless for him to bring it back, it would just be a burden. Brother, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. He still has hope of survival. If we don't care, what's the difference between us and those people? Besides, brother, you are a martial artist. Are you afraid of this seriously injured and unconscious person? The woman pleaded with the old men, saying that the two of them had hidden when they saw the merchant caravan, and when they saw the caravan suddenly stop later, they knew there would be a plot to plant rice seedlings. Unfortunately, their strength was limited and they were unable to confront those people head-on. They could only wait for them to leave before coming to see if there were any survivors. Sure enough, a seriously injured and unconscious man was found. You're kidding. Would I be afraid of your brother? Don't mention that he is seriously injured and unconscious now. Even if he is not seriously injured, I can beat 10 people by myself. How strong can such a big fool be? The men said with some disdain, but soon realized that this was his sister's provocation, and then said, Sister, it's not that I don't want to take him away. You know that everyone in the wilderness is not simple. I don't know what karma this person is involved in. If I take him back casually, it will bring trouble to our family. What do you think we should do? Besides, don't you know what happened in our family recently? Our father is very worried about this. After hearing the man's words, the woman hesitated, but when she saw the pitiful man lying on the ground, her heart moved. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this man was not the bad guy as her brother said. Brother, let's take him away. He won't repay kindness with hatred. Besides, I'm still in need of a bodyguard. I think he looks pretty strong. If he can be saved, he would be a good bodyguard. After hearing what his sister said, the man had no choice but to nod and agree. However, looking at her dirty body, he felt a little disgusted. But seeing her sister's expectant eyes, he had no choice but to carry her on his back and walk towards 7-Star City. Silly guy, I saved you. You have to keep me safe from now on. The woman took out the elixir her father had left for her and gave it to the unconscious man. This was an elixir that could save a martial artist, so it should be able to save a big fool. But there was no reaction from the men, and she wondered if it had expired. There was nothing she could do but wait until she reached 7-Star City. When Wang Sai took this elixir, the medicinal power was absorbed by his body the moment it entered his body. His extremely dry body received a little nourishment, and his vitality began to recover a little. But there is too little medicine, it is not enough. If Wang Sai was only hanging on for 1 breath before, now he is hanging on for 2 breaths. But it also gave Wang Sai a chance to survive. Did you find it? In the Feng Hua Martial Arts Hall, Fong Fan asked in a deep voice. Young master, we haven't found it yet. The warrior team we sent out has been searching for 2 days, but the area in the wild is too large, and their strength is not high, so they can't go deep into some places. Go and look for them for me. Send out all the idle warrior teams. We must find the gym owner and the Black Ant Grandmaster. If anyone dares to stop us, we will kill them without mercy. Yes, young master. By the way, has anything big happened recently? Young master, there is nothing serious, but there are some very strange things. What's up? Recently, within the jurisdiction of my Feng Hua Martial Arts School, there have been several cases of missing persons, and some families have even been wiped out. But Lord Wang Yangshu has already sent a team of warriors to investigate. After hearing the report, Fong Fan fell into deep thought. Now, 2 days had passed since the Grandmaster's attack, and he had also sent people to search the wild for 2 days, but there was no news of the master and Wang Sai. My heart sank. Since that day, he has been stationed in Feng Hua Martial Arts School and sent 3 top warriors to guard the surroundings to prevent any accidents. What was surprising was that Ding Tian Martial Arts School did not say a word when they saw the crippled Wing Hongyun, which instead made Fong Fan feel like a storm was about to come. But it is still unknown who will win. Tell Wang Yangshu to pay more attention to the surrounding sewers when he investigates the incident. I suspect the murderer entered and exited from there. Fong Fan didn't expect that quite a few such cases would occur in just 2 days. Okay, young master. Although he was a little puzzled as to why his young master would think of the sewer, he still responded and prepared to tell Lord Wang Yangshu as soon as he went down. By the way, did the team responsible for protecting my family find anything wrong? Replying to Master, the information I received back says that everything is normal. Okay, go down. Yes, young master. When there was no one around, Fong Fan slowly stood up and looked at his attribute panel. The uneasiness in his heart was somewhat relieved. Almost there. I'm almost ready with a surprise for you guys. After Fong Fan arranged most of the matters at Fenghua Martial Arts School, he left Fong Wen in the school to continue guarding it. With his current strength, ordinary martial artists could no longer threaten him. A man walked out of the martial arts hall and headed home. He hadn't been home for several days. Xiaoji, do you think I should tell my family about my becoming a martial artist? If my brother knew about this, he would be ashamed. Fong Ling was walking on the road, thinking playfully that she had become a warrior in a short period of time with the help of Xiaoji, and the speed even exceeded her imagination. Fong Ling was even a little worried that her brother would jump into the river in anger after knowing this. If my brother bullies me again in the future, I will fight back. Let me see how powerful our Lord Fong Ling is. Fong Ling clenched her fists and said fiercely that she had been bullied by her brother for a long time, especially after her brother became a warrior. He even ignored her, didn't reply to her messages, and was too busy. If you don't know him, you might think he is a big shot. By the way, Xiaoji, now that my strength has surpassed that of a warrior, should I move up the schedule for the thing you mentioned? Fong Ling did not forget what Xiaoji said before. It was because of that incident that my previous life began to stand out. Well, now that the crisis in Jiangai City is approaching, it's time for you to go out and experience the outside world. The sooner we leave, the better. It will become unsafe here sooner or later. Fong Ling heard Xiaoji's voice in her mind. Although she was a little nervous, for the safety of her family and to ensure that her brother could stay safely in Fenghua Martial Arts School, there were things she had to do. But what? Fong Ling listened to Xiaoji's voice and asked, isn't the time ripe yet? But before that, you have to get rid of the guy following you. What? Someone is following me. Fong Ling was shocked and a little confused after hearing Xiaoji's words. She was actually being followed. Don't look at it randomly, just treat it as normal. If you alert the enemy, you'll get into trouble. Well. So what should I do now? Fong Ling took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, looked back without leaving a trace, and then walked slowly on the street. However, the sweat on her palms betrayed her nervousness at the moment. What's going on? Why would someone follow me? When did it start? Could it be that my strength improved too quickly and others doubted me? Fong Ling asked anxiously in her heart, why was she being followed for no reason? Linger, don't let your mind wander. This kind of thing is nothing to you. There will be more such things in the future. In fact, I also sensed it after your strength broke through to that of a warrior, using your perception. Although I don't know why that person followed you, I don't think it's because your strength increased too quickly. After all, the places where you usually practice are all deserted places, and you have never exposed your strength, so I don't think anyone will find out. What is the reason? Fong Ling couldn't remember why she was being followed by others. If you want to know the reason, you can only do it yourself. Although Xiaoji had some guesses, he suspected that the person following his master Fong Ling was related to that organization, but guesses were still guesses, and he could only find out by asking in person. Fong Ling nodded secretly, then pretended nothing had happened and walked quickly forward, then entered a store. Behind her, a man in ordinary clothes seemed to be looking at the mobile phone in his hand seriously, but his eyes were fixed on Fong Ling not far away. When he saw Fong Ling enter a store, he put away his mobile phone and followed her. But after waiting for a while, he didn't see Fong Ling come out, so he became a little anxious and walked in. Boss, where is that girl just now? Oh, that woman is gone. What, gone? Where did you go? The man asked anxiously. We cannot fail the task assigned by the adults. I left through the back door. The shop owner pointed to another door and the man quickly chased after him through the back door. When the man walked out of the door, he saw a complex alley. He saw a light blue figure flash by and immediately chased after it. But the corner turned out to be a dead end, and there was no sign of any human figures, let alone ghosts. Just when he was feeling frustrated and preparing to report the matter, a figure suddenly appeared at the side, raised his head abruptly, and it was Fong Ling. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Fong Ling asked seriously, but the men did not admit it in this situation, but said directly. "What are you talking about? Why do you say I followed you? Is this your home? You can leave but I can't. Is it okay for me to just pass by?" As the men said this, he was about to turn around and leave. However, in this situation, how could Fong Ling let him go? Since he had shown up, he had to get things clear. "If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for taking action." Fong Ling threatened that he was now a warrior and ordinary people were no match for him. "Haha, do something to me. How dare you, a little girl like you, lay hands on me? If you have any sense, get out of the way. I'm going to spend 1,000,000 or 800,000 per minute. You don't deserve my delay." The man was about to rush forward after he finished speaking, but unexpectedly Fong Ling didn't bother to talk to him and just kicked him. The speed is so fast that ordinary people cannot achieve it. "She is a warrior." The man was shocked. Why was the information different from reality? Didn't it say that it was an ordinary person? The man wanted to fight back, but the kick was not light. However, he seemed to have thought of something, smiled bitterly, and retracted the movement to fight back. Then he screamed and endured the kick. "Humph, I'm not kidding you." Fong Ling was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that her kick was so powerful. "No. You are a warrior, master warrior." The man screamed in horror, then seemed to remember something, and rolled on the ground, covering his chest in pain. "Does it hurt so much?" "I didn't try my best." Fong Ling looked at the man screaming back and forth on the ground, wondering if she had made a mistake. This scene also confused Xiao Ji. Is this grown man so weak? If you don't know, you might think that the owner is bullying others. "Tell me, if you know I'm a warrior, why are you following me? Dare to follow a warrior, do you know what crime this is?" Fong Ling questioned loudly, and the man screamed miserably again, then began to cry bitterly. "I just wanted to steal some money to spend. I saw that you were just a student, so I targeted you, sir. If I knew that you were a warrior, I would never give up. Sir, please let me go. I will never rob again." The man burst into tears, and Fong Ling was stunned by his appearance. Is it so easy to recruit? If he really is someone from a powerful country, would he recruit such a person? Linger, maybe what he said is true. Seeing that the man's expression was not fake at all, Xiaoji felt that no organization would want such a person. "Humph, you dare to pay attention to me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your lesson." Fong Ling then knocked him out with a punch and left. "My brother just replied to my message saying he is back home." Not long after Fong Ling left, the unconscious man slowly got up after seeing that there was no movement around him. "I touched my head and chest. Although it wasn't a big problem, it still hurt a little. The job assigned by the young master is not easy to do. Young master's sister is actually a warrior. We must quickly pass this news to the young master. I'm exposed this time. I'll have to find someone else to protect me next time. Fortunately, I was an actor at the best actor level before I became a warrior, otherwise it would be really hard to get by." The man said leisurely, then took out his mobile phone and reported the matter to his superiors. In the community, Fong Fan was sitting leisurely on the sofa. He hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. Some things can only be felt at home. So he wouldn't allow anyone to sabotage it. Just as Fong Fan was becoming increasingly dazed, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. When he opened it, he saw a message from the person below. My sister is a warrior." Fong Fan immediately became interested. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. He had been lingering in the realm of warriors for more than 10 years. If he hadn't suddenly obtained the system, he would still be an ordinary person now. Now his sister is also a warrior. Is the thing inside my sister's body so powerful? However, fortunately, I am already a martial artist. It would be so embarrassing if my sister surpassed me. At this moment, Fong Ling pushed open the door and came in, and was surprised to see Fong Fan sitting on the sofa. Brother, you finally came back. If you don't know, you'd be missing. Why, do you miss your brother? No, you're overthinking it. I'm just afraid of getting lost. I'll have to look for you then. After hearing Fong Ling's words, Fong Fan suddenly felt that he could no longer keep this sister. Fong Ling said this and hugged Fong Fan affectionately, but Fong Fan pushed her away in disgust. Brother, I am your sister. Can't I hug you? Fong Ling couldn't stand it. She was actually disliked by her brother. Was she really his sister? Humph, I'm just afraid you'll scratch me. Fong Fan said with disdain, and then he was hit by a pillow and fell to the ground on the sofa with a bang. Fong Fan, I will never tolerate your rebellion. Fong Ling roared, then rushed towards Fong Fan. Suddenly, the two of them started a pillow fight, with hair flying all around them. Who? No, I'm old, I can't beat you anymore. Fong Fan took away the pillow from his head and said breathlessly, he was not lying, it was mainly because controlling strength was not an easy thing. If he used a little force, he was afraid that his sister would be knocked away. Humph, I'll let you talk about me. I'm still young, it's not like I won't grow. Fong Ling deliberately puffed out her chest, but it seemed to be of no use, so she could only vent all her anger on the pillow. By the way, brother, what have you been busy with recently? I see you didn't even reply to my message. Fong Ling asked casually. I'm not busy with anything, just dealing with some matters at the martial arts school. Fong Fan did not lie, and he had indeed been dealing with the martial arts school's affairs these days. Brother, you are still trying to scare me. You are a junior martial artist, the lowest ranking person in the martial arts gym, and you are handling the affairs of the martial arts gym. Who would believe it if I told them? It's almost the same if they don't deal with you. Fong Ling didn't care about her brother's expression at all and said directly, who made my brother laugh at me before? This is what is called, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Believe it or not, I, your brother, am actually the son of destiny. When the wind and clouds are strong, I can turn into a dragon. I can stir up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth with just one move. All the strong men under my command regard me as their master. I have to go back later. After all, the martial arts school cannot do without me for the time being. Fong Fan lay leisurely on the sofa and said casually. Forehead. After hearing what his elder brother Fong Fan said, Fong Ling was a little stunned. He didn't expect that his elder brother's strength had not increased much after not seeing him for a few days, but his bragging ability had reached the sky-high level. Linger, is there something wrong with your brother's brain? He is the most boastful person I have ever met. Including past lives. In Xiaoji's mind, his computer froze for a moment after hearing Fong Fan's words. His master's brother was too unreasonable. The son of destiny, followed by countless powerful men. Why don't you just say you are the master of the martial arts gym? If you were the owner of the martial arts gym, I, Xiaoji, would acknowledge you as my father. Brother, I've told you so many times not to brag, why don't you listen? You will die from your mouth sooner or later, right? Do you think you are great just because you become a warrior? Let me tell you, I am also. Fong Ling was a little angry. Her brother was so unreasonable and was talking nonsense. He would get into trouble sooner or later. However, he almost let it slip that he had become a warrior. Okay, no more jokes, I'm just doing some simple cleanup. After all, that kind of grand scene is not something a mere junior warrior like me can experience. Seeing that his sister was a little angry, Fong Fan had to explain that he had no plans to tell his family about the situation for the time being. At the very least, we have to wait until the current crisis is resolved. By the way, what were you going to say? You too what? Fong Fan asked with pretended curiosity. Of course he knew what his sister was going to say. As expected, after Fong Fan asked, Fong Ling suddenly became a little hesitant. I. Could it be that you are also a warrior? Fong Fan asked in surprise, and added more fuel to the fire. He almost lost control and burst out laughing. His sister was too funny. Did she think she could hide her little thing from her brother? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I be a warrior? I just said that I am now an adult. Yes, I am an adult now, so you have to act like an adult. Fong Ling said with certainty. Real? Fong Fan narrowed his eyes and asked questioningly. Really? Okay, I believe it. My little Linger is an adult now. Fong Fan didn't plan to tease his sister anymore, but what he said was still intriguing. By the way, brother, has your Feng Hua martial arts school had any special cases recently? In order to avoid this topic, Fong Ling quickly shifted her gaze. A special case? Hearing this, Fong Fan was stunned and perked up a little. Why did his sister suddenly ask this? Could it be that my sister knew something? Fong Ling looked at her brother in surprise. I didn't expect that when I asked casually, my brother's expression looked a little strange. Was there something on his face? Could it be that my brother knew about that? Has the situation in Jiangai City become so serious? Elder brother. Fong Ling asked tentatively. Now that you mention it, something unusual has indeed happened recently. What's up? Fong Ling became a little nervous after hearing what her brother said. During this period of time, people have been missing. Also, there were several cases of family annihilation. The martial arts school suspects that there are some smuggled monsters here. I have been busy with this matter recently. After hearing Fong Fan's words, Fong Ling fell into deep thought, not knowing that her brother was staring at her from the side, and Fong Fan could see the expression on his face clearly. Fong Fan was already certain that his sister definitely knew some inside information. No. It should be said that the mysterious guy in my sister's body knows some inside information. It's still here. Faster than I thought. Rat infestation. No, it's not a rat infestation, it's a rat plague. It's extremely horrific, a rat plague that covers the sky and the earth. Xiaoji's voice rang in my mind. Although the voice was mute, I could clearly hear the fear in it. What on earth could make a being from the future feel terrified? What? Fong Ling was shocked by Xiaoji's words. She looked panicked and her eyes were confused. She couldn't control herself and shouted out loud. What's wrong? Any questions? Fong Fan felt a little uneasy when he saw his sister's sudden panic. Perhaps this matter was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No. It's okay. Fong Ling replied absent-mindedly, not noticing her brother's expression. A plague of rats. A plague of rats that covered the whole sky. This was the first time Fong Ling heard this news from Xiaoji. This was the reason that led to the destruction of Jianghai City. What kind of terrible fact could make Xiaoji feel terrified? Moreover, they were just common mice. Yes, rat plague. In the previous life, it was endless and almost completely submerged Jianghai City. Warriors, martial artists, masters, and great masters had no hope of survival in the face of such terror. No way. How can a mouse be so powerful? Xiaoji, did you remember it wrong? Fong Ling was a little bit unconvinced. How could those rats possibly be a match for a powerful warrior? Even if there were more of them, it would not be realistic. No, they are no longer mice, they are demon rats, a kind of mutated and terrifying monster. Until I traveled through time, I still didn't know why those rats mutated. How could you not know? Fong Ling asked in confusion. In the previous life, Jianghai City was no longer a city of humans, but had become a kingdom of monsters. An extremely powerful monster rat commanded all the monsters there, numbering in the hundreds of millions. No human dares to set foot here. In the past, there were even powerful generals who were ready to sweep forward, but they were injured by the Monster King, leaving them with wounds that could not be healed. As a result, they were affected by the wounds in the subsequent battles and died tragically. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Fong Ling was shocked. No one could have imagined that Jianghai City where she lived would soon become a kingdom of monsters. There will also be monsters at the level of a town commander. That's a level 5 monster. It is an existence that can destroy an entire human city. Elder brother. Just when Fong Fan was curious about what that thing said to his sister, Fong Ling suddenly spoke. If, our Jiangai city is going to be destroyed, what will you do, brother? Fong Ling tried her best to control her emotions so as not to be discovered by her brother. But she didn't know that all her secrets had already been known by Fong Fan. The demise of Jiangai city. Fong Fan repeated the sentence. Although his expression did not show any sign, he was still shocked in his heart. Is Jiangai city going to be destroyed? Jiangai city will not perish. Sister, don't worry about it. Fong Fan didn't know what was going on, but he would not allow this to happen. His home was here, everything he had was here, and his family was here too. Brother, if. Of course I know that Jiangai city cannot be destroyed. If you perish, what will you do? Fong Ling smiled bitterly in her heart. Brother, I also wish it were true, but this is the reality. If I had known in advance that Jiangai city was going to be destroyed, I would have definitely stopped this from happening. Fong Fan thought about it and then said to Fong Ling. Yeah, but what if? What if you can't stop it? Fong Ling knew the horror of the future and knew that it could not be stopped by one person. Can't stop it. Fong Fan did not answer Fong Ling's question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Ling. Sister, do you know something? Fong Fan's sudden question made Fong Ling a little flustered, but she reacted quickly. How is that possible? How would I know? I was just asking. Fong Ling played it safe and was ready to get away with it, but it seemed her brother was not stupid and could see that something was wrong with her. If anything happens, remember to tell your brother. Don't bear it all by yourself. Why should a little girl like you bear so much? Fong Fan said in a deep voice. Don't worry, brother. I know you love me the most. What can I do? I just suddenly thought of asking you. If there really was something wrong, why wouldn't I tell you? Just don't think too much. Fong Ling looked at her brother who had suddenly become serious and almost thought that he knew. Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you. But the future is too scary. I can't stop it by relying on you. Telling you will only add to your troubles. Fong Ling did not tell Fong Fan about anything, so she had to bear the consequences herself. Don't worry, sister. Your brother is also a warrior now. If I really can't stop it, I won't let any danger hurt you. Just rest assured about your brother's ability. Remember, if there is anything, remember to tell your brother. Fong Fan expressed his true thoughts in a joking tone. Of course, he has the ability to do so now. Ha ha ha, yes, my brother is the best. If I really have something to say, I'll tell you. Fong Ling laughed and said affectionately that her brother still loved her, but sometimes his words were really hurtful. Fong Ling was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly saw a piece of news and immediately asked in confusion. Suspect. Brother, when did your Feng Hua martial arts school have a young master? Fong Ling looked at the news in front of her and clicked on it curiously. What? Fong Fan was shocked. He was on the news. Don't look. He immediately wanted to stop Fong Ling from clicking on it, but it was too late. Fong Ling's finger had already pressed down and another screen popped up on the phone. A mysterious battle occurred at Feng Hua Martial Arts School, and the attacker is suspected to be the master of Dingan Martial Arts School. A huge title appeared. Among the following words, a conspicuous word attracted Fong Ling's attention, the young master of Feng Hua Martial Arts School. Brother, this is why you didn't let me watch it. Fong Ling suddenly turned her head and looked at Fong Fan in shock. She seemed to have a lot to say, but she couldn't utter a word. Her eyes were complicated. Fong Fan sighed inwardly, knowing that he could no longer hide it. Unexpectedly, my sister found out. I could only pretend nothing happened. It seems that you already know everything, so I won't hide it from you. I am. Fong Fan was just about to tell others that he was the young master of Feng Hua Martial Arts School, but he suddenly heard Fong Ling scream. Brother, it turns out that the young master of your Feng Hua Martial Arts School is also called Fong Fan. Ah. What? Fong Fan also didn't quite understand his sister's train of thought. Haha, brother, do you feel embarrassed? My name is Fong Fan, and you are also Fong Fan, but I am the young master of Fenghuo martial arts school, and you are just a small soldier. Are you ashamed of yourself for bringing shame to the name Fong Fan?" Fong Ling laughed. No wonder her brother didn't let her look. It turned out that she had the same name as the young master of Fenghuo martial arts school. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. The names are the same, but their identities and status are very different. Fong Ling looked at his brother, who was silent, and suddenly felt that what he had just said was a bit serious and hurt his brother's self-esteem, so he said with certainty, "It's okay, brother. In my heart, you are the best. What's the point of being the young master of Fenghuo martial arts school? Is he worthy of being called Fong Fan? Does he have a sister as cute as me? Brother, you don't need to feel inferior. You didn't choose your name yourself. The same name as mine is just a coincidence." Speaking of this, Fong Ling couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was too incredible. The young master of the Fenghuo martial arts school actually had the same name as his elder brother. Such a coincidence could also happen to his elder brother. If you weren't my brother, I would almost suspect that you were the young master himself. Fong Ling felt a little emotional, but also found it interesting. But he did not think that his elder brother was the young master. He did not know what status and strength the young master of a martial arts school had, and what status and strength his elder brother had. If my brother was the young master, the novel would not be written like this. On the other hand, Fong Fan heard Fong Ling say that he was not worthy of being called Fong Fan. Although he knew that his sister was speaking for him, he felt as if she was scolding him. But I can't refute anything. Yes, your brother and the young master have the same name. This matter is indeed a bit ridiculous. What else could Fong Fan say? He could only bite the bullet and say that it was a good thing his sister was stupid enough, otherwise she would have been almost exposed. Haha, then when I go out, if anyone dares to bully me, I will expose your name. I am Fong Fan's younger sister, who dares to bully me? Anyway, your young master doesn't know either, and your name is Fong Fan, so I'm just telling the truth. Fong Ling thought of a perfect idea. By the way, brother, have you seen what your young master looks like? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Is he tall? Fong Ling asked curiously. So handsome. Not only handsome, but also extremely handsome. That can really be described in one word, awesome. Is he really that handsome? Fong Ling didn't believe it, but she seemed to have only seen her brother praise others like this once, and that was when he praised herself. Yes, brother will tell you lies. Then let me take a look if I have a chance. Fong Ling said curiously. After listening to her brother's words, she also became a little interested in this young master named Fong Fan. If there's a chance, I'll let you see. Fong Fan was helpless. What could he do? Was he really going to take his own photo and say to his sister, "Look, this is what the young master looks like"? But fortunately, I don't show up very often, so I have no idea what he looks like. Moreover, recently the martial arts school has been run by martial artist Wang Yangshu, who hides himself behind the scenes. By the way, brother, why did Dingan martial arts school attack you? Is it true that a Grandmaster has appeared? I haven't seen the Grandmaster yet. Fong Ling asked curiously. Nothing. It was just an old man who was guarding the gate of Dingan martial arts school who tried to scam me, and then he was beaten up by someone from my martial arts school. Fong Fan was not wrong, there was indeed an old man who was guarding the gate, but this old man was not guarding the gate in the open, but was there to protect the entire martial arts hall. Oh, okay then. These headline-grabbing titles are just too abominable. Let those who want to make trouble for others do so. They are so despicable as to write about a great war or a great master. They write all kinds of fabricated things. Fong Ling said viciously. He thought it was real, but he didn't expect it was just a scammer. It turned out that there were scammers in the world of warriors. How could this be different from what he imagined? By the way, brother, I know you are a warrior, but when you go out on a mission, you have to pay more attention to safety. If there is any danger, don't rush in rashly. Be careful, I'm still waiting for you to find me a sister-in-law. Fong Ling warned, after all, the further you go, the more dangerous it will be, and who knows what might happen. Okay, I got it. Fong Fan smiled bitterly. Still looking for your sister-in-law? Your sister-in-law is gone. In the past few days, he has called Su Wan'er many times, but the calls went from no one answering to an empty number. For this reason, he used the power of the martial arts school to look for her. After all, his strength is enough to support him in finding love. But the result is that the person is gone. It literally means that people disappear. No trace, no news. The love that had already shown some signs of development was once again ruthlessly shattered. After having dinner with his family and staying one night, Fong Fan left home early in the morning. However, before leaving, he reminded the mosquitoes he raised to protect the safety of his family. Strangely enough, the past few days have been unusually quiet since the last attack was resolved. Fong Fan did not leave home or go to the martial arts gym, but came to a forest. As Fong Fan called out in his heart, some vibrations came from a distance, and then a terrifying green monster suddenly appeared. It was the Mantis King that had been raised to the 5th stage. Upon seeing Fong Fan, the terrifying green Mantis King turned into a green shadow, so fast that people could not react in time. Good job. Xiao Mantis, let me see how much your strength has improved. Fong Fan smiled slightly, and with a thought, the green monster Mantis King knew what his master was thinking. It roared excitedly, and its speed increased instead of decreasing. Seeing this, Fong Fan burst out with all his strength. He gathered power under his feet and stepped on several cracks. All the strength in his body flowed as he attacked the Mantis King. The strong wind blew on his body, making a clanging sound. In an instant, a man and a mantis were fighting each other. Green shadows and human shadows are mixed together. Bang! A punch hit the Mantis King's body, and a crisp sound was heard. Fong Fan only felt that he had hit an extremely hard rock, and a force reacted to himself. Roar! The Mantis King cried out in pain, but then he saw a bright flash in front of his eyes. An extremely sharp blade appeared in his entire field of vision. Fong Fan suddenly felt a chill and retreated violently. This blade is so scary. Mantis blade. Watching from afar, it seemed as if the skin had sensed a slight stinging pain, and the terrifying blade seemed to be cutting through the space one by one. Brush. Fong Fan suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he fight with such a perverted guy for no reason? This is a hunter in nature, a natural killer. However, the Mantis King who used the Mantis blade seemed very excited. What does it mean that his master can play with him? It means that his position in his master's heart is very important. Before, nothing in the forest dared to get close to it and they all stayed away from it. But as soon as the owner came, they got close to it, so I must behave well. With an excited roar, he swung the terrifying blade and instantly turned into a green shadow and disappeared. Good man, you are going to kill me. Upon seeing this, Fong Fan roared, and his dynamic vision talent burst out. Time seemed to slow down 10 times, and only then did he see the attacking Mantis King. Instantly make a counterattack posture. However, Fong Fan seemed to have overlooked one point. His talent for dynamic vision was acquired from the mantis. The moment he saw it, the Mantis King sped up again and appeared directly in front of Fong Fan the next moment. Roar! The terrifying blade turned into a ray of light, vowing to cut through space and everything. Fong Fan suddenly felt a breath of death coming. Adrenaline surges, the body is working at 200%, and the brain is clearer than ever. Brush! Suddenly, a clearly visible spatial wave slashed towards the hill not far behind at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Suddenly, countless sand and rocks flew everywhere, and several big trees were cut in half. But that was not the end. The terrifying blade light once again slashed towards the hill's body. A clearly visible gully appeared, with the deepest point being about 1 meter. Seeing this scene, Fong Fan swallowed nervously, his mind was greatly shocked, and he looked at the Mantis King in front of him in disbelief. Fortunately, I managed to escape. What on earth did I raise? Is this a praying mantis? This is the war machine, the killing god on the battlefield. This is only the 5th stage, just the martial artist level. With this kind of combat power, no one below the level of a martial artist, let alone a grandmaster, can withstand it. This is too scary. Roar! The Mantis King seemed very satisfied with his result. Seeing his master dodge, he excitedly swung again. It must be that his master was playing with him. Stop. Fong Fan hurriedly stopped him, saying that if he did it again, he would die without knowing how he died. Call. A strong wind blew, making it difficult for Fong Fan to open his eyes. The sharp blade stopped in front of him. Oh boy, that was almost the case. Fong Fan let out a long sigh. That moment just now was truly a matter of life and death. It would have been too unlucky if he had not been killed by others but was killed by the insects he raised. Bang. Fong Fan slapped the Mantis King in front of him on the head. Still laughing. I almost died under your knife just now. Looking at the excited Mantis King, Fong Fan suddenly felt angry. He really loved and hated it. Ouch. The Mantis King didn't know why his master hit him and thought he was playing a game with him. He pounced on Fong Fan again, making Fong Fan feel a little amused and helpless. The Mantis King has only been raised to the 5th stage. Although it is very powerful, its intelligence level is similar to that of a child. After sending the Mantis King aside to play, Fong Fan began to organize his current strength. Currently, among his subordinates, only Wang Sai and Fong Wen have reached the master's level. Now that Wang Sai is missing, Fong Wen needs to guard the martial arts gym. Under the Grandmaster, the Mantis King is the strongest, followed by 3 mosquitoes at the martial artist level. The 3 mosquitoes are responsible for protecting the safety of their families and cannot be moved. As for those below the level of martial artist, they are no longer of much use. They are sent out to collect feeding points, earning several hundred points every day. Fong Fan had a hunch that once his feeding value or strength reached a certain level, he would no longer gain feeding value by killing insects. Now he has 3 talents in one: the talent for 100 times strength, the talent for dynamic strength, and the talent for super self-healing. Strength can no longer be judged by power, and overall he has reached the peak of martial arts. But this is the only way I can go. If I want to go further, I have to integrate another talent. However, my current strength can only accommodate 3 talents. If I want to integrate a 4th one, I must improve my strength. In order to improve your strength, you must integrate new talents, and integrating new talents will improve your strength. This is undoubtedly an infinite vicious circle. If this method doesn't work, there is another way, which is to improve these 3 talents. After 100 times the power comes 1,000 times the power. After primary dynamic vision comes the intermediate dynamic vision talent. After the primary level of super self-healing comes the intermediate level of super self-healing. As long as one of them is improved, his strength will have the possibility of further improvement, but currently he is not here to improve his talent, but for this 5th level Mantis King. The Grandmaster of Dingan Martial Arts School is about to attack, and the danger hidden in the rivers and seas is gradually approaching. Even if his sister didn't say it, he would have guessed it. It is impossible that my sister said that Jingai City was destroyed for no reason. The cave discovered before and the unusual giant rat seen before must be related to it. It seems that one Grandmaster is not enough to guard Fenghua Martial Arts School. Host, Fong Fan. Fusion talent. 100 times the power, current progress is 100%, the next stage is 1,000 times the power. Elementary dynamic vision, the next stage is intermediate. Primary super self-healing, next stage is intermediate. Feeding value, 14,000. Previously, the task of collecting feeding values was assigned to Fong Wen, and he lived up to his expectations and collected feeding values to 14,000, but the speed was getting slower and slower. Now, as long as he raises the 5th level Mantis to the 6th level, the Mantis King will become the most powerful one under his command except for Fong Wen. Your own trump card will be strengthened again. Type, Mantis. Master, Fong Fan. Loyalty, 100%. Realm, Primary Martial Artist. Ability, Summon similar creatures, currently can command 1,000 similar creatures. The 5th level Mantis King's ability to summon its own kind is not as much as that of ants and mosquitoes of the same level. It is only 1,000, which is 10 times less. But this is understandable. After all, the fighting power of a mantis is not comparable to that of ants and mosquitoes. The combat power attribute in the attribute panel was changed by Fong Fan a few days ago, replacing the original combat power with realm. Fong Fan also discovered a few days ago that the attributes on the attribute panel can be changed, and he did this just to make it look pleasing to the eye. After all, the true strength of the insects he raised can always exceed his own level. When Fong Ling was a junior martial artist, his strength had already reached the intermediate level, while the Mantis King directly reached the level of invincibility below the martial artist. This time, he wanted to see how powerful the Mantis King would be if he raised him to the level of a Grandmaster. Ding dong, a 5th-level Mantis King was found. Do you want to raise him? Start feeding. As soon as Fong Fan finished speaking, the Mantis King standing aside suddenly began to tremble, and a mysterious aura filled his body. No one knew where this aura came from, as if it appeared from the void. Even Fong Fan began to wonder where this enhanced power came from. Does it come from the system? Is the system hosted in my body or in this void? So what exactly is this system? Just as Fong Fan was curious, a powerful aura came from the Mantis King, and the moment it appeared, the creatures on the hill suddenly trembled. No matter what kind of creature it is, when it senses this breath, it will crawl on the ground in anxiety. They seem to have seen their king, a being whose life level was far superior to theirs. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th-level Mantis King. As the system's voice sounded, Fong Fan saw the huge changes in the Mantis King. It seems that the Mantis King is now the real Mantis King. A huge body, sharp swords, a terrifying aura, and a sense of déjà vu as if being stared at by the god of death. Only by seeing a master-level mantis can you know how terrifying it is. Haha, with it, who can stop a level 3 monster? Fong Fan sighed as he looked at the huge green shadow in front of him. This is truly a battlefield machine. The huge blade, which revealed an endless cold light and shone with metallic luster, had mysterious flowing patterns on it, which seemed to symbolize death. It seems that the feeding value was not wasted. It cost 10,000 just to feed it to the 6th stage, which is the highest consumption in the same stage so far. Swish. Buzz. Fong Fan's mind moved, and the 6th-level Mantis King's 2 swords attacked instantly. Fong Fan's dynamic vision talent had been working to its limit, but he still couldn't see the trajectory of movement. Fong Fan only felt that the whole world was split into 2 by a heavenly sword that fell from the sky, divided into 2 worlds of clarity and turbidity. It seemed as if the whole world was left with only him and the Mantis King in front of him. He was becoming smaller and smaller like an ant, while the Mantis King was growing bigger and bigger, until it seemed that even the sky could no longer bear its power. This. Fong Fan's eyes were filled with shock as he saw a streak of darkness suddenly appear in the space cut by the terrifying blade. This is the space being cut in the true sense. A crack was cut into the space. This is not the kind of space crack that appears when merging with the Blood Moon world. Beyond this space crack is endless void. It is said that there are countless terrifying existences in the void. Any one of them is enough to destroy a world. The breath of the deep and desolate void seeped out from this spatial crack, which immediately made Fong Fan feel a little creepy. Fortunately, the space has sufficient self-repair capabilities and the cracks were quickly restored. But he remembered that only Grandmasters and above had the strength to create this space rift. How come only the Mantis King at the Grandmaster level had reached that level? Could it be that its combat capability has reached the level of Grandmaster? No, it should be that only the lethality has touched the realm of Grandmaster, while the rest is still at the Master level. But this is scary enough, as this is just the beginner level of the Grandmaster. Fong Fan once again felt the power of the God of War. But before Fong Fan could react, the terrifying Mantis King disappeared. When it reappeared, it pressed down on him like a mountain, and Fong Fan's breath was immediately choked. What does it want to do? Is it going to devour the Master? Just as Fong Fan had this idea, he felt himself being wrapped in something gentle. An incredible thing happened in this uninhabited place. An extremely terrifying giant mantis was hugging a man and rolling around on the ground intimately. And the man didn't seem to be surprised at all. That's right, the person being hugged intimately was Fong Fan. At this moment, Fong Fan had a blank expression on his face. He couldn't understand why he would do such a stupid thing when looking at such a scary monster. It has the nerve to do this, but I am not even shy about returning the favor. Could it be that the one I chose is more playful? Stop, I'm going to faint if you keep shaking. Fong Fan shouted to stop, and the Mantis King stopped, then crawled on the ground and placed Fong Fan on himself. What do you want to do? Fong Fan was puzzled, but he knew it the next second. He saw Fong Fan sitting on the Mantis King's body. The Mantis King immediately shook its body, and then exerted force with its powerful hind legs, and its two wings slowly flapped. With an instant exertion of force, Fong Fan only felt a powerful sense of rising, and the next second the man and the mantis flew up directly and hung in the air. Fly, fly! Fong Fan exclaimed. He actually forgot that mantises can fly. Flying is something that humans have always dreamed of, but only those above the Grandmaster can fly, and the ability to overcome gravity is not something that can be achieved just by saying it. The short time he had previously glided through the air was simply due to the fact that he had used his powerful force to bounce up. Ha ha ha, let's go. Fong Fan was very excited. The man and the mantis were constantly rising into the air, and soon they reached a height of 100 meters. Looking down at this moment, everything seemed much smaller. The Mantis King seemed to be enjoying it as well, and continued flying with his master until he turned into a black dot and then flew out of the city. Fong Fan didn't know that he had a master-level vehicle, and he left the city in this way. To be honest, he has never left Yinqing City yet. The scenery at high altitude is unique. The Mantis King is so fast that if Fong Fan had not been a martial artist now, he would have been blown down by the surrounding strong wind. Soon, the scenery below changed from Yinqing City to a wilderness full of monsters. A man and a mantis were flying recklessly, and no one knew where they were. Fong Fan enjoyed this feeling of being above everything, as if everything in the world was beneath him. Haha, one day we will shine across the 9 states. As soon as Fong Fan finished speaking, he controlled the Mantis King to dive down instantly. Things on the ground began to become clear again, and even the traces of the monster were discovered. Suddenly, Fong Fan seemed to see something and flew straight over. It's a level 3 monster. A man was screaming and running away madly. Behind him was a terrifying monster that was slowly awakening. They were a team of warriors from the Sun and Moon Martial Arts School in Yinqing City. They came to the wilderness to collect the heart blood of a second-level monster, the gold-eating tiger. But unexpectedly, the gold-eating tiger was too difficult to deal with, and its strength reached the peak of level 2. The entire team entangled with it for a long time, one fleeing and the other chasing, and the battle location changed one after another. As the captain, he certainly knew that this was an extremely dangerous behavior. In the wilderness, some powerful monsters have their own territories. If you accidentally set foot there, you will be attacked, so walking in the wilderness is also a science. But he was unwilling. They had already regarded the gold-eating tiger as their prey, and after fighting for most of the day, they were about to kill it. If they gave up, all their previous efforts and injuries would be in vain. So he ordered the team to continue the pursuit again. After all, this was not the first time he had encountered this situation, and nothing had happened before, and his luck couldn't be so bad this time. But when they came here in pursuit of the gold-eating tiger, they unexpectedly woke up an even more terrifying monster due to the noise of the battle. Level 3 monster. A Grandmaster level existence. Luck was not on their side this time. In an instant, the peak level 2 monster was torn into pieces, and the members of the team immediately fled frantically. They knew that once the level 3 monster had eaten the level 2 monster, it would target them. Now, I can only put my life in the hands of God. If I am lucky, I can survive. If I am unlucky, I will die right away. Everyone run away quickly, as many as you can. The man roared with all his might, and the other team members looked terrified and rushed forward with all their might. Everyone had only one thought, which was to survive. Among the people who were fleeing in all directions, there was actually a woman who was crying her heart out. She no longer looked like her original self at all. She was crying and running away, which made people feel both funny and a little pitiful. Still crying. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come out without telling you. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I just realized that you didn't let me go out because it was for my own good. I no longer think the wild is fun. It's really dangerous there. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Sister, I'm dying. Lu Ruoling burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. She looked so miserable, but even so, her pace didn't slow down at all. She even quickened a bit, surpassing a male comrade. Sister, I won't urge you to find a brother-in-law for me anymore. I will definitely practice well and speak nicely in the future, and I will never make you angry again. I'm in this state, please come and save me. Lu Ruoling cried more and more excitedly, and ran faster and faster. Even her teammates who were running behind her were stunned. Is it still possible to do this? Has this girl who joined halfway really been to the wilderness? By the way, why did she run faster the more she cried? Was it some kind of mysterious power? I was wrong too. Dad, Mom, brother, sister, please come and save me. Many people followed suit and started crying loudly, but they could only watch the girl named Lu Ruoling running faster and faster. Depend on. Bullshit mysterious power. Why is it useful to her but not to us? Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar was heard, and the third-level monster had already devoured the monster and began to attack everyone. Oh. Don't eat me. Lu Ruoling was terrified. The horror of the third-level monster was beyond the imagination of everyone, and the distance that was finally opened up was crossed in an instant. And everyone also truly saw the true face of this third-level monster. Qingyun wolf. It is a huge creature that is dozens of meters long and 3 meters tall. Its bloodthirsty mouth is filled with sharp teeth, and its hairs are like steel needles, emitting a terrifying aura all the time. With a roar, the blue wolf's every move touched everyone's heart. Ah! Help! One man was frightened by the third-level blue wolf. He was also a martial artist, but only a beginner one, and had never seen a third-level monster at such a close distance. Captain, what should we do? Fuck, what do you say we should do? Why bother talking if you're not going to run away? Do you think this level 3 Qingyun wolf is playing a game of 1, 2, 3 statues with us? Do you think that after it catches us, it will reward us and then let us go? When the captain saw the terrifying Qingyun wolf, he fled madly without saying a word. He was only a peak martial artist, not a grandmaster. Fighting against this guy would mean death. Now, he didn't ask himself to escape from this horrible monster, he just wanted to outrun the others. In this life and death moment, the so-called friendship between teammates and the so-called life and death friendship are not as important as staying alive. Only when you are alive, everything is possible. However, the next second he was horrified to find that the horrible monster that was originally behind him came in front of him. The bloody smell of the breath was already blowing in my face, the terrifying fangs were already in sight, and the Grandmaster level breath went straight into the depths of my brain. I was immediately frightened and stood still. With his skills as a top martial artist, it is impossible for him to be so useless. However, his mind has been frightened and he has no desire to resist. Help! Help! Boom. Before he could finish, the huge beast claw had already come crashing down. The beast's claws left and turned into meat paste. He paid the price for his greed. Run! Everyone was panicking, but in front of a level 3 monster, escape had become a luxury. Boom. One person was beaten into a pulp again. This Qingyun wolf seemed to treat everyone as toys, torturing them to death little by little. One of the women who was crying loudly seemed to have attracted the attention of Qingyun wolf. This little human is so adorable. I really want to slap her to death. I wonder how it feels to beat her to death. Does it feel different from slapping other ants to death? Sister, come quickly. In front of this horrific monster, Lu Ruoling no longer had the thought of running away because she couldn't escape. If her sister were here, she wouldn't have to die. My sister is very powerful and can definitely kill this monster in front of me. Lu Ruoling was crying, but suddenly stopped. She found that the horrible monster was staring at her. I'm still a good girl. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I've never even touched a boy's hand. Am I going to die just like this? Sister, if you have the chance, burn a boyfriend for me. No, burn 2 for me. I'm afraid 1 isn't enough. Lu Ruoling became sadder and sadder as she spoke. Sister, you will never see me again. I'm dead, so you live well. It's better to find a brother-in-law for me, and remember to burn this news to me." Lu Ruoling was completely desperate because the horrible monster had raised its huge palm high and was attacking him. "I don't want to die yet. Whoever comes to save me, I will marry my sister to him." Boom. The breath of death has arrived. Lu Ruoling was about to close her eyes in despair, but she saw that the horrific beast claw seemed to be hit by a huge force and actually shifted to one side. The beast's claw fell with a loud bang, leaving a huge deep pit on the ground. At the side, Lu Ruoling was so frightened that she almost fell to her knees. "Run away." Lu Ruoling swallowed in fear, then looked blankly in the direction where the voice came from, only to see a heroic man falling from the sky, as dazzling as the sun. Was it him who saved me? Lu Ruoling quickly figured out the reason. It was the man who just saved him. My Prince Charming. No. Brother-in-law, you are here. For a moment, Lu Ruoling was a little overwhelmed, but she quickly came to her senses and realized that this man was her sister's. She can't go back on her word. Of course, now is not the time for her to think about this, as she has not yet escaped from the life and death crisis. The attack failed, and the terrifying Qingyun wolf roared angrily, looking at the ant falling from the sky. It was he who had just blocked him. Then he swung away. And the person who fell from the sky was Fong Fan. At this moment, Fong Fan had already landed on the ground, picked up Lu Ruoling, looked at everyone around in shock, and shouted loudly. What are you still standing there for? Run away. Everyone fled again. Brother-in-law, let's run away. If we don't run away we'll die. Lu Ruoling, who was being carried on his back, suddenly panicked as she saw the Qingyun wolf approaching. Ha! Brother-in-law. Fong Fan didn't care about the sudden name, feeling the terrifying aura of the Qingyun wolf approaching from behind. Die. Who said that? With a sudden thought in their minds, everyone felt a huge shadow appear above their heads. Not only everyone, but even the terrifying Qingyun wolf behind him felt a powerful breath. He raised his huge head, and a hint of uneasiness appeared in his huge pupils. This. What is this? Everyone was stunned and stopped completely, roaring in their hearts, what the hell was this? It was like a bolt from the blue. This thing seems to be even more terrifying than the giant wolf behind him, and it should be avoided even more. This time, there's no hope. The furious Qingyun wolf gave up attacking because of this guy who suddenly appeared, and instead stared at him intently, taking a defensive stance. This guy is even more powerful than it. Sister, brother-in-law, what is this thing? Lu Ruoling hesitated, looking at the scene in front of her. Her heart was so shocked that she wanted to cry. This is a praying mantis. It should be a praying mantis, right? But who has ever seen such a big mantis? It's okay if it's big. The terrifying aura emanating from it seemed even more terrifying than that of the giant wolf. No wonder my sister wouldn't let me out. It turns out that this wilderness is really not a place for humans to stay. Brother-in-law, we are dead this time. I don't even know your name yet. I haven't let you meet my sister yet. If there was a chance. Never mind, there is no chance. Let's wait for death. Alas, I, Lu Ruoling, never thought that one day I would be able to die together with my brother-in-law. Am I cheating on my partner? No, if anyone is cheating, it should be you, my brother-in-law, not me. This. Fong Fan was speechless. Was there something wrong with the girl he rescued this time? No one was talking to her, but she was talking a lot here and even called him brother-in-law. Did I recognize the wrong person? Little sister, did you make a mistake? I'm not your brother-in-law. But Lu Ruoling was no longer able to speak. Her eyes were shaking violently as she stared at the scene happening before her. The terrifying mantis was actually gradually approaching the giant wolf. Roar! The giant wolf kept retreating as the mantis king approached. It began to feel the terror. It was a level 3 demon beast, a Grandmaster level existence, and it actually saw its own death in the body of the mantis. He looked around uneasily, then burst out with strength and fled behind him. If you can't fight, then run away. This is its way of survival in the wilderness. But how could the mantis king let it go? He received the order from his master and drew his sword immediately. In an instant, everyone felt that time began to slow down. The whole world seemed to be cut in half by this knife. A green light flashed by, and the roaring giant wolf stopped abruptly. This. In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, they saw the giant wolf torn into pieces and completely dead. Level 3 demon beast, dead, dead. Su Wan'er said in a daze. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became nervous again. Now that the giant wolf was dead, they had fallen into the hands of the mantis again. This mantis is even more terrifying than the giant wolf, and there is no hope for me to survive. However, the next second everyone was surprised to find that the terrifying green mantis actually flew away after taking a look. It flew. Sister, brother-in-law, it seems we are saved. Su Wan'er lost her voice again. Fong Fan was speechless again, looking at the girl in front of him. Did he look a lot like his brother-in-law? He controlled the Mantis King to leave. He didn't want to expose his relationship with the Mantis King. He encountered this incident when he came to the wilderness before. He couldn't just sit back and watch. So he let the Mantis King leave temporarily, and wait until he appeared, and then let him take action. Brother-in-law, let's go back. Let me introduce my sister to you. Su Wan'er said happily that she would not die this time, and she also got a brother-in-law for free. My sister is so outstanding, no boy can tolerate her. This time Fong Fan was certain that this problematic girl had something wrong with her brain. Not only was there something wrong with her brain, but there was also something wrong with her eyes. He immediately looked at the girl with a somewhat pitiful look. I didn't expect that under such circumstances, going to the battlefield while sick must have been difficult for the family. And this girl's sister was really irresponsible. She didn't take good care of such a seriously ill child and just left him alone. If I hadn't shown up this time, all these people would have become food for the Yinqing wolf. But Fong Fan looked at the girl carefully and discovered that her martial arts level had reached a high level. Good job. Who is this girl? His strength has reached that of a high-level warrior. This talent is truly incredible. Fong Fan tried to leave, but the seriously ill girl in front of him held his arm tightly and refused to let go. Brother-in-law, you can't just ignore me. You have to get me back safely. Su Wan'er said pitifully, and Fong Fan suddenly felt a headache. He had to save the person to the end and send the Buddha to the west. He couldn't help but send him off. At this moment, a white figure and a green figure rushed over quickly from the distance. Soon he came in front of everyone. When Su Wan'er saw the white figure, she was immediately surprised. Sister, you are finally here. I almost didn't see you. The two people who came were a man and a woman. The woman was heroic and had a delicate face with a pair of big, dark and clear eyes, soft and plump red lips, and a delicate and exquisite little nose. This is a woman whose appearance, figure, and temperament are no less than Fong Wen. Behind him, there was a head of extremely misty long hair, which reminded Fong Fan of a sentence from his previous life. Kong Wang, use Kong Wang for dandruff that cannot be washed off. The man next to her was also a handsome man, with sharp features. When stared at by him, it seemed that no secrets could be hidden. The first thing that attracted the two of them was the huge wolf corpse emitting a terrifying aura behind the crowd. Yinqing wolf. I was shocked. The aura it emits is that of a level 3 demon beast. And judging from the strong smell of blood around and the activity of the corpse, he had actually died not long ago. What was it that killed this terrifying Yinqing wolf? That horrific wound was actually caused by a single knife blow. What kind of knife is so fast? This kind of damage power can only be achieved by a strong man at the level of a Grandmaster. Moreover, is this really done by a strong human being? Just now, they also sensed another more terrifying aura, which exuded a strong sense of murderous intent and killing, just like a killing god on a battlefield. The two of them stared around anxiously. That kind of existence was not something they could deal with. But after carefully sensing the surroundings, he did not notice anything. Of course they could not sense any trace of the Mantis King. After all, mantises are not only natural hunters in nature, but also mysterious lurkers. The two of them are not strong enough to find the trace of Mantis King. Nothing happened, so Yinqing turned his attention to his sister Su Wan'er. You still know that I'm your sister. Who told you to run out alone? How many times have I told you that it's too dangerous out in the wild? When have you ever listened? Yinqing looked at his sister and immediately scolded her, saying that she ran out secretly while he was not at home. Did she really think that everything was fine in this world? The moment I received the news, I rushed here without stopping, but fortunately nothing happened. Yinqing, don't be angry. With the two of us here, ordinary level 3 monsters can't run wild. The man next to him spoke to comfort him. Although Yinqing was a little unhappy when she heard the man address her, she couldn't say anything now. After all, he was willing to accompany her to find her sister, which was already a bother for him. Little sister, since your sister and brother-in-law are here, you can go back with them. Just stop following me. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fong Fan looked at the girl's elder sister and addressed the last sentence to her. Although she was very beautiful, he only briefly glanced at her. Who hasn't seen a beautiful woman? Once you have met Fong Fan, you will know what a beauty is. However, the man opposite made Fong Fan a little curious. Don't think too much, Fong Fan doesn't like men. This man doesn't look like me. Why did this girl admit her mistake? Although the man is handsome, he is still not as handsome as me. Ling, let's go back. After hearing Fong Fan's words, Yinqing spoke with satisfaction. You are not my brother-in-law. I won't go with you. Su Wan'er was unhappy. She always felt that this man approached her for other purposes. Yinqing stood there awkwardly. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, anger was already growing in his heart. Who are you, a mere high-level warrior? If your sister wasn't Yinqing, I would have slapped you to death for daring to speak to me like that. Yinqing also turned his attention to Fong Fan at this moment. Good job. You don't want this hand anymore. His sister's arms were intertwined with the man's arms. Dare to seduce your own sister. Who are you? I'm just a passerby. He's my brother-in-law. Fong Fan and Su Wan'er spoke at the same time, shocking the four people. Passerby. Brother-in-law. Sister, this man is the new husband I found for you. Although he is not as strong as you, he looks pretty good. He saved me just now, otherwise I would not have the chance to see you again. You two should get to know each other quickly, get married and have kids. Brother-in-law, don't just stand there, take the initiative. My sister is a master. If you marry her, you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Su Wan'er began to encourage Fong Fan to take the initiative, and Fong Fan finally understood. It seems that this girl is not mentally ill, but has no brains at all. But it's also very cute, or should I say, silly and cute. I just found a random partner for my sister and let her get married and have children. No normal person would do such a thing. But... hiss. After hearing Su Wan'er's words, Fong Fan took a breath of cold air. This woman turned out to be a master. Damn, how did he practice this? He must have taken hormones. Even if he grew up drinking hormones, he shouldn't grow up so fast. Is this still a human being? No, the woman in front of me must be an old lady. She must be older than my father, but she is in better shape. Yinqing didn't know that in Fong Fan's heart, she had become an old woman with a childlike face. On the side, Yinqing listened to what her sister said and immediately realized that her sister was playing tricks on her again. What brother-in-law? What nonsense. But he still looked at Fong Fan with some gratitude. It was he who saved his sister. Although he was stronger than him, he still had to be polite. Thank you for saving my little sister. There's something wrong with my sister. Sometimes she doesn't even know what she's talking about. As Yinqing spoke, he pointed to his head. There's nothing wrong with my brain. I'm perfectly healthy. Sister, stop talking nonsense. I will recognize him as my brother-in-law in this life. Don't despise him because he is weak now, but I have a feeling that he will definitely be invincible in the future. You marrying him is a match made in heaven. Su Wan'er said this solemnly, vowing to fight with anyone who disagreed. But she forgot that she couldn't defeat any of the people here. Ha ha ha, is he the only one who is invincible? Then am I not the god in heaven? How dare a mere martial artist be so arrogant? If it weren't for you saving Linger, no one would care if you died here. Yinqing had a look of disdain on his face. He was sure that this guy would read the mood, but he didn't expect that Lu Ruoling would actually say that this guy was her brother-in-law. You don't recognize me as a master, but you recognize a martial artist. I'm not even one yet, and you, a martial artist, want to get to the top. He, Yinqing, had never been insulted like this before. An unknown anger seemed to be vented on Fong Fan. He saved my sister. If you dare to make trouble, I will never tolerate you. After hearing Yinqing's words, Yinqing immediately spoke in a stern voice. Ha ha ha, Yinqing, you said he saved your sister. He saved your sister. He is just a martial artist, and that is a level 3 monster. Don't tell me, he was the one who killed the monster. Even if I want to attack him, you really dare to fight me for a mere martial artist. I know that your strength has improved, but I, Yinqing, am not bad either. I am also a prodigy on the prodigy ranking. Yinqing said sternly, then looked at Fong Fan and said coldly. Boy, I don't know what method you used to confuse Linger, but I tell you, if you want to use this line to climb up to Yinqing, you are daydreaming. She is a genius. Do you know what a genius means? Our existence is something you can never reach in your lifetime. Before I feel like taking any action now, get out of here as far as you can. In Yinqing's mind, Fong Fan, who was only at the martial artist level, was just an ant that he could kill with ease. If this incident had not happened, a person of this level would not even be able to see him, let alone talk to him. He was very angry now, but he couldn't vent his anger on the Yinqing sisters. He could only use the boy in front of him as an object to vent his anger. Not to mention being the target of venting anger, no one would say anything even if a fight really took place. Just because I am a genius. Yinqing, you're going too far. It's not your turn to do anything about my sister. And my name is Yinqing, please call me by my full name from now on. If you say one more word, I will report this to the city lord. I believe the city lord will not ignore this matter. Yinqing felt a little regretful. She wondered why she agreed to Yinqing's request. It was simply causing trouble. Of course, although she was disgusted by Yinqing's recklessness, some of his words made sense. I just took what my sister said as a joke. What an invincible strongman. He is just a martial artist. Even if he has good talent, becoming a master is the limit of his life. Judging from the situation, it was a coincidence that the men saved his sister. But whether there is a purpose or not, saving lives is a fact. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Why don't you say thank you to your benefactor? Also, you should loosen your grip on me. Why are you holding on to me all the time? You really don't act like a girl at all. Lu Qingning expressed a slight apology to Fong Fan, and then scolded Lu Ruoling. Under the deathly gaze of her sister Lu Qingning, she slowly let go of Fong Fan, thanked him a few times, and then walked in front of her sister. Brother-in-law. Lu Ruoling wanted to say something to Fong Fan, but the air was filled with the aura of death, so she wisely closed her mouth. If she continued, she would die. But what should I do if I don't even know my brother-in-law's name or where his home is? I can only find another opportunity to bring the two of them together. Yinqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when looking at her sister. When she was a child, she would accidentally hit her head. Sometimes she would always talk nonsense and do things that ordinary people couldn't understand. You don't have to worry about what he will do to you. Since you are my sister's benefactor, I, Lu Qingning, owe you a favor. If you need me, you can come to me. This is my keepsake. Yinqing handed a hairpin on her head to Fong Fan. But Fong Fan is very unhappy now. He had offended everyone. He tried to save someone with good intentions, but ended up getting into so much trouble. I really thought he saved people for some purpose. Seeing Fong Fan taking a long time to answer the call, Yinqing thought that Fong Fan was still thinking about what his sister had said before, and his impression of Fong Fan suddenly became worse. When living in this world, we must recognize the differences between people. She is a master, a genius of the human race, and you are a martial artist. The difference between the two is huge. Don't take what my little sister said before seriously. To put it bluntly, the gap between us is bigger than you can imagine. Any of my suitors is someone you need to look up to. I'm grateful that you saved my sister, but there's no way I'm going to marry you. But if you still have this delusion, I hope you can let it go as soon as possible. Sister. Lu Ruoling said from the side that her sister's words were too harsh. If you keep talking, I'll leave you behind and tell you to go wherever you want. Yinqing did not give Fong Fan the slightest bit of face. She had already agreed to owe him a favor, and the two of them had already repaid it. Perhaps he did not know the significance of her favor now, but he would know it later. This delusion must be broken as soon as possible. I know it sounds harsh, but it's the truth. I won't break my promise to you. I'll leave this token here. If you need help, you can come to me. But I still want to remind you, don't lose this opportunity because of a dispute of pride. Perhaps you don't know what a favor from a genius really means. I guess after this separation, we will never have the chance to meet again. Yinqing looked at the silent Fong Fan and thought that he was immersed in his own blow, so she placed the token at her feet, then turned around and left with her sister. Yinqing sneered, left a word and left. Ants are ants. The three people quickly disappeared, and Fong Fan, who stayed where he was, slowly raised his head. He was not silent because of what he heard from Yinqing, but because he had just received a message from Fong Wan. It's about my sister. The dog looks down on people. If you don't know, you would really think I'm attracted to you. Who would want to look at you? Is he as good-looking as my Fong Wan? Is he as considerate as my Fong Wan? Just a genius, do you really think you are invincible? This favor. I am Fong Fan, don't waste it. Fong Fan was about to say something harsh, but then he thought, if he really didn't want this favor, would it be a waste of time to save the person? I don't want to do these thankless tasks. You said it, if you don't contribute, I'll see if you still have the nerve to call yourself a genius. If I, Fong Fan, don't use this favor to my death, I won't be called Fong Fan. Fong Fan smiled slightly and picked up the token. Then I thought of that man and suddenly became aware of it. You dare to threaten him? You really think he is just a martial artist? Aren't you crazy? I want to see how you can be so crazy in this situation. Fong Fan's mind moved, and suddenly a roar was heard in the distance. The sky darkened, and it seemed that something was flying rapidly from the sky, heading towards the direction where the three people left. Remember, don't scare the girl. My brain is already not enough. If I get scared again, I will really become a fool. Yinqing, is it fun to show off in front of that martial artist? If you really want to prove yourself, you can go kill monsters and fight on the front lines. I know you were very unhappy with what my sister said just now, so you vented your anger on that innocent person, but now I can tell you clearly that I am not interested in you, and there is no possibility for the two of us. Besides, now that we are facing a powerful enemy and my parents' revenge has not yet been avenged, I don't have the energy to think about these romantic relationships. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. The three of them were galloping through the wilderness. Yinqing spoke coldly to Yinqing with a very decisive attitude, leaving no room for negotiation. Of course she knew what Yinqing meant to her, but it was impossible for the two of them to do so. The man she is looking for is an invincible strongman who can stand tall and proud and defeat all the supreme demons. She is a genius and has the qualifications. Ha ha ha, Yinqing, you are joking. Linger is so cute, how could I be angry with her? And I also know that she had a brain injury when she was a child, so sometimes what she said and did was illogical, and I understand that. I got mad at that kid mainly because he was the first person who showed no respect after knowing that I was a genius. A warrior should not be insulted, and a master should not be insulted even more. Under normal circumstances, I would have slapped this arrogant guy to death. But having said so much, I still don't want to give up on you. You are the first person who made me linger after just one meeting, and the one who makes me miss you day and night. My heart seems to have been seduced by you. I will marry you in this life. Besides, you and I are both geniuses, and we are bound to walk that path. The two of us are the best combination. I know you are still resisting me because of some bad news about me, but I will wait and let you see my true heart. Yinqing said this with emotion in his eyes. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have fallen for him long ago, but he was facing Yinqing. Yinqing, you are disgusting. I said, my name is Yinqing. Yinqing had already lost his patience. He threw a punch, causing the air to explode. At the same time, he attacked Yinqing with his feet. His terrifying aura showed how powerful his cultivation was. For real. Yinqing's face changed drastically. The attack from Tianjiao was not pleasant, so he tried his best to dodge. Once injured, not only would his strength be damaged, but it would also affect his time for cultivation. For Tianjiao, every minute and every second was precious. But the attack from Yinqing was too sudden, and Yinqing found that he could not avoid it no matter what. He immediately regretted his careless words. Why did he offend this crazy woman? If he hadn't been attracted by her physique, he would never have suffered such a punishment. As long as you ask, there is no woman you can't play with. Yinqing, I was wrong, I will never scream again. We are in the wilderness now. If we start a war, what if we attract a powerful monster? What will happen to your sister? Yinqing opened his mouth hurriedly, and a huge fist gust of wind came, and the fist stopped just a fraction away from him, and the attack below also almost hit him. If I hear that there will be a next time, it won't be like this anymore. I will start a battle of geniuses against you. Yinqing's unfriendly look made Yinqing feel cold in his heart. This crazy woman really does what she says. Okay, I understand. Yinqing said he knew it, but he cursed viciously in his heart. Crazy woman, just wait for me. Aren't you just relying on the city lord's support? How long can the old city lord live? Wait till I take you down, press you under my body and ravage you to my heart's content, and let you enjoy the pleasure under my crotch. I will return the shame you brought to me tenfold or 100-fold. And your sister, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. When the time comes, when the two girls explore the cave together, I'll let you sisters be honest with each other. When I've squeezed all your value out of you and am tired of playing with you, I'll throw you to the homeless people below. Don't you think highly of yourself? Then I'll make you a loose woman that everyone can play with. Yinqing didn't know what Yinqing was thinking, so she turned to look at her sister. Just when the two of them took action, Yinqing's eyes suddenly changed, and her expression changed immediately. But this scene was not discovered by anyone. Yinqing, if you run around again, I will lock you up at home forever and won't let you go out. Do you think I can do it? I understand, sis. Yinqing also knew that she had acted too recklessly just now and almost implicated her benefactor. But I couldn't control that personality, and I didn't know when it came out. I never told my sister that I had a second personality, and my sister didn't find out either. She just thought I had done something wrong. I was able to disobey my sister's orders and come to the wilderness alone. It was also that second personality that made me unable to do anything but watch it all happen from behind. My personality told me that the man named Yinqing approached my sister with bad intentions. Although the actions of that personality of mine are lawless, they will not harm me. The second personality tries every means to get in touch with the benefactor who saved him, even at the cost of giving his sister away. Could he really be an invincible strongman in the future? No way. What can't you do? No. No, I was saying that I won't say nonsense again. Yinqing didn't think much about it. There was something she didn't understand, so she continued to ask. Sister, what happened just now? Why did that level 3 Qingyun wolf die tragically there? Could it be that a leader from our human race passed by? Yinqing's words also aroused Yinqing's interest. He was also curious about who had the terrifying aura before. Oh, sister, what are you talking about? At that time, I was almost killed by the Qingyun wolf. It was my benefactor who saved me at the critical moment. Then the Qingyun wolf chased us, but then a praying mantis suddenly appeared. Then, the Qingyun wolf was killed by the terrifying mantis with one strike. Yinqing explained the matter briefly, but saw her sister and Yinqing with dazed looks on their faces. Yinqing. Yinqing. This kid is talking nonsense again. I think it's right to lock you up. Yinqing has decided to lock up her sister when she returns. Yinqing on the side expressed his agreement. Sister, I'm telling the truth. I know you don't believe it, but it really is a praying mantis. It was the mantis that killed the azure cloud wolf. Yinqing. Zun. Mantis kills Qingyan wolf. This is not a joke. This is not the way to joke. A mantis that can be crushed to death with just one finger, and you told me that it killed the third-level monster Qingyan wolf. Then I am invincible. Zun couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The elder sister was extremely talented, but the younger sister had a problem with her brain, and it was not a minor one. But the next second he could no longer laugh. Instantly, a terrifying aura of death descended, and the three of them fell into deathly silence. This is the mantis you mentioned. Zun spoke hesitantly to Lu Ruoling, and in front of him stood a huge mantis emitting a terrifying aura, descending like the god of death, and the mantis knife of Shenren was the scythe of the god of death. The green color all over seems to be a green passage to heaven. He had never seen such a terrifying presence of murderous intent and killing intention. It's really a praying mantis. Yinqing was also extremely shocked. Is this the mantis that his sister mentioned that could kill a level 3 monster with one strike? This scene seemed to overturn her worldview. She was a genius and had seen everything, but this time, she admitted that she was only seeing the world from a narrow perspective. Whose praying mantis can grow so big? Is this still a praying mantis? This must be some terrifying monster that looks like a mantis. That's it. Lu Ruoling also hesitated. Was she a pessimist? Roar. The mantis king roared and a fishy wind blew. Yinqing and Zun immediately felt something was wrong and their Grandmaster level strength burst out without hesitation. Grandmaster's talent, extreme wind armor. Grandmaster's talent, red lotus flame. The two of them immediately unleashed their own Grandmaster talents. The extreme wind armor was Zun's Grandmaster talent, which formed a layer of powerful wind armor around his body that could block most of the Grandmaster level damage. Yinqing's talent is red lotus fire. Every attack he makes has a damage bonus from the red lotus fire. With the continuous development of his master's talent, he can control the red lotus fire at will. The two of them have the dignity of geniuses and are invincible in the same realm. But they are not stupid. The aura of this mantis monster has reached the level of a third-level high-level monster, or even the peak. The levels of both of them are only elementary. The gap is too big and I can't handle it. They knew very well that when facing this terrifying existence that could kill the Qingyan wolf with one blow, the two of them had to work together. Let's attack together later. That guy shouldn't be very fast. Zun spoke to Yinqing in a deep voice, but just as he finished speaking, the mantis suddenly disappeared, and a sense of crisis came over him. There. Zun is worthy of being a master of the Tianjiao level. He noticed the moment the mantis king disappeared and rushed forward. However, Yinqing was not weak at all and went to fight. I am a proud person, and I will fight against all odds. So what if you are at the peak of level 3? I, as a junior master, have a record of slaying a third-level high-level monster. In front of these two geniuses, you can only die. Great Sun Demon Fist. Zun roared and turned into a terrifying storm to attack. The countless fist shadows were dazzling. An ordinary third-level monster had no ability to resist this kind of attack. Boom. A man and a mantis fought fiercely. This punch of mine is from my full strength. Even if I can't kill you, it's enough to hurt you. All of Zun's strength poured out. However, what he expected did not happen. He was horrified to find that his attack did not seem to have much effect, as if it had fallen into the sea. No. Impossible. Zun exclaimed. At the same time, Yinqing's attack had already arrived. But the next second, she took back the attack despite being injured, then turned sharply in midair and retreated far away. This is. The terrifying mantis monster instantly drew its sword, and the whole world seemed to be occupied by the sword light. An extremely powerful sword intent filled the world. Then, everything withered and the world was destroyed. This is the sword intention. Yinqing woke up from this blow and said in horror that she seemed to have seen the most impossible thing in this world. The meaning of all things was integrated into the heaven and the earth. Only when one went deep enough on a certain path could one realize this realm. Even though she was still a little bit away from this state, she saw it in a demon beast today. How is this possible? This is the realm that countless swordsmen want to achieve. This is just a monster. Yinqing was completely stunned and seemed to have forgotten to fight back. In her field of vision, she saw a crack in space that was cut open, emitting a dark and desolate atmosphere. Being able to cut through space cracks, is it really just a third-level monster? Puff. This is the sword intention. It's the sword intention. Yinqing was bleeding profusely and his body was injured, but that did not stop him from being shocked. Just now, after he attacked the mantis monster, he didn't expect that the mantis monster would actually use a knife that seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Although for some reason, the mantis monster's sword did not attack him, but instead slashed towards some other empty space. But even so, the aftermath still hurt him. If this knife was aimed at him, he would have been annihilated from this world long ago. Who is it? Why can it use the Tao that only humans can use? Yinqing asked in horror, if all monsters can use it, then do humans still have a chance to survive? Yinqing, let's run away. We are no match for it. We have to pass this message back quickly. Yinqing hurried to Yinqing's side, but it was easier said than done. How could they escape from this horrific monster? Just one attack was more than they could withstand. Damn it. If I were a high-level master, how dare it show off in front of me? Yinqing was filled with hatred. He was only a junior grandmaster. Being able to fight against a senior grandmaster as a junior grandmaster was already his limit. He had great talent and was invincible at the same level as a genius. If he were at the senior grandmaster level, he would definitely be able to kill the monster in front of him. But he didn't know that the Mantis King's true realm was just that of a junior grandmaster. The Mantis King roared. He had received orders from his master and thought he could have a good time with these two people, but he didn't expect that these two people were so good-looking but useless. Especially that man, he sounded very powerful when he was shouting, but he turned out to be a weak person. He had already deflected the knife, but was still injured by the aftermath. The strength is really weak. If Yinqing knew what Mantis King was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he would cry. I am already a genius, am I still weak? Who dares to say that Tianjiao is weak? What else do you want me to do? Is it possible for anyone to block your knife? Unfortunately, Yinqing didn't know what was going on in the Mantis King's mind. It's not fun, I'd better go back and play with my owner. Anyway, the task assigned by the master has been completed. Under the incredulous gazes of the two men, the terrifying mantis monster actually slowly put away its knife, and then without even looking at them, it slowly walked away. I think I see it looking down on us. Yinqing said blankly, but the next second she discovered that the direction the mantis left was actually where her sister was hiding. Not good. Sister, run away. Sister is here to save you. Before Yinqing could finish her words, she saw the terrifying mantis passing by her sister, then flew up and disappeared into the horizon. What on earth just happened? What on earth is that terrifying monster? Why didn't it kill us? Why? The three of them were completely stunned, and they were still not able to come back to their senses. Fong Fan, the culprit who caused this incident, had already flown towards Jiangai City on the Mantis King. Fong Wen just sent another message about his sister Fong Ling. Look, isn't that our Grandmaster Fong Wen? It is said that our master Fong Wen has been promoted to a high-level Grandmaster, and has also awakened a powerful Grandmaster talent. It is not far from his time to reach the Grandmaster level. By then, our Feng martial arts school will have a chance to be promoted to a second-level martial arts school. Inside the Feng martial arts school, a male warrior was looking at a slender woman standing far away and whispering, his eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration. Especially during this period of time, the entire martial arts hall was interested in this strange Grandmaster. He had never seen a woman as perfect as Master Fong Wen. Her figure and appearance were stunningly beautiful. Her pair of long legs were so seductive that even if he only took one look at them, he would be obsessed with them all night long. And that pure and seductive exquisite face makes people feel itchy, and they really can't take their eyes off it for even a second. The most crucial strength is still so strong. What kind of man can win over a woman like this? That's my dream girl. If I could hug those legs and give them a kiss, I would die with no regrets. Beside the men, another person looked at Fong Wen in the distance with fiery eyes and said, if looks could kill, then no one could stop it. But I could only watch secretly. After all, he was the Grandmaster, and who would dare to behave inappropriately in front of him? Isn't that seeking death? Do you think that Grandmaster Fong Wen's talent can reach the level of a genius? The man asked curiously. I think it's a bit risky. Although your strength has reached the Grandmaster level and you have awakened your Grandmaster talent, you are still a little short of the Tianjiao level. After all, I heard that every genius can fight across borders and fight against advanced ones with a beginner. But even if he's not a genius, he's still a genius beyond our reach. People like us aren't even martial artists. One person sighed and said, comparing yourself to others will only make you feel depressed. But now that our master is not here, I think she is the best candidate to be the master of our Fenghua martial arts school. But this is a good thing. After all, with such a strongman in charge, we will be much safer. Shu. What are you talking about? How can we discuss such things? Don't forget, we still have the young master above us. Young master is the true heir of our Fenghua martial arts school. If others hear what you said, you will suffer. The man hurriedly stopped her, saying that such words were not allowed. What are you afraid of? I'll tell you this. As long as you don't tell anyone, who will know? I'm not kidding. If you analyze it, our Grandmaster Fong Wen has already reached a high level of strength. After awakening the Grandmaster's talent, his strength can reach the peak level, while our young master is only at the peak of martial arts. There is a huge realm difference between these two people. Do you think this is just a realm issue? There's a world of difference. Also, do you want to see our young master? Logically speaking, Lord Fong Wen should play the role of a defender and not show up easily, while the young master should be the one to handle the affairs of the martial arts hall. But our situation is exactly the opposite. The young master lives in seclusion and almost no one has ever seen what he looks like. And it was Grandmaster Fong Wen who came forward to resolve the affairs of the martial arts hall. What does this mean? This means that Lord Fong Wen has hidden the young master away and is gradually taking over the power of the martial arts hall. Just wait and see. I estimate that it won't be long before the owner of our Fenghua martial arts hall will be replaced. Damn, your analysis really makes sense. I really don't know what the young master looks like. Could it be that he has really been hidden away? Forget it, forget it. This kind of thing is not something we can discuss. We just need to do our job well and live a good life. This is the right thing to do. I've been worried recently. The captain of my team has been promoted to a martial artist and has joined the martial artist team. There are 2 vice captains in my team, me and another person. We both want to compete for the captain position, but our strengths are equal, so I can only start from other places. Recently I heard that my teammate used his sister to hook up with a martial arts master. It seems that he is determined to get the position of captain. I guess there's no hope for me. The men lamented that this opportunity was rare to come by, and becoming the captain of a warrior team would bring about earth-shaking changes in all aspects of treatment. The two were talking in a corner of the martial arts hall, when suddenly the men noticed something. Why would anyone come here at this time? That boy looks so strange. Oh no, that young man walked towards our Grandmaster. Does he want to die? The man who was speaking saw a strange young man suddenly come in at the door of the martial arts hall, and he immediately felt bad. He thought that this young man might have seen the beauty of Lord Fong Wen and wanted to strike up a conversation with him. This is a master. If you flirt with him, you're courting death. The man didn't want to see the young man offend a master for nothing, so he ran over and tried to stop him. Hey, come here quickly. Are you looking for death? Do you know who that adult is? The man came to Fong Fan and whispered hurriedly. Then he turned around and said to Fong Wen behind him in a flattering manner. Sir, this is my friend. It's his first time to come to our Fenghua martial arts school. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll take him away now. After the man finished speaking, he was eager for Fong Fan to leave. But he found that he didn't even pull the boy in front of him. What's going on? Just as he was about to use more force, he heard the goddess behind him suddenly speak. Young master. Wow. Mr. Fong Wen is not only good-looking and has a perfect figure, but I didn't expect that his voice is also so beautiful. Young master. The man turned his head to look at Master Fong Wen, only to see Master Fong Wen bowing respectfully and speaking respectfully to the young man. He was stunned, then turned his head blankly to look at the boy. He agreed. He is the young master. He actually made a senior master bow down to him despite his status. Master, I didn't recognize the real master. Please punish me. The man bowed hurriedly to the young master and said, not daring to raise his head. It's okay, you're doing this for my own good, don't take it to heart. Fong Wen, let's go. Fong Fan was a little amused and helpless. He didn't expect that he would be mistaken for someone else when he came back. Without saying anything, he walked towards the depths of the martial arts hall. Yes, young master. Until the two men left, the man was still in a daze. He had just let the young master go with him. At the same time, a feeling of relief welled up in his heart. Fortunately, the young master didn't care, otherwise he would be finished. After recovering from his shock, he prepared to leave, but at this moment, he saw his captain walking towards him. Team leader. The man felt a little uneasy when he saw the captain. Why did the captain come back? Didn't he go to the martial arts team? Was it because of what happened just now? In the man's uneasy eyes, the captain spoke slowly. I don't know how you are so lucky to be valued by the higher-ups. The order just issued by the higher-ups says that you will be the team leader after I leave. Remember, you will have to take on the responsibility of captain from now on. The captain said solemnly, then changed his tone and punched the man in the chest. Good boy, you can do it. It seems that there is a connection since the higher-ups can give orders personally. I will have to fawn on you from now on. The captain said jokingly, and the man's eyes were filled with tears, looking in the direction where the young master left. He knew that it must be the young master who helped him, so how could he not know what the relationship was? Thank you, young master. I will definitely work hard. Fong Fan didn't care about what happened before. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. When Fong Fan arrived at the martial arts hall, before he even sat down, his subordinates came to report the situation, and it seemed that their attitude was a bit urgent. Young master, when our people were protecting Lord Fong Ling, they suddenly lost the trace of Lord Fong Ling when they arrived at a certain area. Our people have searched everywhere but still can't find it. Please punish me, sir. One person reported nervously that they had not expected such a thing to happen. Lord Fong Ling actually disappeared right before their eyes. Okay, I understand. You can go down. Fong Fan said in a deep voice. Okay, young master. The subordinate thought he had heard wrongly, as the young master had no reaction to his sister's disappearance, but he still responded and left. Fong Wen, what happened? Why would my sister suddenly go to a place like that? Fong Fan already knew what happened to his sister in the wilderness, and that was why he came back. Master, this is the situation. After the master left home, Fong Ling followed him, but in the opposite direction of the master. Following the people from the martial arts hall, he went to the City of Chaos. The City of Chaos is a complex place with many desperate people and illegal people. The people from the martial arts hall quickly lost track of Fong Ling after they entered. But fortunately, under the master's order, the 5th-level Mosquito King closely followed Lord Fong Ling. Now according to the information received, Fong Ling seems to be contacting people from the Chaos City. Fong Wen did not dare to hide anything and simply told his master the whole story. The 5th-level Mosquito King does not have much intelligence and cannot describe it clearly to the master, so she can only tell the master through her mouth. After all, she is a 6th-level Mosquito King. The City of Chaos. What is she doing there? Fong Fan fell into deep thought after hearing Fong Wen's words. He knew about the City of Chaos. If everything had a positive and a negative side, then what Jiangai City showed to the world was the positive side, while this City of Chaos was the negative side, a dark world unknown to ordinary people. Even warriors would not easily set foot there, because it represents violence and blood. It is a gathering place for those who live on the edge of a knife and those who are desperate. Why would she come to the City of Chaos for no reason? There's no way she would socialize with people in the City of Chaos. Is there someone behind this? Fong Ling, have you seen any strange strangers recently? Replying to the master, no. Fong Wen replied affirmatively. Since there is no one behind the scenes, what is the reason? Fong Fan had to treat this matter with caution. After all, he had heard about the horrors of the City of Chaos. It was a place where people were eaten without leaving any bones. His sister was just a junior warrior, and it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if she went there. Could it be that thing in my sister's body? Fong Fan had a guess, then stood up and walked out. Let's go and take a look. I want to know what kind of medicine my sister is selling. Yes, master. Fong Wen followed Fong Fan out of the martial arts hall, but both of them put on a little disguise, otherwise such an action would definitely cause quite a panic. The City of Chaos is neither big nor small. It looks similar to some poor areas, but the people inside are all warriors whose strength should not be underestimated. In a corner that no one had noticed, a mosquito as big as a fist hid itself in the shadows without anyone noticing. Even if someone saw it, they would think it was a big mosquito. At most, they would be surprised and would never think that this mosquito was a martial artist. And such a strange existence is now closely following a woman. Xiaoji, are you sure it's here? I suddenly regret listening to your nonsense. Do you know where this place is? This is the City of Chaos, a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. Fong Ling didn't expect that the place Xiaoji mentioned was actually the City of Chaos. Ordinary people would never dare to come to such a place. Without risk, there will be no rich rewards. If this was an ordinary place, I would have asked you to come a long time ago and would not have waited until now. Time is running out. The weapon shop ahead is our target this time. As long as we clear this level, the rest will be easier. Easy. I feel like what you said is easy. Fong Ling complained, but still walked towards the weapon shop. After all, the only one he could rely on now was Xiaoji. But when Fong Ling left, a man with a bad face followed closely in the distance. Hey, I found a little beauty today. It looks like that little beauty is here alone or it's her first time. It seems that I can enjoy happiness again today. The man was afraid that his prey would be snatched away, so he hurriedly chased after her. His strength was already that of a high-level warrior, so a little woman was easy for him to capture. And even if he doesn't take action here, someone else will. It is better to benefit yourself than to benefit others. But when he wanted to take the next step, he suddenly felt a little stunned. I felt a sharp pain, and when I looked down, I saw a hole as big as a fist in my chest, with warm blood gushing out. What? No. 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 Impossible. The man seemed to want to say something, but he was no longer able to speak. In his last look in this world, he saw a mosquito covered in blood hovering in front of him. He was actually killed by a mosquito. The man fell to the ground with reluctance and disbelief. The blood-red mosquito pulled the body aside and began to digest its blood. Even the blood on the ground was not spared. In the end, the living person turned into a mummy. It seems that such things are done quite often. Fong Ling, who was not far away, seemed to hear some noise. He turned around, but didn't see anything. He thought he had heard it wrong, so he didn't pay any attention and walked into the store. My dear guest, is there anything you would like to receive? Our store is honest and fair, and the prices are affordable. It is a great helper for you to travel as a monk or go out to kill people. The clerk asked kindly when he saw Fong Ling walking in. Fong Ling came here naturally for other purposes and had no interest in the dazzling array of weapons in front of him. I'm not here to buy weapons. Why are you here if you don't want to buy weapons? Are you here to entertain me? When the clerk heard Fong Ling say that she was not here to buy anything, his attitude suddenly collapsed, and he was probably going to chase her out next. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. The clerk, who was originally relaxed, froze after hearing these words. He then looked at Fong Ling in disbelief and spoke slowly. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. After saying that, he stared at Fong Ling intently, ready to attack if anything went wrong. Nirvana lasts a lifetime. I am born as a peak. After Fong Ling finished speaking, the clerk hurried out the door and looked outside nervously. When he found that there was no one there, he felt relieved and spoke respectfully to Fong Ling. "Excuse me, sir, which one of the above are you?"